What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. Only thing I know about this song that I think is really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. Holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy Maygloom, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. It's Newsday, Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. And I got the Ron Burgundy on. You already know what it is, baby.
You said America deserves that.
This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It is 63 degrees, but much colder than 63 and cloudy here in Los Angeles, California. And let me tell you, folks, I don't know why, but I feel like wearing this suit has made me also want to talk like this for some weird reason. But it's Tuesday, innit? That's right. Folks, this is, it's April 6th, April? What am I saying? It's Tuesday, May 6th, 2025. That was crazy. I had a little brain fart already getting started, and I already have a brain fart. And, yeah, I'm alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. Because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a spectacular day. Let me tell you why. It's Grand Theft Auto Trailer Day. That's right. That's number one. Grand Theft Auto Trailer Day. It's a big deal. Trailer 2 just dropped, even though they actually pushed the game further. But I am swagged at the wazoo. For those of you who are wondering why, it is because today is Context Nuke Day. That's right. I'm finally going to do it. I have mustered up the courage to be able to tackle head on someone who has intellectually bested me over and over again. But this time, I'm obviously going to do it for charity. I'll tell you all about that in a second. But for personal news, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you all about that. For my personal news, for all the parasocialists out there, I ended the broadcast last night. And what did I do? I ended the broadcast last night, and I hung out with my friends. Ordered some Korean barbecue, had some KBBQ. Haven't really been eating that great, I'll admit. But Met Gala content is pushed to tomorrow because today is the Context Nuke Day. Today's Context Nuke Day. Met Gala content is tomorrow, but I will actually have a crazy guest for that. But yeah, don't watch it. What do you mean? I'm going to farm it so that we can fundraise. What are you talking about? Why are you complaining? Can you address the Lisa Rosa Parks panties controversy? She can do no wrong. I don't want to hear that. Yeah. Listen. Shouts out to the Knicks. Unbelievable things are happening in the United States of America on the East Coast. Okay. I will say unbelievable things are happening in the city of dreams, the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Welcome to New York. I mean, holy moly. This, I'm gonna keep it real. If the conference semifinals favors the Knicks at the end of it all, which would be impossible. I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm not. You guys know this. I don't know anything, okay? I don't know Jalen Brunson. I don't know if he's the mayor of New York. I don't have any interest in the Knicks at all. I had the hat. I gave it back to Noah, okay? But I will say this. If what took place last night, if that is a real thing that is actually not a fluke, which I have yet to hear one New York Knicks fan actually treat it like it's a real thing that took place. I feel like they're hallucinating what took place last night from everything I've seen, like a cosmic fluke. But if this is a real conference semifinals activity that translates to the Knicks defeating the Celtics of all teams, okay? Zoran Mamdani is the next mayor of New York. Because you can't have that kind of energy out there. Like, you can't have New York be that up and then have Cuomo be the fucking next mayor. You know what I mean? Like, this is not a jinx. This is not like, I'm just saying, I feel like there's an energy in the air that made me feel like New York is back. Okay. I don't really care about the NBA. You guys know this already. I only care about LeBron. And also, as a designated staunch anti-racist, I am always going to be against the Celtics, even though it's not like the Celtics now resembles the Celtics of yesteryear, but it's the fan base that is white supremacist. It's like, so obviously I'm anti-Celtics from the start. So it's almost like a critical support type situation where, you know, you want the Celtics to lose. You don't really care about the Knicks winning. I don't even care about the NBA at all. I just don't want the Klan to get another W and put another fucking banner up there. You know what I mean? It's like, please, for the love of Christ, the racists and the white supremacists have been winning so much. They have been winning so much. They already control the government. They already control the NBA. Okay, let's be real. They control the NBA. Okay, LeBron is out, little bro. Don't talk to me about that kind of stuff. I don't want to hear it because I think he deserves a break. I think he deserves a vacation, and it's good that that happened. Celtics hater opinion rejected. Is the reason they don't have Celtics across their chest partly because Bill Russell said he played for the Celtics, not Boston? A loss for the Celtics is a win for this nation. A loss for the Celtics is a win for anti-racism. That's just how it is. It's spiritually a very racist team still. And also the fandom, but in general. In any case, holy moly. Yeah, that was a little bit of NBA banter for you guys from a guy who doesn't really care about the NBA that much. Glory to our Knicks in their righteous fight against the imperialist Celtics. Oh man, they are a dastardly franchise. Okay, all right. We're moving on from the NBA banter. What I was going to say was, what was I going to say? Personal news wise, Ace of Sonadong played some ball with Ted Nivison this morning and absolutely destroyed the man. But it was really fun. It was really, I mean, here's a little taste. If you want to see what took place against me and the boy, okay, this is the fit, obviously. This is what took like multiple occasions, just F's in the chat for Ted Nivison. Nah, he's doing great. So I forgot that I said F's in the chat. Now everyone's spamming F's and it immediately triggered my fight or flight. And I got worried. Have you seen the Grand Theft Auto 6? Have you seen the Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer? No, I have yet to see it. I'm excited. I have yet to see it. But you don't know ball. All right, whatever. What time for Context Nuke? I'm going to do obviously news first, and then I'm going to do Context Nuke later. I'm going to do a little bit of news. I'm going to do Context Nuke. Are you afraid you're going to be so destroyed today that you'll fade into oblivion? Yes. As you guys know, this is not a very politically in tune community. We are not. We are not known for being a community that is like relatively well read about politics. We are known for a community that can get easily duped by commentary YouTubers with their commentary YouTubers that basically put out the most bottom of the barrel, like this guy is bad because he believes bad things. Don't listen to him, please type videos. So that's precisely the reason why I've been terrified of watching this video, and not because it really pissed him off, or because I had already encountered all of the slanders and the smears over and over again. Oh my God, why are you doing the Content Puke commentary? Because I guess people are going to be asking this a lot. The reason why I'm doing it is because while I was not going to do it at all, because I see no reason for it, I am doing it, one, because Ethan begged for it over and over again, but that's not the real reason. And two, the actual reason why I'm doing it is because Ethan has been on a rampage against anyone and everyone that has ever opposed him, gently opposed him in a critical manner, in any capacity whatsoever. And on that rampage, he's like destroying things. And one of the things that he's been actively trying to destroy is Creator Clash 3, which is precisely the reason why I wanted to help out to the best of my ability. My best friend is fighting in Creator Clash, obviously. And I am going to be fundraising for, together with you guys, fundraise for one of the charities for Creator Clash, which is Stand Up to Cancer. We're going to be nuking cancer today. So I think that's the best. That's the best use of the context puke. We fundraise, we put it to bed. I would say fuck Ethan, but anything bad you say about him, he will take as anti-Semitism. Don't say that. That's the most anti-Semitic thing you could have ever said. Why don't you ever invite Ted Nivison on stream? I don't know, because I actually don't know. I hang out with a lot of people off camera, but I rarely ever ask them to be on camera. Also, do we have a link? I was gonna ask for the charity. Let me see. There's got to be some graphics for it too, but I didn't even do that. I think I was the one who was supposed to make it, probably, because I made it last night. Go on the JBP with Mark Lamont Hill. Dude, I see Mark popping off and it makes me so happy. I'm so glad that there is someone who is incredibly well-read, incredibly smart in these spaces. Like, I that makes me so happy. It makes me so fucking happy. He is a beloved figure for all the unks, and not even just the unks, but just in general. Like, on the black commentary sphere, I feel like the more Mark gets prominence, the better things are in general. He is like an antidote to reactionary sentiment. For those of you who don't know, I've been a major Mark Lamont Hill head for years and years, and I had the honor of being able to actually have him on my broadcast a while back. I remember all the way back when he, I believe it was CNN that he got fired from for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free at the United Nations. Like, it's incredible. But yeah, he's been cooking on the Joe Budden podcast, and him being matched up against people who obviously have great respect for him, but so that they won't like try to say some dumb shit, but also him being matched up against like the average American guy with the average American opinions is so funny. It's amazing. It's amazing. And he's also super athletic too. So like, they can't even get him on that shit. They can't even get him on weightlifting. They can't get him on basketball. They can't get him on anything. He's the GOAT. Like, it is pretty funny though to have like a regular podcast or like radio guys try to talk about politics. Try to talk about politics with a actual scholar, like an actual academic, is crazy. Watching Mark Lamont Hill talk to a dumb guy is top 5 most satisfying things to see. Yeah. Would you say Mark has been a stalwart supporter? Okay, we're gonna be using that for sure, but react with friends, Pog. I mean, I'm mostly gonna react myself. I'll just have friends over for seasoning. I'll have friends over specifically for seasoning because to make it more entertaining. Because I don't want Ethan to be like, you couldn't even react on your own. You're too scared or something like that. You know what I mean? Because I assume that he will grab onto anything and everything he can. But before we do that, that's personal. That's personal news. I was planning on starting at like maybe 1 and going after it. But I'm going to first do some regular news. You know what I mean? Yeah, Felix might be coming on. Over Discord, unfortunately, he's not here. Mark was arguing race science the other day. No, my favorite was when he does this thing where he'll say something and he slams like dick into the conversation. What was it? There was something where he was like, and the dude got really mad at him. The other dude got really mad at him where he was like, would you touch a dude's dick? Like he has a way with words where he will like quickly neutralize an argument if someone is not paying attention to what he's trying to say.
Mentally inferior to white people, and they had scientists that
Can I respond to that?
proved it.
Can I respond to that? The science that you're talking about, phrenology, which is the sort of early. Am I wrong? Did I say something wrong?
No, you're saying a whole bunch of words to say ish. You're right. They did have scientists that came in and said a bunch of bullshit.
Can I respond? Because you said to let you finish, and then you started rolling.
How does Mark Lamont Hill deal with these Hotep barbershop intellectuals? Dude, this is literally, it doesn't make sense, bro. It's fantastic for content, okay? Watching it from afar is incredible because you have a person who can speak multiple languages and is literally an intellectual, a college professor, a media figure of many years, an activist, talking to a guy who just saw a Facebook meme and is trying to repeat a Facebook meme poorly. It is so hilarious. Every single one of these conversations that comes out from the Joe Budden podcast, like this is a man who has a doctorate. He is a college professor talking to people who have developed their political perspective off of looking at memes and trying to remember said memes to bring it back to this conversation with a literal fucking academic. This is the one.
It's unacceptable, nigga. Fuck that. Stand on what you stand on. Don't try to change it, and don't try to change the definition of masculinity or femininity.
Fucking academic. This is the one.
It's unacceptable, nigga. Fuck that. Stand on what you stand on. Don't try to change it, and don't try to change the definition of masculinity or femininity, nigga.
Why?
Because you can't do it.
I just did it.
You did it because, and you trying to influence others. No, we stand on what society mean about masculinity.
Who's we?
Me.
But that's not
I stand
we.
on it.
I'm not society.
You're you. I'm not. But then, if I am me, then I shouldn't be shunned or made fun of for my personal beliefs. I should be accepted.
Would you try to?
He's like, the argument he's trying to make is like, well, it's the classic American argument, right? I'm an American. I have unique opinions. If I have an opinion, you shouldn't be able to shun me for having that opinion. How dare you shun me for having that opinion? You are not allowed, even if my opinion is stupid, even if my opinion is problematic, even if my opinion is dangerous, you are not allowed to shit on my opinion, right? American individualism and American exceptionalism is brain cancer. And Mark is trying to get across to him that, like, no, your understanding of masculinity and femininity is outdated and wrong. And he's trying to explain it to him, but he's just like, no, I won't listen to you. So here, this is what happens. Watch this. This is very good.
Beliefs. I should be accepted.
Would you tell that to a racist white man? Would you tell
that to anybody?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Would you tell?
Yes.
Hear my question.
He said, would you tell that to a racist white man, that your opinions are your opinions, so it's fine, you can just have them, it doesn't matter, and that you are not allowed to criticize a racist white man?
For you to say yes.
He is doing this thing where he's trying to be intellectually, or he's trying to be logically consistent, which is ironic because he's already logically inconsistent because he's getting upset that people are telling him that he has a wrong opinion on something, and he's trying to reinforce his understanding of the gender binary back to others in the process of explaining his position. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
No, you won't.
Do you eat dicks?
Do I do what? See, I want to play with dicks with you. So you do shit like that.
I don't want you to play with me.
No. Stop touching me. Hold on.
Listen what I'm saying. I'm trying to ask you.
I'm going to play with dick words with you, and you do that a lot to be disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful. No, you don't want to be disrespectful.
I would never play with dick with you. I would never play with no. You can play pause. Let's talk about a doctor talking to a danger because
play pause. Do you eat dicks? Oh, seems like streamer is a feminine man. Me? Yeah, I am. I'm a very feminine man. I just love watching someone else play this role, I guess, because I oftentimes find myself playing this role, and it's rather strange. How does your fit embrace the Met theme? I'm Black Dandy. If Unk is femme, I got no chance. Yeah, people that say I'm femme are pretty funny. Like, I don't know what your definition is at that point. You know what I mean? You have a very different understanding of words where you are not responding to the actual stimuli in front of you. There have been moments where I've played it up though. I've been pretty femme, you know, with my maid fits, with my maid outfits. That was pretty femme. Nah, you got a thick booty. Thank you. Slight flaw in your presentation. Okay, we're not gonna do that right now. All right, chatter. God damn. All right. Let me blast off, and we'll get into it. A lot of people are trying to tell me Asmongold. I don't care what Asmongold is doing. Okay, stop bringing that shit in here. We got more important things. To cover here today, folks. Okay. Probably a mold soldier thinking a streamer is falling through the ceiling is mask. That is pretty masculine. Let me blast off real quick. Oh God, I hate when this shit happens. Okay. All right. Reacting to my career ending while fundraising for IDubbbz's charity cancer. And where else? What is it? Hold on. Do you see you made Tectone cry? Did I? Wait, what? Why? Trump announced that he will stop bombing Yemen. I know. I'm going to cover that for sure. Trump no longer going to bomb Yemen after Israel bombs civilian infrastructure. Get in now. Okay. He says it's your fault. He learned his dad is a sex criminal and cried because now he isn't allowed to host his sex criminal dad on a stream anymore. Wait, my fault? Wait, what are you guys talking about? Okay, I don't understand what took place, okay? And I don't, like, I know that there are, I know Trump met with Marks Carney. We'll talk about that too, for sure. Tectone openly weeps, blames Hassan for noticing his father's rampant sexual assaults. Okay, I need you guys to understand something. Did you see Tectone brainstorming with your enemies on how to attack you? No, but it doesn't fucking matter. No, of course I don't. Why would I have? Do you think I watch Tectone streams? Why would I know that? Why would I know any of this? I'm even surprised that you guys know any of this. In any case, hold up 1 second. Where's my blast off meme? Let me blast off. Okay. It's Context Nuke Day, reacting with friends to my career ending while fundraising for IDubbbz charity, stand up to cancer, Trump no longer going to bomb Yemen after Israel bombs civilian infrastructure, and more news. Get in now. Okay, I mean, I guess can I clip the Content Nuke segment? I'll also link to the fundraiser in the description, of course. No, I'm going to do the Content Nuke today. Don't clip the Context Nuke. So for those of you who don't know what took place yesterday, there's this guy named Tectone, okay? He's been kicked out of his organization that he was a part of, OTK, because it came out, I don't even know the full details, but I think it came out that like his ex-girlfriend or his ex-wife or something was credibly accusing him of sexual assault. And I mean, he got fired from his job for that reason. I mean, he's a gross guy regardless. He's like a gross little ogre. I haven't really paid too much attention to him. I've been around him. I've been on his podcast alongside Asmongold back in the day. I'm not like super aware of this guy's background beyond that, right? And I saw a tweet that he tweeted out because he tries to basically farm Asmongold. He tries to do the Asmongold shit and just like repeat whatever Asmongold is saying, right? To try to farm his audience. And it makes sense. It makes sense that he's trying to farm his audience. Asmongold's massive, right? So he was doing this thing where Asmongold was like demanding that I get banned, right? He was demanding that I get banned because I had a title. And so I had a condensed CNN title as my title on my stream the other day, where I was saying like Houthis demonstrate limits to Iron Dome, right? And his audience was like, oh, he's celebrating this. He's celebrating this. He's celebrating this. And Asmongold basically was like, that's it. That's enough. I've seen enough. We have to ban this guy. Like, this guy needs to get banned. Talking about me. He was mad that I was reporting on the news, okay? And
check us on.
He said something along these lines. I'm going to get to Tech Tone in a second. This is where it starts.
Stream title, he's so happy. What is
Crash
it?
Out speedrun?
Houthis show the limit
like
of the
crash
Iron
out
Dome.
to you?
I'm going to be honest. I've been pretty reasonable about this for a long time. I think they should ban him. I do. This is expressing material support for a terrorist group that is targeting civilians and has killed people. I have been very reasonable about this for a very long period of time, but we have crossed into the threshold of, in plain English, supporting a terrorist organization that is actively attacking civilians. This is
so funny because this literally means every single person that has ever defended Israel has to be banned, right? Like, that is the entire thing that Israel does. I mean, who's killing the most civilians? Like, are we serious right now? Israel's killed more children than like virtually every other group at this point, every other country, every other conflict at this point in like recent history. And we're over here acting like there is there's a real serious there's a real serious issue here, right? So you have a really weird effect on people. I know. It's stupid. And he doesn't know what material support means. He's oblivious. I am not offering material support to the Houthis with a condensed stream title that just talks about what is happening in Israel. And it's not even a defense. Like, it's not even, I'm not like trying to defend myself. Oh, I got caught or anything. That's just simply not what those words mean. Material support would mean like logistical support, training, sending arms, things of that nature, right? It's very illegal. I would go to fucking jail. I wouldn't get banned off Twitch. I would go to fucking jail. Okay? And it's protected. Like, what I'm doing is discussing the news and discussing militant resistance against Israel's genocide, which is perfectly, not only is it moral and valid, it's also perfectly protected under the First Amendment, and it's not a violation of terms of service. So he's wrong on every count, unless he thinks that like every time someone subscribes to me, it's actually fucking giving missiles to the Houthis or something. Right? Asmongold's like, fuck this guy, we got to get him banned. Why? Because I'm not talking about how video game titties are too small nowadays or some shit. If I was doing that, then it's fine. Then I'm a free speech warrior. God forbid I speak out against Israel. Ooh, all the free speech defenders all of a sudden. Yeah, that was made clear when he said voicing material support. How do you voice material support? Yeah, he does not understand any of those words. He's just saying what he heard Marco Rubio say, right? Because Marco Rubio was trying to say that expressions of defense or any sort of activism, which is protected by the First Amendment, is actually engaging in material support, which is not the case. And that distinction is important because it protects people. It protects speech. That is the real anti-free speech shit. It's like when you're trying to get the federal government to take action against someone for their speech, not when, titties are getting smaller in video games. That's not actually a First Amendment situation at all. As a matter of fact, when Sony makes like your favorite Korean cutie pie anime girl video game less sexy, that's not a violation of First Amendment. That's not a violation of free speech at all. But yeah, he's trying to get me banned.
Totally unreasonable. There's no justification for this. There's no way that
Once again, what he's talking about is my stream title, Houthis demonstrate limits of Iron Dome, which is a condensed stream title of the CNN news article, which was Houthis demonstrate limits of U.S. Limitations of the United States' acts of deterrence against the Houthis or something, which of course is also, the Iron Dome is a part of that. I actually watched Tectone when he started. He used to make Genshin guides and was mostly a wholesome, fun creator. Then he went on a drama bandwagon covering any and all drama he could find. That, alongside a divorce, made him into such a toxic man, and I truly hate the right incentivizes this kind of pipeline. I don't know if the allegations are true. I hope not. He really seemed like he could be a cool dude. I mean, he's just, I've never actually thought of him as a cool dude. I always thought he was a bit of an ogre, but I was neutral on him, as I usually am. But in any case, Asmongold is trying to, Blade Braver, thank you for the material support to to terror groups with the 25 get the subs. In any case, I wouldn't even know the term virtue signaling exists if it weren't for the same chuds who are now pro-clutching over anything not fully throating Israel. I know. And the irony here is that I don't think these guys actually give a fuck about Israel. They're just using Israel as a weapon to undermine their political opponents, or just like to get rid of an annoying nuisance on the platform that constantly calls them out for being ridiculous, right? That's it. That is precisely the point here. You think fucking Asmongold gives a shit about Israel? Get out of here, dude. He literally, Mr. I'm 99% sure the Holocaust happened. Like, he doesn't fucking care about any of this stuff. He's just like repeating whatever he thinks is going to gain him prominence, right? So anyway, this is how this starts. And of course, Tectone has to fucking repeat whatever Asmongold is saying. And he says, I'm genuinely considering full swapping to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't punished harshly and immediately on Twitch. And of course, Tectone is not exactly a beloved figure at all. I mean, he's the one type of dude that, like, when he shits on me, people will have to find themselves on my side. Even if they are normally in opposition to me, they're like, okay, well, Tectone is the one guy that we'll get on board with. So he says, I'm genuinely considering full swapping to YouTube if this terrorist propaganda isn't punished harshly and immediately on Twitch. My father, my brothers, and our soldiers did not bleed, sacrifice, and die for this bullshit to be allowed and promoted on Twitch. This needs to change immediately. Now, there's a couple different ironic moments here. One, nobody really likes Tectone, which is why I said, oh no, what will anyone do if the bald pervert leaves the Twitch platform for good? Okay, that's number one. I went with the easiest route here. Number two, the notion that, like, my fathers, my brothers, and our soldiers didn't bleed and sacrifice to die for this bullshit. No, that is literally the lie that they used to tell all the time. I thought we had to go to Afghanistan and go to Iraq and, like, invade and kill millions of fucking people and displace tens of millions because of free speech. So you're wrong on every point here. You're fundamentally wrong. I thought it was because of the First Amendment, because we were protecting the first, right? I thought that's why we had to kill some fucking goat herders in Afghanistan, right? And defend the poppy fields so that America could have free speech. That's what I was taught. So I guess not. And because he brought his dad into the conversation, using him as like a talking point, I didn't know who the fuck his dad was. I didn't know his dad was a veteran. I don't even know Tectone like that. But I did know that he got he got booted out of OTK because he had credible sexual assault allegations launched against him from his former partners. So I did know that. And even then, I was gracious enough not to, like, use that. I just called him a bald pervert, right? Turns out his dad, also a bald pervert. I didn't know. How am I supposed to know? It's not my fault. Turns out his dad not only is a bald pervert, but he's like a famous bald pervert. Okay? Everybody started talking about how, like, Tectone, why'd you bring your dad and his service into this? Because it's not like his record is untarnished. And I was like, what's this? Turns out his dad literally was responsible for so many sexual assaults that the military actually took action against him, even though he is a high-ranking colonel, Colonel Iron Mike. Okay? His dad, and let me tell you something, okay? If you know anything, and I've covered this stuff a lot, if you know anything about the American military rarely ever addresses rape or sexual assault. They are notoriously bad at this. There is a major problem with sexual assault and rape in the military, and the American military doesn't really like to cover it that much. They actually, one could say, cover it up, right? Major issue within the United States military. So it's incredibly rare, especially when you have a high-ranking military member, a colonel who is a Vietnam veteran that is outed and actually prosecuted and goes to jail for doing any kind of sex pest behavior, sexual assault, rape, whatever, right? And his dad was apparently such a serial sexual assaulter, and I didn't know any of this shit, that he became a precedent-setting case. So much so that it turns out just like Tectone, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. His dad was a 5-star pervert, okay? 4-star pervert. Yeah, your military colonel getting caught up for sexual assault is like a CEO getting fired for worker exploitation. Exactly. It's just like, it's ridiculous. So anyway, I covered that, laughing, joking about it, whatever, right? And he responds and says, bro is going after my 75-year-old cancer-ridden dad because of an alleged sexual harassment claim from 17 years ago when I was 15 years old to try to paint me as a rapist. This guy is fucking psychotic. He must be upset because his best friend is on trial right now. And I didn't even understand what he was talking about, but apparently when he meant best friend, I think he was talking about Diddy or something. Like he's trying to say P. Diddy's my best friend. I think that's what it is. I don't know. He's very stupid. So I don't really know what he was trying to imply there. I said, they got your dad's sex crimes in the congressional record, man. Why are you still chirping? I mean, I'm sorry, but if you give me an opening like that, you know, what am I supposed to do? It's not alleged. Like, not only was he convicted, it wasn't alleged. He was convicted. He went to jail for it, paid a fine for it, $30,000 and 3 months in prison or 3 months in jail. But also on top of that is in the congressional record. Shouts out to Representative Jackie Spire, Democrat from California, 12th district, talking about Tectone's dad. Do you see Asman leave out the fact that Tectone called his dad a war hero before it got leaked? He was a rapist, and he said that doesn't matter. I didn't see anything because I don't watch Asmongold. When the fuck would I watch Asmongold? I don't have time to do that. Okay, I'm too busy touching grass and playing basketball and shit. Okay, don't be mad to the annoying reactionary because his dad was a powerful pervert. What are we on today? So yeah, apparently he went live today, and I don't know. You guys were saying he like cried about it or something. I feel bad. Like I do feel bad on a human to human basis. Like
you could do it.
Like he is a horrible dude. Like Tectone is a horrible dude, but it still makes me feel some type of way when I see someone crying. Like I know I probably shouldn't feel bad, but I kind of do. I mean, he is not a good dude, and seemingly his dad wasn't a good dude either. So maybe I shouldn't feel bad. I don't know. It's hard. He blames you. Of course he's fucking blaming me. That's the only way to get out. That's your get out of jail card. If you're a right-wing reactionary, you could kill someone on the fucking street. You could kill a child on the street, and you turn around and you're like, well, Hasan hates that I killed this child. And everyone goes, oh, okay, never mind. It's good. Right-wingers at this point, especially online, don't have any real discernible politics. They don't have any real tangible issues that they care about. It's all reactionary associations. So it's more so about fighting the good fight against someone that they are annoyed by. And that person is me because I'm seen as like the beacon of leftist politics for some reason. And that's it. So for these guys, like he could literally just like kill a child on the street and then turn around and be like, Hasan hates that I killed this child, guys. Everyone will be like, all right, never mind. Actually, it's good that you killed this child, you know?
Really know how to feel about it. I obviously feel awful.
I don't know why I have this vibe that really,
so I suppose,
really outs the horrible people. I just, you know, it is what it is, I guess. Brother, you were too kind for your own good. This guy spent months harassing Frogan. I don't give a fuck about his fake tears. Imagine being so hated that LSF sides with Hasan over you. Yeah, that's true.
I suppose, due to this all being resurfaced by Hasan, I suppose I will no longer be interacting with my father in any way, shape, or form on my stream or my content.
I don't get it. He literally had his dad on the stream 2 months ago. What the fuck? Like and the only reason why I know this, once again, don't watch Tectone clips at all. But the only reason why I know this is because apparently he had his dad on to literally talk shit about me. His dad was talking about, you know, fuck Hasan. That's what he was saying. Now, this isn't something that's resurfaced, bro. You brought it up. You were like, yo, my daddy didn't sexually assault those women so that Hasan could exercise his First Amendment rights in the most inconsistent position you could ever arrive at. You know what I mean? Like, how did I do this? I wasn't even in the United States of America when his dad was doing this shit. How the fuck am I responsible, man? How does his dad, does his dad know who you are? I don't know. Anyway, he was, brother, man, his dad was reading the chat. That's it. He wasn't shitting on you. Brother, he knew about his dad and he was still fucking having his dad on the stream regardless. What are you talking about? Like him reading the chat doesn't matter. But that's the clip I saw. But here, this is from 2 months ago. Tectone talking about his father's sexual assaults before there was proof versus after he was exposed.
Your father went to jail for the same rape shit. Oh, really? Wait, tell me more, man. Tell me more. What else?
Funny tweet about it. This is the most 4K this you archival footage from a congressional hearing. Yeah.
Who'd my dad rape? Oh, by the way, Jones, I deal with people like this on a daily basis, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Yep.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yep. Who? 5 women in the military accuse your father of rape. Really?
It's public info.
That's crazy. You think so? What else?
I can't. I need to explain something here. Like, he's over here defending his dad, which, you know, like, I get it. That's your dad, right? It's not the best thing to do. I mean, this is one of those moments where, like, yeah, blood is thicker than water, but, like, this is the type of thing where you're like, okay, that's indefensible. You know what I mean? But even then, it's like the only reason why it's being brought up to him right here 2 months ago, apparently, is because he was exposed for sexual assault. Like, he has sexual assault allegations against him from his previous relationship. Like, he got fired from OTK for that reason. And that's why someone was actually bringing up his dad.
You want to talk about my dead granddad too? That's the part where we usually go.
Wait, what did his grandfather do? What the hell's going on?
We usually go from the dad and then we bring up the dead grandfather. Do we want to talk about my grandfather too or no? That's why he went to jail discussing vote. Really, man? That's interesting. How do you know so much?
Wait, it was in the congressional record, man. I don't understand. It was in the congressional record. Like, what is happening? What is going? It's not just the public record. Okay, this was a unique case considering how high level ranked his dad was, considering how prevalent this kind of stuff is in the United States military. What does this mean? I can understand attacking old sexual creep-ridden cancer veteran, but calling us on a ball is a step too far. So I don't get it. Like, so Asmongold is attacking me for this? Like, how is this my fucking fault? People will be like, bro, you don't take accountability for anything. It's like, what about these motherfuckers? I didn't do none of this. What do you think? You think I'm the one? What am I the one who hypnotized his dad into doing what he did? Am I the one who petitioned, I don't know, the representative from California 12th District, Jackie Spire, from putting into the congressional record and in the U.S. House of Representatives a major issue using Tectone's father as a problem within the American military? Like, I didn't do none of this. Republicans always do the same thing, okay? Conservatives do this all the time. They go, dude, you know what's worse than racism? You calling it out. You know what's worse than doing sexual assaults and going to jail for it? Calling it out. Why would you point attention to it? And it's like, I didn't even know this shit. You're the one who brought it up. You're the one who brought your dad into the conversation to try to get me fucking banned. You brought your sexual assaulter dad into the fucking convo to be like, you gotta get banned. My dad didn't sexually assault those women in the military so that Hasan could exercise his First Amendment rights. And it's like, all right, like, what do you want me to do? I didn't know what the fuck your dad was up to. This time next week, he's gonna be tweeting some Christ is King shit, calling it now. I could see that.
How are you so all-knowing, man? Tell me more things that I don't know.
Why does everyone who always hates you end up being the biggest creeps? I think it's a target-rich environment online for creepers. Like, that's just the case, right? The internet is already densely populated with this kind of stuff, right? So I think a lot of people find themselves on the right, on the right-wing politics side, especially when they're just like not exactly great people. And because a lot of people's like political framework online especially is so drama focused, and it's not about like issues at all, because it's so drama obsessed, it's so drama focused, that like they have presented me as a beacon for progressive politics, for woke, right? For all things woke. And attacking me means like, this is my position. I'm attacking this fucking guy who's woke and he sucks. And it's really stupid because I'm just one fucking person. You know what I mean? I'm not I'm not the beacon of left-wing morality. I am not like communist Jesus or anything like that. I'm just a fucking political content creator, you know? What's funny, this info got out the same day he made a video about you. Yeah. It's just odd. It's odd that like these guys think that they can just like pull the fuck Hasan ripcord and just move on, you know? I bring a vibe to content creation that creeps and narcissists really don't fuck with. Exactly. I think he genuinely didn't know that info until you posted about it, despite being public record. I genuinely think he's too stupid for this theory to be true. You think so? You think he actually didn't know? Anyway, so yeah, apparently now Asmongold's like talking about how he's crying as well. I'm pretty sure he knew, man. Pretty sure he knew. I think he didn't know how public it was. I mean, he went to jail. Why does he think his dad went to jail when he was 15? For like no reason? Like he went to jail for 90 days. How long will we be accepting donations for? 9 months ago. What is this? My father was diagnosed with cancer 2 weeks ago. He's my best friend and been my role model my whole life. I'm attempting to stay strong and keep it together, but this is very hard to remain consistent. I mean, listen, cancer fucking sucks, okay? And I hope his dad recovers. Like, I'm not saying that at all. I'm not shitting on that at all. Don't say like Fafo for that. You know what I mean? He's a 75-year-old dude, okay? Yeah, he was a freak in his military career. We don't know what he's been up to. You know, we don't know what he's been up to. We don't know what he's been up to. I don't fucking know. Wait, my dad's the fucking man. I know he'll beat this, but it is scary. I love you, Dad, very much, and thank you for being there when I needed you. Yeah, there's no reason to go through this. I thought you were gonna say like this was gonna talk about his record or something. All right, I think any other situation you'd rightfully say get fucked. I mean, I don't know. When I think it's a really weird situation because like I know he would never do that. I know he would never extend this kind of grace to someone like myself or someone on my team. You know what I mean? And he wouldn't even do that for ideological reasons. He would just simply say that and do that because it's a good way to farm. It's a good way to make money. It's a good way to grift. But even then, I don't know. When facing it head on, when seeing it in real time, still makes me feel some type of way. It's hard. You're falling for the crocodile tears, my guy? I'm a little bit of a pussy. You guys know this, okay? You know this. He's a fucking monstrous piece of shit, okay? Tech Toad is a monstrous piece of shit. He's actually done horrible things, allegedly done horrible things to his close and personal relationships. His output is dog shit. He's a bald ogre sex pest, basically. His output is awful. It's just like he's trying to fucking hold on to whatever crumb of clout that he can get on board with so he can just like farm. He can farm other really horrible, monstrous pieces of shit online for subs and whatnot. But, you know, when I see someone crying, it still makes me feel kind of bad. Yeah, he also rips into Frogan quite a bit in a really hostile manner. And I hate that shit. It is a real wild moment, though, where it's like, I'll be watching the context puke in a little bit. Hold on. We haven't even started it yet. Did he deploy white woman tears? Yeah, he deployed white balding rapist tears. This is a very different technique. You know what's really funny about this, by the way? Like, the internet is so busted. Look at this. Sportskeeda didn't think a song could get any lower. Netizens react as Tectone calls out HasanAbi for going after his cancer-stricken father. Is that what happened, Sportskeeda? Is that what happened? Because I feel like the story here is a little different than the way you're presenting it, you know? The irony here is that, like, I wouldn't have known any of this shit if he didn't put it on my radar. You know what I mean? This motherfucker's been coming after me for months, it seems. He's been coming after me for fucking months. And then the one time I recognize his existence on this planet as being objectively bad, all of a sudden, I'm the bad guy. Like, what do you mean? Anyway. Bald rapist himself. HasanAbi goes off at Tectone by discussing his father's alleged sexual harassment case. It's not alleged. What do you mean? He went to jail. Words mean things. And he didn't say shit when you were at Iron Forge despite throwing shade the few weeks before. Yeah. Anyway, judge me by my enemies. That's how it usually works. You already know. All right, let's get into it. Israel strikes Yemen airport, but Trump says the U.S. will stop bombing the Houthis. Your haters stand together more than the left? Yeah, I mean, that is the case. Well, this is a crazy lineup. Congratulations to some of the fucking biggest weirdos online. United front. Okay, so, yeah, it's alleged here, but you provide material support to Hamas must be fact, right? Yeah, of course, always. All right. Let's continue. Okay. So, as you guys know, I'm going to do a little bit of news. I'm going to cover a little bit of news, and then I'm going to get to the actual context nuke, which I was supposed to do. Wait, hold on 1 second. Like a real time. The dollar is raised. Because I need to make a graphic for this. Okay, so the Houthis, the Ansar Allah movement, that is the government of Yemen, all right, has been militarily trying to penalize Israel for its ongoing genocide in Gaza. We will be talking about, I suspect, this exact thing later in the context nuke as well. But they've been doing that. They've been implementing a blockade on ships crossing the Red Sea, seizing ships that are owned by Israelis or commercial vessels that have links to Israel or are going to Israeli ports. And they very successfully actually shut down one of the two major ports in Israel, right? So they've been doing that. But then outside of that, they've also been testing like loiter munitions and also hypersonic missiles and numerous other missiles that they have been launching in the direction of Israel as well, because Israel is, of course, shown every single state actor and every single non-state actor in the region that they only back away when they are met with force. Okay? This, in and of itself, has been demonstrated with the way that Israel has retaliated back in an incredibly restrained manner when it comes to a country like Iran, as opposed to how Israel has retaliated to Lebanon, southern Lebanon, against Hezbollah, which has been incredibly violent, an incredibly bloody affair, and of course, Gaza. The Gaza Strip that Israel is the belligerent occupier of has been completely reduced to rubble because they are the most vulnerable. They have the least amount of power and military capability to resist against Israeli bombing campaigns. And that is precisely the reason why they get punished the worst. So the Houthis, who have been struck by Israel, by the way, on their civilian airport in Sana'a in the past, returned the favor yesterday or 2 days ago. They struck the Tel Aviv airport, the Ben Gurion airport in Tel Aviv. Now, that airport, just like the Sana'a airport, is a civilian airport, but it, of course, has military cargo as well. Most of these airports are dual use in that regard. But the reason why the Ansar Allah movement did this, or at least their statements as to why they were doing this, is because for two whole months now, Israel has denied humanitarian aid into Gaza. Gaza is at the precipice of famine. There are children. I believe 52 is the number of children that have died so far due to famine directly. Okay? It's been more than 2 months at this point, and it's gruesome. It's barbaric. It's very obviously a war crime. It is a genocide. So the Ansar Allah movement came out and said, we are going to make it so that Israel cannot maintain. We're shutting off the Israeli airspace, like civilian airspace. Okay, that's what they said, because Israel has been shutting off humanitarian aid in Gaza. We are going to shut off the Israeli airspace, and it worked. It actually worked in terms of like civilian and commercial airliners not coming into Ben Gurion Airport, at least for the next week. A lot of the commercial flights that were going into the Ben Gurion Airport have canceled the flights, and they are no longer flying in. Hold on, let me also show you the Ansar Allah statement really quickly. I think Ryan Grimm had posted about it. Yeah, here it is. Yemen's military announces that in response to Israel's plans to expand its operations in Gaza, the Yemenis will work to impose a comprehensive air blockade on Israel by targeting the country's airports, and asks that all airlines stop flying to Israel for its own safety. Ryan Grimm said, according to Israel, as quoted in the New York Times today, it is legal to block food from a population and bar them from traveling. It's not, by the way, but Israel says it is. Yemen now says it will shut down all air traffic into Israel in response to Israel shutting off all ground, air, and sea traffic into Gaza. So this is their retaliation. If you believe, as does every single humanitarian rights organization, as the members of the UN, as most of the planet with a heart, mind, and soul, that Israel is doing a genocide, that is understandable that there would be military resistance against that genocide, right? That's what has happened historically in the past. No matter how brown or scary or Muslim they might be, these are the guys that are trying to do anything they can to stop Israel from continuously killing Palestinian children, okay? Israel, of course, returned the favor by doing what Israel does, the Dahiyya Doctrine, which is to punish the entire civilian population with a severe escalation of force, of military force. They pummeled, according to my on-the-ground sources, I don't know what Channel 4's coverage looks like, but I was talking to some people that I got direct feedback from. The Sana'a airport was targeted, seemingly rendered inoperable. There's not a confirmation for that yet. The Amran cement factory north of Sana'a was also targeted, which is a clear pattern forming, since they also struck the Bajil cement factory in Hodeidah, the country's largest cement factory. So they're basically hitting civilian infrastructure deliberately with the hopes of destroying the country's capabilities of rebuilding. You would not hit a cement factory for any other reason, right? And the reality of the matter is Israel doesn't even need to give a reason. They don't even need to say that they have weapons there, right? Like, they don't even need to say, like, oh, it's actually a weapons depot that we struck accidentally or anything like that, right? They're just deliberately targeting. They are deliberately targeting areas that are of commercial importance and areas that, or segments of industry that are important for everyday existence for the civilians. It's like, it's terrorism, but that's how Israel operates all the time. Anyway, here is what's left of the Sana'a airport after targeted Israeli airstrikes this afternoon. The civilian terminal was blown apart with planes burning on the tarmac. We are so used to the death and destruction brought about by Israel that these kinds of images, if returned, for the record, considering that there is now military capability in the region to do this to Israel, I need you to think how you would feel, or how Israel would behave if this image was coming directly out of the Ben Gurion airport. Not the first time Israel has struck Sana'a. If you recall, a couple months prior, Israel actually struck Sana'a, the Sana'a airport, when the World Health Organization's president was in the airport. Okay? Think about that. They struck the civilian airport with the fucking World Health Organization's leader in the airport. Anyway, maybe there were Houthi command centers below. Yeah, exactly. Israel is on our side. They must have had a good reason to do this. Bro, we don't even have a good reason to do this. What are you talking about? It's just bullshit. Yeah, they blasted the Hodeidah port too. They're hitting civilian infrastructure in a way to cripple the entire population, in a way to harm the entire population. They are not interested in striking military positions. Israel never simply strikes military positions. Their goal always is to spread the pain, okay? Their goal has always been consistently to spread the pain across the board to every single civilian, every single time. And the only time when they don't do that is if the force that they are matching has the capabilities of also returning the favor. Think about what they did in Lebanon. Think about how much they bombed southern Lebanon. They bombed the shit out of southern Lebanon aggressively in an effort to decapitate the entire leadership structure of Hezbollah, which not only is a militant group, but is also directly a part of the Lebanese parliament. Okay, it's a political party. They have affairs in civil governance. They did an act of terrorism that was so insane that the former CIA head from the Obama era came out and was like, what are you guys saying? This is a severe war crime. This is a severe act of terror that will completely disrupt the way we do global trade. With their beeper attack, intercepting commercial use items and packaging it with explosives is an act of terror that a state committed, and it has been celebrated openly. People say James Bond shit when talking about this, but they don't understand what this means, right? They don't understand how damaging this is. Leon Panetta understands how damaging this is because he's the former head of the CIA. He's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? This was completely unacceptable. They blew up the faces of children, chat. They blew up pagers in the markets, disrupting regular use commercial technology, manufacturing, and the supply chain to booby trap beepers is completely illegal. It is like a war crime worse than using fucking what do you call it? A fire blower is what I was gonna say. What the hell is I'm forgetting the name now. Oh my god. Like it's like worse than, I mean, it's worse than napalm. It's worse than flamethrowers. Yeah, it's worse than white phosphorus even. And the reason why I say that, because Israel still uses white phosphorus all the fucking time, which is also a direct war crime. But it's worse than that because it sets an incredibly dangerous precedent. It has the capacity, if that favor is returned back to Israel or anywhere else, it has the capacity to completely destroy everything, like destroy global trade in general. I said fire blower. Anyway, here, this is what the firefighter said. This is a civilian airport. Where's the military? This is a civilian airport. What fault do civilians have? Then they need to travel for medical treatment. The entire Yemeni people are going abroad for treatment because of this bombing. This is barbaric. But I am sending a message to Saeed Abdul Malik al-Houthi and Yemeni armed forces. Bomb Tel Aviv. Bomb the airport. Destroy the airport. Yes to the air blockade of Israel. And don't cry over anything in the occupied territories. They're going to kill this guy and be like, he was a terrorist. Look, see, he's a bomb Tel Aviv. That is correct. Dude, Yemeni people, I will say this, okay? If you have ever met a Yemeni person, you know what the fuck that dude's talking about. They are some of the most resilient people I've ever fucking encountered in my entire life, okay? They are a different breed, I will say. They are a different fucking breed, dude. And it does not matter what their political opinions are across the board. Like, I know some Yemeni dudes who live in the United States of America. They're not Shia. They're not Zaidi Shia. They're not a part of the al-Houthi family. And they live here, so, you know, you can make inferences off of, like, what their political perspective might look like. And yet, they are all firmly behind the Ansar Allah movement, regardless of what their positions might have been during the internal conflict that was taking place, egged on by Saudi Arabia and the UAE, backed by our unlimited funds, targeting systems, and weapons. Okay? They are incredibly, incredibly resilient people. New reporting from Dropsite, Yemenis saying they will not, Yemenis after waves of massive Israeli bombings over 2 days, striking more than 20 times across 10 sites today alone. We will not leave Gaza. We will not leave Gaza. We will not abandon Gaza, even if all of Yemen is wiped.
In Sana'a, then this. According to witnesses, there were 4 strikes. Targets included the runway, departures hall, and a military airbase under Houthi control.
Whoa! Whoa!
At the weekend, a Houthi missile landed near Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. The Iranian-backed group say they're trying to impose an aerial blockade on Israel, targeting its airports in response to plans to expand IDF operations in Gaza. As the strikes on Sana'a were happening today, Benjamin Netanyahu recorded this statement from the military control center.
Today, our aircraft attacked the airport in Sana'a, an airport that enables the terrorist army and the aerial access to the terror state that facilitates the launching of missiles against us.
Today's strikes come a day after the port of Hodeidah in Yemen was also hit. The US and Britain have been targeting the Houthis as well, an effort to protect international shipping attacked in the Red Sea. A few hours ago, with the airport still smouldering in Sana'a from the Israeli attack, Donald Trump announced that the Houthis had given up the fight against commercial ships.
We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that, and we will stop the bombings, and they have capitulated.
Is there a deal? Did Israel get the memo? We'll see. It all brings us back to Gaza, of course, the reason for the Houthis' attacks. If they are capitulating, it's not because the Israeli position has suddenly softened. Their latest plan, hundreds of thousands of Gazans forcibly moved to the south of the Strip, and a new, much broader...
I cannot believe that Operation Protect Amazon Prime has once again come to a close. Well, better luck next time, I guess. You know what would really make this better? You know what would make me feel better? Bombing Yemen again. You know, when you get bored, you bomb Yemen. That's what you got to do. If you're an American president, what you have to do is bomb Yemen. It's like it's just a part of the process. You know, you just have to bomb it a little bit. You know, you have to a little bit. Obama did it. Trump did it. Trump's first action was literally a strike team in Yemen, sending a strike team in Yemen that actually failed. The operation that was like incredibly bloody for no reason. Joe Biden did it. Trump did it again. He's doing it right now. Yeah, they're calling it Operation It'll Work This Time. Why do you rightfully condemn America's genocidal actions but encourage the genocidal actions of non-Western aligned countries? You seem to do the same with the IDF and Hamas all the time. Explain to me, what is the genocidal action? I like that dudes will do the double genocide theory while one side is doing a genocide and the other side is resisting. Do you think that the American government and the Allied forces were doing genocide to the Germans and the Italians, the fascists? Do you think that's what World War II looked like? Were both sides doing genocide? I can't believe the Allied forces were doing genocide to the Germans in World War II. Anyway, let's continue.
Deeper military offensive. The hope in Gaza is that this plan is an extreme negotiating position by Israel, and that it's no accident it was announced just before Trump's visit to the Middle East next week. Part of the reported Israeli plan, a limited number of aid distribution points administered by military contractors designed to get the population to move. Cue universal condemnation from aid agencies.
Clearly, this is something which is extremely concerning. We have to imagine that population has to actually go to military zones or zones controlled by the military to get humanitarian aid. We understand that there would be facial recognition systems that could be used. You cannot use humanitarian aid as a bait or a way to attract population to certain areas.
Donald Trump has alluded to a big announcement ahead of his trip to the Middle East next week. What will it be? Is it even related to Gaza? And if it is, what difference will it make to the people in the queues desperate for food?
Paul O'Brien reporting. Well, I'm joined now by Brigadier General Amir Avivi, who previously served in the Israeli Defense Forces and founded the Israel...
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to show that too. So, from what I understand, by the way, here's Jordan Fabian, White House editor for Bloomberg News. In a subsequent interview with Bloomberg News, Mohammed al-Bukhaiti, a member of the Houthi political council, said the group's operations in the Red Sea and Israel will not stop regardless of the consequences until the end of the aggression on Gaza and the blockade on its people. So Donald Trump is doing the thing that he did with Xi Jinping, where he's like, I talked to the Yemenis. They're great people. They're going to stop it. They're going to stop it. I told them I'm bombing them so good. And they said, Mr. President, you have the best bombs. You have scared us. You have scared us into submission, Mr. President. And the Yemenis are like, no. The Yemeni political council is like, no, what the fuck are you talking about? No, we're just, I mean, sure, okay, great. Thank you for no longer bombing us, I guess, but we're going to keep going. I think the only thing that the Ansar Allah movement has been talking to America about was the fact that they were not going to they were going to continue disrupting shipping, but they would not attack American Navy assets. They said, I remember a couple weeks prior to this, they said that they would stop attacking American Navy vessels as long as America stops bombing Yemen. But they never said that they would stop bombing or stop the disruption of commercial shipping that's going to Israel or is related to Israel. Everything that they're doing against Israel's genocide will continue, is what they said. Yemen's operations have been and continue to be in support of Gaza, aiming to stop the aggression and allow the entry of aid. Our operations against the American warships are a response to the U.S. aggression that seeks to halt Yemen's support for Gaza. Yeah, that's it. They're saying they will not stop disrupting commercial shipping, but they will. Oman didn't lie. It's Trump lying. Trump is lying. Do you understand? Trump is trying to look for a W here. And basically, the only W he can get out of it is that Yemen says they won't hit the Navy vessels. They won't hit the Navy vessels of the United States of America. They never said that they won't target ships that are headed, commercial shipping that is headed towards Israel. Okay? He is trying to get a W out of this. That's it. It's no different. This is no different than when Donald Trump came out and talked about how Xi Jinping is begging to call me. He's begging to call me. Xi wants me. He wants me bad. He wants me real bad. That's it. That's what this is. Please call me Xi. Following recent discussions and contacts conducted by the Sultanate of Oman with the United States and the relevant authorities in Sana'a in the Republic of Yemen, with the aim of de-escalation, efforts have resulted in a ceasefire agreement between the two sides. In the future, neither side will target the other, including American vessels in the Red Sea and Bab al-Mandab Strait, ensuring freedom of navigation and the smooth flow of international commercial shipping. The Sultanate of Oman expresses its gratitude to both parties in their constructive approach that led to this welcome outcome and hopes that it will lead to further progress on many regional issues towards achieving justice, peace, and prosperity for all. Neither side will target the other, including American vessels in the Red Sea. When they say American vessels, they're talking about the American Navy vessels and not commercial shipping. The U.S. has had enough of Middle East conflicts, and Trump understandably does not want to be dragged into more pointless and bloody quagmires. His decision to make a deal with the Houthis and avoid a new war reflects this public sentiment. I don't know about that. Did I miss the context nuke reaction? No, I'm going to start it at 1. I wanted to do, obviously, the real news first because this is pretty fucking important. But yes, so important context. Ansar Allah, the Houthis have made it clear that they will not cease their Red Sea maritime operations against Israel. They offered to stop attacking U.S. ships if the U.S. stopped bombing Yemen. Ansar Allah said it's coordinating its operations with the Palestinian resistance. Also, Trump claimed Ansar Allah capitulated and doesn't want to fight. This is clearly false. Ansar Allah has made it clear it will not cease until the blockade is lifted against Gaza and that it will take its lead from the Palestinian resistance forces on the ground in Gaza. Mohammed al-Bukhaiti confirms Ansar Allah's position following Trump's remarks. This is exactly what Bukhaiti told Dropsite News on April 10th when we first reported the offer by Ansar Allah. This is where I got that information from. On April 10th, they said, if America ceases to bomb, if America stops its bombing campaign in Sana'a, in Yemen in general, we will stop bombing American Navy vessels. And in that process, by the way, in the process of Yemen bombing American drones, like blowing up American drones and attacking American naval ships, remember, they literally got a F-18, okay? They got numerous scalps. They took out 21 MQ-9 Reaper drones, 30 million a pop. They even were able to put a number on the board for fucking an F-18 fighter jet. 22 now, apparently. I thought it was 21. 22 jets. One that fought one another accidentally, and then the second one that fell off of an aircraft carrier when the aircraft carrier was trying to do an evasive maneuver where an F-18 fighter jet and the tractor, I guess, that was like holding it, both fell off the side of the ship. Houthis have been popping MQ-9 Reaper drones like it's candy. Yes, there was a couple months prior, I don't even remember if it was under Trump or under Brandon, where although the Houthis do not even have a fucking air force, they have like one super old plane that they bring out in ceremonies or whatever. The American Navy actually ended up dropping one of their own planes. The American Navy ended up dropping one of their own planes. The jets themselves are like 60 to 80 million a pop. The MQ-9 Reaper drones are 30 million a pop. Okay? $30 million a piece. Yeah, here, this is what I'm talking about. The U.S., this was 4 months ago, this was on December 2024. Okay? So under the Brandon leadership, U.S. shot down 2 of its own Navy pilots over the Red Sea in an apparent friendly fire incident. Pilots recovered alive, one with minor injuries after ejecting from the fighter jet, as U.S. military says its guided missile cruiser mistakenly fired on the FA-18. So they dropped, on accident, another F-18. Under the Trump administration, Trump restarted Operation Prosperity Guardian and greatly escalated the attacks on civilian infrastructure in Yemen, okay? And in that process, during evasive maneuvers on an aircraft carrier, they dropped one of the F-18s into the water, or at least that was the claim. Both of the 2 major U.S. aircraft carriers deployed to the Red Sea are thousands of kilometers away from the nearest Yemeni shore. They've lost multiple MQ-9 Reaper drones every week since March. They've lost 2 F-18 fighter jets, one to alleged friendly fire, and the other slipping off the ramp and into the bottom of the sea. They've lost like 4 Navy SEAL frogmen to fuck all, and with every bomb they've ever dropped, the immediate local response has always been, we will never abandon Gaza. A statement repeated every single Friday when millions of Yemenis take to the streets to reaffirm their loyalty to Palestine. Now, the question is simple. There have been moments where Yemen has stopped its disruptive operations, stopped its disruption and halting of commercial shipping. The only time when they've done so is during ceasefires. So clearly, America has the option of reining Israel in and telling Israel, don't do this genocide any longer. It takes one fucking phone call. And both administrations so far, both the Brandon administration and the Trump administration, have looked at that dynamic and said, on the one hand, I can make one phone call and tell Israel to cut it out, and they cut it out tomorrow. On the other hand, I let Israel keep doing a genocide, keep killing Palestinian children over and over and over again every single day with our weapons, with our taxpayer funds, okay, with our munitions, and then stop those who are trying to put an end to this genocide by bombing additional targets. It's incredible. One phone call versus another multiple billion-dollar operation where you kill a shit ton of civilians in Yemen now directly. It makes no sense. It is so ridiculous that even the American conservative journal was like, please stop bombing Yemen. What the fuck are we doing? The ink on the agreement hasn't even dried yet, and MAGA already got their talking points. All the narratives are wearing off. Vietnam was pointless and we lost. There were no weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Afghanistan was a waste, and we gained nothing from any of those wars. Saudi Arabia has nuclear weapons, and the 19 terrorists from 9/11 were all Saudis. Did we go to war with them? No. North Korea has nukes. Little Rocket Man hasn't blown us all up yet, but we were told he was going to. Pakistan and China have nukes as well. I love this kind of shit coming from the Republicans, by the way, because that means Asmongold is inevitably also going to repeat this kind of perspective. And he will find himself saying, yeah, based, when talking about Yemen and how peaceful they have been, you know? Big bad Russia has nuclear weapons. We were told Putin was going to sweep across Europe, just like Hitler, and that hasn't happened yet either. And he couldn't take Ukraine in 3 years. We've been told Iran is on the verge of having nuclear weapons at any moment for as long as I can remember. People just don't care anymore because none of these things actually affected our lives until they were in the military and shipped over to these foreign countries and blown up. But what has directly affected Americans and people I know is the cartel's constant flow of drugs into every single city in America and cartel crime and murder. I have never seen a Houthi, nor has anyone else I know. But what everyone knows is that for some reason, we don't attack the real enemy that kills Americans every single day, Mexicans. No, we have to run off and bomb some country somewhere else in the world because we are told they are the bad guys, even though they never did anything directly to Americans like the cartels have. Let's invade Mexico, please, instead of invading countries over there. I would love to bomb Mexico. It's so funny for her to say this because, like, she's literally doing that, but this time for Mexico and Mexicans, okay? Where she's like, she's like, why are we bombing the Houthis? We should be bombing Mexico. And it's we've been told that these guys are our enemies, but the real enemy is the Mexicans. And it's like, no, you're telling people the enemy is Mexicans. If you want to fucking disrupt the cartel, undermine the American State Department, okay? Like, in your fantasies, what? You're going to start fucking using Reaper drones on the cartel. Okay, fine. You're going to kill a bunch of CIA agents and a bunch of DEA agents. On the one side, you got the DEA. On the other side, you got the CIA. You have special forces operatives. You're killing them all. You're killing a bunch of... You're going to find out that you've killed a shocking number of American assets in the process, okay? But of course, that's not what their intention is. Their intention is to use some kind of justification to fucking invade Mexico because they're insane. Oops, I cannot believe it. I did not realize how many of the cartels were actually completely controlled by the CIA, with many actual DEA agents and CIA agents working within the ranks of the cartel. DEI, DEA, these things confuse me. So yeah, Trump going into de-escalation with the Houthis is good. I don't know if he's being honest about that, because I feel like Benjamin Netanyahu is going to give him one phone call and be like, what the fuck are you doing? You need to keep bombing Sanaa. And we shall see. Yeah. This is an old statistic from March 17th, 2025. This is quite a statistic. The U.S. Navy has used more missiles for air defense, in air quotes, since combat operations against the Houthi naval blockade in the Red Sea off the Yemeni coast began in October 2023 than it used in all years since Operation Desert Storm in the 1990s. In 15 months, the Navy fired more air defense missiles than it did in the last 30 years. So tell me, you can keep saying these guys are terrorists, this or that, but you have to have a real reason for it. And you cannot say something that they've done that Israel has done 1,000,000 times over. Okay? Is it worth it? Has this been worthwhile? Is this a worthwhile endeavor? I don't think so. Especially because on the other side, it's not like these are unreasonable people. Very clearly, there is something that the American government could do here, which is to get Israel to stop killing Palestinian children. If Israel were to stop doing its genocide, then as these guys have stopped disrupting commercial shipping in the past, they will do it again. They will stop disrupting commercial shipping. They will stop overtaking ships if they are going to Israeli ports. Okay? It makes no sense. Anyway, let me see if I can find a... let me see how I'm supposed to make a ticker for the dono, because I'm gonna move on to the context nuke in a second. I know you guys have been waiting for it, but I need to figure out how to make a graphics. On the left hand side of the campaign dashboard, you'll find the branding tab. Okay, hold on. The branding tab, from there you can create overlay using the default template. Okay, branding. Hold up. Where the heck? Rewards, no schedule. Hold on. Okay. How do I... Okay, save changes. Is this good? Military, can UAE alone defeat Israel? My Emirati friend serves in the military, tells me Turkish people knows how powerful the UAE is since UAE military is funded by the Turkish military. Okay, dude. I am very, very worried that today is the day where my career is finally going to come to a close. Because once you guys catch wind, okay? Once you guys catch wind, what the hell is this? Raising amount raised and fundraising goal. Okay. Header. Featured media. Nope. About milestones. Sorry. I know this is annoying, but I have to do this real quick. I apologize. I just have to quickly make this. Wait. Oh, I haven't created no overlay. Classic overlay. That's good. QR code, delete the widget. Alert box is fine, I guess. Okay, this is fine. Okay, let's do it. Let's do the overlay. And then on here, browser. I'm put it in studio mode first. Browser. Okay. Boom. Guess we'll do this. Put it right here. That's a good place to put it. Okay. Boom. There it is, folks. There it is. There it is. On the full cam as well. Boom. We did it. Oops. No, not. All right. This is a good place to put it. Okay. Pack watch. It's time. This isn't junk food, by the way. I think that in this process, you guys will find a bunch of instructive, informative talking points. I feel like reacting to this is probably a lot. Reacting to the context nuke from my former podcast co-host is most likely going to be a much more productive setting, considering that I have the capabilities of pausing, inserting my own clips if I choose to do so. It will most likely be an infinitely more productive process than trying to have a debate, because these are all of his gripes that he has with me. And this is what he has suspected. This is what he thinks, if I show to my stream, will end my career. Now, I don't want the fan channels to upload this footage because I would like to upload it myself. I normally don't ask for this, but this is the one time where I will. Okay? Content nuke. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I present to you the content nuke. Okay? It's coming. iDubbbz is going to come later. I told him to come later.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small creators grow a larger size. In 2025, promoting the left side, Denims, B and Frogan, HasanAbi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
This was Joey Keyboard, who took one of our favorite memes from the stream. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend. And turned it into a Thank You, Ethan Klein song. Let me blast off. Context nuke reaction begins now. Okay. Posted this 1 month before Ethan actually called himself the legend future teller. Yes, I know. It made it even funnier that he then also turned around and called himself I am the legend. Now, the content nuke itself is long. Okay. It's called the content nuke. I call it the context nuke. I've called it the content puke in the past, but I feel like it's the context nuke. Now, I've yet to watch this thing in its entirety. As you guys know, famously, I chose not to. And, the reason why I'm doing it now is because Ethan, in his endless conquest to destroy anything and everything that people hold near and dear to them, for the simple crime of criticizing Ethan lightly, gently, or aggressively, as a matter of fact, Ethan has chosen a path of death and destruction, pretty much, perpetually claiming that he is the victim of unjustifiable attacks by many parties. All of them were fans of his, by the way, for many, many years, or directly were friends of his and content creator collaborators of his, whether it be iDubbbz or even someone like myself. As you guys know, I had a podcast with him for 2 years that ended after October 7, but I'll let him tell that story in a second. But the reason why I chose to watch this is because I wanted to fundraise for iDubbbz's charity that was under attack. iDubbbz will explain his side of things later as well, but him and Anissa basically relinquished control over Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity match that they had put together 3rd year in a row, after Ethan got Lena to drop out. She was supposed to fight. Lena is one of the employees at H3H3 Productions. And also another fighter, Harley, also dropped out because he was upset and offended that Ian and iDubbbz had dared to criticize Ethan. So I wanted to use the full strength of this community to do something good, to actually fundraise. And we've already reached $30,000 in fundraising before I even started the fundraiser. So that's pretty crazy. And, we'll see. Maybe we'll increase the charity goal later down the line. We could potentially do that. So thank you, Ethan Klein. Once again, your path of death and destruction is hopefully leading to something that is good ultimately. All right. Yeah. All of the funds that come from Qatar is now going to this. So without further ado, let's get started.
The world would not be the same. Few people laughed, few people cried, most people were silent. I remembered the line from the scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
We think the Houthis also is doing what Houthis fucking accountable. God forbid you throw up the fucking to you. I'm cooked.
Happy birthday from Twitch, Hasan. Happy birthday from Twitch.
So far, so good. Prologue. Why am I making this?
Oh, hi there.
That's me. He's watching me play Marvel Rivals in the background. Okay,
me,
cool.
Your old friend, Ethan Klein. It's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys. I've lost 100 pounds, and I've pissed off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys too. Actually talking about there at the NRA meeting that's today in Texas. Someone should bomb. Oh yeah, and I got a tattoo also, so I'm cool like that now. Left or right, I always thought that, despite our differences, there was one thing we could all agree on. And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for.
Mom and Dad and apple pie.
Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down.
And marching bands, a pride that only
the thing is, there's something kind of scary brewing in America. Communism.
That's America. That's America to me.
I started a show a couple of years ago with my acquaintance, Hasan Piker. You might remember him from...
Yeah, by the way, I do want to point out something here. This is January 31st, 2025 was when this video was released. January 31st, 2025. Yeah, I disliked it. I ripped it already. Gotta do it for the one time. There was something brewing in the United States of America at that point. Do you want to know why I say this? I point out the date because the thing that was brewing in America was not communism. I know he's trying to make a joke, right? He's, I think, trying to make a joke, but we were already deep into the insanity of the Donald Trump Burger Reich administration. At this point, I was in Japan escaping the fascist administration rising to power. But at this point, it had been 11 days since Elon Musk had dropped the Sig Heil twice at inauguration. Okay? We're 11 days into Donald Trump. And the reason why I point this out is because I suspect, regardless of the fact that I didn't watch the context NUKE, but I am very familiar with Ethan's commentary on the matter. The reason why I mention this is because Ethan has a lot of issues with figuring out his priorities, because a lot of what Ethan talks about in this video are values that he cares about, values that he wants to defend. Like, he's a fighter against anti-Semitism. He's a fighter against right-wing attitudes and things like that. He's a fighter against extremism on all sides. And yet, it feels like what he chooses to spend his time on betrays that idea, betrays that value, that first principle that he's operating off of. Because if you're freaking out about anti-Semitism on the rise, I would assume that you probably wouldn't make an entire video and use your previously unused platform to attack your former podcast co-host who you knew was not an anti-Semite, and you, I think, still know is not an anti-Semite, but sometimes you go back and forth on it. And I know his response always is he can care about two things at once. Yes, but the thing that he's caring about is bullshit. And I think my response to this is going to explain to you exactly why the thing that he ostensibly cares about with respect to me, okay, or all the other people that he brings up in this context, Nuke, is ridiculous. Especially because whenever Ethan says, I can care about two things at once, well, he certainly doesn't talk about the other thing that he's supposed to care about. If Ethan says, I care about the genocide, for example, and then spends every waking moment talking about those who speak out against said genocide, then it's kind of hard for people to go along with this ridiculous narrative that he actually cares about the genocide.
Such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it. Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit.
That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch.
And of course, the Leftovers podcast, which was our show, which we made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just going to say, if there's another Holocaust, if they start rounding up the Jews again, I hope Ben gets killed.
Okay, the Seinfeld references are stale, man. But that's an aesthetic note.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making the show.
Okay, right off the rip, let me get started by saying I have failed. I'm a failure. The reason why I have failed is because the Leftovers podcast was supposed to be a podcast where this man, who I thought at the time was an open-minded, empathetic, kind person, who was interested in learning, was on his own journey of learning, was supposed to be the goofs and gaffs guy, and I was supposed to be the guy that gives them, the meat and the bones. I was supposed to be the information guy. He's the goofs and gaffs guy. We clown on the right, and we educate the audience as Ethan himself is getting educated by politics. But it seems like I failed on that educational aspect, considering that his analysis right off the rip is, well, he's a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. What does this mean?
What
does this mean?
Supports basic things. And
left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things? Okay.
We went on making the show for about 2 years, and everything was good. Everyone was having fun. The audience was having fun. No problem. That was until this happened.
We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was.
Ethan Klein did not know what social democrats are or what that represents, by the way, before Leftovers. And I suspect he might still not know what being a social democrat is even at this point. But let's continue.
I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. There's nothing.
I am not a hater of success. I myself am financially very successful. One of the largest points of contention with my existence from many right-wingers is that, oh, you're a socialist, but you have money. How does that happen? So clearly, I don't take issue with that. There is no disagreement there.
Nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you?
What is the idea that
you guys
people are looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists. There's that many radical communists. Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it.
And then this happened.
This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head. If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education and offering more
re-education?
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism. Yeah, education. Here, I'll give you an example. What to do with the right-wing charlatans who are anti-vaxxers and unimaginably racist. I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation. And because I am a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I believe everyone can be rehabilitated, including right-wing reactionaries. So if you can understand that from the perspective of like getting your parents who are brain broken by insane right-wing sentiment coming back to reality through the process of education, then you can understand exactly what I'm talking about. The problem is this is red baiting to be like, ooh, this is red terror. He wants to do re-education. Now, of course, many of the conversations that we had as friends and podcast co-hosts at this point are now being utilized in a nefarious way to say, ooh, he really scared me with this one. Let's take a look.
And in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough,
This is, again, very scary. It does not mean, he said capitalists on horribly racist. No, my point is you can understand the importance of education in that regard, right? Because a capitalist is not going to gain incredible amounts of momentum, but a capitalist might actually do crimes in the process. And if that happens, then yes, education and rehabilitation is absolutely a necessity. It is a far more preferable outcome than actually throwing someone into, as Ethan Klein claims here, camps. I never said camps. He said camps. Notice how he's guiding the conversation in the aftermath without me being able to respond to lead you to believe that I want concentration camps.
Started to note if putting capitalists in re-education camps isn't disturbing enough, I started to notice that Hasan was carrying a lot of water for communist states' war crimes and genocides.
What do you call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annex.
Is he going to respond to the actual full context here? I suspect not. Is he going to actually broach the subject matter even a little bit? Probably not. Let's see. Let's see what else he puts here.
Is absolutely a justifiable annexation. Tibet was literally a fucking feudal.
Okay. Nope. Just moving on. Got it. Okay. Russian communism is hilarious. Russia, as I have maintained over and over again, is an irredentist kleptocracy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is unjustifiable. There are a million different moments where I have described this process. I have fundraised for Ukrainian refugees to the tune of $200,000 after the invasion of Ukraine. I do not believe that Russia is a communist country at all. It is an authoritarian kleptocracy. Why is he presenting this? Why is he presenting this information as though I believe Russia is actually in the right here? There is a difference that I have maintained over and over again. Russia's annexation of Crimea. Russia has a profoundly important military base in Sevastopol that it actually had a loanership agreement over with Ukraine even before it actually overtook Crimea. But there's a difference between the annexation of Crimea and what took place in the aftermath of said annexation of Crimea versus what Russia is doing in Ukraine right now. Okay? As far as my stance on this, there's no defense of Russia taking any additional land, okay? This is a ridiculous act. And I have maintained the position that Crimea, throughout its historical process under the USSR, even before then, has been Russified. This is precisely the reason why Western Poles, not even like the Russian annexation and the subsequent quote-unquote democratic process that took place, but the pre-Russian annexation before Russia's military incursions in eastern Ukraine as well, people that lived in Crimea were rather sympathetic to Russia already. This is part of the reason why Russian annexation of Crimea, while still unjustifiable under international rights and international humanitarian law, was done without a single shot being fired in the process. That's why I always separate Crimea and the annexation of Crimea as opposed to the completely ridiculous and incredibly violent invasion of Ukraine. In the aftermath of the annexation of Crimea, Ukraine shut off the waterways into Crimea by damming the waterways that were designed under the USSR into Crimea, making Crimea even reliant on Russian, making Crimea basically reliant on Russia. If this in and of itself, beyond the unjustifiable land extraction, land annexation, outside of the fact that the land annexation is still unjustifiable, if there was an opportunity for Ukraine to be able to salvage Crimea, it would have taken place already. Okay? I don't know why people still try to I don't know why people still try to relitigate this process when Donald Trump has already offered Crimea with a legalized annexation to Russia. Now, as far as Tibet, let's see what he puts here.
Mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
So
took
China
over.
unilaterally took over Tibet.
Like these are
their culture. They basically are trying to,
No one is culture is slavery. I don't know why. Like he brought up culture. There is no slavery culture here. From a Western perspective, this immediately rings alarm bells. Where it's like, well, you're making the British Empire had to permanently occupy India because they all have had a barbaric culture or whatever, or that the United States of America had to tame the savages. That is not the argument here at all. Okay, that is not my argument at all. And while there are issues with the continued sovereignty over Tibet that China has had, Tibet being a part of the Chinese empire in perpetuity and having some semblance of autonomy throughout even the nationalist process, and certainly under Mao as well, has been the same thing since the fucking 19th century. It was the Tibetans themselves that wanted to rise up against the feudal land ownership. It wasn't simply just Chinese annexation and occupation. It was actually an abolition of serfdom in Tibet. This is no different than other Han Chinese areas that were previously occupied by the nationalist forces, where once the Maoist forces took over, a lot of the peasant class that was under the rulership and even fought alongside the nationalist forces defected. The reason as to why they defected was because they wanted to restructure Chinese society completely. Because when faced with these two options of working with Mao, working alongside Mao, and rewriting the rules of Chinese land ownership, they, of course, chose a universalized land ownership structure rather than going back to the nationalist-dominated previous landlord ruling over the peasant class structure that they existed under. It is not different. What happened in Tibet is also not different. What happened afterwards is a certainty, because Tibetans still, as far as I understand, maintain a lot of love and a lot of support for the existing Dalai Lama, regardless of the fact that the CIA actually used that to their advantage, gave a lot of money to the Dalai Lama. It doesn't matter. Tibetans like the Dalai Lama. That's it. Okay? And there are contemporary issues in Tibet right now as far as Tibetan sovereignty, Tibetan culture, and these are still significant problems. But if we're talking about the way that the Chinese annexation of Tibet took place, it's not the same as China coming in and taming the barbaric Tibetans. Tibetan serfs did not want to be serfs. They did not want to continue existing within the peasant structure where they were being dominated by landlords, their land owners.
homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to spoil the religion and the identity.
the part of feudal warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
This is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
Tibet was a separatist.
that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War?
Yes. Yes. The previous serfdom structure, and it's not Tibetan culture. I think it's like ridiculous to say. It's like, I think this is akin to saying like black people in the South, it's just a part of their culture to be enslaved. That's not the case. Okay? That's not the case at all. The reason why I try to use this analogy here is because it was initially an action of resistance against the the feudal serfdom structure in Tibet.
Yes.
And most disturbingly, a complete whitewashing of the Chinese genocide against their Muslim minority group, the Uyghurs.
Don't they have Uyghur death camps? Is that?
It's not a death camp. They were re-education camps, and they are no longer in operation.
Is that
according
true?
to the Associated Press?
Okay.
Everything I said here is correct. I don't know why he put this in the video. I assume he's not going to make an argument against this, and instead simply claim that it's a genocide that took place and he's hiding it or something. I don't know. Let's see.
I saw this crazy documentary, and I don't know. I don't know the surrounding narrative or anything about it, but it was about there was doctors in the area. They would be able to procure organs.
No, no.
I'm telling you, they were in China with
that one is like Shen Yun.
Okay, so he saw a documentary this was the conversation that took place. I don't even remember the full details, but he's saying that he watched a documentary. I immediately suspected it's probably like a Falun Gong documentary. Falun Gong is a right-wing anti-Communist Party of China cult that's anti-miscegenation. They're the ones who also own Shen Yun and Epoch Times and numerous other media outlets that are super far right, and they work alongside the CIA. Having said that, this does not mean that there is no repression in Xinjiang. Of course, there is major repression in Xinjiang. There was a lot more major repression in Xinjiang, especially a couple years ago. For those of you who don't know, there is an East Turkestan separation movement in Xinjiang. Okay? Some of the Uyghur Muslims, many of them also trained by the CIA, some of them are in Syria right now, wanted to separate from China, mainland China. In the process of enacting their separatist goals, there was a lot of knife crime, a lot of terror, and the Chinese government, in my opinion, completely, in the most ridiculous ways possible, enacted an unimaginably cruel regime of surveillance and also cultural erasure and also concentration camps, but re-education camps, where they claimed that these were simply vocational retraining schools, worked to actively, and ruthlessly re-educate the Uyghur Muslims. Okay? They bullied an entire population into submission. There was mass surveillance that took place. And also, I have never said that this was acceptable. I've never considered this to be appropriate. I am always critical of this. This is something that a lot of people get mad at me over, because they say, where did you learn all that? Did you watch a documentary too? They'll say Adrian Zen's propaganda. It is still completely unacceptable. It's ridiculous. What I'm doing here against Ethan is recognizing the truth of the matter. So let's take a look.
They're like, we can get you an organ from a Uyghur. But why is that? Is that really that crazy?
The Associated Press quietly fucking wrote an article that didn't get a lot of coverage in mainstream media about how, like, okay, well, all the concentration camps have been closed now.
Like all the re-education camps are closed now in fucking Xinjiang, and it's like very different vibes in Xinjiang. And now, you know, it's the tourism hour.
Let's see what the Associated Press actually had to.
Why is China invading Tibet to end slavery different than the Spanish invading Aztecs or supporting those groups who existed under Aztec oppression and West African slavery and the British? Yeah, really simple. It's because they fought alongside the Tibetan communists, and then they fucked them over in the process, but they initially fought alongside the Tibetan Maoist movements. That's the difference. That's it. You're also comparing a foreign invasion coming in to the Aztecs thousands of miles away to an autonomous region that was already under Chinese rulership, and the previous Chinese rulership did just simply overlooked the structure of serfdom. They didn't give a shit. They were like, yeah, the Dalai Lamas can do whatever they want. They want to fucking chop an ear off? That's great. That is the real problem here, because it's not like Tibet was not under a autonomous part of China. It was an autonomous region that was still under Chinese rulership. It's just that the previous Chinese empires did not care about what the fuck they were doing to the Tibetan serfs, to the Tibetan peasant class. And also on top of that, even the Nationalist Party did not care about that same exact landlord slash feudal serfdom structure that existed in Tibet. That's a major difference, don't you think? That's a major historical difference. Having said that, however, I think that there are still many issues in terms of not giving enough autonomy to Tibet or not cherishing certain aspects of Tibetan culture, Tibetan language. This is a real problem in China. This is a real issue in China, okay? And then there's the second side of this in terms of the historical reference point, because you're failing to understand my point here. You said the Spanish fought alongside the anti-Aztec local fighters with the majority of the fighters. Tibet was loosely under Chinese rulership but never Sinicized. I know. I'm not saying that the Sinicization of Tibet is the appropriate measure. I'm saying it's actually the part that I'm critical of is precisely that. But what you fail to comprehend here is that what came in the aftermath of this was not a reassertion of the same serfdom structure. They didn't do that. They didn't just go back to the land rulership structure in Tibet, but now with Chinese ownership. Do you see what I mean? And also the relationship between Tibet and Chinese sovereignty is, of course, entirely different than the relationship between colonial Spanish occupation over the Aztecs. There is not hundreds of years of being under Chinese rulership despite having autonomy. And also what happened to the aftermath of that is important, don't you think? There wasn't slavery of the Tibetan masses conducted by the Communist Party of China. Anyway, Hasan, I can see the fear in your eyes. Maybe we should call it on the content nuke. That's so funny. All of these people that have been begging for me to watch this are now finally coming in to be like, you shouldn't watch this, actually. I feel like you're afraid. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Yeah, I'm still being a coward.
To say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years.
It's also ignoring that Spain practiced slavery in Mexico. Like it would be the same if China, yes, China went in, okay? No collaboration whatsoever, no demands whatsoever from Tibetan Maoists and Tibetan communists that wanted to rid themselves of the antiquated practice of serfdom that was incredibly, incredibly violent, incredibly brutal. Okay, and instead, instead just reformed that exact same societal structure and continued to enslave Tibetans. But that's not what happened. So obviously, there is a major difference here. This doesn't mean that there is any sort of, this doesn't mean that like it's great. I'm not saying that it is, okay? I'm simply offering some nuance to the way that people frame these conversations as black and white and try to make make it work within the imperialist structure in the same way that like you understand Spanish colonialization, okay?
Press actually had to say about this. These are all AP articles from the last 2 years. UK independent body reports China committed genocide in Xinjiang. China sanctioned a U.S. research firm and 2 individuals over a report about the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing.
Okay, he pulls up a lot of these AP articles, and I feel like from all of the clips that I've seen on the context nuke, he basically does not go into great detail about these articles at all. I don't think he's read any of these articles at all. Many of these articles are basically from National Endowment of Democracy funded groups like NGOs that are playing a significant role here. Okay. Having said that, is there veracity to some of these claims? Absolutely. Okay. Some of the claims that he's highlighting in the headlines is actually correct. The problem is, and I don't know what the when these articles are from or what these articles are actually featuring, but I would go so far as to suspect that he's making it seem as though the article that I was referencing, the article that I was reading, as a matter of fact, in terms of China's re-education and cultural erasure has ended, and that Xinjiang has now become a tourism destination. He claims that that article does not exist, except here is the article. So while he was actually looking for all of these different article headlines that he could draw from, what happened? Did he just simply fail to find terror and tourism? Xinjiang eases its grip, but fear remains. This is the Associated Press article that I was actually reading and referencing to Ethan Klein in that conversation. Xinjiang, China, the razor wire that once ringed public buildings in China's far northwestern Xinjiang region is nearly all gone. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. This right here is basically the summarization of like my summarization of the story is this article saying that they ended their operations. They ended their operations, and the clips that, and here's why I say he's fucking devoid of context. This is the reason why I call this the context nuke. The reason why I call this the context nuke is because he rips these clips, which I don't even know where he sourced them from. Okay, because I don't think he sourced them himself. I think someone gave him these clips, because if he were to actually, if he actually cared about understanding the nuance of this position that I'm presenting, he would recognize that some of the clips that he pulled out are literally directly from me covering this article. Here it is, October 13, 2021, Uyghurs in Xinjiang. Gone too are the middle school uniforms and military camouflage and the armored personnel carriers rumbling around the homeland of the Uyghurs. Gone are the many of the surveillance cameras that once glared down like birds from overhead poles and the eerie eternal wail of sirens in the ancient Silk Road city of Kashgar. Uyghur teenage boys, once a rare sight, now flirt with girls over pounding dance music at rollerblading rinks. One cab driver blasted Shakira as she raced through the streets. 4 years after Beijing launched a brutal crackdown that swept up 1 million or more Uyghurs and other mostly Muslim minorities into detention camps and prisons, its control of Xinjiang has entered a new era. Chinese authorities have scaled back many of the most draconian and invisible aspects of the region's high-tech police state. The panic that gripped the region a few years ago has subsided considerably, and a sense of normality is creeping back in. It's because he purposely limited the search to 2 years so his article was left out intentionally. Now, time and time again, I have actually railed against, as much as people say I'm a China glazer, which I am a China glazer, let's be real. Time and time again, I've actually brought up the unjustifiable practice of mass detention and mass surveillance and dragnets that were cast upon the Uyghur Muslim population in Xinjiang. I do not think it's appropriate, and I do not think it's acceptable. And I have made that very clear over and over again. I've actually made fun of the people that are so invested in defending China that they come in here and sometimes act like hogs, but for China, and say the exact same things that hogs say about Muslims and Muslim detention or immigrant detention in the United States of America, but this time for China. This is an age-old bit that I do all the fucking time. But if you were actually interested in the nuance or my actual perspective on this, you could have probably figured it out by, I don't know, doing a cursory analysis, just fucking Googling it, you know? He admitted on a stream that he got these clips from someone, but because I'm not insane, I don't have the clip of him saying it on me. Having said that, going back to, if you Google search Xinjiang Associated Press, that's the first article that comes up. Terror and tourism, Xinjiang eases grips, but fear remains. Now, there's some other articles that he's also sourced here, which I suspect he probably didn't look at. And I think it's important to understand the timeline here on what he's talking about, because he's trying to make it seem as though he's basically pulling articles from after our conversation to imply that the that I was lying, that the Xinjiang detention had not ended. He's also implying that I'm actually in favor of this detention. I am not. I'm in favor of the truth, okay? So when I actually retaliate and say, no, those are not death camps, those are not like, there's no like organ harvesting operation that's taking place, I'm simply combating against misinformation. This is what I do. This is my primary purpose. Okay. In a lot of circumstances, it's usually right-wing misinformation. You guys love it when I do it to Joe Rogan, but you seemingly don't like it if I'm doing it to a liberal position. Okay.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand for almost 11 years are on hunger strike to protest their imminent deportation to China, where they face imprisonment or execution.
Not only does this AP article seem not to exist, reading the AP proved exactly the opposite.
So, again, he claims that this AP article does not exist. It obviously exists. So, what the fuck are you talking about? Here is the AP article. Here's a video of me reading the AP article. Why would you even put this in the video? What kind of research have you done? Also, none of this even proves your point, which was that you watched a documentary that I suspected was like a Shenyun or Falun Gong documentary that said that there were death camps in China. None of what he has shown so far has said that there are death camps in China. Part of the reason why I don't think that he was able to prove his perspective in the conversation at all is because they weren't fucking death camps, and I was right. They were re-education camps, and I've never said that that was appropriate or permissible or acceptable. I've always been against that. This is the problem. And people will say, Hasan, we got you. You said you would be in favor of re-education. There's a difference between re-educating people who have done crimes in the process of rehabilitation, okay, versus doing dragnets against an entire minority population and mass surveillance against an entire minority population. That is what I'm against. I am in favor of re-education and rehabilitation for those who have actually done severe crimes. I think that that is an infinitely better way to deal with that than to just fucking execute them or to imprison them like we do in the United States of America. This is a consistent position that I have maintained throughout my entire fucking political commentary career. This is part of the reason why I'm also endlessly charitable to people who have done thought crimes, who have been reactionary from time to time, because I believe that we are, subject to social conditioning. Okay? Now, it doesn't make any sense, but I'll just start out by saying we're 8 minutes in and his research is not so great. He doesn't prove his point at all. He brings up all of these other articles that have come out after this conversation in an effort to imply that my article actually did not exist at all and that these things are still happening. But I'm willing to bet that if we were to look at these articles, even if they came after our conversation, we would find out that the articles itself were talking about what China was doing before they ended the mass detention structure that they had. This is a UK independent body. China committed genocide in Xinjiang. An independent, unofficial body set up by a prominent British barrister to assess the evidence on China's alleged rights abuses against the Uyghur genocide concluded Thursday the Chinese government committed genocide and crimes against humanity. This is the only article that says that China did a genocide. Okay? The Uyghur Tribunal, made up of lawyers, academics, and business people, doesn't have any government backing or powers to sanction or punish China, but organizers hope the process of publicly laying out evidence will compel international action to tackle Beijing's policies against the Uyghurs, a largely Muslim ethnic group. Tribunal Chair Jeffrey Nice said the genocide ruling was based on evidence that the Chinese government's forced birth control and sterilization policies targeting Uyghurs in the far western Xinjiang province were intended to destroy a significant part of the group's population. The abuse was part of the comprehensive policies directly linked to President Xi Jinping and the highest levels of Chinese government, it said. Now, this is not a real court. This is not the ICC. This is not the ICJ. This is simply, it's not even a people's tribunal, which does happen, okay? Brace, friend of the show, Brace Belden, YPJ terrorist, Brace Belden, has actually participated in a people's tribunal, I believe, against the former Duterte leadership. I think it was the Duterte leadership, if I'm not mistaken. There has to be an intention to destroy the act of interfering with the birth of a group. About 30 witnesses and experts gave evidence to a series of public hearings in central London this year alleging torture, forced abortions, rape, beatings by authorities while in state detention centers. The tribunal concluded that it was beyond the doubt that the crimes against humanity were committed. Nice said she and other senior officials bear primary responsibility for what has occurred in Xinjiang. Once again, I don't see the organ harvesting or the execution camps that Ethan was talking about here. This is still unacceptable, okay? Completely unacceptable and not a part of, considering that I don't actually agree with the Chinese detention structure that exists in Xinjiang, this is not even against my position. My position was literally that Ethan is wrong about Chinese death camps, okay? Chinese death camps and forced organ harvesting. These were fabulous claims being made, okay? Why did you skip over the Chinese embassy statement? Tanky propagandist. The tribunal and its so-called conclusions are merely clumsy and shows staged by anti-China elements for their self-entertainment. Anyone with conscience and reason will not be deceived or fooled. Yeah, the Chinese government, if I was pro-China, I will give you what the pro-China position is, okay? The pro-China position is that these separatist elements in Xinjiang are radical Islamist fundamentalists that were propped up by the CIA, and there is a little bit of truth to that as well, but that doesn't matter, okay? Because it doesn't matter in the way that they dealt with this issue, okay? The Chinese Uyghur separatist terrorists were actually doing mass slaughter, doing unimaginable amounts of terrorist attacks all over China, and certainly in Xinjiang as well. So that's the reason why they had to do roundups and very targeted roundups and create vocational schools where these guys were simply getting educated for vocational training. That's not my position at all. As a matter of fact, I've argued against that position quite frequently, okay? That is a lie. That is an exaggeration by a state that makes it seem as though their completely warrantless and unjustifiable detention structure was actually simply justifiable and was working towards rehabilitation. I don't agree with that position. I think that's a classic moment where a state lies, right? The Chinese state also has the capacity to lie. They're not infallible. There are plenty of issues with the Chinese state. Now, this doesn't mean that I'm defending the Chinese practice of mass detention anyway. And ironically enough, the article that we were talking about here also features this. To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses. Remember, Ethan actually posted this as an own. In that fucking same article that he posted, if he had actually read that article, he would see this part where it says Beijing has closed many of the camps, which are called vocational training and education centers, but hundreds of thousands of people continue to languish in prison, many in vague secret charges. The report called on China to release all individuals arbitrarily detained to clarify the whereabouts of those who have disappeared and whose families are seeking information about them. There's never been a moment where I did not claim that there weren't serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region, just like UN Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez believes the assessment clearly identifies serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. I agree that there were serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. There's never been a moment where I've actually defended the serious human rights violations in the Xinjiang region. So why did Ethan, one, do a horrible job? Why did he do a horrible job of not reading his own fucking articles that he posted in here? Okay? This is, and yes, you are right, KO Fishy, this is exactly like when I denied or went after atrocity propaganda in the aftermath of October 7. There was plenty of real atrocities that took place on October 7, but Israel greatly increased the intensity of atrocity propaganda in an effort to justify its genocidal ambitions that came immediately after October 7. What did they do in the process? They lied about 40 beheaded babies being lit on fire with kerosene, and numerous other issues. And I was very critical of that propaganda because there was plenty of real atrocities that they could point to, but they wanted to make it seem like there was so much more. And that didn't mean that I was actually defending the actions that took place on October 7, but you would obviously believe that if you're a fucking moron, or if you are trying to present a very different reality, a reality where you want to fit me into an unnuanced perspective. Now, what's ironic here is twofold. One, my mother's maiden name is Uyghur, okay? Uyghurs are Turks. They are Turkic. Not the whole like the whole world is Turk memes. I'm saying like literally they are a Turkic people, okay? Not only that, which is why I also jokingly say I'm white Chinese, okay? But not only that, but also the Turkish government does actually train them. The Turkish government does actually train a lot of Uyghur fighters and uses them alongside the Salafist brigades that they've trained in Syria. This is real, and they do this under the watchful eye of the United States of America. This is also real. I am very familiar with the Uyghur separatist groups for this region, okay? If I can't correct misinformation with my podcast co-host without getting called a propagandist for China, then what the fuck am I supposed to do? Just let it happen? Just let him just say this? Let him say whatever the fuck he wants? It's ridiculous. And he did this exact same thing. He did this exact same thing when I corrected his dangerous misinformation that's going to come later, where he talks about Hezbollah and the 500,000 casualties in the Syrian civil war. We'll get to that later, though.
About the human rights violations in Xinjiang.
It's the tourism hour.
To China's fury, UN accuses Beijing of Uyghur rights abuses.
Tourism hour.
Uyghur County in China has the highest prison rate in the world. 1 in 25 people is in a Chinese prison.
It's the tourism hour.
48 Uyghurs detained in Thailand.
Right, we watched all this. Reading on this and has regurgitated it to his mainstream audience. Why is he defending China?
I wasn't, and I never have. And you're wrong for claiming that I have. Your entire premise here is that they had death camps. You did not prove that. That there was organ harvesting. You didn't prove that either. And then you turned around and said, I'm defending China. I never did. I never defended China. Not in any of these conversations. Describing the actual horrifying conditions while also saying that they're horrifying conditions and completely unacceptable is not defending China. It's only defending China if you have a Steven Crowder style approach to fucking global conflict where you're like, wait a minute, you're offering some nuance while also still criticizing the Chinese government? You must be defending China.
China's genocide of their Muslim population. How does this even make sense? It only makes...
He still hasn't fucking, offered additional claims to this genocide. Now, what's really interesting about this is, and I have to talk about my second position here. There is one thing that I've maintained throughout this entire process, and that is that while Ethan on the one hand talks about how China is genociding the Uyghur Muslims, his position on Israel genociding the Palestinians always goes back and forth. He has sometimes called it a war and sometimes offered concessions to why it truly is a genocide. Okay? So it's very hard to pin him on this position. So you have to focus on what he actually is doing whenever he talks about Israel. What kind of defenses he's engaging with respect to Israel. Is he actually offering nuance to Israel's military actions, or is he simply running defense for Israel's military actions? Okay? Because I did not defend the Chinese government's mass detention facilities. I've called it a cultural genocide before, as a matter of fact, over and over again. Now, one thing that I have to make clear here, and this is another thing that I have talked about over and over and over again. If Israel treated the Palestinian population in the same unjustifiable manner that China treated Xinjiang, Israel would get a Nobel Peace Prize every year going forward. Every Western nation would turn around and cherish how wonderful and how peaceful of a nation state Israel actually is for taming the savage, barbaric Palestinians. They would talk about how incredible Israel is for actually simply doing mass detention and mass surveillance upon the captive Palestinian population and not slaughtering them. If Israel started to do China-style mass surveillance and mass detention tomorrow on all Palestinians, both in the West Bank and also in Gaza, literally every American would be doing tricks on it. They would talk about Benjamin Netanyahu being the most peaceful person on the planet. Okay? So think about what it takes for people to say China is doing death camps and has an exterminationist principle and doing organ harvesting, as opposed to how much it takes for people to even come to terms with the genocide that Israel is committing. China never bombed entire city blocks. China never shut off humanitarian aid. As a matter of fact, one of the most ironic statements throughout this entire fucking process was the fact that China was also still committed to developing Xinjiang as it is everywhere else, including in Tibet as well. But the American perspective on this has always been they are trying to develop these areas to continue destroying them, to continue killing them. There was literally an Associated Press article that I read talking about a high-speed rail line going all the way to Xinjiang, basically creating this massive network of high-speed rail that was seen as a negative, that was portrayed as a negative thing. People in Xinjiang still have freedom to travel in that regard, okay? Under the hukou system, which needs desperate reform, there are obviously limitations to travel and how much you can, internally travel inside of China. But many of these people that are criticizing me don't even know what the fuck that is anyway. And they're now going to Google it and be like, Hasan didn't bring this up, or talk about the severity of the structure, okay? Whew. We are at $71,000. I'm going to obviously increase the... I'm going to obviously increase the Tiltify donos. Hold on. Where the frick? How do I get to my account? My hub campaigns. Hold on. How do I change the goal? Is it not allowed? Can I not change the goal after the campaign actually? Oh, here, I'm changing it. I'm doubling it. Double or nothing, baby. Boom. We're only 8 minutes and 32 seconds into the video, and we've already fundraised $72,000. Are you still giving money so you will stop this torture? What? Okay. You have gained me from H3 High New Father. So one must ask the question, why Ethan Klein refuses to actually engage in any of the things that I'm saying, uses out of context clips, and also simultaneously has a very different standard for what China's doing as opposed to what Israel is doing. Okay? What the fuck's going on here? It doesn't make any sense. I'm actually morally consistent on this process. He's the one who's not. Now, isn't Israel's activity in between lawn mowings essentially what China does in its worst moments? Exactly. That's why I brought that up. If China did what Israel did to Xinjiang, we would nuke China. Okay? Understand something. If China did what Israel did to the Palestinians in Xinjiang, we would nuke China tomorrow. And if Israel did what China did in Xinjiang as a part of its rehabilitation or re-education vocational training campaign or whatever the fuck the Chinese government calls it, they would consider that to be a pathway towards infinite peace. Can you imagine where Palestinians will now have freedom of travel into other parts of Israel, into greater Israel, mass detention and the subsequent re-education inside of these supposed vocational training schools or whatever, but then in the aftermath of that they have full-blown citizenship and access to the same fucking resources? That would never happen in a million years. Netanyahu would get a Nobel Peace Prize. Netanyahu would get every single Nobel Peace Prize for the rest of time. Also, speaking of organ harvesting, I mean that's but that's besides the point.
Sense if A, he's being paid, or B, he has the political complexities of a 5-year-old. I know America Bad is a meme that people laugh at online, but with Hasan, this does actually seem to be the beginning and the end of his analysis.
2 principles. Let me explain to you. 2 principles that you should keep with you.
So this is a classic. This is something that I hear mostly from Sex Pestany and his orbiters, but the idea that my commentary on political matters is simply reduced to America Bad is incredibly, incredibly dumb. It's ironic that this is yet another case of pure projection where Ethan is saying, oh, his commentary is just literally America Bad. At no point, if I simply stated America Bad over and over and over again, how the fuck would I fill 8 hours of space every goddamn day? Why is it that these people never actually make the argument America good? Why is it that these people never actually dive deeper into why I say America bad, for example? And this is, once again, obviously a reductive clip out of context where I'm describing a complex position. Let's take a look.
Coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. So when I look at other countries, I look at the regional actor, whoever the regional power player is, and then I look at who is backed by the Western superpowers. That's a principle that you could take home with you if you want to actually be moral or if you want to be smart about the way.
As I've said before, time and time again, okay, from both my own personal experiences and I'm Turkish, okay? Turkey is a NATO nation. Turkey is the way that it is specifically because Turkey is a NATO nation. Do you understand? And in that process, during the Cold War, because it was supposed to be a bulwark against the growing socialist movement in the country, they actually suppressed Kurdish liberation movements, socialist movements, trade unionist movements. The American government, by way of the CIA, created a right-wing ultra-nationalist paramilitary, the MHP party. Okay, the MHP party, the Grey Wolves. You know how Ethan's community will fucking call me out for like, oh, he did this. He's actually secretly a Turkish ultranationalist. You can only arrive at that position if you're a fucking moron. I have, again, countless hours of talking about the history of the MHP party and how the CIA did an Operation Gladio like they did in Italy, but in Turkey with the MHP ultranationalist paramilitary groups that they violently sent to destroy any sort of trade unionist, socialist, or workers' movement. Many of those movements comprised of Kurds that wanted their own version of Kurdish liberation movements, as a matter of fact. MHP was responsible for that. MHP is still a part of the governing coalition alongside the AKP in Turkey right now. The ultra-nationalist fascists are still in power in this country, in my country, okay? We have officially reached the boundary of $75,000. I'm very proud of you guys. Okay? There's more I wanted to get into. Bro, you're making this unwatchable. I know. Context and nuance is silly.
Way you analyze other countries, that's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically, you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
After seeing all of this, I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had...
Also, I don't think he saw any of this. He didn't see any of this. He already arrived at the position that I was bad after an entire year of fucking shitting on me with snide remarks as I was actively defending him in the process. For all the fucking foot soldiers that are in here to see the other side of this story for once, welcome. Okay, I have an 8-minute compilation that he couldn't even sit through where I was defending Ethan Klein, including this is, I guess, from what, January 11th, 2024. Ethan was hitting me with snide remarks over and over and over again while I was simultaneously defending him. Okay, I was simultaneously defending him from people that kept bringing him up and saying like, oh, he said this, he said that. I didn't want to be fucking focusing on drama, okay? I did not want to entertain the drama perverts because I thought it was irrelevant what Ethan Klein was saying because I assumed that he was just doing goofs and gaffes. In any case, we'll get to that in a little bit as well, okay? The entire premise here so far in the 9 minutes and 39 seconds that we watched is that Ethan is saying Hasan Piker groomed me, a 40-year-old man with the political convictions of a sea cucumber. I had no way of thinking on my own, and this 30-year-old man at the time groomed me into believing dangerous radical ideas. Dangerous radical ideas like what, you might ask? Socialism. Socialism being good. He made too many convincing arguments. He was hot and he groomed me and it scared me. It scared what happened to me. Scary man. Stupid, sexy Hasan.
Any idea who this guy actually is?
And then this happened.
We have breaking news out of Israel this morning where Hamas has launched a surprise attack within Israel's borders.
Like, this is bullshit. This is a video that he made a year after our podcast ended. Okay, he developed this resentment over the course of the year. He didn't like start hearing me say these things that I was saying directly to him and see it in a different light. This is pure narrative. Okay, pure narrative. He's doing post hoc rationalizations, and I think the reason why he's doing these post hoc rationalizations is because he wants to convince you, the viewer to being like, he duped me and he was duping you with his scary, elusive, mysterious ways of doing propaganda. The real story of what took place is that in the aftermath of October 7, okay, in the aftermath of October 7, we had disagreements. We had significant disagreements. Ethan wanted to hyper-focus on the feelings of Israelis and potentially the fears of American Jews in the aftermath of October 7. And my argument always was hyper-focusing on the broader picture because I knew what was about to happen. Because history, contrary to what Hosbaris like to tell you, did not start on October 7, 2023. History started far before October 7. Zionism was an exterminationist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is identical to Nazi fascism far before October 7. As the Euromed Human Rights Monitor and the Save the Kids Foundation both correctly pointed to, in 2023, before October 7, 2023 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. And before then, 2022 was the deadliest year for children in Palestine. Why was that happening to the Palestinian children? If history started on October 7, how could that have happened? How could that have happened? And the reality of the matter is, Ethan knows better. He should know better. He lived in Israel. He hated Israel. He talked about how Israel was an exterminationist, crazy country that was incredibly right-wing. In 2021, he posted an Instagram story about it, which I'm sure he'll bring up in a little bit to show his bona fides as to why he's so pro-Palestinian.
Overnight.
After the shock of October 7th, I noticed a huge increase of anti-Semitic comments from Hasan's stream and Discord, including from his head mod. I was disturbed that Hasan...
Yeah, let's see what these anti-Semitic comments are, okay? Now, remember, there's a lot of story making happening here, okay? There's a lot of story making happening here to make it seem as though, you know, I just showed a very different reality, or I duped this 40-year-old man into I don't know, dangerous radical ideas, and I actually radicalized his audience, not realizing that his audience actually radicalized on their own. They were radicalized by the reality. Many people in his audience, including many people in my audience, were completely oblivious to the horrifying practice of apartheid and genocide that Israel was doing before October 7. October 7 was an act that made a lot of people in the United States of America pay attention to it, okay? And they organically started realizing that the statements coming from Ethan Klein were actually at odds with how they felt about the situation. Now, is it because they were becoming anti-Semitic? No, it's because they started recognizing the reality of Israel's occupation and genocidal practices. So when Israel was doing genocide, which Ethan, again, goes back and forth on, sometimes he thinks it's a genocide, other times he thinks it's a war. His wife certainly doesn't seem to think so. Hila, who was a soldier in the Israeli occupying force, which, again, as I talked about in our debate, where Ethan admitted that she could be considered a terrorist, by the way, her statements on this are even more right-wing than Ethan's, okay? There's always a steady push and pull here. And, of course, his audience, organically, a progressive audience that he had cultivated, not because of leftovers, but even like the girly pops that wanted to care about the goofs and gaffs, obviously started recognizing that some of the stuff that Ethan was saying was damn near identical to what Ben Shapiro was saying, or what Charlie Kirk was saying, or what any number of right-wing commentators were saying about Israel. One of the moments that was majorly consequential is the moment that Ethan actually decided to no longer when Ethan decided to no longer be on Twitter. Part of the reason why he left Twitter, now he says, is because of all of the anti-Semitism, and there was plenty of anti-Semitism on Twitter after Elon's takeover, so that there is plausible deniability there. But the reason why he left Twitter was because he couldn't deal with the fact that he kept wanting to say something, okay? He kept wanting to say something about Israel, and it was always in defense of Israel, okay? That famous moment is, and I'm sure someone can fucking bring it up for me right now, that famous moment is when he looked at Mark Barg and his post, a Muslim sex worker, an Iranian Muslim sex worker, who he said, this is it. This was the moment. Enjoy your drugs, and being a sex worker, Hamas would kill you on the spot. This is what he tweeted about Muhammad. I'm in South Beach having fun on drugs. This is literally no different than what Israel defenders say. The idea that you can't show solidarity to a people that are being ethnically cleansed is ridiculous. The idea that you cannot show solidarity to the Palestinians because you have fantasized that those Palestinians would be homophobic and fucking kill you and viciously kill you is ridiculous. Even if that was the case, you could still show solidarity to people, even if they were homophobic, even if they were anti-sex work. Yeah, I know. A lot of people in underdeveloped nations that have been victim of colonial exploitation do not have the same woke mindset that we do here in the Western world, okay? That doesn't change this dynamic at all. I still don't think they should be fucking destroyed. I still don't think that their lives should be ruined, as a matter of fact. No one deserves genocide, period. It doesn't matter if their opinions are not aligned with mine. This is simply trying to engage in the act of pinkwashing. It's also a conflation between ISIS and Hamas. Hamas is a militant organization that was designed under the rulership of the oppressive Israeli apartheid regime. Hamas's tactics have evolved throughout time and become more radical. Hamas's tactics have become more violent throughout time, but that violence is still maintained. The standard of violence is still maintained by the colonial power in this process, which would be Israel, because Israel has gotten more and more violent throughout time. That's why the cliche here is that the first intifada was fought with stones and work stoppages, and the second intifada was still relatively peaceful, but there were bus bombings on top of that, okay? Bombings at bus stations. What could have taken place in between that process? Well, if you watched any number of different instances where I've talked about this issue, especially when talking with Zach Foster, a Jewish historian, an academic that has dedicated his entire life's work to Palestine and Palestinian liberation groups, you would know why the Palestinian militancy has become more violent throughout this process, because Israel has become infinitely more violent in its colonial occupation. Okay? Why did he even attack this guy? I think he probably said something like "death to America" or something. I don't fucking know. He was wilding out on the timeline. Okay? There's more to this though. He had a back and forth. Does anyone have that? Do you guys have the back and forth that took place? Because he expands on his ideology here. Yeah, I stopped using Twitter to protest Elon. No, you stopped using Twitter because you couldn't handle the backlash of your racist-ass comments. There was a queer Muslim content creator. Do you think we forgot? You are a ghoul, fucking freak. I'm the freak and ghoul, yet here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Who's the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand, jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't go anywhere near Hamas because your life would 100% be in danger. Am I wrong genuinely? The idea that, once again, every single person involved in whether it's affairs of civil governance or involved in militancy against the state of Israel is a fucking barbaric rapist monster that will burn your ass on the spot is ridiculous. And he hasn't changed from this. When I was working alongside Jeremy Scahill to try to apply pressure to the Egyptian government during the brief period of ceasefire, to open up the Rafah crossing so Western media could actually go into the Gaza Strip, which Israel obviously never allowed, and then Israel destroyed the entire ceasefire anyway. In that process, he kept saying if he goes to Gaza, he'll be a high-profile target for Hamas. Why the fuck would they do that? If Hamas was in the business of kidnapping any random non-Palestinian that happens to be inside of Gaza, they would have kidnapped a shit ton of the aid workers. Except those aid workers were, once again, just like I was concerned about my own safety and well-being, those aid workers were killed by Israel, not Hamas, like the World Central Kitchen aid workers that were killed by Israel. They were there under the watchful gaze of Jose Andres. They were working alongside the Israeli government. The Israeli government
government brought World Central Kitchen to the Gaza Strip to show the world, to disprove the narrative by their estimation that they were not letting humanitarian aid flow into the Gaza Strip. So they worked with Jose Andres, a very famous chef, a very famous activist chef, and his group, World Central Kitchen. And what did they do? What did they do in that process? Because they had created killing fields, their fucking Israeli occupying force commanders lasered the World Central Kitchen aid workers. So yes, the major fear here is not Hamas in terms of going into the Gaza Strip. It's Israel. And the reason why I bring this up is because Ethan still doesn't recognize that. He still, to this day, does not recognize that. He still thinks it's like Hamas is the barbaric, violent force and not Israel. Israel is a far greater evil in the region than Hamas ever could be. This is the truth. That's it. There is plenty of evidence to showcase this truth. This is just the reality. It's an observable reality that you cannot deny. Okay? That's it. If you are a lesser evil voter and you wanted to vote for Kamala Harris, for example, because of the lesser evil voting that you wanted to engage in, then you should be a lesser evil voter and vote for Hamas as opposed to Israel in this process, because Israel has done an October 7 to the entire Palestinian population over and over again for the past 16 months. Israel has so much more power than Hamas has ever had. And it has used that power for true evil, for death and destruction. It's ridiculous. There is no moral playing field here, but even if the moral playing field was even, just looking at the sheer casualty numbers and the percentage of who Israel has targeted and who Israel has killed versus who Hamas targeted and who Hamas killed, the numbers on the board reflect a very different reality that does not make Israel look good. Is what Ethan is saying is true? No, it's not. He's doing the fucking ISIS conflation, saying that like Hamas would throw you off the roofs or whatever. And by the way, before people turn around and say, oh my God, well, Hasan, what do you say to this? Hamas has executed this gay person or whatever. First and foremost, let me explain to you how that process works, as I explained to Ethan as well in our leftovers conversation. As a matter of fact, the last one that we had in the studio, Israel will blackmail and extort gay, queer Palestinians with compromising footage in order to turn them into collaborators. And in that process, and this has been the same practice for every fucking resistance group, every resistance group throughout history, whether it be the IRA, which implemented the practice of kneecapping, or whether it be the ANC, which implemented the practice of putting tires around the necks of collaborators and lighting them on fire, a practice called necklacing, okay? Hamas, when they find collaborators that are working alongside Israel, will execute them. This isn't appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate. But that is the reason. It's no different than what the IRA did, shooting someone's kneecaps. That's where the term kneecap comes from, by the way, the band kneecap. And that's precisely what the ANC, supposedly under the watchful, humanitarian, peaceful, pacifist gaze of fucking Nelson Mandela, did in terms of necklacing, putting a rubber tire around someone's neck and lighting it on fucking fire for the crime of collaborating with the apartheid government.
Was seemingly okay with this.
And do you care that your chat is calling me racist? Do you make any attempt to modify?
I have not looked at my chat.
Moderate that at all?
I have not looked at my chat at all, but you
I just opened it, but don't you have moderators? Do you care at all about what your audience says about me?
This is, I think, probably the most honest criticism that Ethan has here, okay? Which is that his feelings are hurt. His feelings are hurt because he's saying things to an audience that has a higher political acumen than he does, and that audience is obviously tuned into the frequency of right-wing reactionary propaganda. So, of course, they immediately hear some of the words that are taking place in this conversation, which, by the way, more informative than this context, Nuke, if you want to understand Ethan's actual framework and actual perspective on this, on the matter, you should go back and rewatch that debate that we did, okay, this debate, all the way in like the 17th of October, 2023. I believe that's when we had that conversation, if I'm not mistaken, okay? But yes, of course, when they hear you say things that are in defense of Israel and engage in racist tropes and racist stereotyping
and acting as though like Hamas is ISIS, for example, then yeah, of course people are going to say you're being fucking racist. Hasan, you're literally playing into Ethan's hands with this. Don't speak positively of a literal fascist terrorist group. A fascist terrorist group? What the fuck are you saying? Hamas is also right-wing and reactionary, though. We don't need to support them. What is the support here? I'm not saying, oh my God, it's amazing. It's the greatest fucking liberation group that has ever existed. But what are you supposed to do? Who is supposed to rise up in arms against a nation state that is a settler colonial entity doing a genocide? Don't you feel like it's a little suspicious that you constantly are railing against people who are fighting against the genocide? What the fuck are people supposed to do? What would you do? This is a reality that former Israeli Shin Bet leaders also recognize. This is a reality that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, also recognized when he said, if I was on the other side of that Gaza fence, I would join Hamas. Of course you would. What the fuck do you mean? What is this expectation that people are supposed to be perfect victims after 76 years of colonial occupation? It is crazy. He said this yesterday. You're 100% right. What?
About actually wanting to understand the situation in a way where we humanize everybody, where we can actually create a lasting peace, one that's not built on like hate. So yeah, no, Hila's not a terrorist. Somebody who's like, I want to join the Houthis so that I want to join Hamas so I can like suicide bomb a cafe. That's it.
Israel's defense minister paid a visit to Palestinians will be suicide bombers who failed their missions in an effort to try and understand what motivates them. Benjamin Ben Elizer's conclusion, they are driven by despair. While condemning the act, Ben Elizer said he felt compassion for one bomber, a young woman who, in a fit of grief over her boyfriend's death, volunteered to go on a suicide mission. The minister, a moderate in Ariel Sharon's hawkish government, said as soon as Palestinians can realize the dream of a normal life, they will say no to anyone who tries to convince to choose death over life. Stanley Cohen, a lawyer who represented Hamas activists, presented a very different vision of recent history. He portrayed a powerful and vicious Israel that has indiscriminately killed many thousands of innocent Palestinians. Hamas is not a terrorist group, but a nationalist resistance force. Nationalist resistance forced to resort to violence because it has so little power compared with Israel. This is something that I've described over and over again. This is the primary difference between Hamas and ISIS. ISIS is a better analog for Israel than it is for Hamas. The only thing that you can point to with respect to ISIS and Hamas is the fact that they're both Muslim and scary to you. Hamas is a national resistance group. In terms of their own personal opinions, yes, some are right-wing reactionary, certainly. Okay, but the goal is emancipation. If there was no occupation, there would be no Hamas. It's that simple. Do you understand?
That's someone who's like, yeah, and they're like, yeah, I'm a terrorist. I want to be a terrorist. I am a terrorist. You know what I mean? Could you argue that like the IDF commits acts of terror? Yeah, you know what I mean, for sure. But
yeah, fuck. By the way, I actually talked to Ethan about this in this very same conversation. But he clearly did not listen. In this conversation that I had with Ethan, we discussed the subject of Hamas and anti-Semitism within Hamas, where I said, are there anti-Semites within the ranks of Hamas? Of course there are. There are anti-Semites everywhere. Having said that, the broader goals of Hamas and all Palestinian resistance and all Palestinian militancy is an end to the occupation, so Palestinians can be free, so they can be a sovereign state, so that Palestinians no longer have to worry about drones hanging over their heads and mass surveillance and death and destruction. That's it.
32,000 people in here right now.
I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking...
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat.
Let's see what argument he was making. Does anyone have the clip? Let's see what argument he was making that caused people to respond that way. I want to see. Because my statement there is, listen, as much as I try to moderate my community, of course, if your output is fucking insane, of course chat is going to respond to that by going, what the fuck is this arrogant asshole saying? Let me take a look. I don't know if this was right before or right after he implied that anti-Zionist Jews are capos or not, but I'm going to try to fucking find the clip real quick. And if you guys can help me find the exact moment where he was complaining right there and what led to the chat response, we can maybe manage through. We can maybe look through the reasons as to why his feelings got hurt. You all right? We don't have to continue if you don't want to. Palestinians, and also that simply cynically or in a weird way, just like being like, no, so. Anti-Semitism is like totally fine actually with this one phrase.
But what you won't make any fucking concessions, and it's crazy. Like I make so many fucking concessions to you all the time from my heart, and I listen and I fucking try to move towards your side every time we talk, and I do. But when I fucking try to explain to you.
Oh, you found the actual timestamp?
Do you care that your chat is calling me racist?
Let's see what it was. Let's see what the actual thing that he said was before. Like, there were plenty of moments where he's...
Listen to my words. Does that change the broader movement and the morality behind Black Lives Matter? Or does that change what...
Oh, that's right. It was because he was complaining about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, saying, well, according to Jews, it actually is a scary statement, to which I responded with, hey, Ethan, you understand Black Lives Matter. You ask white people what Black Lives Matter means, right-wing white people will tell you, well, Black Lives Matter is a scary slogan. So if you can understand why I don't give a shit about the perspective of white right-wingers when it comes to Black Lives Matter, you can understand why I don't care about your perspective in this regard. Because if you don't understand that this is an emancipatory slogan and not one that is exterminationist, then yeah, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
What people mean when they say Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter doesn't, again, it's what's in the phrase, dude. Saying the thing is like, saying Black Lives Matter doesn't insinuate that other lives don't matter. It's in the fucking phrase, bro. I don't know what to tell you. From the river to the sea,
Palestine will be free also doesn't feature from the river to the sea, we should destroy Israel and kill all the Jews. You're the one who's saying that is the secondary implication behind it.
I'm just telling you how people see it, bro.
I know, but if you were to tell me this is how white people feel about Black Lives Matter, I would say I don't care how white people feel in this regard, because my business is not about explaining what this...
There's no inherent... Bro, there's nothing in Black Lives Matter that's saying that white lives don't matter in the fucking
There's nothing
slogan.
in From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free that implies Jewish people must be eradicated or Israel must be destroyed and Jewish people in it must be killed.
A lot of people disagree because you're talking about from the river to the sea.
Yes, a lot of people who are not Palestinian and a lot of people who are not anti-Zionist disagree. Anti-Zionists, on the other hand, don't agree, and they are the ones who are using the slogan. So why would I'm asking you, if I'm not going to ask a white person who is against Black Lives Matter, why would what they feel about this slogan? Why would I go to in the broadest majority Zionists, both Jewish and Christian? Why would I ask them what they think about a Zionist, anti-Zionist slogan?
I already explained it, but you don't want to hear me.
This is why people were saying, "Hey, Ethan, you're fucking racist. Hey, Ethan, you're a Zionist." Do you feel like it is inappropriate for people to assume that he is a Zionist in this very moment? Is it because of the Jew hatred that is in the heart of every single one of my chatters that caused them to think that his resistance and his lack of interest in understanding the argument that I'm making came across like he was still very much defensively posturing at the behest of Israel? This is, of course, when are you going to stop talking about Ethan? I'm going to have sex with your mother over and over again. Why don't you shut the fuck up and donate, bitch? We're at $85,000, slated to raise all the way to $150,000 in the process of watching this context nuke for charity. Do you hate charity? Is that what it is? Is that what's going on? Or are you a fucking Ethan Dick Rider who probably begged me to watch this thing for months on end, and only to turn around now when I'm finally watching it and go, oh, I don't want to see it. Ethan begged me to do this, so I'm finally doing it. Everyone needs to calm down. Please stop watching the video I begged you to watch.
What? No, I'm asking you. Like,
It's
why
not. And
in this
the fucking
circumstance, why would you do
slogan
that?
itself says people interpret it as destruction of Israel. I know it doesn't say let's destroy Israel,
But it's not-
that's from the river to the sea is mainland Israel.
Okay, Ethan.
That's it, man. That's how
Ethan,
people see it.
No,
I'm not,
you can't simply say that's how people see it and
It
stop
is, though.
there. Remember, this slogan has been used to censure Rashida Tlaib. This emancipatory slogan has gotten people to be fired like Mark Lamont Hill. There is a reason why I won't back away from defending this slogan and saying this slogan. It was so disingenuous of Ethan to use Norm Finkelstein. It was so disingenuous of him to use Norm Finkelstein and his assessment of the slogan when Norm Finkelstein would never in a million fucking years sit there and be like, well, my feelings are more important here than Palestinian emancipation. He says that's how people see it, but in reality, that's how he sees it. Exactly. Do you feel, chatters who are watching this right now, 16 months into this genocide, if you felt like Ethan was unjustly maligned, do you feel like your opinion has changed now in terms of why people saw this argument? Which is an argument that he still tried to present to me 16 months into a genocide when we had a conversation this past Friday. Do you feel like this is reasonable for people to assume he is Zionist? Norm has said that. No, Norm said that he doesn't approve of it because it comes across as something that Jews fear, not even Jews, Zionists fear, but he totally gets it and totally understands it. I only started watching you again because of his claims, and it got me to resub. I tried to use a perfectly coherent narrative that Ethan should understand here, okay? Which is something that he gets. He gets that Black Lives Matter, gets a lot of flack. He's in support of Black Lives Matter. Who cares? Who cares what racist white people think about Black Lives Matter? Just like, who cares about what people who want to defend Israel feel about from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Bro, you fucking fell off after the content nuke went from 30K to 53K. Suck my ass. I know, I'm falling. I'm consistently falling off over and over again. He was just critiquing Norm was critiquing the use of the phrase, not its inherent meaning, but it doesn't matter. Norm also doesn't give a shit about that phrase. Anyway, now that you know the context of where he drew got this clip from, where is he wrong? What is Ethan's complaint on this one, I wonder? Ethan is a left-wing grifter Zionist.
Been
Fuck
calling
his
me
content.
a Zionist, baby killing.
Bro, nothing is wrong with this. Yeah, this is W. Am I wrong? He's not wrong. Unrelated, buying a hang glider. Like, this is edgy shit. Okay, that right there is 100% people fucking people being edgy as fuck. That is fair. He didn't even bring that up, by the way. He's just talking about.
Maybe it is unreasonable that I'm asking
because you're racist. Is this guy not spitting facts? What the fuck?
Him to moderate his chat for a friend. He doesn't even know where I'm coming from because
they are settlers. You stupid fuck.
Not something
they really should stop aid to Israel. Ethan's going full goblin mode for Zionism. Nothing controversial has been said so far. Like the only thing he fucking cares about, is his own personal feelings. There is no moment where he tries to understand my position here. There's no moment where he tries to understand why people have this attitude over him. And this is a Discord chat that he can't see, by the way. He pulled after the fact to be like, wow, this is really fucked up. And if that's the most fucked up shit you saw in a fucking open to everyone Discord, holy moly, dude, you are out of your fucking mind. Yes, nobody cares about your feelings, Ethan. I'm sorry. I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Can you imagine if I spent the past 16 months constantly talking about my own personal feelings? Like I'm talking about, babies that are in plastic bags being carried over to medical facilities by their crying fathers after being lasered out of the sky with Israeli munitions that we fucking shipped over to them. And I just sit there and I say, you know what? My feelings are so important here. And we really need to take time and cover what I feel right now in this moment. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Of course your feelings don't fucking matter in this process. What do you mean? Especially when I am at this moment, back then, as his fucking friend and podcast co-host, trying to explain to him why people are being critical of him. And he totally did not understand this at all. I was saying, Ethan, there's only so much I can do in terms of moderating this community. But if you keep your output to this like ridiculous Zionist propaganda nonsense, yes, it seems like it's a good position in your mind. And maybe your chat will actually hype you up and say, no, King, you're so valid. You're so valid for actually constantly reframing the conversation around your feelings. But yes, outside of your own community, outside of your own echo chamber, people are going to hear what you're saying and go, yeah, you're defending Israel. What the fuck is wrong with you? Yes, you're a racist Zionist is what people are going to think. There's nothing I can do to change their mentality.
Fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child cold, arrogant,
Ethan,
fuck?
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of fucking
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like
Hasan's chat had been calling me a Zionist.
All right. Oh, and then he brings it back
Whatever
to
ask for.
And all these other content creators actually, you know, whipping their communities when their chat is going fucking absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. That you
like, what's so crazy about this is he's literally pointing to XQC, which he knew at this point was constantly inviting hate towards my position, pulling the fuck Hasan ripcord as Ethan is doing now to basically light up every reactionary online who fucking despise me to the goddamn core. Okay? I never did this to Ethan. I did the exact opposite to Ethan, as a matter of fact. I constantly fucking told my community to shut the fuck up about Ethan for an entire year. And the only reason why people still arrived at that conclusion is because of what he was fucking saying. The reason why XQC's community hates me, on the other hand, is not because of my positions, but because he kept calling me a fucking snake and a piece of shit every time he was underwater, every time he got into trouble because of Gamba or because of any number of different reasons why he was being a fucking asshole. He would turn around and be like, oh yeah, you guys are calling me an asshole? Guess you know who's a bigger asshole? Hasan. That's all he did for years and years and years, as a matter of fact. That is what I'm talking about here. That's it. If you can't see the difference between these two things, I don't know what to tell you. I never actually attacked Ethan. For literally an entire year, I defended Ethan. I did not attack Ethan. I defended him. Okay? This is for all the girly pops that actually watch Ethan Klein and didn't get to see the full scope of my defense of Ethan. Okay? I need to show you. This is the clip that I wanted to show on the podcast that he didn't let me play through. Okay? I also kind of want to show like what he was saying in the same time frame about me. But here, we're also at 91,000 and 10 minutes into the video. Holy moly.
Ethan is a mega Zionist. You are wrong, okay? Trust me. I don't think you know many Zionists if you think Ethan is a mega Zionist. Not even close, dude.
Can you imagine? Can you compare this to what fucking XQC was doing every time he was in trouble because he was like scamming his audience or doing another gambling fucking broadcast or whatever, and he would still turn around. He would still fucking turn around and be like, oh, Hasan's a snake, though. Something that he also recognized he was doing, by the way, when I had a conversation with XQC. XQC literally implied that I actually fucking hid sexual assault and then openly admitted he was lying about that. And he shouldn't have done that. Think about that. Is this an apt comparison? XQC literally fucking lied and said me and Pokimane, two people who are against gambling on unregulated cryptocurrency casinos on the website that we were on, were actually participating in a fucking cover-up of sexual assault. We were not, by the way, but he fucking said that. Do you think that experience is comparable to, because that's the comparison he's making here, where he's like, oh, I demand XQC moderate his chat, but Hasan, you never moderate yours, right? That's what he's saying. Let's play this and I'm going to play the clip.
Allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up.
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
Especially as someone who thought we were fucking friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
The problem wasn't that he was pro-Palestinian, because I share a lot of those.
Yeah, let's see. First, I'll show you this. Backtrack. XQC apologized to Hasan for assault cover-up claims. Says it crossed the line.
The other stuff about like me feeling like we have a falling out over the course of years and that sort of thing. That stuff is whatever. We can even have that like drama and that conversation live, which we discussed on the episode as well. That sort of stuff we can, hash out in public. But there are lines, and I think that XQC knows he crossed it as well. I mean, he admitted it. Anyway, let's see. Now, ironically enough, Ethan is right now doing exactly what XQC did for years and years in the same exact way, constantly fucking lying about me to his audience over and over again, claiming that I'm actually a piece of shit. I'm a bad guy. I'm a misogynist on this and that, in an effort to basically poison the fucking well so that no one actually comes in here and hears what I have to say and go, oh my God, wait a minute. Maybe that's not the case. So I hope that this will be helpful for you to understand. My position on Ethan has changed throughout time, but while Ethan was actively fucking gaslighting his audience and poisoning the well and constantly claiming I was a piece of shit and bad and not doing enough to moderate my community, which he still maintains is a decent thing to say about me, this is what I was doing instead.
Time and time again, I've spoken about how Ethan is not your enemy. A person who cries when a Palestinian child dies is not your enemy. Okay? He's not. I've said these exact words over and over again. I told people in this community and people everywhere that will listen to what I have to say that you have to choose who you are actually angry at. There are people who are so loud and so proud about the ethnic cleansing campaign that Palestinians are experiencing currently. Go yell at them. He's been shitting on you on his members-only streams. I don't care. I don't care. Bro literally shot on you yesterday and his coworker for saying from the river to the sea, sorry, dog. I don't care. I do not care. This is petty drama. Okay? I don't care. And neither should you. Okay? I will always stand by Ethan's ability to empathize and want to learn and want to change his perspective. Okay? That's it. Ultimately, Ethan has the capacity to arrive at a meaningful position because he has empathy for Palestinian people. He is literally better on this circumstance, this issue, than 99% of like Americans who are ultra-Zionists, okay? I'm not saying the entire country is ultra-Zionist, but like 99% of Americans in the media and 99% of Americans in position of power that literally are just like unconditional support to Israel. Shut the fuck up. I've always demonstrated that until it reaches a boiling point, that I will always be kind to those around me that I believe I can communicate with, that I can lead by empathy, okay? This has been my policy in perpetuity. You know this if you've been in here long enough. I fucking tried with Aiden Ross, okay? And Ethan is not Aiden Ross. I think he will inevitably come around. Ethan is my friend. I think he's an empathetic person, and I hope that that is clear. No one, like, changing your perspective on an issue that is, like, near and dear to your fucking heart is virtually impossible. It's one of the hardest things you can do. I will forever have respect for him for doing that on his own, okay? Everything that people say cynically he did to, like, win favors with a larger crowd, fuck that. He did it on his own. Yes, you want to know why I know he did it on his own? Okay. You want to know why I know he did it on his own? Because look at the situation. He has family in Israel. He is absolutely shaped. Like his worldview is shaped by this experience. And instead of just like writing off every single thing that people have said and very comfortably finding himself in the bosom of like Zionist sentiment, which he could have just as easily done. He could have just turned around and been like, yeah, fuck this shit. I'm scared. These people are being anti-Semitic. And there is a lot of anti-Semitism that increases in times like this. That much is absolutely true. Instead of fucking turning around and being like, fuck that, he's like trying to tackle it head on and go through the internal conflict, internal struggle that he feels with his own personal experience, with his own personal worldview and his morality and the way that he sees it from what he perceives as a completely hostile audience. And you need to, as a community, also stop fucking ripping into Ethan non-stop. As I've said it over and over again, leading up to the conversation that we had on this broadcast. You guys are so fucking stupid.
And Ethan refused to watch this on stream because it would make him feel guilty and look bad. Yeah, no, the reason why he didn't want his audience to watch this, the reason why he did not want his audience to watch this, by the way, is because he knows that if his audience actually saw this, then it would undermine the year-long propaganda campaign that he engaged in, claiming that I was never actually defending him. Thank you for Stand Up to Cancer, y'all. This is huge. I'm so grateful. Hell yeah, iDubbbz. iDubbbz is in the chat. Yeah, we're already at 94,000. We already blew past the 74.
For doing that. You are. And it frustrates me to no fucking end. I've told you this time and time again in this time frame, just like I kept telling you, Ethan is not your enemy over and over again. That's why I love
love iDubbbz, Ethan as well. People that have actually changed. I'm sure that if you were to log what he was saying in this time frame for Ethan, there would be a very, very different attitude from Ethan's side on this, by the way. When talking about me or making snide remarks about pro-Palestinian content creators, there's a reason why so many people were coming into my community and being like, hey, Ethan said this. Hey, Ethan said that. Can I get your take on it? And people were pissed off at me for not giving my take on it. And the reason for why I did not want to give my take on it was because I thought that Ethan was redeemable. I thought that Ethan was salvageable. I foolishly thought that he actually could see the light. I assumed that he was, at most, a liberal Zionist who had been far more critical of Israel than the average liberal Zionist that could be amenable to my position. Okay? I was wrong. I was fucking wrong. I'm sure if we were to match every single time people are coming in here to tell me at that point what Ethan is saying about me, the reason why I was being charitable is because I thought, like, no, he'll, just give up. He'll come to terms. He'll come to the correct position on his own terms. Okay? Same reason you don't talk about Bad Empanada drama video, ironically. Exactly. Because I thought with Bad Empanada, it's different. Like, with Bad Empanada, I know he's pro-Palestine, and I know he's not an anti-Semite. So, of course, when he fucking does, like, dumb drama shit, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about this. I don't care about what his criticisms are. We have different methods. We have different tactics. But ultimately, we align on this issue. So as long as he is not weirdly becoming like an anti-Semite or weirdly becoming someone who's like pro-Palestine, which is, of course, never going to happen, I don't give a shit what he has to say. Thank you for the 2K dono. I want to know what you think. Why is Ethan Klein mad at me? The reason why Ethan Klein is mad at me is because his community, slowly but surely, kept hearing him over time say a bunch of shit that was pro-Israel. Okay? Oh, pro-Israel for a Bad Empanada is the argument that I was making. Sorry. If Bad Empanada became pro-Israel, which is never going to happen, I would, I would tackle everything that he's saying head on. Of course, that's not the case. You don't want to attack other pro-Palestine content creators, even if they attack you. Exactly. So listen. If you reached him sooner, do you think there's a different tactic that would have fixed him? No, there wasn't. Because 2K here, Israel doesn't permit me to send this donation to my family in Gaza. Instead, I'm happy to donate to Stand Up for Cancer. Cancer killed my aunt in Gaza 4 years ago after Israel prohibited entry of her chemotherapy into the Strip. Free Palestine. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're doing all right. The reason why Ethan was mad at me is because his community kept hearing him over and over again over the course of all of this time when they were coming into my chat to be like, hey, Ethan said this, Ethan said that. They were pissed off at him. They obviously were fans of him. Otherwise, why the fuck would they know what Ethan is saying? And they were pissed off at him for his commentary because his commentary was always running defense for Israel. Okay? And slowly but surely, people started leaving or criticizing him. And he couldn't deal with that criticism. So he had to point the criticism in one direction. So in his mind, he thought, I actually brainwashed his fucking audience into hating him anti-Semitically. And not because, for many in his audience, due to the sheer depravity of Israel's actions, they had completely had a reversal of their opinion on Israel. I didn't do anything. As a matter of fact, I tried to do my very best to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan. And this is the proof of it. And the reason why I try to get people to shut the fuck up about Ethan is because I think it's irrelevant what he had to say in this process. And I maintained that position until his own ego inflated to such a size that he made this fucking context nuke and also simultaneously made this context nuke after months and months and months of actively trying to deplatform and successfully deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by falsely smearing them as anti-Semites. Of course, recognize their mistakes in the past and now advocate against those sorts of things, I think are very valuable because every single person has a reactionary perspective deep down inside on one issue. We are all totally susceptible to the intersectionality of privilege. Privilege causes us to have blind spots. Members go up. Ethan is my friend. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. We may have disagreements every now and then, but I have maintained the position that his heart is always in the right place and he's on a journey of learning. Every single day I went live in the beginning, every single day I would spend at least 5 minutes to 30 minutes talking about how Ethan is not your enemy. You should not yell at Ethan. Ethan is a good person.
be more charitable to those who are open and susceptible to your opinions. Every single day. I'm still friends with Ethan, by the way. I still talk to Ethan every day. Every single day. Throughout the stream. Just say Ethan is a fucking idiotic take. Ethan and I obviously have disagreements on this stuff, but Ethan has also personally said it isn't apartheid. What the fuck do you want? As a dude who did go on birthright, he is infinitely more progressive than, you know, a lot of these people that are writing these fucking, a lot of these people that are writing these letters and shit, okay? Please, stop fucking yelling about Ethan all the time. Jesus Christ. Time and time again, I told my adult community to shut the fuck up about Ethan. I even banned the mention of Ethan in this community, and I think still to this day, it is banned. The idea that I did not try to genuinely scale back the harassment that Ethan was experiencing is ridiculous.
How you do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist? You do PR for Ethan Klein, who's a Zionist. How can you tell her not to defend a Zionist when you defend Ethan Klein, who's openly Zionist? Are you okay? Ethan Klein called Israel an apartheid state in, I think, 2021. Okay? Ethan himself has been very critical of the state of Israel and has even called it an apartheid state far before October 7th. Okay? I personally don't even care if he's like calling me out or whatever. I heard that like people were saying that Ethan talked about me on his podcast today or some shit like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. For me, you know what I do care about? Ethan considering what Israel's doing to be genocidal far before October 7th. Okay? I do care about that. I think that that matters. Especially when he is... You know what's crazy about this? I think this is literally the mentality that some foot soldiers still have. Like, they unironically still are trapped in this bind where they think, oh no, he's my comfort character and he means well. He actually means well. He's like, he said it's a genocide. What more do you want? Okay? And I said this even though I could identify the Hasbara, because I thought, as someone who is very good at identifying Hasbara, I maintained this position because I thought over time his perspective would shift. Over time, I thought he would be an anti-Zionist. I was wrong. I was totally fucking wrong.
Is so close to the subject matter, so close to the different aspects of social conditioning that play a pretty prominent role in the development of American Jews, who are very progressive people overall. Okay? I don't care. In no matter what he says about me, my community, or my mods, I still...
While you were doing this, Ethan was doing things like watching a video called saying Hasan saying anti-Semitism is fake. The Hasan situation, addressing Hasan and his community.
Firmly believe, okay? I still firmly believe that regardless of everything else, regardless of how he's responded to people yelling at him online, regardless of all of that, I place a lot more emphasis and a lot more value on those things that he has said.
Ethan fan here. I don't think that Ethan's behavior is honestly dangerous. He's not always right. Neither are you. All right, brother. You are irredeemable if you genuinely think that Ethan's year-long conquest of trying to fucking out Palestinian content creators and pro-Palestinian content creators as like rabid anti-Semites who now the Trump administration is basically fucking using as a hit list. If you don't consider that to be genuinely dangerous for an issue that you seemingly care about, if you think that there's a fucking genocide going on in Israel, if you think Israel's doing a genocide, I assume that his focus on the people who are calling that out is a little unproductive. And yes, it is fucking dangerous. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's dangerous twofold. One is dangerous because it actually creates insane amounts of pressure and potential criminal litigation if need be. But also on top of that, he's gone after fucking people that he's doxxed. He's gone after people with litigation, frivolous litigation. Real life decision makers are feeling no pressure. That's the bad side. Dude, he is 100 millionaire who's using all of his fucking clout to attack pro-Palestinian content creators for a fucking year and has actually been very successful at deplatforming pro-Palestinian content creators by making erroneous claims about how anti-Semitic these pro-Palestinian content creators are. He made 6 small content creators lose their income for a fucking month. One of them was Jewish. It's his community that is weaponized aggressively against all of his fucking enemies. And in the past, his enemies were people like Keemstar. So no one actually thought of anything about it. No one actually thought it was weird or gross. Or billionaires like fucking Ryan Kavanaugh. Now his enemies are seemingly all of the pro-Palestinian content creators. Whether they're Muslim or Jewish doesn't fucking matter. He literally shit on Sam Cedar the other day.
Stop both sidesing this fucking issue. You're out of your goddamn mind.
On, he actually chastised me. For what? Let's see.
Ethan is very frustrated and very emotional in this moment, but doesn't recognize that, like, perhaps a Lebanese woman who's a hijabi in the United States of America could also be very emotional in this exact same moment. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's so... And the reality of the matter is, anti-Semitism is an unacceptable form of bigotry, whereas Islamophobia is a very acceptable form of bigotry. So being the bigger person in this situation, regardless of your feeling...
So anyway, and God forbid you actually read the chat. But
that's it? So I'm still being fucking open-minded to him? And he's mad?
What I'm hearing, frankly, is that anti-Semitism is not really an issue, and so you shouldn't. Your complaints are less equal than Frogan's complaints, because Islamophobia is more serious than anti-Semitism. Despite, by the way, the fact that, as I pointed out, in reality, or not the opposite, because there is Islamophobia, but like this claim that anti-Semitism doesn't exist because everybody knows it wrong, as I perceiving it, is absolutely false. I've never seen more open anti-Semitism in my life.
So it's his stupidity? Like, he didn't understand? He didn't fucking understand what I was saying there? That's not my point at all. How the fuck does his chat watch this, by the way, and not go, hey, Ethan, that's not what he said?
My whole life, the way that it's being...
I called out how toxic Hassan's community is, and I said I remember why I left, and he brought up my chat logs and put me on blast. That was fun.
Normalized by the left and the right, and it's being kind of, in a case like this, he's normalizing it. He's normalizing it. He's green-lighting it. Again,
I'm normalizing anti-Semitism, and I'm green-lighting it. You get banned in chat for pushing back? Textbook example of competitive victimhood. There is no fucking victimhood here. He's conflating real anti-Semitism with anti-Zionists criticizing him, a Jewish man. Not realizing that they're not criticizing him because he's Jewish. They're criticizing him because of what he's fucking saying. That's at the heart of the matter here. That's the whole problem. I made a fucking good point here. I literally said what I'm saying right now. I said, Ethan does not understand that Islamophobia is institutionally permissible, and what he suspects as anti-Semitism is not anti-Semitism, and he should be more gracious to people that he perceives as being anti-Semitic when it's actually over his opinions on Israel. I genuinely think Ethan Klein thinks that anti-Semitism is whatever he feels bad. Got you with the $10. Fuck cancer. No, I'm not done with your little ass yet. All right. Well, I wanted to watch this.
There's very real anti-Semitism directed towards him, directed towards Hila, directed towards Jewish people across the board, and that fucking terrifies him. And I think that there's a real element there for a lot of Jewish people, especially. Like, yeah, they see anti-Semitism rising, and if at any point do they actually associate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and people like Dan Bilzerian play a fucking formative role in people
all the way up until December 15th, I'm saying like, oh, I think Ethan is misunderstanding and making a conflation, still giving him charity, still giving him grace. This is what he was saying about me at the time.
So you know what? Go listen to Hassan. People say, I need to go listen to Hassan. This is bullshit. Please, go listen to Hassan. Who fucking, by the way, yells at people in chat, calls them Zionist genocidal monsters for suggesting that the hospital wasn't bombed, okay, by the IDF, which is the same fucking thing that Hassan's fans come and tell me. So fuck that. There's nothing wrong with me and Hassan, but there's a lot of shit that on the way that he covers this that I think is fucked up.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what? Are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
I don't understand the theory that like the truth doesn't matter. Someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals according to the evidence. Something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out.
I wonder why I freaked the fuck out. This is like this is right after Al Ahly. No wonder his fucking audience understand. I don't understand. This is definitely the doing of Palestinian Islamic Jihad or Hamas or whatever the fuck Israel said without any evidence whatsoever. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know this shit. This is my first time seeing it. Yeah, of course people are going to think you're a fucking Zionist. This is Zionist propaganda. This is precisely what it is. Oh, I care when all Palestinians die, except it's really fucked up that you would say Israel bombed a hospital. Does Ethan know that Israel actually bombed the Al Ahly hospital the week prior? 2 days before the courtyard explosion, Israel actually blew up and artillery shelled the fucking radiology room in the Al Ahly hospital. I wonder why all the doctors in the Al Ahly hospital were like, oh, Israel did this. Perhaps they're all in the pocket of Hamas. That was also a pivotal point for a lot of these fucking dipshits, the apolitical centrist commentators all jumped on that to be like, Hassan is lying to people. Israel would never bomb a hospital. So where are they now? Where are they now? Israel's bombed every fucking hospital, including Al Ahly, over and over again. Israel sieged every hospital since then. Now, when you hear Ethan Klein's perspective on this matter, he turns around and says it's because Hamas is putting fucking people under tunnels inside of the hospital. That's why that's why Israel has to bomb these hospitals. That's what he said to Sam Cedar the other day, or no, before his talk with Sam Cedar. Think about that. Oh, they have command centers under these fucking hospitals. That's why it's Hamas's fault that Israel has to bomb these hospitals anyway. Has he covered any of those fucking strikes? No. The only time I've heard him talk about hospitals being bombed was here when he's trying to say that it was actually the Palestinians that blew themselves up, and how fucked up it is that I'm casting suspicion on that narrative, which, by the way, still to this day, no fucking conclusive evidence, and the only evidence that Israel ever presented on the matter was immediately destroyed.
And he goes, you're a genocidal freak. And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base, and we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad. I think his cover.
Yeah, this is perfectly representative of his mentality. Everyone in his fan base learned it from me.
In some of these cases has been not good. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I felt like Hassan's fans were trying to destroy my life. My wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, occupiers, which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Why?
Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You garbage, monstrous scumbag! You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did, but Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit!
People were telling me the same exact fucking thing, you know what I mean? I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are...
Oh my God, you know what's really funny? I'm also fundraising even back then. That's when I was fundraising for Palestinian medical assistance. I wonder who's clipping it and sending this to Ethan. Yeah, I don't care who's clipping it and sending it to Ethan. Admitting his view of Palestinians by saying he thinks Hassan views all Israelis as the same because he expects Hassan to think about Israelis the same as he does Palestinians. Yes. Wonder why he's, wonder why he's actually so sympathetic to the person who's defending Israel here, by the way. I wonder why. And this was early on. This was right after the fucking Al Ahly hospital was bombed. Okay? Right after then. And for an entire fucking year, I was oblivious. Until this very moment, I'd never seen his commentary on this. Of course people thought he was a fucking genocidal monster. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my Lord. Yeah, it was only because I was completely oblivious to the shit that he was saying at the time that I was like, listen, man, I care about covering this genocide. I don't give a fuck about what Ethan has to say about this. I don't want to make drama out of this. I care about fucking locking in, and you should too.
in that same time frame while I was defending him all the way up until December 15th, 2024. That's what Ethan was doing. So the expectation that I am supposed to brainwash my audience into liking Ethan Klein is impossible. Of course, plenty of people who are more educated than Ethan on this, or at least have basic empathy towards the Palestinian plight on this issue, of course, arrived at their own fucking conclusion, regardless of my year-long effort to fucking defend Ethan, because I was also oblivious to his actual position. If I had seen his actual position a long time ago, I would have fucking shoved it back down his goddamn throat as a genocidal piece of shit, okay? And here's the reality. He looked at all of this, and he could not comprehend that in spite of my defenses of Ethan Klein, that it was actually me. I was the reason why I was making anti-Semitism permissible. Yeah, Ethan thought this specific hospital was bombed by Hamas, but every other building in a 20-kilometer radius was bombed by Israel, even though the hospital itself was also bombed by Israel 2 days prior.
Views, and I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years. Problem with Hassan.
By the way, I want to fucking here. This is your opportunity, okay? Show me all the fucking things Ethan said in this time frame. I know we're only 11 minutes in. I don't care. Give me all the fucking Ethan clips that in this time frame where he was like from the beginning to the end, all the times that this motherfucker was actually defending Israel, so we can make an assessment on whether or not it was actually appropriate for people to think that he was pro-genocide or anti-genocide. Stalwart supporter, he says. Why'd you say at HasanAbi? What? Stalwart supporter of Palestine. What will he say? Wait, hold on. 1 second. Yeah, he was going to show you all the support that he's done. Yeah, let's see.
Hassan's coverage, and a lot of people like him, was their complete lack of empathy for the Jewish people who were frankly slaughtered by Hamas. He refused to show even a crumb of empathy for the Jewish victims.
But listen to what this guy has to say.
And as you might have seen, there was some sort of rave or desert party where they were having a great time until the resistance came in electrified hang gliders and took at least several dozen hipsters. But I'm sure they're doing very fine despite what the New York Post says. But nobody had seen this coming.
I mean, that's insane, right?
I don't even. Yeah. Okay. Like.
Okay.
I'm
just criticizing people. You don't have to comment if you're not comfortable about it.
I honestly felt at times that he and his audience barely thought of Israelis as humans.
But this dude just called babies militants.
No, I understand. And there are baby settlers as well. But there are baby settlers as well. There are babies in the settlements.
Part of running defense for Hamas is...
I can't believe he literally clip-chimped conversations that we had together. Like, how depraved, how fucking depraved that he would go back to a back and forth conversation that we had to clip a conversation that we had out of context. You know what my fucking position was. My position is for a one state. The reason why I believe in a one state is because I don't even think the 750,000 settlers could be in an ethical manner moved from all of the land that they have occupied as terrorists. I was saying, you think every settler is a valid military target. There are settler babies. I didn't say I think it's valid to kill settler babies. What an insane thing to do. It's a literal conversation that we had. It was a back and forth conversation that we had. And Ethan also said this, what?
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets. When you talk...
Yeah. That's later in the clip. This is still the context nuke, but it's later in the clip. We haven't even gotten there yet. It's so crazy that this motherfucker clip-chimped. He clip-chimped our own back and forth. What a fucking crazy thing to do.
Downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Now, this is a famous clip that he kept repeating and using. We now know that he actually recognizes that he disingenuously edited. Show the clip of Ethan and Gila.
Can I add, Ethan, one personal feeling that I've had with Hasan that I can't really get past is his dismissiveness of the that happened. He acts like
October 7th. Doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said worse stuff than that. Because he's saying, he's saying even if the R words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying, even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is, even if it didn't happen, is fucked up.
I didn't say even if it didn't happen. I said even if it did happen, it still doesn't change the calculation for me. Now, ironically enough, that argument was when because of the last piece of evidence that hadn't come out yet with like the Israeli prosecution team going over the forensic analysis of every single body that they put at the Shura base, okay? I literally was debating a chatter, and I know we have the clip for this. Here's the full context.
Also, how are you?
I'm literally debating a chatter who is denying any rapes took place. Let's take a look.
Sure, Israel didn't force them to lie. That's ridiculous.
By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets, and there's no criminal elements that could have conducted themselves very differently. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me at all. It's so fucking stupid to act like, no, they're perfect. They were perfect on October 7th, and they were conducted themselves perfectly. But these kinds of stories delegitimize Palestinian resistance? No, it does not. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you think it delegitimizes Palestinian resistance. Okay? You think so. I don't. The fuck? Do you understand? My position is I'm not expecting perfect victimhood from Palestinians. It will never stop to be insane how that clip makes you sound out of context. And ironically enough, it was me arguing against the chatter at the time that was saying, why don't you just say rapes didn't happen?
Many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? Other like non-professional forensic accounting being conducted on October 7, this has muddied the waters so much that understandably many people are like, what the fuck? How am I going to believe this? How am I supposed to believe anything that Israel says? It's a perfectly valid fucking criticism to have against the state that has lied every single step of the fucking way. Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right.
What I'm saying is, rapes or no rapes doesn't fucking matter. Beyond October 7 and before October 7, Palestinians still have a right to dignity and self-determination. You cannot genocide people and be like, oh, well, they did rapes. Like, nothing justifies a genocide. Even another genocide doesn't justify a genocide. Do you understand? Like, would it be justified to genocide the entirety of the German population after the Holocaust? I still don't think so. There were fucking children. There's babies. You know what I mean? You're killing innocent civilians. That's my perspective. And that's the most extreme position that you can arrive at. Genocide is not justice. That is why I don't believe in genociding the Israeli population. And I think it's a fucking ridiculous assessment of the situation. That's why I believe in a one-state solution. Justice is not vengeance. That's it. Can't believe he fucking used that. Even though he used this clip in the fucking context, Nuke, when he personally understood what I meant right here. This is before the context, Nuke. This is from October 30th, 2024. So what's up with that? Why is it that right here, Ethan understands what I'm saying, and then his wife stops him from understanding what I'm saying, and then he still chooses to put this clip in the fucking context, Nuke?
So that's the other part of this problem that many people that can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. That's so fucking gross, dude. That's so goddamn gross. He understood my position months before he still put this awful fucking joke. Awful cringe-ass editing. Not even good for 2016-ass editing in a stupid fucking video, dude. Oh my God. You have to be genuinely mentally stunted to actually appreciate this. Oh my fucking Lord.
Frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe?
Racist piece of shit. That's what he is. A racist dumbass. And the only reason why people don't see this horrifyingly, monstrously racist dumbassery is because they too are conditioned into thinking that Arabs are fucking barbaric rapist monsters. The idea that equal rights for Arabs who are not Jewish and Arab Jews and Ashkenazi Jews and everybody in the region to have equal rights and equal representation would spell doom for the Jewish population of Israel is simply Jewish supremacist, racist, Islamophobic, anti-Arab garbage. And if you don't see that, you probably are also a fucking piece of shit. Okay? That's it. Oh my fucking Lord, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Of course people looked at that and were like, this is gross, dude. You're a fucking gross piece of shit. God damn, what a racist fucking monster he is. Oh my fucking Lord. Yeah, I know. We already talked about, I covered this before. Hila Klein, former IDF soldier and wife of Hila Klein, says that if an Israeli went to Ramallah, they would be lynched. It's a fact. Literally the same type of propaganda used during the Jim Crow South and apartheid South Africa. And then he's like, why won't people think I'm actually pro Palestine? Stalwart ally of the Palestinian plight, by the way. This fucking guy.
There frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Yeah, once the white people are outpopulated by the black people, anything is fair game. Oh my God. But is it weird to be afraid though? Yes, it's racist as fuck. What do you mean? Do you guys actually do you lose your mind when the term Jew comes into the equation, where you just have no capacity to understand Jewish people as the dominant majority group in the Jewish ethno-state? You're thinking anti-Semitism in the way that it exists in the fucking West, or has historically existed in the fucking West, while talking about Israel. What the fuck? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Did this happen in apartheid South Africa? Is that what happened? Jews are taught to be afraid of Arabs is what I mean. I don't think they should. Yes, what you're describing is fucking racism. What the fuck? Would you ever be this gracious to any other group? Would you ever be this gracious to any other fucking group that came out and were like, well, these Arabs are, they're going to rape us. They're going to fucking kill us if we get equal rights. These blacks are going to rape us if we get equal rights. Like, if a white person said that, you'd be like, what the fuck are you saying? We are all so trained to see Islamophobia as just like invisible. We don't even recognize it. We don't even think that it's like out of the norm. This is what I meant when I said anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are obviously bigotries that are completely unacceptable. Okay? But Islamophobia has institutional permissibility. Anti-Semitism does not. You say anti-Semitic shit, you're going to get fucking fired. Even if you don't say anti-Semitic shit, people still say you're saying anti-Semitic shit to get you fucking fired, like what Edithan is doing with me. But you say Islamophobic shit, they will literally have you, they will elevate you to the highest position of society. They'll be like, all right, great, thank you. Please become the next fucking Secretary of Defense, sir. Look at Pete Hegseth. It's the double standard that exists. If someone were to say what I consider to be obviously unjustifiable, but if someone were to fucking turn around and say we must nuke Tel Aviv, then obviously that person would not only get banned, but probably imprisoned. But if you turn around and say we must nuke Tehran or we must nuke Gaza, you become a politician. You become an American politician. That's a normal position within the American political discourse. That's it. Pete Hegseth has a Deus Vult tattoo. Okay, talking about the fucking Crusades, which is ironically also not exactly too fond of the Jews either. He's a Christian nationalist. But could you imagine, like he has a tattoo that says like kufar coffee on his arm in Arabic. Okay, to say like, I am the one, I'm the infidel. I'm gonna fucking come and kill all you Arabs or whatever. He has all of these goddamn borderline neo-Nazi tattoos, like the Jerusalem cross and shit. Okay, if Pete Hegseth has a fucking swastika, people will be like, yeah, you can't be the Secretary of Defense. Okay, resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. Is not perfect. Oh, this requires its own debunking. This is not correct, okay? I'm sorry, and I know it's going to fucking make you feel bad when I say this, or for Ethan, it's going to make him feel really good because he's going to be like, he's denying rape. Hamas did not mutilate and rape women on October 7. That actually was initial reporting that was identified as incorrect. What this report is showing is something that fucking Rabbi Shmuley has also brought forward. I know that because he literally repeated it over and over and over again. Okay? He said Hamas militants went in and cut the titties off of a Israeli woman and then cut the head off of an Israeli woman and then fucking played soccer with the head and the titty of an Israeli woman. Don't say I'm crashing out. He's crashing the hell out. You're crashing out. The fuck do you mean crashing out? So good. And even then, what is so crazy about this process is that I'm not even fucking denying that rapes happen in that one. He just clipped me out of fucking context. They stopped when they thought I was dead. The ordeal of Esther, raped and mutilated by Hamas terrorists. Cases of rape and sexual mutilation committed during October 7th massacre are surfacing. While survivors are still struggling to speak out, one of them, who participated in the Tribe of Noah festival, agreed to tell us what she suffered. Now, I need you to understand something. This is in the immediate aftermath, okay? In the immediate aftermath. It's in November 26, 2023. It's understandable that the reporting on this was going to be murky at the fucking time, okay? I'm going to be as gracious as I possibly can be. Israel denied all investigations into the matter. All the forensic evidence was basically fucking either destroyed or literally designed in a way to erroneously create a alternative fucking reality by Zaka. They did this, and there's plenty of reporting on this process. Okay? Go back and look at all these fucking reports. Now, the reason why, let me explain something to you. Why is this important to me? Okay? Because the reality of the matter is, this is one of those things where it's like, it's the major no-no, okay? It's the biggest no-no of all time. And there is a likelihood that rapes did take place on October 7. It's just that there is no evidence for a Hamas-backed, systematized version of sexual assault that took place on October 7. It is logically already a very difficult thing to suggest, okay? But on top of that, it was one of the most live-streamed atrocities of all time. There are CCTV footages everywhere. There are body camera footages. Israel had access to every single Hamas militant's body camera footage, okay? They had it from every fucking angle, and they couldn't find one singular piece of fucking CCTV footage or visible evidence beyond photos that beyond photos that they claimed implied that sexual assault took place, including family members. I believe it was Shani Luke. Family members of Shani Luke came out and said, stop saying my daughter got raped. She did not get sexually fucking assaulted. Like, they literally would deny the wishes of the existing victims, the family members, to make this argument. Now, why is this important? Because there was a shit ton of atrocities that took place on October 7. It was brutal, okay? It was violent. They came in with hang gliders. It's a breakout from a fucking open air prison. Of course it was violent. It was like the Nat Turner rebellion, okay? It was ruthless. It was violent. There was plenty of atrocities that took place, but it was important for Israel to actually increase the atrocities to the best of their ability in an effort to justify what was coming next. That's why it was important to do good journalism in this moment, in this very moment. That's why they went on with the babies in the ovens nonsense, or 40 babies were beheaded. Shit that, by the way, Ethan and Gila still repeat. Atrocity propaganda that justifies the unimaginable, untold amounts of terror that Israel has subjected the entirety of the Palestinian population to. Okay? There's never been a moment where my analysis over the situation wasn't that October 7 was horrifying. It was
absolutely considered an act of terror. It was. It's true. Still, the majority of the fucking people that were killed were civilians. Okay? That's unacceptable. But I understand what the conditions are that caused October 7 to happen. And if you can't have that fucking conversation, you don't want to solve the problem. You just want Palestinians to get slaughtered over and over again for 76 fucking years. Ethan understood the gravity of accusing Israel of systematic sexual abuse on the last episode of Leftovers. When he provided a source on the spot, he didn't believe it and wanted more credible evidence. Weird how he understands the gravity when it's accusing Israel, but not when accusing Hamas, and those accusations are being used to justify genocide. Exactly. The irony, of course, is that I'm not even using Israel's previous reporting on the matter, that Israel has systematically raped Palestinian women and boys at checkpoints and in their detention facilities to justify October 7. I'm not even saying that. Some people do. I'm not doing that. This right here, for the record, this is the Esther case on display from Wikipedia. The New York Times changed her name to Sapir. October 2023, Israeli police showed multiple journalists a video of a woman whom Le Parisien called Esther and BBC called Witness S, describing what she claims to have seen from her hiding place near the festival. A militant bent someone over, then Esther understood that he was raping the victim. The militant passed her on to someone else. She was still alive and bleeding from the back. The men cut off parts of her body, sliced her breast, threw it on the street, and played with it. Another militant raped her, then while still penetrating her, shot her in the head, and then ejaculated. 2 months later, in December 2023, the New York Times reported accounts with very similar themes from a witness identified as Sapir. This is not something that took place, okay? I need you to understand, this is not real, okay? Here. Also, the person that conducted the fucking UN report admitted that it was a mischaracterization that genital mutilation took place. Fuck. The reason why this is important, by the way, stop debating rape and focus on the genocide, good Lord. No, shut the fuck up. You want to know why this is important to cover? Because this is a colonialist tactic, okay? All of the barbaric rapist savages. It is the same exact fucking principle that whites in apartheid South Africa applied to the black population of South Africa. It is the same exact principle that white settler colonial violence that the Native Americans were subjected to that justified their genocide. It is the exact same thing that white Klansmen said in the Reconstruction era, and as they went on to lynch black people in the aftermath of the Reconstruction era in the Jim Crow South. This is a colonialist tactic to fucking lie about the sexual barbarity of these animals, these primal beings that are violent and scary and must be fucking put to heel. That is precisely the reason why it's important to address the truth of this so that justice can be served for the fucking victims, okay? Not discounting that sexual assault or sexual violence ever took place on October 7, because that is commonplace in conflicts. But having said that, you must understand the reason as to why this was so important for Israel to push. It absolutely plays a role in the way that people fucking analyze the Palestinian population. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this, about the psychosexual nature of this kind of projection propaganda. Here, let's take a look.
The settlers always projected their desires onto the colonized. They would always say, he says specifically in the case of the southern United States, is the white man not always saying that the black man at any opportunity would jump on the good white woman at any given opportunity? Lynchings would very often culminate with of people's. In the case of, he spoke constantly about how bad Jewish boys would attack German women at every opportunity. And in fact, one of the most racist figures and reprehensible within Israeli society, Meir Kahane, there is a video of him on YouTube where he speaks about, he says, there are currently Arab boys hidden in cafes pretending that they have Jewish names so they can basically trick nice, good Jewish girls into dating Arabs. He also gained a massive amount of popularity, his far-right, horrific exterminationist ideology, by saying that there were a series of nationalist, motivated by terrorism, nationalist hatred of Israel occurring at the time. And there were these...
Think about that. Anyway,
This is the crucial part many overlook regarding the deranged claims of gang rape from Sapir and Roz Cohen, repeated in the New York Times and other Western media. We already knew they lied from other evidence, but Patton's UN report also debunked it. Patton's team said that the accounts of gang rape could not be verified during the time provided along Road 232. This is the escape route from the Supernova Music Festival where two individuals claimed they saw gang rape, Roz Cohen and Sapir, or Witness S. Their stories have been cited by virtually every one of the 13 media investigations as civil society reports as evidence of rape. The statement further undermines Israeli and media claims that mass rape occurred on October 7. It is literally Emmett Till shit, okay? It's ridiculous. The forensic pathologist looked at all of the bodies and did not find a single one that had that specific type of genital mutilation. As a matter of fact, there's another story about like nails in someone's genitals or something. And mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as targeted genital mutilation using knives. Here's the UN, the Office of the Special Representative, the Secretary General on Sexual Violence Conflict. Okay. Additional challenges emerged due to erroneous interpretations of states' bodies by some volunteer first responders without relevant qualifications or expertise. Some examples include mistaking post-mortem pugilistic posturing, a boxer-like body posture with flexed elbows, clenched fists, and spread legs, and flexed knees, due to the burn damage as indicative of sexual violence, misinterpreting anal dilation due to post-mortem changes as indicative of anal penetration, and mischaracterizing grazing gunshot wounds to genitalia as a targeted genital mutilation using knives. The reason why they mischaracterized it is because the first responders were not actually forensic pathologists. They did not have the capacity to do an autopsy on the fucking spot. So they just looked at it and then said, this is what must have happened. And then the Israeli media ran with that fucking story. This is the reason why I said it's important to fucking arrive at a real conclusion with verifiable evidence. You want to know why I said, and many people made hay of me saying circumstantial evidence in this regard in the UN preliminary report does not meet the standards of circumstantial evidence that would be used in a fucking court of law, because you're looking at a photo of someone going like this and you make up your mind on it. But a forensic, a person that is supposed to conduct the autopsy is going to actually figure out whether or not this thing that you're suspecting happened. Oh, every single piece of, every single headline that Ethan erroneously slaps on here, including this one, is bullets contributing to, once again, screams without words, how Hamas weaponized sexual violence on October 7th. This is a great fucking example of a story that did not meet the standard of New York Times' own editorial review. This was so goddamn controversial, but so necessary so that Israel could keep pushing the narrative of Palestinian barbarity, okay? This story was written by a person who had insanely racist shit on her timeline, so much so that the New York Times actually dropped her after this story, okay? The story itself was incredibly controversial within the New York Times editorial board because they said it did not meet the internal standards of the New York Times' editorial team because they could not, there was no verifiable evidence and simply claims people were making that could very easily be destroyed in a moment's fucking notice, and as many of them did. Yeah, this is one of the three authors of the Screams Without Words mass rape atrocity propaganda hoax, Anat Schwartz. She liked posts calling for Gaza to be turned into a slaughterhouse. This is the person that the New York Times actually fucking hired. Anat Schwartz liked this post that said, turn the strip into a slaughterhouse. The New York Times saw all of this and said, okay, we can't have her do reporting for Israel again. If this didn't meet the standards, why did this article come out? Well, because atrocity propaganda was an absolute fucking necessity, okay? And the reason why I'm not moving on from this, and I know why some girly pops might actually have some issues with this because you're like, oh, I've heard this before. No, you have to understand something very important here. This is the same exact type of atrocity propaganda that colonial powers have always used against black people, against Native Americans, and the German Nazis used against Jews, okay? That they're rapist monsters. This is the oldest fucking colonial propaganda in the goddamn book because it's such a depraved act to do this level of harm to a victim that when you hear it, you don't even want to think about anything else. You are immediately and understandably grossed out by it. It's the same exact shit that we do right now with immigrants. Immigrants are rapists. Immigrants are rapists. Why do you think Trump says that over and over again with no evidence whatsoever?
And it's incredibly frustrating that I actually, in our debate, asked Ethan, do you have any names? Do you have any victims that have come out and actually offered firsthand testimony to this barbaric sexual assault that you're saying was systematized by Hamas, that where mass rapes took place on October 7? Do you have any victims? What are their names? Because I do not reflexively disbelieve women. I do believe women. When a woman comes out and says, this actually happened, this happened to me. Like, for example, the testimony of Amit, I think her name is Amit Shoshana, right? The one that Ethan kept showing over and over again. She was sexually assaulted in captivity, okay? That is in the UN Sexual Violence and Conflict Report. That is the verifiable instance of rape that did not happen on October 7th, but actually happened in captivity, okay? Ethan kept playing that over and over again, not understanding that I've never actually denied that. And he kept using her testimony to imply that her testimony was from October 7 over and over and over again. However, evidence. There is, however, real evidence as far as like first-hand accounts and testimony. Even this is from the same. This is moments before that clip that he posted about, by the way, to make me look like I'm just laughing about rapes taking place. Accounts and testimony from hostages. So that part is real. That did happen, which is very important, and that was a part of the UN investigation that was conducted. There is, however, evidence. There is, however, real evidence. I think you need to clarify systematically. People are struggling to understand what you mean. There is no... Hasan, please respond to it. It's very important. They're going to use this against you. What do you have to say to Hila's reasoning for Israel not letting forensic investigations that due to religious reasons they bury the body ASAP? That's a fucking lie, and she's wrong. They did actually conduct forensic examination on many of the bodies. They didn't immediately bury them. She's literally wrong. They took the bodies to the Shura base, and they actually did look at the bodies. The issue, however, was that the initial forensic examination was not conducted by real specialists. Zaka ended up desecrating the bodies in the process and ruining any sort of on-the-spot kinetic forensic examination from taking place, because you have to look at the way that like bodies are presented to develop an understanding of what happened, like how this person died. They denied a real investigation to so many Israelis. Ethan tried to say that as well. Can you show us proof? Yes, I can. Hold on. I will. Hi. It's so crazy that people like having this conversation and going over the very important details and having this conversation, going over these very important fucking details on what happened on October 7. And given the gruesome nature of these accusations, people just simply go, oh, you're just a fucking rape denier. And it's insane to me. It's actually fucking insane to me. Thoughts on you being accused of dog whistling? Yeah, dude, I'm totally. You got it. Where is the Shura base article? Hold on, I'm going to pull it up in a second. Oh, anyway. But this is the UN report, by the way, the Sexual Violence and Conflict report. Stop saying, stop posting accusation in a mirror, okay? He is currently adding every single one of his IG stories about you to a highlight reel. I don't care. The easy route in this situation is to just simply say, is to simply go along and not try to debunk some of this very dangerous misinformation. Here, the claim of extensive visual evidence with repeated statements of
an allegation.
We saw a photo of cut up vaginas, nails and vaginas, knives and vaginas is strewn throughout the original Gettleman Stella Schwartz hork to browbeat the reader into submission, but it was all a contrived fake, a facade.
Were objects like knives inserted in the genitalia of a woman. I mean, like, the team reviewed the photos, and we did not find anything like that. And I did mention, like, one of the challenges faced of course, by the Israeli government, but which impacted our own work, was the fact that inaccurate, unreliable forensic conclusions were drawn by untrained volunteer first responders. And we give some examples. We give some examples in the report, such as interpreting an anal dilation as anal penetration, when, according to our forensic expert, we've extensive burn damage. This is what you get, anal dilation, and the position of the body. As
Do you understand why the UN report itself said that, like, the circumstantial evidence is still important and valid to make an assessment, but it doesn't reach the normal standard of an investigation? This was a preliminary report that was conducted. A preliminary report is like a field breathalyzer. When you're drunk driving and a cop pulls you over, they first give you a field breathalyzer test. That field breathalyzer test is actually very inconsistent, but that's a test that allows the police to detain you, to take you to the fucking precinct so you can use the real breathalyzer in the precinct. That one is actually admissible in court. The field breathalyzer test is inadmissible in court. It doesn't mean that you're actually drunk. It's not proof to actually say you have conclusively driven drunk. It's only enough proof to detain you so they can take you to the fucking real deal. This is the exact same principle with a preliminary investigation. The UN conducted this preliminary investigation, and then Israel said, you cannot conduct an actual investigation into this process. You just have to take our word for it. Do you understand? Why would they say no to this? Do you think that the fucking United Nations is anti-Semitic? Do you think that they're Hamas? Do you think that they're just going to look at all of this information and then make up a conclusion that makes Israel look bad erroneously? What are you, fucking nuts? That's what Israel thinks. It's psychotic. They do. Yeah, I know they think that, but it's fucking bullshit. That's bullshit. Do you understand? Yeah. Here's what Pramila Patton's UN report on sexual violence actually said. Section 2.1, first paragraph. Is this where this? In spite of its own complicity in the Israeli narrative, Patton's report undermines several of that narrative's fundamental tenets. Western mass media is currently engaged in a concerted campaign to ignore this, as it spins the report as vindication of claims that Hamas committed systematic rape on October 7. In fact, the report explicitly does not reach this conclusion. 2.1. The UN report does not find a pattern of sexual violence on October 7. This was a central claim of Jeffrey Gettleman, Anna Schwartz, and Adam Sella on their now thoroughly discredited article, Screams Without Words, How Hamas Weaponized Sexual Violence on October 7, which argued that Hamas fighters did not carry out rogue or isolated acts of rape, but rather engaged in a broader pattern of gender-based violence, using rape as a weapon of war. However, when 52 minutes into Patton's March 4 press conference, Farnaz Fasihi from The Times asked, would you say you found a pattern of sexual violence was a strategy of Hamas, both in October 7 attacks and in regards to the hostages? Patton answers definitively in the negative. Later in the press conference, when she is asked by Haaretz journalist Lisa Rozowski, am I correct that you cannot conclude that sexual violence was of a systematic character? Patton reiterates her answer, stating, no. The distinguishing factor from the exercise that we set out to do, the gathering and verification of information for the purpose of its inclusion in the annual report of the Secretary General versus an investigation, that's where you would go into the elements of widespread or systematic. We did not go into that. Patton's report could neither establish the prevalence of sexual violence nor draw conclusions on attribution of alleged violations to specific armed groups. And here's the Shura base reporting. The Shura base is where many of the original claims of widespread sexual assault, including broken pelvises, first emerged. It turned out it was based on one source who said a ton of demonstrably false things. Haaretz reported it out and found out that it was wrong. At the Shura base, to which most of the bodies were taken for purposes of identification, there were 5 forensic pathologists at work. In that capacity, they also examined the bodies that arrived completely or partially naked in order to examine the possibility of rape. According to a source knowledgeable about the details, there were no signs on any of those bodies attesting to sexual relations having taken place or mutilation of genitalia. These teams did not document a single case of sexual assault or cases of genital mutilation. Beyond this, from inquiries, and this also goes along with the UN report. But Ethan still put it in his fucking video. Why did Ethan still put it in his fucking video? Because he's incredibly careless. That's it. It's not perfect. And here, this is the other guy. Hold on. Perfect. I know. I can't believe how much time I've spent on this. I know it's fucking annoying. Okay, I know. It's not perfect. In the first, male 7 October 7 survivor recounts rape at the hands of Hamas terrorists. This guy was a Nova Festival guy. He literally said that on October 7, during Nova Festival, Hamas terrorists came and gang raped him. Guess what? He was suing the Israeli government for $133 million. And the Israeli government looked into his statements and found that he was making it up. And they closed the case. Perfect. That guy is another fabulist. Attackers laughed as they raped and murdered a woman in Israel on October 7, witness says. This guy also was found to be fucking lying.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have been completely flattened during this war. And while we should keep their plight at the top of our minds at all time, it also doesn't mean that we should disregard the lives of the Jewish people who are also affected by this, even if their suffering on the whole is not
this war, not a war, it's a genocide. I thought you recognized it as such.
As great. Some of you may know that I'm an Israeli dual citizen. My wife is Israeli, my kids are half Israeli, and my entire in-law is Israeli. I lived there for 5 years, and I grew a closeness with the country and its people. One of the biggest issues between me, Hasan, and his community was that...
Yeah, notice how he says when he's talking about Gazans dying in the war, the terminology is very passive. Israelis are horrifyingly raped and mutilated and murdered by these Hamas terrorists, but Gazans are dying in a war. This right here is a dog whistle. If you want to know what a fucking dog whistle is, this is what a dog whistle is. Not the idea that someone fucking holding up a bleach sword is actually indicative of their anti-Semitism. That's something that you made up in your fucking mind. But this is a very carefully crafted dog whistle that I don't even think Ethan is smart enough to understand that he's actually attributing here. It's just so permanently lasered into his fucking consciousness that he doesn't recognize that he's doing passive voice when talking about Gazans and their plight. That's it. Okay? Passive voice is applied by mainstream outlets all the fucking time.
I am in favor of a two-state solution while they are in favor of a one-state solution. Their theory is that after the October 7th attack, Israel should just dissolve its borders and let Hamas enter Israel.
Yes, it would have been fucking, yeah. One state at any point, pre-October 7, post-October 7, at any point. Yes.
Unrestrained.
Borders. Like, the argument is so fucking stupid that he's just like, no, you have to genocide them, dude. What do you mean? Like, I mean, you have to genocide them a little bit. I mean, October 7 happened. Look, I gave you a bunch of headlines to show you how much I care about rape, by the way, that I just gave you a bunch of fucking headlines that I couldn't even recall. I couldn't even recount off the top of my mind when I was actually having a conversation with Hasan on Friday. It's one state right now, okay? It already is one state. That's what it is. Israel's an apartheid state.
What do you think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it exists.
Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack, Israel should have dismantled their own government.
The first set of actions would be to democratically take Netanyahu out of power. Yes.
The problem is that Israel's been at war.
Everybody hated Netanyahu after. Why? I thought Ethan hated Netanyahu. Why would he take issue with that? Why? We're at war. Is it a war or is it a genocide? Between me and Ethan, that chatter is correct. Only one of us knows the name of Amit Shoshana, or Shoshana. I don't know how to say it. Ethan did not, as he was constantly fucking bringing her testimony up and screaming at me in our debate, to which he openly recognized he actually weaponized later down the line to slander me.
Or with its neighbors for 70 plus years.
Stop asking me when friends are going to come along. I already told them not to come along yet, okay? I'm doing this on my own.
And it makes a lot of sense that there be some distrust there. Is it really insane to think that Jews, as an ethnic minority in Israel, would not be safe? After all, Israel is a country of refugees.
Yeah, you are a ethno-religious supremacist and also an anti-Arab racist. That's it. That's it. This is not a valid fear. This is the same exact fear that whites had in the apartheid structure in South Africa, that once blacks were free, they would turn around and do a reverse apartheid. This is exactly what people thought about restoring the racial pecking order in the aftermath of the abolition of slavery. You are a Jewish supremacist. That's it. When you're thinking about Israel, you are operating on supremacist thinking, okay? Not to the same degree as a Kahanist or whatever, but that's absolutely what this is. These fucking barbaric Arabs, if we were to lower the boundary wall, would come in and fucking rape us to death. I can't take you seriously? What?
Explain to me what you mean. Yeah, imagine if Jews were a minority, the Palestinians would do to us what we've been doing to them. That's the only argument he has here, by the way. That's the only fucking argument he has. The suspicion that Palestinians would be just as depraved as the fucking Israeli government is to them. And for the record, he doesn't even understand that he's being fucking racist. And you will never be able to convince him that this is an unimaginably racist fucking thing to say. If I were to look through his goddamn comments here, no one would actually fucking cover the point. No one would actually turn around and be like, dude, what do you mean?
If the Jews didn't come from Europe after the Holocaust, they came from the surrounding Arab countries that expelled them in massive amounts following the 1948 war. In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
Yeah, this goes back to the famous conversation that we had where I said this was one of the worst claims that you made in your entire fucking context, Puke. The double Nakba theory. The idea that like Israel's planned exterminationist campaign towards the Palestinians was somehow a good enough fucking reason for why there was a continued domination of all Palestinians across the board, because sorry, Jews have to go somewhere. That is literally the entire reason why the Nakba is disgusting, okay? That is the reason why the Nakba is a ridiculous act of ethnic cleansing to begin with. Jews were in concentration camps in the fucking Holocaust, and the ones who actually survived this horrifying process turned around and in all but 3 years went to fucking Israel and killed Arabs. Palestinians that had nothing to do with the Holocaust. Think about that. How fucking insane that is. Sorry, we have nowhere to go. Guess we have to fucking kill you is not a reasonable conclusion here. You cannot attribute the crimes of other fucking countries like Iraq or even countries that were under colonial occupation like Morocco or under the leadership of Vichy France. You're talking about fucking Algeria. Algeria didn't even have its own liberation movement at this point. And you are attributing to the fucking crimes of the colonially occupied Algeria to Arabs, and you're saying that all Arabs are just anti-Semitic, so Israel had to exist because there was nowhere else for them to go. It's fucking ridiculous. They could have gone back to those countries. They literally could have gone back. There was numerous instances where the PLO and the Arab councils got together and said, hey, we can do a right to return. We can do a double right to return. Jews that want to go back to the MENA region, if they want to go back, they can go back. I'll give you one great example of this, okay? Algeria is a great example of this because it's under French colonial occupation at this point. There's a lot of anti-Semitism, sure, but part of that, for example, was the reality that the FLN's demand for Algeria and during the Algerian liberation was that Jews living in Algeria would be citizens, would be actual Algerian citizens, but they would have to denounce their French citizenship for that process. So what did Jews do in Algeria that collaborated with the colonial apparatus at the time? They went to fucking France. They didn't fly to Israel because they were being pogromed. They fucking chose to be French citizens. That's what happened to the Algerian Jews. This is the reason why you can't fucking make this comparison between what took place in all of these other Arab countries and what took place in Israel. None of these people are actually Palestinians. So why the fuck are the Palestinians constantly getting destroyed in this process? It's a nitpick, but calling Israelis the Jews is unironically perpetuating and promoting anti-Semitism en masse. It's gross. Thank you for actually pointing that out, Jay Mershon. You are absolutely fucking correct. I keep forgetting because there's so many different things that he said in 15 minutes that has taken me hours and hours and hours to fucking explain. They laughed at you for this. Oh yeah, the government of Iraq ran full-page advertisements calling for the return of its Iraqi Jews who had fled their country, Iraq, after the breakout of the 1948 war. Anyway, that doesn't mean that there wasn't fucking expulsions that were taking place. Not mass expulsions the same fucking way that Israel conducted, or before Israel, Zionist brigades conducted, but the idea that this is somehow comparable to the Nakba is fucking gross. It's disgusting. It's a double genocide theory. That's all this is. Well, you know, in the aftermath of World War I, a lot of Germans felt displaced. They felt wronged by World War I. They took on incredible amounts of fucking casualties. So I guess it was permissible to do the Holocaust would be a fucking psychotic argument to make. And it's actually one that famous historian, not real historian, Daryl, whatever the fuck his name is, that goes on Joe Rogan, made time and time again. And I shit on him for making that fucking stupid ass argument. But when Ethan gets to say this about how Jews had nowhere to go, so they had to kill some fucking Arabs to kill some goddamn Palestinian Arabs to take over their fucking land. What are you going to do about it, No one ever thinks this is an insanely fucking racist thing to say because everyone thinks Arabs are not human, okay? It's fucking crazy. Sorry for the nitpick. The Vichy government fell after World War II. Algiers was under another government. No, I'm talking about instability against Jews under Vichy France was pre-World War II. I'm saying that, like, there are Algerian Jews that were harmed, okay, throughout this history, but all the way through World War II, the harm that was happening under the watchful gaze of fucking Vichy France in Algeria. Do you not understand my point? Because he looks at the entire scope of not even post-1948, pre-1948 anti-Semitism that took place in Arab countries, and then says all Arabs are like this. Daryl Cooper is the name of the Holocaust revisionist that I was talking about. Exactly. Daryl Cooper says, well, Germans had their feelings. Germans have had their fucking feelings hurt after World War I. So what are you going to do about it? Lo and behold, that's why the Holocaust had to happen. That is the same argument that he's making here, Germans experienced a lot of economic instability, and therefore they became much more militant and said that the perpetrators were Jews.
1 million Jews. All of these surrounding Arab countries had vibrant Jewish communities in huge number, hundreds of thousands. Now, if you look at them, you're looking at close to, if not literally, 0 Jews left in these countries.
Just to give you an idea, here's a visual representation of the Jewish refugees after 1948. Morocco had 265,000 Jews. Now it has 2,000. Algeria had 104.
Well, thank God I fucking brought up Algeria, by the way. Yeah, where did the Algerian Jews go, Ethan? Algerian Jews were historically considered French citizens. They were collaborators with the French occupiers. The Algerian government, in the aftermath of the liberation, turned around and said, hey, you can be Algerian citizens. You just have to renounce your French citizenship. And lo and behold, they were like, fuck off. I'm going to France. I'm going to be French now. And that's precisely what took place here. You are making this comparison to seem like, there was ethnic cleansing happening in fucking Algeria to Jews. Holy shit. What happened to the Jews in Iraq, Egypt, Yemen, Morocco, Lebanon after 1948, Hasan? Oh my God, he's still doing this. He's still fucking trying to put this point together as though this is like there was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to go, okay? There was nowhere to fucking go. You want to know why this argument is fucking moronic and is at the heart of Zionism? Because the Holocaust and centuries of pogroms and the fear is baked into the heart of Zionism. Israel must exist as a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-supremacist state. It has to exist that way, or else the Holocaust will happen again, is literally at the fucking heart of this entire argument. That's it. And that's precisely why he has to make it seem like all of the Jews in Algeria were actually dominated in an ethnic cleansing campaign in the same way that Israel, before it was Israel, the Zionist brigades had exterminated and also ethnically cleansed the Palestinians from their ancestral lands. It has to be this way because otherwise the entire project fucking falls apart. Fuck. Do you understand how stupid this argument is? It monolithizes all Arabs across the board. Okay. And it also turns around and puts the blame on the Palestinians. It is a never-ending cycle of, and a never-ending justification of why Palestinians must be brutalized by Israel, because that's where the fucking Israeli state is. There's nothing we can do about it. It has to be an ethnic majority. It has to be a Jewish ethno-majority state. Otherwise, the Holocaust will happen 1,000,000 times over. That is the underlying argument here. I'm obviously exaggerating, but that is literally that generational trauma of real violence that Jews were subjected to historically is baked into the reason why Israel must exist in the way that it does, in the violent way that it does, as an apartheid state sitting on top of indigenous land that Palestinians are not allowed to be inside of, because if they were, God forbid, then in Ethan's words, what did Ethan say?
Hold on, let me pull it up again. Where the fuck was Ethan's statement on this? Not this one. The one where he says, you know, if the walls come down, then all Jews will be destroyed. Is it really that fucked up to make this inference that Palestinians, Hamas will kill us if the walls come down? Is this it? No, not this one. Oh, I mean, this is the one, yeah.
To take over all of Israel and happily coexist with fucking Israelis. One state solution is the fucking literal, I mean, one state solution is like kind of the same thing. Because if you have a one state solution and the right to return, which I agree with, right? I mean, Israel has the right to return. If there's a state of Palestine, it makes sense. But if you're in one state, all that's going to happen is like everybody is trying to bring as many people there as possible. And like by the time, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything.
Why? What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Israel has a right to return. Why the fuck does Israel? Why can any Jewish man right now, anywhere around the planet, can fucking go to Israel right now and be able to get a goddamn house in the fucking West Bank that the government will help fund, or Christians United for Israel will help fund, but a fucking Palestinian that can't go back to see their ancestral village, partially because Israel most likely destroyed it and then built some ugly contraption on top of it. What a ridiculous fucking argument. Think about how fucking stupid this is. You can be Ethan Klein, an American Jew living in fucking Calabasas or wherever the fuck he grew up in California, and go live in Israel for 5 fucking years, but there's dudes on the Gaza boundary that cannot even peek over the fucking Gaza envelope to see their parents' houses. How the fuck is that appropriate? How is that acceptable? It's bullshit. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm losing my mind having this conversation with Americans feels so crazy, where you're like, these guys are literally trapped in an open air prison. Okay. They're trapped in a fucking open air prison. They can't go into Israel. And guys will literally turn around and tell you, like, what do you mean? Israel's fucking awesome, dude. Yeah, I mean, don't look over at the open air prison. There's a genocide going on there. But also, anyone that fucking speaks out against that genocide is actually, lo and behold, an anti-Semite. He misspoke when he said Israel, just a heads up before he focuses on that. What are you talking about? What?
And I'm sorry, but Hamas, the governing fucking body there, wants to kill all the fucking Jews.
Yeah, Morocco protected Moroccan Jews from the Vichy government during the Holocaust, finally acknowledged by the Israeli government recently. Anti-Semitism is not as prevalent in Arab society as Ethan wants everyone to believe. If it's as mindless ancient figure as the Arabs. Herzog hails Moroccan king for country's treatment of Jews during the Holocaust. Oh, all of these countries had very different attitudes. Okay, was there a lot of tension amongst the native Jewish population in these Arab nations? Yes, there was, but you cannot attribute the individual responses to the Nakba and how horrifying that was for people back to the Palestinians who are suffering in this process. And yeah, there are literally a right to return that was afforded to Jews over and over again. You know who didn't want that? Israel, because everybody fucking knows that's it. You're there. You don't want to go anywhere else. That's it. God forbid, dude. God forbid.
40,000. Now it has about 50. Iraq had 150,000 Jews, now 10. And I want to give a special shout out to my boy over in Afghanistan, one known Jew. We know him.
Oh, bro, Afghanistan isn't even a fucking Middle Eastern country. It's not even Arabs. Afghanistan is not even fucking Arabs at that point. It's just, I guess it's Muslim. That's what it is, right? That's what the fuck he's talking about. I love this, by the way, because one must ask the question, because remember, the whole point is like Arabs have antiquated anti-Semitic tendencies, right? And that's why fucking, as Ethan claims, Arab anti-Semitism is the reason why Arab Jews became Zionists, right? That's what he said. Now, what's really interesting about this is, like, if you look at this, it says Jewish refugees from the Middle East, an estimated 820,000 Jews fled violence and discrimination in their homelands between 1948 and 1972. Now, this is obviously fucking propaganda bullshit, okay? That monolithizes all Arabs and all Muslim countries. It is a way to justify why Israel must exist. Everybody hates us. We have to live in Israel. Otherwise, Holocaust everywhere, right? Now, The irony, of course, is one must ask the question like, okay, pre-1948, how did a lot of Jews get there, as a matter of fact? If Arabs are so anciently and antiquatedly anti-Semitic, why was the Ottoman Empire seen as a fucking safe land for Jews, where Arabs, Arab Muslims, Arab Christians, and Arab Jews could live side by side? Why did Spanish Jews actually come and exist under the banner of the Ottoman Empire, as a matter of fact? And before people say, oh, they have to pay jizya, yes, I know, but Muslims pay zakat, which is obviously a larger percentage of your fucking income, and jizya meant that you didn't actually have to serve in the military, okay? And in comparison to being fucking ethnically cleansed in, like, the Inquisition, it was a far more favorable position. The important point is that Ethan thinks Palestinians returning to Israel will be dangerous for racist reasons, like the Palestinians are all Hamas, because what's the difference between a teacher from Gaza and a teacher from Europe visiting Israel? One will be dangerous and the other not. Exactly. And even if he doesn't personally, if you were to ask that question, even if he doesn't personally believe that, yeah, I know. Also, Iraqis want their Jewish neighbors back. It's from 972 magazine. Months after a Shiite cleric won the parliamentary elections, Iraq said Jews are welcome on an online poll, and the matter suggests that Iraqis are ready to discuss the right of return more than Israelis are. Yeah, I guess they just want them to return so they can fucking kill them, right? That's what it is. That's probably what it is. These sinister Arabs, they just want them to come back so they can kill them. Fuck. I'm going to keep this clip going. Eventually, I might have to rely on this again because I think it's very instructive of his attitude overall on the position. Ironic because I think this was when he was like also yelling at Olivia for liking a post on Instagram that said Palestine will never die from the river to the sea.
Basically, anything is fair game for the one known Jew. We know him. We love him.
Zebulon.
He's the one Afghan Jew.
They were forced to leave their homes, their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of
They didn't even accept them. They didn't even accept them. Ben Gurion said Arab Jews are like dust, okay? The Ashkenazi Jews that were controlling Israel at the time literally despised the Arab Jews. You don't even know that part of the fucking Israeli history. They unironically were disgusted by them. They thought that they would have to teach them how to use silverware. Israel always was a Western colonial operation. And all of a sudden, they needed more manpower because it's obviously a ethno-religious supremacist ideology. But they simultaneously were like, well, these guys that are here, they're kind of barbaric because they're kind of Arabized. We need to make them Westerners again. And they were horrible. There was literally a fucking child adoption scheme, a child kidnapping scheme that Yemeni Jewish children were literally subjected to. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God. They literally had a Yemenite children affair. They stole the fucking children. They literally, and it still continues to this day. Ethiopian Jews are fucking sterilized by the Israeli state. People get really mad when you say that. They don't do it anymore, but they did that. Avi Shlem's experiences when he first arrived in Israel also shows that it's best to call them Israelis, not Jews. He wasn't treated as a Jew in group when he first arrived to Israel, even though he was literally Jewish. Called them what they were, white Euro supremacist colonizers, because saying the Jews is literally omitting all the people the Jews didn't consider to be Jewish, even though they literally were Jewish. And by the way, some of the aftermath of all of that fucking brutal re-education that Arab Jews were subjected to is part of the reason why they had to, you know how like Irish people in America are cops more often than not, and you're like, why the fuck did that happen? In a similar vein, a lot of the Arab Jews in Israeli society became some of the most intensely right-wing reactionary people in Israeli society so that they could be a part of the Zionist project, to show that they were loyal soldiers of the Zionist project. That's where the likes of Itamar Ben-Gvir come from. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an Iraqi Jew, okay? He is Kurdish and Arab. Why is he such a fucking freak? Because he had to prove himself.
This whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence,
Yeah, here's a New York Times article about the abduction, so people don't call you an anti-Semite conspiracy theorist. It's not. It's like reservations. It's the same process. The disappeared children of Israel. In the state of Israel's early years, a number of parents in immigrant transit camps were told that their babies had died. The families believed that the babies were abducted by the Israeli authorities in the 1950s and were illegally put up for adoption to childless Ashkenazi families, Jews of European descent. A younger generation is demanding answers. They did that because they thought a lot of the Arab Jews were too Arabized. And because they were a white supremacist in their own way, because they were a white Eurocentric supremacist group of people that
that did not want to be like the Arabs in the region. They wanted to desperately and immediately fucking engage in the process of re-education for a lot of these people.
Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result...
But why doesn't he have the smoke for Germany? This is what I understand. So, okay, what's a far larger crime? What's a far greater, more consequential crime? You know what I mean? Oh, Jews were being harmed in fucking Morocco or in Algeria or in Egypt, okay? In these nasty Arab countries, Arab Jews were being harmed. They had nowhere else to go. They had to go to Israel. Okay, who harmed Jews more? Arabs or systematically destroyed the lives of 6 million Jews, Germany? Why the fuck don't you advocate to build Israel on Germany then? What do you mean? Why is it? Why is it that you don't attribute the crimes of the Holocaust to the Germans in the same way that you say the real reason why a lot of Arab Jews became Zionists is because of the Arabs, because of the fucking scary Arabs? Yeah, of course Germany atoned because they didn't have to be fucking ethnically cleansed. You know who got ethnically cleansed? The Palestinians, who had nothing to do with the Holocaust. 11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany before people say the Grand Mufti or some other bullshit. The Grand Mufti was a fucking colonial vestige, okay? The notion that Germany's on the good side because they become performatively anti-Semitism and they're shamed for the Holocaust despite doing the Holocaust, whereas Arab countries famously did not do the Holocaust, yet we consider Germany to be an ally of Israel and Jews. Yeah, exactly, because it's fucking Eurocentric supremacist bullshit. That is precisely the reason why. Because Arabs are barbaric. Unless you're an Arab Jew, in which case, okay, we'll give you a leg up in this circumstance, in Israel at least. You know?
They kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there. So if the Jews of Israel...
Yeah, brother, I'm sorry. You don't understand. It is not a land without people for a people without a land. There were people there, okay? You can't just act like this was empty space that needed to be occupied, okay? It wasn't empty space that needed to be occupied, okay? Under the Ottoman Empire, Palestinians lived there. 2% of the population before the Aliyah process started, before the Balfour Declaration, was Jewish, okay? The rest were... here's the other side of the story. The ancient Jews that lived there, that stayed there, became Arabized, became Islamized throughout that process. So when you're actually when Israel's fucking killing Palestinians, they're unironically killing their own fucking ancestors too, in terms of the 3,000 years of history. But I'm not even going to get into that shit because people get real fucking touchy about that. You're just killing your own ancestors in that process. We're like, well, you're barbaric and you're brutal and ruthless. You must be killed because I need this land now.
Are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have...
What? Algerian Jews were given a choice between Algerian citizenship and French citizenship, and guess what they chose? You're not cooking. Oh, you're talking to him. Yeah, I already brought that up. I know. I did. He brought up Algeria, and it's such a clear-cut indication that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just saw this goddamn meme on Instagram and thought he cracked the fucking code, dude. That's how little he cares about this issue that he's supposed to know about, right? Most of them are granted citizenship, not even a choice. Please read this. I'm Algerian. If you need a source on the collaboration, divide and conquer methods. I know. Cremer decree. I know. Décret Cremer. I know. Fuck. It's so crazy to me that he just literally plastered this on the fucking context nuke to make it seem as though all of these unique and individual countries, some aren't even fucking Arab, by the way. He puts Afghanistan on there. It's not even Arab. All of these guys were being, they were systematically erasing Jews from their population. They like forced them out. Meanwhile, half the fucking people that he's pointing to didn't even go to, some of them didn't even go to Israel. There's some of them went to France and then went to Israel afterwards, but voluntarily.
One known Jew we know,
their lives, their property, and migrate to the only place in the world that would accept them, which was Israel. The irony of this whole situation is that after the 1948 war, when Israel won the war to declare its independence, the Arab countries got super anti-Semitic against their own Jewish citizenry that had nothing to do with Israel. And as a result, they kicked them all out, 1 million plus of them, and forced them to go the one place they hated the most, Israel. And now those same people that forced them out of their homes are telling them they don't belong there.
Bro, how do you not understand? Bro, he said now those same people that forced them out of their homes say that they don't belong there. Do you not understand what Ethan is saying? These are not the same people, you fucking moron. You racist moron. The people that don't want them there right now are the Palestinians who were ethnically cleansed. You are putting the crimes of other Arab countries and what they might have done, which you don't even fucking know, by the way, on the Palestinian Arabs that don't want to get their shit kicked in and don't want to be removed from their homes. Fuck! Kaya, please. Scared the shit out of me. He's literally saying, well, now these fucking nasty Arabs don't want the Jews to live here. Do you see this? How does he not understand? How does he not understand this argument? These are totally separate people, okay? If one is the wronged party, the other is the party doing the wrong. Yeah, I know he got it from here. This is the Jewish virtual library map of the conflict. I mean, this is a classic Hasbara shit, okay? That's what it is. Little old Israel. Didn't Ben Shapiro do the same video in October 2023? We already reacted to all of this at the point. Yeah, we did. He sees them all as the same. Dan thinks saying the Arabs is parallel to saying the Israelis. Wait, what? Dan said this?
There's a collection of a bunch of nations that all collectively kicked the Jews out.
Yeah,
So
I know. No, I know.
if
I
he
know
said the fucking Jews, what is he talking about?
Yeah, I guess there's. I guess more comparable.
Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, I don't say that. Yeah. If I were to say, oh, it's these fucking Jews, you would lose your goddamn mind. Oh my God. He literally only can understand bigotry if it's Jewish people in the fucking crosshairs. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Yes. That's crazy.
It would be the fucking Israelis.
It would be
like saying the fucking Israelis is different than saying the fucking Arabs. You're not even saying the fucking Moroccans kicked the Jews out, okay? You're saying the fucking Arabs kicked the Jews out. This is so stupid. What are they doing over there? What is this? Even the crew try to
Because
just...
they're anti-Semitic. 900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out. The vast majority went to fucking Arabs.
Why was that cut? What the fuck cut was that? And then
Hasan is smiling because he's like, yep, I got the clip I needed.
I didn't even know what he was talking about because I was speaking honestly and I was speaking passionately. And obviously throughout this whole conversation, we've both been using fucking as a, it's calm.
Dude, if I were to treat Jews as a monolith in the way that he treats Arabs, he wouldn't have to fucking constantly do delusional shit to infer anti-Semitism out of places where there's no anti-Semitism. You could just be like, all right, well, here it is. I'll let this speak for itself. Even when I talk about Israel and Israel's own demographic considerations, I always take the extra step to say Israeli Jews versus Israeli Arabs is their own classification because they're an ethno-religious supremacist country. I do not agree with this classification, but whenever I look at Israeli polling, when I say Israeli Jews, I literally will always readily immediately fucking slap that on there because I know some motherfucker is waiting like a hawk to be like, see, he said Jews. He said Jews. That's it. Because I know how this works. I know how this fucking works. He can say whatever the fuck he wants about Arabs, and no one is going to be like, oh, that's a little racist. I don't really understand what the fuck you're talking about. But I say something that is even remotely misconstrued. It's over. It's over. Okay? My career is fucking over. This is precisely the reason why after a fucking entire year and a half of endless coverage on this issue, the only thing he can fucking point to is like, oh, well, Ian Idubbbs grabbed the fucking bleach sword that I know is not a swastika, but I'm going to act like it's a swastika for the fucking sake of this argument to make it seem like you're anti-Semitic. He can't even point to anything. Oh my God.
And everybody does it in English, especially when you're like getting impassioned. You say this fucking this, that. It's like,
is Islamophobia more acceptable than anti-Semitism? Come on, dude. Are you out of your fucking mind? Yes, of course it is. And anyone who tells you that is not the case is delusional. What are you talking about? Dude, a 6-year-old
was stabbed to death by their landlord after October 7. The 6-year-old was Muslim, okay? The landlord, after October 7, did an Islamophobic hate crime and stabbed a 6-year-old tenant to death. If there was a role reversal where a 6-year-old Jewish boy was stabbed to fucking death, there would be like an understandable, he was Palestinian, there would have been an understandable outcry. That outcry did not even exist for this child. It's fucking ridiculous. There was another dude who shot people because they were wearing keffiyehs. How much more conversation? You're missing his point. He just wants you to acknowledge that the Jews fleeing their homes are suffering. I don't. This is ridiculous. You cannot use this in the process of talking about the Nakba, okay? It's like saying the Germans were suffering. It's like saying the Germans were suffering after World War I. I don't care. What the fuck? He fails to see that fears of settler colonialism was the cause, not anti-Semitism, because the colonies in Palestine pre-Holocaust. Like, in the context of Palestinian emancipation, this doesn't fucking matter. Do you not understand? Fuck. And it's like everything has to be around anti-Semitism all the time because that's the only way. That's the only fucking way you can justify this militant state. Do you not understand how this works? This is why he has to constantly present like, these guys are all anti-Semitic. Here, let's get to the fucking militant resistance. Let's get to the heart of the matter here, okay? Because there's so much happening here. There's so much happening here that's so idiotic.
So if the Jews of Israel are surrounded by Islamic militant terrorist groups that have
militant terrorist groups
stated their goal is to annihilate Israel as a Jewish state.
Hamas was founded in 1978 as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was actually a fucking Islamic charity, okay? Hamas was not around in 1948. You cannot bring that up. Hezbollah was not around until 1982. And guess what? Hamas and Hezbollah both were born out of Israeli violence. Oh my God. How confusing. How shocking. Why does Hezbollah exist, I wonder? Ethan actually learned a little bit about it since he made this fucking stupid ass video because he had to say, Hamas's, Hezbollah's inception was a noble one. I will never forget. He said, noble Hezbollah.
And considering the historical context of Jews being pogromed from Arab countries.
Sorry, you're right. It was founded in 1987, not 1978. Not that it matters. No, I think, actually, you know what? You might be wrong. You might literally be wrong. I think like the official charter is 1987, but it was before the official charter. It was an Islamic charity. So I think I'm right and you're wrong. Yeah, for the record, just letting you know. I remember reading Zach Foster on it. The charter is 1987, which is when it was officially a political movement, but pre-1987, before the charter, they were an Islamic charity. So I do believe it was in the 70s that it was an Islamic charity, if I'm not mistaken. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm actually flexing over here in real-time Hamas knowledge. Yeah, Hamas movement founded by Palestinian Islamic in 1987, but it emerged from his 1973 Mujama al-Islamiyya Islamic charity affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. I said 1978. I was wrong. It was 1973. Don't fucking test my Hamas knowledge, dude. I went to Hamas University, Columbia anti-Semite, baby. That's right. Don't test my fucking knowledge on Hamas. Both wrong? Come on, dude. I said 1973, but I said it was is a Muslim Brotherhood Islamic charity. Yeah, I get all those fucking fruit baskets from Haas, okay? It's not for no reason. You feel me? It's not for no reason. This is the reason. This is why they give me the fucking fruit baskets. All right, let's get to the meat of it, actually. This is actually very educative because Ethan is clearly not a far-right lunatic. He's very progressive here and there and is still insanely Islamophobic, just like when the Dems in America are social democrats everywhere. We can see how poisonous these positions could be. Exactly. Exactly.
Is it really that crazy for them to not feel safe as an ethnic minority, even a little bit?
And that's yes, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's like white people being like, is it that crazy for me to feel a little scared if we were to abolish the apartheid in South Africa? Come on. I mean, we've been pretty fucking mean to the black folk. Yes, you're saying the exact same thing. You're racist. That's it. It's just pure racism in your mind. Okay? I'm sick and tired of fucking addressing this as anything but. I hate being the woke guy. Okay? He's going to clip this and use it forever now. I don't care. I hate this shit. I hate playing this song and dance. Like, I'm not a woke motherfucker by any means, okay? I'm very, very understanding of how social conditioning works and how someone can engage in microaggressions or whatever the fuck, okay? Ethan was trying to constantly chirp about microaggressions, but this is not a microaggression. This is a pure racist fantasy. The only reason why Hezbollah is pummeling Israel as it was, and the only reason why October 7 happened is because of Israel. These are nationalist resistance groups against Israeli occupation. They were designed because Israel occupied these countries, just like in Lebanon. When Israel occupied Lebanon, that's when Hezbollah was created. There was already sectarian infighting that was taking place in Lebanon. Israel actually used the Maronite Christians in Lebanon as a weapon. They did the Sabra and Shatila massacres against the PLO, against the fucking Palestinians that had actually escaped Israel and went to Lebanon. They went in there and allowed the right-wing phalangist, fascist psychopaths to fucking slaughter people. That's where they actually did the babies getting pulled out of fucking mothers' wombs, by the way. That's those fucking phalangist fascists that did that. And you know what Israel did? They shut off the access points of the Sabra and Shatila neighborhoods. They shut them off. They had IDF stationed outside of the entry and exit points of this neighborhood so that the phalangists could kill everyone. They threw up flares in the sky so there was better visibility so that they could kill every single Palestinian and Shia Muslim in Lebanon they could. Fuck. They boxed these people in, and it was a complete slaughter. There's also a fucking Waltz with Bashir is the movie that an Israeli made about his own experiences, like losing his fucking mind after seeing the barbarity.
It's pretty much the entirety of our disagreement. Despite what you've read on TikTok and Twitter, I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
To a Palestinian charity? Motherfucker, you donated to my Palestinian charity. You fucking asshole. He's too embarrassed to admit that because that would look kind of stupid, wouldn't it? Oh my God. Oh my God. He literally doesn't even say, wait, what? There's no way. He has to fucking admit that.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat. Thank you, Ethan.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war criminal.
This is so gross. I can't believe it. I can't believe how gross he is. He uses the $6,500 as though it's literally a permission for him to be as racist as he wants to. It's like, I gave $6,500. I said it was a genocide in 2021. What the fuck do you want from me? Now it's my time to constantly talk about the feelings of people that want to defend the apartheid state doing a genocide. This, ladies and gentlemen, is virtue signaling. This is precisely what he's doing. You don't get to do a fucking racism penalty ahead of time, okay? And then spend the rest of the year trying to fucking deplatform pro-Palestinian voices. What an insane thing to say. Also, $6,500, suck my dick. You buy fucking new watches every goddamn week. That's like worth $100,000. What the fuck do you mean? It's not even a good enough indulgence to fucking actually do the amount of deplatforming that you fucking engaged in. Okay? Open up your fucking wallet a little bit harder. Jesus Christ. Oh. He's gonna clip this. Suck my fucking cock from the back, you stupid bitches who constantly fucking say, he's gonna clip this, he's gonna clip this. I don't give a shit. He can clip everything. He can suck my dick from the fucking back, dude. Suck my fucking cock, okay? All of you dumb fucking optics lovers. Oh my God. Fuck you, dude. Yeah, I gave $6,500 to Black Lives Matter. I can say the N-word now, you know? Let me go deplatform every fucking black liberation activist. The fuck? What do you think is an N-word pass? You think that's how it works? Anyway, ironic because I think a lot of you have also seen that despite the $6,500 that he gave, and I fundraised for that one millions of dollars, and then we fundraised again for Creators for Palestine, got together and fundraised again to the tune of like $2 million. And here's what this fucking dipshit had to say about the activism for Creators of Palestine. These people did nothing to Ethan, by the way, with the exception of having, like, I guess, me and Frogan on. These were content creators from all different walks of life on YouTube that got together, saw the fucking severity of the situation, severity of the fucking crisis, and actually fundraised, worked with charities on the ground that were working at the time that were able to deliver aid into Gaza. He saw that and he was fucking jealous that the spotlight wasn't on him for a brief moment. And here's how he reacted to all of that.
$1.6 million. That's fantastic. Literally negligible. They've received billions of fucking dollars. It's a good thing. Has $1.6 million had an outcome on anything happening in Gaza? Absolutely fucking not. Has it helped people? Sure. Has it helped fucking the actual, like, movement? No.
Yeah. What is $1.6 million? Oh, negligible. But I gave $6,500.
They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a...
Yeah, remember what I said to Ethan Klein after this conversation that took place? When Ethan asked me, hey, what should have people done after October 7? And I said, well, Netanyahu should resign and then new leadership should be democratically elected. So when Ethan Klein wants to present himself as pro-Palestinian, he says Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. But when he's having a conversation with me, an actually pro-Palestinian person, and I say, what should have happened after October 7? And I say, Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. This is his fucking response.
You think Israel should have done in response to October 7th?
Instead of indiscriminately bombing Gaza, I think the first thing to do in that situation would be to dismantle the government in the way that it existed, like get Netanyahu out of power.
Okay. So you're saying Israel...
And I'm over here saying like 85% of Israelis hate Netanyahu right now. He should not be in office.
Hold on, dude. You're saying in response to this terrorist attack...
Yeah. What happened? But when he's saying he's a stalwart ally of the fucking Palestinian plight, all of a sudden he's like, well, I said Netanyahu should resign in disgrace. So I guess you didn't want Netanyahu to resign in disgrace because he's a fucking liar. That's it. Okay? He is not only a racist, Islamophobic piece of shit, but he's also a fucking liar. He is inconsistent as shit. It is impossible to pin him down on a position because one day he says, oh, I think it's a genocide. The next day he says it's a fucking war. So you have to look at and I'm going to use a term that Ethan has used quite a bit to justify his clip chimps, the totality of a man's actions. Because he always says, oh, you look at the totality of Hassan. He's anti-Semitic. He's anti-Semitic. He's anti-Semitic. Okay? If you look at the totality of Ethan's actions, you realize that he is an inconsistent, lying piece of shit who is too fucking embarrassed to admit, either because he's worried that his wife is not going to fucking let him sleep in the same bed. Maybe he's going to put him in the fucking race car bed or something. Or because that's just genuinely his perspective. He's too embarrassed to openly say that he thinks what Israel is doing could not be considered a fucking genocide. Okay? Because if you actually thought Israel was doing a genocide, you wouldn't have done this video. You know what you would have done instead? A video on the fucking genocide that Israel is doing. Don't give me this two things could be true at once. Every single thing that you've posted in the past 17 minutes that it took 2 hours for me to fucking go over has been bullshit. Every single thing has been fucking bullshit. Oh my God.
Condemned Netanyahu as a war.
I can't believe I should have just watched this instantly. I would have had a fucking 100,000 people watching me and I would have did tricks on this shit. Now I'm mad. What a wonderful opportunity. I could have just fucking ended this conversation then and there and showcased how fucking stupid he's being.
Or criminal. They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal. Called the West.
Why are you immune to criticism because there's a genocide? No, you fucking moron. I am not immune to criticism. You're a fucking idiot if you don't understand my point here. The criticism is invalid. Can criticism be invalid? Or is all criticism automatically valid because your favorite fucking neurotic content creator decided that it was valid because his feelings were hurt? I'm not saying I'm immune to criticism, okay? I'm not saying that at all. That's the way he's framing it. Look at this criticism. What is the fucking criticism? Oh, well, Israel is surrounded by scary Muslims. And what is he supposed to do? Of course it has to be violent. Like, that's the criticism? What a fucking criticism that was. His criticism is, I'm racist. His criticism literally is, my name is Ethan Klein, and I'm fucking racist against Arabs. So Israel has to be violent. That's the criticism? I'm sorry. Also, is Ethan immune to criticism because he gave $6,500 to my fucking fundraiser? So he's immune to criticism? You say, why are you focusing on me when there's a genocide? Yes, you fucking moron, because him and I are supposed to be in alignment here. Him and I are supposed to be in agreement here. He said as much. Oh my God. He can't handle it at all. So fragile. Yeah. By the way, the difference between me and Ethan is you can say that in here after waiting for 60 minutes. Okay. You will never be able to say that in Ethan's chat. If you're a member in Ethan's chat, you have to pay. And even if you were to ever fucking even lightly criticize him, he will ban you. He will ether you. That is a big part of the reason why so many people have left this community and fucking hate his ass, because he cannot stand even an iota of valid criticism. Okay, this entire project is literally criticism that was warranted, that he could not stand. So he made it his fucking life's mission to ruin people's lives. Oh, it must be because they're fucking what? Oh my God, I thought you were being serious. Don't call him neurotic in spite of his obvious visible neuroticisms. He's a dog whistle because he's Jewish. I am Jewish and this is sarcasm. I shouldn't have fucking freaked me out for a second. I got banned from the subreddit for calling Israel an apartheid. That's when I knew it was over. Yes.
Bank settlements an abomination. Settlers in the West Bank are religious zealots. They're monsters. They're genocidal.
I've even said the West Bank settlers are valid military targets.
He doesn't think that, I don't think, because he claims that, but his wife was defending the West Bank when she, well, not defending the West Bank, but defending West Bank settlers when she went into Ramallah to a raid. You know, probably not a valid military target, right? So don't know about that.
When you talk about like colonial settlers and stuff, like that's what's actually happening in the West Bank right now. And these people are more or less valid military.
This clip from the Sam Cedar debate shows how inconsistent he is.
I certainly underestimated that they would.
That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far.
I didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
5 minutes later. Unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
You think it was inevitable that they would kill these many people?
That's why they attacked.
I certainly underestimated that they would go this far. I
didn't think they'd go this far, but
bomb hospitals.
5 minutes later. Unfortunately, I think their response was inevitable based on everything that happened.
Why can
you think it was inevitable that they would?
How do you have a normal conversation with a person like this who is so quick to change his position from moment to moment? How are you supposed to have a conversation with a person who is so narcissistic that all he cares about is winning that fucking argument in that moment, which is precisely why he will flip-flop on positions? The irony, of course, here is that, yes, that might work for his fucking stupid fan base that remains here or are really horny to just be like, oh yeah, let's take down Hasan, because there's plenty of fucking people who hate me online because they believe all the fucking lies sometimes that Ethan tells as well. Okay. But like, it's just, for the average person, the reason why Ethan fails in this regard, aside from all the people that just simply want to look at this conflict from the framework of drama, the reason why he fails in this regard is because he can never make a consistent position. He cannot have a consistent moral position. He does not have one. He just wants to win the argument from the fucking, from the minutia, from the immediate fucking clip that he can try and put together. You call it a Wellishek. This is precisely what I mean. His entire community has become a fucking group of perverted serial harassers who are now fucking harassing my ex-girlfriend for a post that she made that she literally went back on, and they just can't fucking give it up. They literally think, oh, I can use anything and everything against Hasan, so we gotta fucking we gotta use like a weak moment, not of myself, mind you, but a private moment to literally fucking harass a Muslim sex worker, by the way. Not shocking, of course, looking at the way that these dipshits fucking behave. God damn, dude. Complete lack of empathy. You don't give a shit about anything. You just want your fucking daddy to win the conversation. So you'll do anything and everything. It's fucking depressing and depraved. You're fucking depressing and depraved. You are not a real human. You are literally subhuman. You have dropped your humanity in an effort to defend a person that doesn't know you exist. I need you to understand this. You don't know the full scope of any of the fucking issues that you're talking about. You just got duped by a fucking Reddit post. You got duped by a Reddit post. You saw something on Reddit and it clicked for you because you want to fucking hate me. That's it. That's so fucking sad, dude. That is so sad. Subhuman is crazy. It's not crazy. You are literally dehumanized yourself. You have reduced yourself to something less than a human being. Okay? Oh, you cannot maintain a slave society nor an apartheid one without extraordinary levels of dehumanizing racism. Of course, those next level S tier races are going to
fear retributive actions because they don't expect their victims to be humans who will feel relief when the terror they are subjected to ends. Instead, they can't help but imagine their victims will be inhuman retributive monsters. Yes. Chad, Hasan has actually interacted with this person. You have not. Is your plan to make this unwatchable? Yes.
Targets, in my opinion.
My only crime is wanting a
Yeah, my only crime is just wanting a two-state solution. Don't spout
State
Zionist
solution.
discourse, then shrug. You're just showing you're a Zionist, Ethan. People shrug. Why would this be a bad thing? Why would this be a bad inference to make? All you're showing in this fucking video is that they were right. My moderation team was fucking right. They were right from the goddamn jump. And I thought, because I knew you personally, that maybe I could change your fucking mind. And I was wrong. It turns out those people made the correct assessment about you, Ethan. And you couldn't give up on that. You could not let that fucking go. Oh, it's because I'm Jewish. No, dumbass. It's because you're doing propaganda for Israel. And I tried to kindly and gently in private conversations explain that to you. People don't know you like that. So, of course, they're going to make these fucking inferences that you're pro-Israel because you sound like Ben Shapiro when you talk about fucking Israel. So you should have understood it back then. You should have been an open-minded person back then, taking some accountability, maybe taking a fucking step back on the issue and either never talked about Israel-Palestine ever again, or at the very least do some fucking reading. And I don't mean getting talking points from 60-year-old stalkers of mine that are fucking podcast co-hosts of Destiny to try and win an argument when you can't even fucking functionally win the argument in the eyes of most people online. So you have to crawl back to your fucking hug box of psychopathic right-wing perverts and keep posting on your Instagram stories about Tucker Carlson's daily caller operation, writing articles about me being bad. You fucking suck.
Instead of one, and thinking it's not okay to kill Israeli civilians. That's it. That's why they're calling me a Nazi Zionist. And because of Hasan and others spreading this malicious lie about my beliefs, I'm even getting harassed on the street.
So how come you don't like Palestine?
Dude, this was also fucking insane. This was also insane. This fucking clout shuck freak, he attributed this to me. He admitted that I don't fucking know this guy, and he lied about it. He put it in his fucking context, Nuke, acting like this is a fan of mine. This motherfucker then turned around the other day and lied and was like, no, dude, I was a fan of Hasan. He's such an obvious fucking clout shark, you dumbass. You don't care. This dude is a real fucking anti-Semite too, by the way. He's a Sneeko fan. He's a Holocaust denier, but it doesn't matter. Ethan, as long as someone gives him the affirmation, he will literally place them above everybody else. Place them above people that he's known for fucking years, whether it's iDubbbz or even place them above someone like myself, who is infinitely more knowledgeable on this issue. He will literally use a guy that he fucking used in his podcast as an anti-Semite, as the only pro-Palestinian type of person that's out there, to make it seem like this is how the pro-Palestinian position looks like. A guy who fucking stalked him in public to make it seem as though this was a fan of mine. Here's my first interaction with him on stream.
Pothead or Potman. Is that it? Hey. I could be on it. Are you guys doing interviews? I'm Palestinian. I know I look Jewish. I'm Palestinian.
Oh, no, we're just streaming.
Israeli. I look like Israeli.
We're just, the guy, normally the answer would be yes, but he's been.
Dude, every single one that was there with me, Lol Overruled, March, and Cinemarxism, who's there as well, we all thought this guy was a fucking freak. We didn't know who the fuck he was. He didn't know who the fuck we were. Okay?
Right now. What are you guys doing? What kind of content?
We're just streaming.
Just live streaming. Oh, live streaming? Yeah. Dude. Twitter, bro. You guys on Twitter?
Yeah.
That shit, you get viral there sometimes or no?
Sure.
I'm just kidding, bro. I'm just like, I'm a content creator too, bro. Sure. I do content. I'm trying to make content, but I don't know.
Even their subreddit called this freak out, Dating and Money 101 on Hasan's UCLA stream protest. He didn't pass the vibe check. I think I looked gay in that one. I remember watching this live and was like, what the fuck's this dude's deal? March behind the camera kept trying to signal Hasan that this dude was odd, was saying unhinged shit and just being a nuisance. I would have never guessed this dude would come back to my lore in the universe like this. Too fucking funny. So what's up, love? When are we dancing? Interesting. So Ethan Klein's subreddit was actually, before it turned into this like fucking fuck Hasan operation, before it turned into a snark subreddit, was actually infinitely more understandable and more amenable to my position. Oh my God. Yeah, you're my hero to Hasan, 90130. After that, oh, you're a communist? Dude who had no idea who he was. Probably just looked up who's streaming from there and went for some clout. That's an important piece of context. And you'd assume Payment Spiritual just didn't see that context until you found out he's a Destiny fan. DGG are so unbelievably bad faith and obsessed with Hasan. Wow. Wow. Look at that. Hamas pecker. Hasan tried to get fellow streamer to support terrorists but failed. Infested with these fucking little freaks, these cretins all over the goddamn subreddit, all up and down, dude. Look at that. And your community, Ethan, used to actually fucking call this shit out. And then you banned every single person that called it out because you wanted a hug box that would make you feel good. And these guys use you like a goddamn cum sock, for the record. Okay? They use you. They think you're fucking stupid. And quite honestly, you might be. You were stupid enough to fucking throw away all of your friends for how horny you were to defend Israel. And now you're getting manipulated by the dumbest, most autistic fan base on the fucking planet. Okay? Weaponization of autism through and fucking through. And they are literally all crawling up and down your fucking walls. Now they're going to clip this and be like, Hasan is being ableist, as a matter of fact. No, my community is the second most autistic. Okay? Hey, that's us, not them. Yeah. We need to level up our autism. I'm going to be doing extra vaccines. That's an important piece of context, and you'd assume Payment Spiritual just didn't see that context until you find out he's a Destiny fan. DGG are so unbelievably bad faith and obsessed with Hasan. This was 8 months ago. The subreddit has changed dramatically since then. I highly doubt that this guy understands the difference between communism and liberalism. I think he just assumes everyone is on the left and same as Hasan is on the left. The one I don't think get is how he likes Hasan and Sneeko and him and have major beef and disagree on everything except for Palestine. Yeah, the dude literally looked up who the fuck I was because he realized that I was on camera, and then he came back and acted like a fan. He's a cloud chaser. He was weird and gross. Everybody fucking there hated his vibes, and that's precisely what happened. And Ethan knows that that's precisely what happened, at least now. But, you know, no retractions there. I mean, I guess I did get a retraction out of him in the conversation because he tried to fucking use this guy. What? I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt when you call that chowder subhuman and assume you mean inhumane. Subhuman is dehumanizing slur, but the Nazis that dehumanize Jewish people. Not every fucking pejorative is about Jewish people. What the fuck are you saying, dude? The reach of the fucking day, dude. The woke Olympics. Dude, none of this shit works, by the way. I'm just letting you know. Don't do this fucking... I'm actually being cautious for you because the optics of this is really bad. Like, no, dude. You're only in here to fucking get this clip so you can get a response out of me and then clip it and be like, see, Hasan was doing dangerous anti-Semitism again. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? That's not even woke. That's just trolling. Yeah, that's not even a thing. Oh, my God. The communities of some of the most offensive, toxic, and racist human beings on the planet are currently woke scolding you. I know. They get in here to be like, well, you know, I want to be a white guy that says the N-word, but also at the same time, I'm just going to sit here and be like, well, subhuman is actually a dangerous anti-Semitic slur.
Palestine? No, you don't.
Why do you say that?
Because, bro, you're... wasn't she in the IDF?
Yeah.
Oh, damn, that's crazy.
Mandatory service.
That's sad. That's terrorism, bro.
She was born there.
That's sad. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a rapist, bro.
Look in the fucking...
You look like a fucking rapist, Ethan. Feel bad for you guys. Ethan Klein, bro, you're ugly as fuck, bro. You're ugly as shit. You look like a...
Yeah, yesterday he shouted this guy out with his Insta handle, by the way, and he said justice for his on his Instagram. You want to know why he did that? You want to know why he did that? Hasan, you say subhuman a lot. It's not a good look. I'm going to keep saying that. I don't care. Shut the fuck up, please. Enough. Enough. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing where you hyper-focus on something that is not a real relevant issue only to give ammunition to fucking haters to make it seem as though this is actually a bigger deal because you just can't. You've been in here for 6 hours and you're bored and you want to narcissistically make yourself the center of the conversation. And you know that if you say something woke enough, that I'm probably going to respond to it because it's going to piss me the fuck off. I unbanned you. Behave. Why is he giving him the one thing he wants the most? Clout? Because Ethan will use anyone and everyone as a weapon. He says he cares about anti-Semitism, but he's aligned with the likes of quartering. Okay, he says he cares about anti-Semitism. He's aligned with he thinks I'm mean about his wife.
He's aligned with guys like Nicholas Eat Oreos, who has called Gila a fucking horse over and over again. He's aligned himself with Keemstar, who has also called Gila a horse over and over again. I've never disrespected his wife like that. I've simply called into question why she defends Israel so vociferously, okay, while simultaneously showing the inconsistency of calling Rashid, which is going to be another part of this fucking context puke, obviously, in a little bit. Rashid, who is a fucking 19-year-old in Yemen that he falsely claims is a fucking Houthi rebel soldier terrorist, when his wife, by his own estimation, would be a terrorist in the West Bank and a valid military target in his own estimation. Anyway, we're moving on from this shit. This guy's a fucking delusional loser, okay? And he's a Sneeko fan and probably a fucking Holocaust denier. I know Sneeko is a Holocaust denier. And guess what, dude? He seemingly backtracked on calling the IDF a terror organization.
They take me.
Oh, wow. That's funny. Okay. Yeah. Remember. Yeah, was that Yemeni firefighter you showed earlier a terrorist? Yeah, according to Ethan, he is, because he said fucking strike Tel Aviv. So for Ethan, that firefighter is now a Houthi rebel, okay? Now, this fucking dipshit, okay? This goddamn dipshit is a clout-chasing ass loser who's literally using the issue of Palestine to fucking chase clout. So his stupid ass dating and money coaching seminars can actually get can actually launch off the ground. Okay, that's his only goal here. That's the only thing he wants to do. But of course, for Ethan, that's enough to be like, well, this guy is the average Hassan fan. He harasses me in broad daylight. What the fuck kind of disgusting nonsense is this? How ridiculous to do this, especially when his fans are actually loyal Fedayeen that go out and under his directive and under his watchful gaze, go out and harass people in public. Okay? Yeah, Ethan had no issues debating this fucking dipshit on his own podcast and platforming him because it was a fun way to basically belittle pro-Palestinians. This is the only guy who he has brought forward as a pro-Palestinian figurehead onto his fucking podcast. And then I guess Bonerbox, who literally has talked about sniping jobs, who has absolutely become such an aggressive Destiny dick rider that he just basically repeats whatever the fuck Destiny's saying, even though, to my knowledge, I thought that he no longer actually fucked with Destiny because, you know, Destiny actually did horrifying things to his ex-girlfriend. So I don't know. There's current litigation happening in that process, I thought. But yeah, Lonerbox, who I was so fucking charitable to as well, because I saw some of his earlier videos. Also, here he is admitting that this person is an anti-Semitic Sneeko fan and not a Hassan fan. Why did he actually present this guy as an anti-Semitic Sneeko fan, which he is, by the way? But then in the context, Nuke, he very quickly says this is a Hassan fan. Why? Because he came up to me at a fucking pro-Palestinian rally, figured out who I was to try to get a fucking a quote out of me for his dumbass dating show, and it was very obvious that we were grossed out by him. And if you actually truly thought that this was a repulsive figure that should not be highlighted, why the fuck did you actually praise him? Why does your subreddit praise him? Why? I know why. Because he gave you what you wanted. He literally came out and said, oh, I'm actually a Hassan fan. He gave you what you wanted. You could use it to your advantage. So you fucking literally hyped him up again. You gave him the one thing that he wanted, clout. Here is your stalkers, on the other hand, your actual stalkers, on the other hand, which ironically from my stalker account, which he highlights all the fucking time, harassing Dan Clancy.
Hey Dan, do you have any comment on why you won't let Ethan Klein stream on your platform?
He is
the
streaming on
Hassan
the
content nuke?
He is.
Why he got banned twice?
It got reversed.
It got reversed, but it was like it was not an automatic ban. Do you have any comment on that?
No comment.
No comment? All right, good to know.
Yeah, classic. Ethan then turned around. Ethan turned around and literally fucking posted this, as you can see, in his Instagram story. Okay? Yeah, go and do this. Go and do this, brave citizen journalist. Girly Pop Nation is out of fucking control, dude. Holy shit. Imagine if I posted someone going up to Ethan in broad daylight, or going up to Dan, okay? Going up to anybody like this and then post it on my Instagram story, be like, hell yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Stick it to the man.
There are people in positions of power that actually do wrong, okay? Dan is a CEO. He can handle it. I'm not going to fucking defend the CEO of the goddamn platform. But the reality of the matter is, this kind of fucking personal vendetta that you are putting on your audience is setting a dangerous precedent. You and the way you use your community is incredibly fucking dangerous, okay? You should show him these things and he ignores them. iDubbbz explains he got harassed, but he said nothing about it. Yeah, he doesn't care. He thinks it's not harassment.
He got scared. He got
Clancy.
spooked. KKK Clancy, that's right.
Like, that's crazy, dude. KKK Clancy. When Ethan was claiming on numerous videos that Twitch was an incredibly deeply anti-Semitic platform, okay? Because they had made, like, insane shit, like unbanning Sneeko. Insane, right? Sneeko is obviously a Holocaust denier. He is an incredibly anti-Semitic person. He's delusional, right? And he was like, oh, dude, Twitch is so anti-Semitic. They actually fucking, they actually had Myron, they unbanned Myron Gaines or something. It's like, bro, he's on your platform. He's on YouTube. Why don't you fucking criticize YouTube? It's your platform. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? None of this shit makes sense.
One more time, because it...
Great job.
I feel like he's angry too. You can sense
You
it.
can sense that like people have been driving him crazy with this topic or something.
Oh, he hates me.
But great job to this girl.
Absolutely. I don't know who this is, but shout outs to this.
Looks like she's in chat because there's one person saying that's my video.
Oh, we love you, girly.
Yeah, yeet the goat. Let's go. This dude, if you look through his fucking tweets, it's like a 16-year-old loser who fucking hangs out and like talks about lolly porn with Sex Pestany and Dan Stalkman, okay? And on his cake streams, and his community is cherishing this fucking guy. Amazing. Anyone that stalks or engages in predatory behavior at the behest of Ethan will get cherished, okay? The irony is, while he does all this shit, he wants everyone to denounce things that are happening to him that I have nothing to do with. He has no evidence that I've done anything to him with respect to like a CPS call. He has no evidence that my community did something like that. But he still said everyone on the internet did the CPS call to him. I don't even know. I don't know what the fuck happened. Why would I know anything about that? Why would I have anything to do with that? Snarkers called CPS on me, he says. And then when I engage him on that and I say, hey, what the fuck? What are you doing over there? What's going on? What do you mean? The snarkers who I don't even have a fucking direct association with, that I have no control over, are mostly your fans, your former fans, are doing this to you. Do you have any evidence for that? He's like, nah, I don't know who did it. Yeah, this is the fucking community that he is the head moderator of, by the way. Yeet. This. Islam contributed to one damn thing for humanity over 1,400 years. It's like a straight up fucking 4chan community. He loves this shit. Ethan calls Yeet my boy.
The bane of the all existence. My boy, Yeet.
I mean, for the record, he is not even he's not even as relevant as a dog shit that I would step on the side of the road. But, you know, keep bigging him up, I guess, big guy.
The Twitter god.
Yeet is like doing some crazy work.
I'm trying to find. Oh, here it is. Or Awk 2000, but he just goes by Yeet with the crying laughing emoji. Hasan hates this account.
Yeah, he's one of the mods, and this is his alt account. Pompous blacktivists think if they can throw out a bunch of bullshit questions and claim really fast and aggressive tone of voice, that the content of those claims doesn't matter. This is how you end up getting to the point of walking back Israel's dropping nukes on Gaza. The N word is, of course, uncensored in the original post that he posted. Dan Stalkman, once again, prominent DGG content creators, prominent DGG stalkers, all together. They have literally Twitter communities dedicated to stalking all progressive content creators, and Ethan is firmly invested in that and is shouting them out, including shouting out the person who fucking stalked the CEO of Twitch. Okay? Yeah, they're calling Nick DiOrio Saint Nick on the show. Nick DiOrio called Gila a fucking horse for years. Okay? He made YouTube videos on Ethan's decline for years. But the moment that they're like on board with what Ethan is doing, he turns around and he's like, "You're the best. I love you." That's all it takes. I'm willing to bet tomorrow if Ethan put the crosshairs on someone else, or I said, you know what, my bad, I was wrong. I love you. You're the GOAT. He would literally turn around and fucking forget all of the smears, forget everything he said about me, and would gladly have me on his side. That's it. He does not care. And I brought this up yesterday. When talking about the double standard here, because he very clearly does not give a shit. He very clearly does not give a shit about anti-Semitism, right? Yeah, being obsessed. After denying being obsessed with Hasan, Ethan Klein spent his day off today creating a dedicated Instagram story highlight reel about Hasan on his page. It contains over 50 Instagram stories crying about Hasan over the year. He now appears to be spending his day off watching Hasan stream, live reacting to the coverage. Incredible. Yeah. Here's a list of Ethan Klein's allies: Tectone, Asmongold, Destiny, Keemstar, Dan Saltman, Nick Eat the Oreo, Sam Hyde, The Quartering, XC Steiny. Did I miss anyone? The Quartering. He's done multiple content nukes on Keemstar, but he doesn't give a fuck because Keemstar is now on board. He deleted the highlight after the post. Oh, he felt fucking embarrassed. Is that what happened? Yeah. Dan Stalkman, by the way, who very famously threatened to blackmail everyone in Destiny's community for calling him out for doing sex crimes, okay? For being a fucking sex pest. And not only that, but Dan Stalkman, who has been a fucking insane stalker of mine, who's admitted to like lying about me and defaming me over and over again. If Ethan actually cared about anti-Semitism, he would probably be a little bit more careful with who he is aligned with, right? It doesn't fucking matter. It would be akin to someone like myself. If I was a morally inconsistent charlatan in the same way that Ethan is, who only cares about fucking drama and have no real political convictions, for example, it would be as though I am aligned with the likes of Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fat, from Fed and Fat, or Candace Owens, or Sneeko. Those people all hate Ethan, and they're anti-Semitic. Do you see me aligning with them? Myron Gaines was in my fucking replies for months, begging to collab, begging to be like, dude, please, now do you finally understand how the Jews are? How the Jews are like? Just figure it out, bro. Figure it out. This is just how the Jews are like. And I never gave him a fucking moment because he is a disgusting little anti-Semite and a bigot of every different variety, as a matter of fact. Ethan's allegiance with some of the worst reactionaries online simply because they hate me is so odd because it directly undermines his position of someone combating anti-Semitism. It would be like if I hyped up Bilzerian, Fresh and Fit, Sneeko, or Clandis because they hate H3 or Israel. So yeah, that's also stupid and inconsistent. Holy fuck, I've spent too much time on this shit. All right, let's get back to the goddamn video. I'm going to keep this clip. I'm going to keep referring to this clip every now and then.
Hamas, the governing fucking body there wants to kill all the fucking Jews. Basically, anything is fair game for the Jews. Anything. And I'm sorry, but Hamas, there frankly are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, basically, anything is fair game for the Jews.
Yeah. Yeah, he sees it as a genocide, though. He thinks the genocide should end, except Hamas command centers under hospitals here.
War, not fucking keeping hostages and underground and like sending, just continuing to provoke Israel to attack them and putting fucking like military complexes under hospitals. You know, Hamas's design from the beginning is to get as many people killed as possible.
Is this Bezalel Smotrich? Is this Benjamin Netanyahu? Or is this Ethan Klein? Is this Itamar Ben-Gvir? Or is this Ethan Klein? These motherfuckers are LARPing so hard. Yeah, I know. This is the fucking psychopathic DGG, the Wikipedia that he relied on heavily for this context nuke.
Act like they're so tough. Oh, I'm American. Oh, you don't even run your own country. You don't run your own country, bro. You don't run your own country. A foreign country named Israel runs your country.
Have you ever found? Wow. And then he puts this clip in here where he comes up to me to try to take a photo with me. Wow. Remember when he fucking had to admit that this person, I didn't know who the fuck he was, and then he was some dumbass clout chaser? Is there actually a video of me saying that
Israel or Jews run America. Is there actually a video of me saying that? No, there isn't, which is precisely why a random fucking dipshit clout chaser that came up to me at a fucking pro-Palestinian rally is enough to make that point for you. Wow.
Oh my God, bro. I love you, Hasan. Can I give you a hug, bro?
I'm so sweaty, bro.
I love you, bro.
I'm so sweaty.
I love you, bro. I have to interview you. You're my hero, bro. I love you. Bro, you're the coolest guy in the world, bro. Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Hold on, I think I look gay in that one. Hold on.
Okay.
It's the funny thing about me. I don't like terrorism, and I don't like terrorists.
Yes, you do. You're married to one, and by your own admission. You said, not me. You said it. Post context nuke though. So
if they're Jews, Christians, Muslims, they're all bad. What is terrorism? It's intentionally targeting civilian population for political goals. I don't like it. None of it. And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
They do musicals. They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
This isn't music. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
This conversation is so funny and so informative because the average person's perspective on this shit, the average person's perspective on this is literally going to be like, yeah, what the fuck is this? Okay. And it was an incredibly informative and enlightening conversation that took place with myself and Nick Pollum. Okay. Where I described to him pretty much the entirety of the conflict up until this very moment. And yes, the Houthis are a fucking musical people, for the record. And we are officially at $137,000, by the way. In a matter of a couple hours, we've already raised $137,000. But let's keep going. Taking over these ships, they started targeting the ships.
People on this helicopter right now?
Yes.
They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
So at any point, does he actually talk about why this is unacceptable? Like what I'm saying is like fucked up? Because luckily, I already had a conversation with Ethan, and you already know what that conversation looked like. Considering that I was able to describe to him what my perspective is on the matter. But I assume that a lot of this just relies on the audience also being terrified of these scary Arabic sounding names and the fact that they're all like ISIS. They're ISIS. They're basically ISIS. It's like this guy keeps saying it's all ISIS. These guys are ISIS. He relies completely on Western chauvinism and the audience also having the same exact perspective that Nick Pollum had when he first encountered the conversation. Yeah, also, did he put a fucking ISIS flag on Luffy? Bro, the Ansar Allah and Hamas and Hezbollah are all directly belligerents against ISIS. They're directly belligerents against Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda and ISIS are closely associated with a country, especially for the Houthis in Yemen, a country that has directly funded Al-Qaeda and operated Al-Qaeda militants in Yemen is Saudi Arabia. Okay? Saudi Arabia is closer to ISIS. America and Saudi Arabia are closer to ISIS than the fucking Houthis are. The Houthis are against ISIS. It's literally, the entire video is basically just going fucking Arabs over and over and over again. These countries have not actually fought. These countries or these militant groups have not fought one another in the eyes of Ethan Klein. They're all one big Arab Muslim contingency. Okay? They're all Arabs. They're all Arabs. It's just, that's what it is. It's just Arabs. It's just a bunch of fucking Arabs. The fucking Arabs that made the Jews Zionist. The fucking Arabs that are fighting one another, but actually I don't even know if they're fighting one another. They're just the same. Okay? This is crazy. You should tell him that.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like them or no?
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say. But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well,
he is regarded as a pretty brilliant person in terms of like everything that he's done.
Then I saw clips like
dude, is there any point where he addresses anything I said? He's just fucking clipping shit back and forth. That's what it is, bro. I'm gonna keep it a $150. Hassan Nasrallah, he will probably, I think he uses like fake quotes of Hassan Nasrallah in this context, puke, and he doesn't even do enough. He doesn't even do enough to actually show what I was literally referencing there. My point there was a lot of people see people like Hassan Nasrallah, okay, and they see, big bearded guy, scary, not realizing that he's actually an incredibly fucking well-read person who, ironically enough, you're being obtuse, Hassan? No, I'm not being obtuse. You have to make an argument. You can't just let the argument be, look at him. He loves terrorism. You have to actually address what I'm saying, why what I'm saying is wrong, why what these guys are doing is wrong. Okay? If you don't do that, you're simply relying on dumb fucks like you in believing in the most Asmongoaldian fashion, in the notion that like every single thing that these guys have done is wrong. They're terrorists. What the fuck are you talking about? They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're terrorists. They're all ISIS. They're all just like ISIS. Scary Muslims that are just like ISIS. Yeah. You know who else said Hassan Nasrallah was brilliant? Fucking Benjamin Netanyahu.
He didn't go just yet. Wait. I was particularly impressed by the fact that not only was he a capable leader, but also that his relationship with Iran was somewhat different from what I thought. I would say
Anyway, here's the context. A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay? Like it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about? This is why it's Orientalist to literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons. And like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. Yeah. You know what's really ironic? The clip that I'm watching here of Hassan Nasrallah is Hassan Nasrallah talking about how some Arabs are anti-Semitic, and they're stupid for being anti-Semitic. They think Israel is controlling America. Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British, and now Israel is a tool at the hands of America. We do not just oppose Israel, we oppose American imperialism. That is the actual clip that I'm reacting to. Okay? Yeah, also, here, there is a debunking from Chris Kunzler, The Confused Zionism of Ethan Klein, which is a great video, by the way. I highly recommend. Friend of the show, Chris Kunzler. Okay? Hold on. Where the fuck was I? Oh, my God. I'm all over the place.
This, where Hassan is explaining how he's hiding his power level to funnel in normies into radicalization.
I think that in the short term, in order to combat against that, you have to advocate for a much lighter form of propaganda. You want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way,
bro, I'm not hiding my power level. I'm not hiding my power level at all. Do you have an issue with this? This is not secret. It's on a podcast. Why would I be hiding? Why would I, if I'm hiding my power level, why am I saying it openly on a podcast? Are you fucking stupid? Does nobody ever think anything through? You don't have to know anything about me. But when you exercise just a crumb of critical thinking, shouldn't this look weird on its face? Like I'm literally broadcasting what I do. I work to de-radicalize people, okay? Right-wingers, I want to pull away from the throes of right-wing radicalization. And for liberals, I want them to understand that liberalism is not the end-all be-all, that there are real systemic problems that we must solve. This is not something that I hide. This is something that I openly mention all the fucking time. And I'm literally not hiding it here. You can't say I'm hiding my power level when I'm broadcasting it. This doesn't make any sense. The program that I'm on is literally called Deprogram. And this is not even something that is a secret that I only revealed here for one moment. It's something that I tell my audience all the time. In order to be a better advocate, you have to read the fucking room. Okay? You have to read the room. Be normal. These are commonly held principles that I have to fucking hammer onto the heads of all these like weirdos in my community from time to time. It's not a hiding of the power level. If it was, then why would I fucking do it on a podcast?
For places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that, you know, one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes.
I had a show when I was on the Young Turks, and that show was called Agitative Propaganda, Agitprop for short. Okay, that is propaganda to instill class consciousness in Americans so that Americans who think trans people are fucking them over, for example, are actually they are forced to reckon with the reality that it's actually not trans people that are fucking them over. It's not Mexicans that are fucking them over. It's their capital owners, their bosses that are fucking them over, their landlords that are fucking them over. This is a pretty basic concept. When I go on Theo Von, for example, and I tell Theo Von, you know, it's not a trans person that's your landlord. A trans person didn't raise your fucking rent. Your landlord raised your rent. So why are you mad at that trans person? That's deprogramming. That's agitative propaganda. That is instilling class consciousness in a lot of Americans that lack it. Okay? This is not a secret. I am very open about both my biases and my goals. Okay? I never fucking hide it. Why would I hide it? I'm not hiding it in this situation either. And what's the argument here? You did a fucking political podcast with me for 2 goddamn years. Are you saying that you're the dumbest person on the planet? Is this a 21-minute video where in the first 21 minutes, you basically explained to everybody that as a 40-year-old man, you were such a fucking dumb moron that like everything that I told you came in from one ear and out the other? Is that what you're saying? Because there's only 2 options here. Either you are a dumbass and you're saying I got groomed into believing certain things by this scary man who has radical opinions, or you're disingenuously making it seem that way so you can propagandize to the remainder of your fan base that you want to desperately hold on to, that they shouldn't trust someone like myself and they should instead trust your acumen, trust your knowledge in this video where you've, you know, presented a bunch of fucking falsehoods and demonstrated that a lot of the underlying reasons for why you think Israel must exist in the way that it does is because you're an Islamophobic, racist, anti-Arab piece of shit. Oh, crazy. Maybe it's a bit of both, I think. He's both dumb and also disingenuous.
Beyond, you know,
right,
social democratic idea.
I just wanted to like put emphasis on the exact point of the so-called radicalization funnel where, for example, Hasan and JT catch them while they're young, as they say, and then they start looking into this new idea, etc., and then move forwards through the funnel, get more.
You should have told him this on that debate. Brother, I didn't watch this video before the debate. I didn't know he was making this idiotic shit.
More informed, get more and more radicalized. You do your part in the funnel for the cause or whatever the fuck you want to call it. You're doing, in my modest opinion, a great thing for the cause.
Now listen to Hasan during our very first conversation lie to me about how he's a social democrat to hide his power level.
We should move towards a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style economy, which would be a social democracy.
You have to advocate for a much...
Really interesting. This is the first conversation I ever had with Ethan on a podcast. Does anyone have the actual clip? Because this looks a little weird. Okay. First of all, I'm not saying I'm a social democrat here. I'm saying exactly what I told Deprogram, which is that I think in the interim, we must move towards a social democratic style governance because I'm a democratic socialist. And then that's obviously not going to be enough. But of course, hold on one moment. In that conversation, I admit to what my political position is to him. But it's not just that. I want to show you
towards
something.
a Sweden-style economy or a Norway-style.
What's that back there in the full, in the way that this is disingenuously cut?
Why did he cut it like this? It's weird. Is it because there was like, is it because he had to punch in a little bit? It just would have been weird if he actually had punched in? Or is it because you see some things in the background here that would directly contradict his argument that he's trying to make? The argument that he's trying to make is that I'm hiding what my political perspective is. Oh my God, is that Vladimir Ilyich Lenin? A man who I admire, a man who I talk about quite a bit? No way. That's crazy. But wait, what? Perhaps whoever clipped this would realize that it would look really fucking stupid if the USSR Ushanka and Vladimir Lenin was right behind me when he's trying to make this argument that I'm disingenuously acting as though I'm some social democrat. Again, the question remains, did Ethan do this deliberately, or was it a happy accident, or is he actually, nefariously doing little things like this to craft a fucking argument? Okay? I don't know. Yeah. By the way, here's Lenin on anti-Semitism. My goat. A video that I use all the time to describe to people that their enemy is not the Jews, their enemy is capitalists. But here,
Царская полиция в союзе с помещиками и капиталистами устраивала еврейские погромы. Ненависть измученных нуждой рабочих и крестьян помещики и капиталисты старались направить на евреев. И в других странах приходится видеть нередко, что капиталисты разжигают вражду к евреям, чтобы засорить.
He says capitalists, just like in Tsarist Russia, develop enmity towards the Jews to make the uneducated hate the Jews, to make it seem as though the Jews are responsible for all of their problems. But we know that Jews are not the problem. Jews are working class just like we all are, to divert their attention from the real enemy of the working people, capital. Okay? Hatred towards the Jews persists only in those countries where slavery to the landowners and capitalists have created abysmal ignorance among the workers and the peasants. Only the most ignorant and downtrodden people can believe the lies and slander that are spread about the Jews. This is a survival of ancient feudal times, when the priests burned heretics at the stake, when the peasants lived in slavery, and when the people were crushed and inarticulate. This ancient feudal ignorance is passing away. The eyes of the people are being opened. It is not the Jews who are the enemies of the working people. The enemies of the workers are the capitalists of all countries. Among the Jews, there are working people, and they form the majority. They are our brothers who, like us, are oppressed by capital. They are our comrades in the struggle for socialism. They are our comrades. Among the Jews, there are kulaks, exploiters, and capitalists. Just as there are among the Russians and among people of all nations, the capitalists strive to sow and foment hatred between workers of different faiths, different nations, and different races. Those who do not work are kept in power by the power and strength of capital. Rich Jews, like rich Russians, and the rich in all countries, are in alliance to oppress, crush, rob, and disunite the workers. Shame on accursed Tsarism, which tortured and persecuted the Jews. Shame on those who foment hatred towards the Jews, who foment hatred towards other nations. Long live the fraternal trust and fighting alliance of the workers of all nations. That's my goat. I wonder if Ethan considers you showing this as permitting anti-Semitism in the community. No, this unironically is what I do all the time. Whenever someone is being anti-Semitic or behaving in a way where I'm worried about nascent anti-Semitism festering, I try to redirect their attention to the actual vectors of pressure in society that harm them. That is called agitative propaganda. That is precisely what Lenin was doing here as well. A way to de-radicalize people. Ethan considers that to be bad, except we don't even know if he considers that to be bad. He just basically fucking slapped this on and didn't even make any sort of like positive or negative commentary with it. He literally just posted it and assumes that you will be scared when you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. He is using the stupidity of the argument. He's using the racism of the audience and the stupidity of the audience to go, see, See? Scary guy. And unfortunately, because we are dominated by that same stupidity that Lenin was talking about here, the same ignorance that Lenin was talking about here, those akin to the ancient feudal times, as a matter of fact, as we have become medieval fucking peasants, unironically, he uses that to foment hatred towards someone like myself because he's worried that I'm making him look bad, making him feel bad. In his mind, it must be I, the scary propagandist that actually broke the brains of so many people in his audience, and that's why they fucking came to this conclusion that he's pro-Israel, and not because of all the fucking shit that he said. Lighter form of propaganda
with robust social safety.
Seem a lot of like young
here.
That's what
liberal communities. I don't know. Do you use the word liberal? I'm not even sure how to describe it. But like left leaning.
Yeah, I wouldn't even consider. I don't consider myself a liberal, but in the American political lexicon, I guess like I'm super liberal. That's what they. That's what Americans think liberalism is. Like the more left you are, the more liberal you are, even though there is a genuine distinction between the leftist and the liberal. But yeah, I'm progressive, I guess. That's the catch-all term.
I like progressive.
Yeah. Who wouldn't want to be progressive? It's in the name. We're progressing.
Yeah. Well, that's why like early stage classical liberals who like wanted to rebrand, like Dave Rubin, for example, who now are very openly on the right and like everyone knows it. They originally tried to say like they're the real progressives. And that the people who brand themselves as progressives, people like myself, they were actually regressive.
Regressive.
This is the first ever conversation that we had. And you know what's crazy about this? This is the first ever conversation that we had, right? What's wild is if you go back to this convo, you will hear in so many different instances where I describe like how ISIS radicalization has taken place, how radicalization took place after 9/11, how America actually played a formative role in why 9/11 happened, because Ethan was charitable in this circumstance. And also, not only is this conversation so fucking stupid when you look back at it and he goes, oh, well, the only thing I extracted out of it was that he said we must move towards social democracy, which doesn't mean that I'm a social democrat. It just means we must move towards social democracy in the short term, something that I have described to him 1,000,000 times over between this fucking interview and the goddamn context nuke where we had a fucking political show together for literally 2 years. Who are you lying to? And what's so sad about it is that I'm sure there were people who watched this and then showed it to their fucking dumbass friends who don't know anything and were like, you see, this guy is really bad. Please don't watch him. Why? Because my favorite content creator is hurt by this man. Anyway, we have the ISIS radicalization and radicalization in general at 1:15. I'm gonna get to that in a little bit. Hold on. Or how
Muhajir.
No, I bailed on all my friends because I'm fucking invested in this and I want to do it by myself. I'm sorry, but we fundraised a lot, so we're going to continue.
Cold radicalization funnel, catch them while they're young, as they say.
We're almost at
and
145,000
for workers, like higher unionization rates.
A lighter form, while simultaneously still doing agitated propaganda that goes beyond social democratic ideas.
Hell, he's proclaimed it loudly that he is a self-described propagandist.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no.
For the record.
I'm not calling
I'm
you
a
that. I'm just saying, I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
Okay, well then, I'm
saying I am.
I just want to...
Is there any point where Ethan will describe why this is bad? Or is he just going to fucking lean on, well, propaganda is a scary term. It means like you're fucking spreading false narratives. Propaganda is just, propaganda can be bad. Propaganda can be good. Okay. Agitated propaganda is good. I know it's a scary word for a lot of people, but it means telling a story. PR is propaganda. Marketing is propaganda. Okay.
Or you even play it.
A propagandist is much more than someone with a bias. It's someone who knowingly lies to further...
That's not true. Oh my God.
...their political agenda.
And then I had a terrifying vision. Had I been duped? Was Hasan presenting a Trojan horse to my community, where he was just a left-leaning Democrat like myself, and as he said in the previous video, was funneling them into radicalization and turning them against me?
Liberals are some of the... oh my God, he literally thinks, he actually fucking thinks that I groomed him and his audience. He wants to believe this so bad. Oh God, you are so pathetic, Ethan. You are such a pathetic, selfish little man who has been babied by every single adult in your fucking life because none of them have the courage to tell you what's what. Okay? In the interest of the friendship that we once had and the fucking the collaborative nature of our relationship initially, I am going to tell you once again, the people in your life are behaving like sycophants. You are basically going down the reverse Kanye trajectory. Not saying that you're, anti-Semitic and a neo-Nazi like Kanye is, but you are falling down a very dangerous pipeline here where you are surrounded by people who are terrified to tell you the truth. It is not an accident that so many of the wonderful coworkers that I had when I was there have left the fucking broadcast. It is not an accident that you constantly find yourself having to button because you can't control your fucking urges. Please, literally go back to therapy. You have to go back to therapy. You have to drop all of this shit. I know right now you have... with the increased attention that you've gotten, you feel like a lot of people are paying attention to you. They are lolcowing you. They are stringing you along. Their agenda is not to become loyal fans of yours, okay? They're not going to be Teddy Fresh purchasers. They're not going to be the foot soldiers. And if you keep going down this dangerous path, you're going to lose the remainder of your fan base, the girly pops that still ride for you, that still die for you, by surrounding yourself with some of the most reactionary elements. Oh my God. Oh, easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude.
I learned how much he hates liberals.
Dude, I learned how much he hates liberals. This is me talking about how easily duped liberals are by right-wing commentary, you dumb fuck. Not how easily duped liberals are by left-wing commentary. I wish liberals were so open-minded to leftist commentary. This is unironically clips throughout time of me consistently saying, I hate how much liberal Democratic politicians and sometimes liberals who ride or die for the Democratic Party fall to the mercy of right-wing propaganda. You are literally proving why I fucking hate liberals. You are personally proving why Martin Luther King wrote about the moderate white who stands in the way of progress. That is literally what it is. Liberalism is the reason why we have Trump right now, because liberals fell to the mercy of right-wing propaganda and basically recrafted their entire campaign, redesigned it around pinpointing a bunch of mythical Republican voters that were going to magically come and vote for Kamala Harris. And look at the fucking country now, okay? Your dangerous allegiance with some of the most reactionary forces on the internet is unironically the point that I'm making. That is the reason why people say cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Oh my God.
I hate liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate them so viciously.
Did he secretly despise me this whole time?
I'm sorry, dude. I hate liberals so much. Let me see from context clues what this was about. Dude, I want to know if I have the actual full context here. Hold on. Like in any of these. How the fuck does he make everything about him? Yeah, he put conspiracy music over this, over a sequence of clips of me literally talking about how liberals are so easily duped by right-wing commentary to make it seem like I'm saying liberals are so easily duped by me, a dangerous leftist. I wish that was the case. Holy shit. Oh my God. Hold on. Let me see. I have to pee so bad, but I literally am locked in, dude. I'm so laser focused, okay? I'm so goddamn dialed in, you don't even know. Also, we're at $146,000. Keep those donos coming. Folks, keep those donos coming, okay? Where is it? Let me see. I'm just going to find like any... I want to find any fucking... Okay.
People want you to explain, and I've seen a lot of people try to explain this because I'm confused by it. What is the difference between a leftist and a liberal?
Here is me explaining to Ethan Klein. Here is me explaining to Ethan Klein the difference between liberalism and leftists. Okay?
I mean, these distinctions are silly, but
that's what I think. Okay, thank you. Moving on.
But for overall, like a liberal is, I mean, there's a fundamental difference between liberals and leftists, I guess.
Am I lib?
It's arbitrary. So It's made up concept. But if you were to put boundaries on it, it would be like being anti-capitalist versus being pro-capitalist. But I also consider social democrats who are capitalist to, at the very least in the Western world, be a part of the entry point into leftist politics.
So wait, why can't I be a lib and be cool?
Liberalism is a political ideology, literally revolves around the defense of private property that was created through enclosures, property that needs to be defended with the threat of violence from the state. And leftists don't really care about private property. You can have personal property. You can have a home. Obviously, no one's like saying you shouldn't be able to have your own home, your own toothbrush or anything like that, or your car. But the defensive private property that you purchase, capital.
You're not.
That accumulates on its own.
You're not in favor of private property?
I think that society would be better off if people had personal property, like a home, a nice home, a mansion, a castle, if you want to fucking live in one. Who cares?
Difference?
Versus capital accumulation. So the difference between private and personal property is like this: a home that you live inside of, that you bought for your family or whatever, is personal property. A home that you purchase specifically with the interest of like renting it out to other people, so that it's like investments that will accumulate value for you without you even touching it, really. That's private property.
So who builds like office spaces?
Good afternoon, Twitter. I'm spending my Friday night in the affluent Bay Area suburb of Millbrae.
Oh, this is why I hate liberals. A video from a year ago titled, "This is why I hate liberals." Let's take a look.
Presenting a plan to turn a hotel into 100 homes for unhoused residents. It appears that the entire city is here and they are pissed. What the do you just want homeless? Like, at this point, you just want homeless people. You're like, no, you don't get it. The city's culture and seasoning is only uplifted by homeless people living on the streets. This thread is going to get you hot, just warning you. Some background on Millbrae. It's home to SFO and has, like many cities in San Mateo County, a very high median household income, $141K a year specifically. Also, like many other cities in San Mateo County, they've built very little housing in the last decade. County Executive Mike Callaghy is doing yeoman's work right now, trying to explain functional zero and how our lack of affordable...
This exact clip was in the NUKE.
Liberals, dude. I do. I hate them. I hate
General election 2019. Sir John Major and Tony Blair urge public not to vote for the parties they once led.
them so viciously.
Yeah, they're telling people not to vote. They're telling people not to vote Labor.
I hate them so much. Just no matter where you go. It's just like Barack Obama if Bernie Sanders becomes the nominee. Like, straight up said he would spoil it. He would have to Whoa, my God. Okay, I'm a little jumpy right now. I don't know. It's just something fell. It's embarrassing. I don't want to say. No, not a dildo. It's more embarrassing than that.
Yeah, I say I hate the left as well.
What is it, neoliberal as opposed to a liberal?
Okay, anyway, there are a million different times where I've said this, and it's always liberals engaging in right-wing behavior. This is ironically a moment where I'm wearing a Sam Cedar shirt, by the way, if you noticed. I'm wearing a Pause It Sam Cedar merch.
How painful is it for you to turn against the Republican Party?
Yikes! This is why neoliberals are just as fucking filthy and stupid as the same vulturous, immoral Republicans that they interview, okay? I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it so much. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why do you extend a crumb of relevance to these fucking sickos, dude? I hate centrists. I actually hate centrists so much. Oh, how devastating was it when the Republican Party did not want to use you because Trump had his own style and his own consultants, so they didn't want to use you. So
we are still watching the puke. I'm just giving you additional context as to why I'm like saying I hate liberals. It's me yelling about liberals and how much they love right-wingers, how much they find themselves in the throes of right-wing sentiment, how much they desperately want to get love back from right-wingers. That is the point. This fucking dumbass is making it seem as though I'm saying I hate liberals because there are I'm easy to dupe. I feel like liberals are so easy to fucking dupe and manipulate.
This man sit next to me for 2 years and pretend to be my friend?
Dude, liberals are a burden on this planet, dude. Liberals are the most like scummy, vile fucking idiots. Liberals are incredibly stupid. I hate these petulant liberals, dumb fucking liberals.
What else is someone this sociopathic?
Oh my God, he's so fucking stupid. And we reached 150,000. I'm adding more to the fucking. I'm adding more. We're doing more. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna raise even more. We're gonna raise I'm gonna fucking put it up to 200,000 now. Okay, we've done it. We done did it. God damn. Sean the Black with a hundo. Thank you, Sean the Black. Oh, ay. Let's keep it pumping. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Classic moving the goalpost. You already know, baby. You already know. I'm losing my fucking voice again. Every time I talk about Ethan, I lose my voice. It's so goddamn annoying. After today, I am swearing off of all Ethan content unless he just like says some heinous pro-Israel shit. Okay? 23 minutes in, Lamau. There's too much misinformation. The zone is flooded. Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
Capable of.
Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet.
Was I being manipulated?
Do we have a actual fucking I want to find an actual clip. I want to find an actual clip of like this one to see where the where he got this from, because this is probably a supercut directly from. Oh wow, look at this. Hasan manipulating liberals with context.
Wants to protect innocent life in this country, who proudly wants to protect the vulnerable, is that my party, we've got to do so much better of a job at earning the American people's trust back on this issue where they frankly just don't trust us.
Earning the American people's trust back on this issue. But Trump's take on abortion rights and reproductive.
Dude, he literally did the lib-ass, we see you, we hear you. And of course, the dumbass liberals and mainstream media are like, oh my God, what a beautiful answer. That's what I heard from NPR this morning.
He articulated and defended Trump's position that it's good that abortion policies are being decided by the states and that democracy can be messy sometimes. But he talked about the issue in a much more articulate and compassionate way. And that has been a problem that the Republican Party more broadly has had. And he very clearly acknowledged that. He said the Republican Party has to do better about talking about this in a way that makes women's lives feel valuable and that they're part of this party.
I added another 100K on it. They ate that shit up. That's all they... Dude, they're so stupid. Liberals are some of the easiest to manipulate people on the fucking planet, dude. Like, you can have a guy go on every podcast and be like, women are brood mares. They must be bred forcibly and violently. And if they ever dare to do anything but breed and stay in the kitchen, we should jail them and kill them. Okay? Like, you can have a guy like JD Vance say that every day. And then he goes on the main stage and he's like, we really have to do a good job of hearing women out. They have a lot of problems and we must solve them. And everyone's like, aw, you see that? He's a good guy. He changed his mind, actually. Was I wrong? Ethan, was I fucking wrong? Was I wrong? You dumb fuck? Do you have a disagreement with this statement? This is what I mean when I said he fucking clipped everything out of context. Asshole.
This whole time?
That was my fear anyway. Regardless of his true beliefs, that broke my trust in him, and I pretty much ended the show immediately. And
no, you ended the show because you are morally depraved on the issue of Israel-Palestine, and quite frankly, we're making a fucking fool of yourself, and everyone was yelling at you, and you couldn't fucking handle the heat, so you chose to get out of the kitchen. Except from what I've seen in the process of watching this, context nuke, where I got to see some of the other things that you were saying privately behind your paywalled shows, and some of the things that you were saying publicly in your non-paywalled shows that I wasn't paying attention to, it turns out there was a very valid reason as to why people were fucking getting mad at you, because you kept saying a bunch of insanely ahistorical nonsense in defense of Israel. Yeah, keep hiding behind the Instagram stories, coward. What happened?
I felt guilty for my participation in mainstreaming Hasan. And for that, I apologize. I should have done more research, and I should have looked more deeply into who I was getting in bed with before they gave me chlamydia. Sorry, Hila. Over the past year since the show ended, I continue to watch Hasan platform, promote, And
why don't you have this much energy during the debates? What do you mean? Oh, because I was terrified of Ethan's sex appeal and the way he carries himself. That analogy was gross, dude. Wait, did he say he made me? He just called you a Klaus shark and then he made me? Yeah, thanks, Ethan. Thanks for making me. Keep crying about why nobody fucking writes about you, and people keep writing about me in mainstream press, and then fantasizing about how I'm probably paying a PR person. Yeah. I think this is why your community wanted you to watch this sooner in good faith, to call out Ethan on these takes sooner, not drama baiting. Happy to see all this called out finally. It sucks that he got tangled in drama slop. I mean, I think it's fine because in the process of me not watching, he just like unwinded. Yeah, Ethan Klein made me mainstream, dude. Thank you, Ethan Klein. When did Leftovers podcast start? Let's take a look. Leftovers podcast start date. So the original release of the Leftovers podcast was September 26, 2021. Okay, let's take a look at Sully Gnome, HasanAbi statistics from back then. Okay, how do I go all the way over there? It's just more. Available ranges 2021. Let's do December 2021. Oh, wow. I was peaking at 41,000, 43,000, 45,000. Interesting. So around the time when the podcast started, I already was raking in 30K, 36K average with 41,000 on 9-hour streams. Okay, that's interesting. But maybe he means he mainstreamed me, as in he got me a lot of mainstream coverage. Let's take a look at that. Let's look at Hasan Piker, New York Times, election 2020. Well, this is a whole year before Ethan Klein mainstream me. How did that happen? How Hasan Piker took over Twitch. 29-year-old progressive political commentator has risen to the top of the platform after 80 plus hours of live election coverage. Wow. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Wait, hold on. No. Oh, wait, what is that? Is that me and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez playing Among Us? No. Control F for Ethan Klein. Wait, let me see. Maybe he's in this. Okay, he's not in this. I'm sure he's been in a New York Times article since then, though. Let's see. This is Life in the Metaverse. Okay. Ethan Klein in a New York Times article. The metaverse is the new frontier for trolling. One popular YouTuber named Ethan Klein streamed a session last month when he tried to be as sexually explicit as possible while surrounded by kids in the plaza. He got kicked out and barred for 2 hours. Well, thank you for mainstreaming me, man. That was sick. No, you did it. Yeah, it was you. Yo, shouts out, dude. I am your monster. You made me. You made me, Ethan. Thanks for making me, big dog. What is this? Google Trends? Wait. Ethan Klein is in the red. I'm in the blue. The one time he got over here was on, June 2021. I don't understand. I thought he was... Wait, hold on. What? AOC's Twitch Get Out the Vote efforts will help Democrats in 2020 and beyond. That's from 2020. That's also an entire year before I started the Leftovers podcast with Ethan Klein. I wonder... Wow, I can't believe I groomed Ethan Klein into making me. I can't believe I groomed Ethan Klein into fucking making me, dude. This stream is hilarious because I used to think you were malicious, but now I realize you're just dumb. I can't believe you don't see the amount of projection you've been doing so far. Yes, I'm dumb. I'm the dumb one here. You're getting your notes from the Vape Nation guy about Israel-Palestine, who keeps telling you wrong things and getting disproven over and over again. And there's a shit ton of malicious clips out of context that are proven to be completely out of context. But that's projection, as a matter of fact. Anyway, let's continue.
And propagandize terrorist organizations. And every time it happened on Twitch, I would say, man, this time surely he went too far and someone's got to do something. But as the time went on, nothing happened. And his view...
Okay, I'm a fan, but E clearly made you, brother. Let's be real. Shut the fuck up, tasered face. Taser-faced.
Views got more and more radical and more disturbing. I feel it's my obligation after mainstreaming someone like Hasan to take this on. And so it was war.
He mainstreamed me. I'm glad he mainstreamed me, and then he killed my career with this fucking content nuke. Calling Hasan dumb in defense of Ethan is a choice. I mean,
Nuclear war.
I stand before you following the footsteps of intellectual giants.
Yeah, he made me, and that's why I'm in. Yeah, look at all the places that I've been on. Thank God. Thank you, Ethan, for getting me on CNN and also in front of an audience in Cambridge.
One thing we've been hearing for weeks. But a simple man.
Now,
A simple man who understands right from wrong.
Yeah.
I
you're an
sometimes
important, influential voice to a lot of people.
I'm an idiot. I'm a dumb bimbo. I don't know what I'm talking about.
And there are some things
I've gotten numb to racism. Like it's not. It's as a matter of fact, I seek it out because I make content out of it. I think it's funny and fun.
And there are baby settlers as well.
Can you just shut the fuck up, bloodthirsty, violent It doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen. This was the intro? It took me 5 hours to get to the intro?
HQ, the marketing team is strategizing on a new advertising vertical.
My friends at Twitch headquarters, the executives, the influencers, Hasan, nice to see you, Frogan, front row. I am here to present to you an extraordinarily exciting opportunity. We have not tapped this market yet. Now don't panic, okay? Because you're gonna wanna panic when I tell you, but listen and learn. Who's billions of dollars, eager to spend it? And what, people are too cowardly to reach out and take the money?
Not us.
Terrorism. Terrorism. Twitch is perfect. You could broadcast it straight into the veins of 18 to 35-year-old men. So here's what I'm suggesting. Hasan Piker, yeah, we'll get drinks after the show. No, you. He's such a great guy. No, you. Give it up for Hasan Piker, everybody. Happy birthday, buddy. This dude can package anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism.
Ooh, I can't wait for him to say how I package anti-Americanism. Who the fuck are you, Steven Crowder? Oh my God. Steven fucking Crowder over here. He's anti-American. I wonder if he's going to actually explain what is anti-Semitic thus far in my commentary. Maybe he'll get there.
Like nobody else. In fact, you guys got him on the front page. And he's doing terrorism for free. Basically, gentlemen and gentle ladies, Frogan, you look good today, girl.
Babe?
Girl, you look good. Great job on that Arab tier list. That was good. How much we get for that? Yo, you got 10 million from Qatar for that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking.
Oh God, he's such a vile piece of shit. Are you? Oh God, what a funny joke, dude. What a funny joke. Hey, by the way, I never entertained this sort of shit, but if you just imagine the role reversal, okay? Imagine the fucking role reversal and how much he would lose his goddamn mind if someone were like, oh, Jews are paying for this, or oh, Israel is paying for this content. Oh, George Soros money. But again, double standard. Oh, Qatar is paying for this. What are you, fucking Benjamin Netanyahu? Yeah, the irony. He's crying about the music video being shown on Twitch. It's literally available on the platform that he's on, which is YouTube. But of course, he doesn't give a shit about that because he doesn't even care. The music video should not be fucking bannable anyway. But I'm not going to fight that battle with Twitch. I don't give enough of a shit to fight that battle with Twitch. An Israeli VPN company paid for the vid. ExpressVPN, right? I think he deleted that part. I heard.
Talking about Twitch. Here's the thing. With help from people like Hasan, terrorism is like in the eyes of the beholder, right?
By the way, I do want to mention something, but for months and months, he edited this video avoiding his family, talking about how his back was hurting and shit. And this is the fucking final product. It's horrible. That's number one. Number two, you don't get it. Working with the ADL, anti-Semitism funded by Qatar, fine. Exactly. Yeah, this is the guy who fucking freaked out because he took credit for getting ADL's attention to pressure Twitch to ban content creators. And then he thought that it was a bridge too far to make the inference that he put out there. Okay. But he's over here being like, oh yeah, for the record, you are you're funded by Qatar. Haha.
They're not terrorists. They're, go ahead.
I get why he lost his mind though. He spent so many fucking months making this video and then like it didn't even put a dent. And then I went and all of the interviews that I'd conducted before this context nuke came out finally started being released piece by piece. That must have hurt. Like, that must have fucking hurt him so bad. One, it flopped in the sense that, look at the fucking Keemstar shit.
Hey, man.
Being a major reminder that, like, it's over. You know what I mean?
Like, it's over. Look at the content. Look at the content nuke on Keemstar. 8.4 million views 4 years ago. His video, the content nuke, his video didn't even get Becoming the Zuck featuring iDubbbz. His video didn't get the same amount of views as his like throwaway meme video that he did with fucking iDubbbz 4 years in the past. And then he just kept losing his mind over and over again. Like, why does nobody care? Why does nobody care? Why does nobody care? It goes from 3 months ago to 4 years ago. I know. Imagine fucking bringing your channel back for this, losing a bunch of subscribers in the process because they forgot that they were subscribed to you to begin with. And the fucking video itself just flops. And your target for the video literally gets no motion, with the exception of like every dumb fuck HasanAbi hater on the planet that already was going to entertain any fuck Hasan video. And you barely get 3.4 million views on it. What a fucking flop, dude. Oh my God. What is this? Currently sitting at minus 50,000. Oof. Oof. Yes, because it's not funny. If anything, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny. Yes, it's doing relatively well for something that's just not funny, because there are a shit ton of fucking losers online who have also, in a similar fashion to Ethan Klein, basically broken their brains into believing whatever kind of insane nonsense someone has hallucinated about me online that they saw on their periphery, and then go, I need more of this fuck Hasan content. I need a steady flow of fuck Hasan content. Yeah, he got Denims to go from 1K viewers to 10K in the process. Mike from PH tripled. I know. It's kind of sad.
Go ahead. He knows. Freedom fighters, guys. We are fighting.
I think this is why people were saying he's straight up defaming you. You genuinely have a case. I don't give a fuck.
For freedom. What about the rapes and the murders? Don't mention that. What's wrong with you? And another one. The resistance isn't
not
perfect. Right? You gotta crack some eggs, man. Hasan, you know Socialism didn't buy you that car.
If I knew that this...
Wait, bro, you guys want to know something kind of sad? After I leased that Porsche, Ethan went and got the same one. Isn't that crazy? He went and he bought the exact same car as me. And now he's like, socialism is when nice car. Got him. He's just burning through all the anti-Hasan talking points at this point. All right, respect. If I knew this is what communism would look like, yeah, Stalin would be so disappointed
This is
in
what
me.
communism would be in 2024. I wouldn't have bothered with this shit. Really. A Porsche is the symbol of the capitalist excess.
Brother, what is the beacon of fucking communism right now, carrying the torch of communism globally? The Chinese Party of Communism. There is no better version of excess abundance while still maintaining a transitional socialist state than literally China. What the fuck are you talking about? The USSR is dead. It is a fucking dead kleptocracy that is doing endless warfare for the sake of nothing but to entertain the weak and dying last-ditch effort of a madman sitting on the throne of a dying empire who's fantasizing about like a Duganist expansion, okay? Meanwhile, look at fucking China. Have you seen BYD? Have you seen Yang Wang? Have you seen the Dongfeng missiles? Xiaomi! Oh my God.
What the fuck is he thinking? You guys actually believe this idiot is a socialist? Forget a religion. Hasan is the opiate of the masses. Straight to the gulag for anyone subbed to this idiot.
Or that designer dog?
This breed's stunning fluffy coat comes with a price. Chow Chows shed all year.
Very cute, by the way. But those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer.
Yo, you see this? Hey, you see this shit? Guy, get over here. Get over here. You seeing this? Motherfucker talking shit, saying you're expensive. Saying you're goddamn expensive, dude. Socialism means you can't have dog. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's probably because he's never encountered a dog that doesn't poop everywhere, right, Kaya? Is that what it is? He's never seen a well-trained doggy. So he thinks, oh, this dog must have cost $1 million. Oh, my baby. My baby. Oh, you don't poop in the house. That's right. You're so good. Well, you used to. You used to poop in the house all the time. but you don't anymore because you're well read. You got a PhD, and not pooping in the house. Anyway, all right, that was a Kaya break. Oh, girl, Kaya, please. She's shedding. It's shedding season right now. It's pretty crazy.
Those are expensive. The point is, we have the biggest political streamer on our platform that is influencing media and influencing young kids.
Don't worry, brother. The biggest political streamer on the platform just fell through his fucking addict and is actually a massive fan of yours and is a right-wing reactionary. So you got your fucking wish, Ethan. Actually, as a matter of fact, he was the biggest political streamer on the platform while you made this video, which is really interesting because he'd said a bunch of heinous shit already, things that you're supposed to be against, you know? Anyway, oh God, I'm so bored. All
Then
right,
fuck the U.S. Navy. You know how much those guys don't pay shit.
Okay, yeah, U.S. Navy, Houthis.
You see the Army ads on Twitch? The Army is fucking broke, dude. I'll tell you who loves America more than the Army. Qatar. Well, I don't know if love's the right word, but they're paying more.
What is this like anti-Qatar shit? This is like only fucking pro-Israel weirdos say negative things about Qatar. Qatar is like the Switzerland of the Gulf. They're not exactly fucking pro-Palestine either. You're just saying that because of Al Jazeera, you fucking racist Israeli-ass motherfucker. Classic. This is literally racist Israeli commentary at this point. This is not even like racist American Zionist commentary. This is straightforward shit that racist Israelis say, okay? What the fuck? The idea that it's like, oh, this is Qatar funding. This is Qatar funding. Oh my God. Oh my Lord, dude. Yeah, Qatar is supposed to be the neutral area that, you know, people can do negotiations with these dirty Arab dogs, the monstrous, barbaric rapists that are Arabs, of course. I wonder where he got this. This is not even a liberal Zionist point, I think, for the record. Like, people that say Qatar is funding this, Qatar is funding that, are not liberal Zionists. They're ultra Zionists.
Good CPMs coming out of Qatar.
By the way, how many of my chatters have so far lost faith in me because they found some really damaging new information here? Hey, you do speak highly of organizations declared terrorist by the USA. Aw, you fucking got his ass. Okay, if I were to respond to people, I think I would probably spend too much time. I'm unsubscribing now. Subscribe to me right now if your opinion has been reaffirmed by seeing all of the radical, monstrous stuff that I've done so far, like having a random dude that I despise, who is a clout shark that fucking harassed Ethan, that he just unfairly associated with me. Subscribe right now to show how much this worked. Okay, it seems like it didn't work, Ethan. Holy fuck. Twitch Primes are free, by the way. All the Qatari donations rolling in. Fucking rolling in, baby. Bankroll by Qatar. Woo! Sheesh! Sheesh! Oh, God damn. Bro, the only damaging info here is that you're only 30 minutes into the video. I know. Well, chat is fucking going nutty mode right now.
Well, you kids love anime, right? Can't get enough of it. I mean, look at what we've already done with Hasan. You're the fucking man, dude. Happy birthday again.
Okay, this is going for so long. Yes. What is this? Houthi pirate, get to the meat and bones. Wait, is this the format? I know a lot of you already watched this, but is this how he packages this entire segment? Like his criticisms? Because I don't want to miss like anything severe. I don't want him to say that like I'm skipping because I'm scared. This entire segment is like this. The rest of the video is like this. Oh my God, I just realized what Ethan's plan was all along. I was suspecting that he was going to probably try to like hit me with a DMCA while I was watching it live so he could be like, haha, I fucked you over or something. But it turns out he wants me to kill myself. He wants me to endure some of the most bottom of the barrel, washed in fucking 2014 ass commentary and editing, so that if I go through a 4-minute segment of this, I will probably end up killing myself or just simply die. As a matter of fact, I'm not even like kill myself physically, but just die from the pure horror. Oh my God, that was his goal all along. Ethan Klein wants to kill. Ethan Klein wants me to die, okay? He wants me to die by watching this fucking slop. Oh,
man. No, we got a big party for you after. No, don't do it. Let's wait, because we got a big party and a cake and everything for you after in the back.
Okay,
Prostitutes, too.
okay.
Don't
Yeah.
It's
I'm
party
dangerous,
fast.
radical,
Look what
and they
we've done
love
already.
me.
This Houthi pirate. I mean, who are you kidding? This guy's a fucking terrorist. He literally tweeting out.
He's a terrorist because he tweeted this out. Interesting. He tweeted this out, so he must be a terrorist, except Ethan recently called for help from a Hen Mazig. Do you guys know who Hen Mazig is? By the way, if we're calling motherfuckers terrorists for tweets, oof, I mean, what do you say to someone who actually went in and participated in an illegal raid in occupied Palestinian territory? What would that do? Because around the same age, one is from Yemen, the poorest country on the planet. This person who has only seen death and destruction his entire fucking life. Death and destruction caused, by the way, by the American-backed Saudi and UAE coalition forces that, and you might not know this because you're Ethan Klein and you don't know anything about politics, fucking Al-Qaeda, for the record. Al-Qaeda. That's who our arms that we were giving to Saudi Arabia, that's where the arms were going to in Yemen. Al-Qaeda. Ethan might know what Al-Qaeda is, you know? Why was Al-Qaeda getting American arms? Oh, to kill people like Rashid, to kill people in Sanaa, to actually implement a massive fucking starvation regime. But of course, there's not a starvation regime where Muslims are in the fucking crosshairs that Ethan doesn't like. He loves that shit. Ooh. His arguments are so bad, I'm starting to think you paid him Qatari money to have a year-long crash show so you could have an easy layup debate. Let's see. You know what's really funny? A big part of the fucking America Deserve 9/11 commentary was around this. This is some fucking old school ball here for ball knowers. When I said the America Deserve 9/11 comment, okay? America Deserve 9/11 comment. What is this? I would betray you personally for basically nothing. There are no self-hating Jews. They actually love themselves so much they're willing to betray their own people for clout. Yeah. Okay. So one of my angriest moments when I was responding to Dan Crenshaw, where he's talking about like how we must continue giving arms to Saudi Arabia as it was doing a genocide in Yemen, okay, against the Houthis, for the record, against the Ansar Allah movement, against the Houthis. So interestingly enough, Saudi Arabia was using some of its militant factions in Yemen. You know who that militant faction was in Yemen that Saudi Arabia was using? That's right. It was Al-Qaeda. Saudi Arabia and its coalition partners have transferred American-made weapons to Al-Qaeda-linked fighters, hardline Salafi militias, and other factions waging war in Yemen in violation of their agreements with the United States, a CNN investigation has found. Yeah. This was what was going on in Yemen, by the way. 12 million facing famine as conflict rages in Yemen. This was Rashid's friends and family. This is the experience that he knew. This was 6 years ago. Okay. 6 years ago, this is what was going on as Saudi Arabia was waging an insane war against the Houthis in Yemen. Okay. Utilizing Al-Qaeda, using American bombs, using American targeting systems, and destroying school buses. Remember when they blew up that school bus with American targeting systems? Anyway, this is the environment that Rashid grew up in. Rashid al-Haddad grew up in.
Were killed as they attempted to flee the Yemeni port city of Hodeidah.
Yeah, this is also terrorist media, by the way. Ansar Allah media, terrorist media, CNN exclusive, using terrorist media. They're terrorists. They're terrorism.
The site of an existential struggle between the US-backed coalition and the Tehran-backed Houthi rebels. As ever in war, the victims are too often innocents caught in the crossfire.
As scrutiny grows around allegations of the Saudi Crown Prince's involvement in the disappearance of Saudi journalist Jamal Khashoggi, criticism is growing around MBS, as he's known's other great recklessness.
Anyway, yeah, this is what he knew, okay? This is the environment that Rashid al-Haddad grew up in. This fucking kid who's 19 years old, who says he supports the Houthis. He is not a Houthi. His last name is not al-Houthi. He's not a part of the Houthi family. He's not a part of the Ansar Allah militancy. He says he is a supporter of Houthis. Remember, and for the record, no mainstream media outlet has actually called Rashid al-Haddad a Houthi terrorist. Just something to take note of. And that is because in my interview, he said he is not a Houthi. He is a supporter of Houthis, that he is Yemeni. Okay? He is from Yemen. That's it. Not even Fox News did that. Let's watch Ethan Klein outflank Fox News alongside the rest of the drama slop tubers that don't know anything about anything, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look.
To kill Jews and put their heads on pikes. And somehow, not somehow, because...
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say that to Jews. He said Zionists. But, okay.
His genius.
You're the one who keeps making this conflation, Ethan. Interesting.
We have rebranded the Houthi fucking pirates, the Houthi terrorist organization. Yeah, the Islamic fundamentalists. Death to America, curse upon the Jews. That's right. That's the Jolly Roger of this man here. None other than Monkey D. Luffy. So let's get out there, guys. And let's make 2025 our biggest year, guys. Come on, guys.
I can't believe that, when I played this, he lost his mind. Remember when I tried to play this, by the way? Here was Rashid al-Haddad making a video. May the peace, blessings be upon you. Of course, I have received many questions. What if the Jews decide to return to Yemen? Will we allow them or not? Of course, it is normal. We, the Yemenis, extend our hand in peace. Yemen is allowed for anyone who lives in it. Our problem is not with the Jews. Our enemies are the Zionists. The enemies of Palestine are our enemies. If the Jews decide to return to Yemen, then it is normal. It is above our heads in Yemen. Any person who wants to come to Yemen is above our heads. And we have no problem with this. This is a message to the Jews. I hope it reaches them. Of course, thank the foreigners and the Jews who stood up with the foreigners. The amount of times he's clarified himself is ridiculous. I would like to clarify that any Jewish person, Christian, or Jew, the Zionist tries to hide behind the Christians or the Jew or the innocent, and we understand everything. There are Jews with us and there are Christians with us. When we say Zionist, we do not mean the innocent Jew or the innocent Christian. We mean the ones who kill children. I would like to make it clear that I did not say that I hate the Jews, but I hate every Zionist who kills children, even if he's a Muslim and does what Israel does. We will all be against them. Think about how fucking crazy it is and how dominant America is as a force, that we're making that all of these people were fucking freaking out over this dude and having him post clarification posts. Okay, clarification posts. Yeah, they say he's lying. He doesn't give a fuck. He's from Yemen, dumbass. He could be dead any moment. What the fuck do you mean he's lying? You think he has the same perspective that you and I have? Okay, you think he gives a shit? Like, the banner, I did not mean the Jews but the Zionists. Do not confuse everyone. I respect every Muslim Jew who stands for the truth. I will do everything I can to protect him. Okay? I am not a terrorist. I am a Yemeni citizen. I do not want war. I want peace. And just as I love peace in my homeland, I love Palestine to be free as it was. And you also want peace. So why does the war and siege on Palestine not stop? The question here is, who is the real terrorist? Yemeni citizen who stands with Palestine. This was Destiny's Community trying to fucking get him to say that he is a Houthi terrorist. Okay? The idea that you think a 19-year-old in Yemen is afraid of being fucking canceled by Ethan Klein and like sex pestiny orbiters is so stupid. The Ansar Allah banner literally says a curse upon the Jews. I don't think these are guys who care about the optics of the situation. Maybe, like they don't care about the optics. If they did, they would have changed the banner a long time ago, okay? They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. Above our heads is an idiom, which means with our full respect, by the way. Yeah.
No, I am just a Yemeni citizen who stands with Palestine.
Rashid al-Haddad rejects slanderous anti-Semitism allegations against them. We do not hate the Jews. We respect every Jew Christian who stands with Palestine. We do not confuse them as... Like, they couldn't get what they wanted out of this Twitter Spaces thing that they did, so they went and pushed to ban him. Oh, this was a funny one. I think if this is the one I'm thinking. Yeah. This was awesome.
I thank Klein.
Oh, that's so good. Tell him, Rashid. Tell him, Rashid al-Haddad. Now, I want to clarify some things about this, okay? Now that you have a little bit better of an understanding of what the environment he grew up in, okay? Because I'm sure Ethan is going to fucking invest heavily into dumping as much misinformation as possible here.
Guys, the resistance isn't perfect. The resistance isn't perfect. Yeah, let's get them. If you want to know where on the political spectrum Hasan sits, take a look at a recent media analysis by Ad Fonte.
Ad Fonte says so. Let's take a look at Ad Fonte's perspective. Joe Rogan, center right. Okay. Ad Fontes put me at contains misleading information, and as much as a leftist Infowars, basically Infowars OAN. This is where Ad Fontes placed me. Now, if Ad Fontes is placing me there, why the fuck does the New York Times or CNN or any number of different actual fucking news outlets that Ethan, I'm sure, relies on for reliable journalism, why the fuck do those journalists actually sit in here in this chat? Or why the fuck do those journalists actually come to me and say, hey, you do a lot with disinformation and dispelling the right-wing radicalization that happens online. Can we please get your commentary on this issue? I wonder if Ad Fontes is more reliable in this than, I don't know, virtually every fucking mainstream institution. That's weird. Well, surely they can't be that biased, right? After all, they put the New York Post above MSNBC. They put the New York Post in terms of news value and reliability. Let's look at GBN, which is the British Fox News, is above the Rolling Stone and Pod Save America and the New Republic. GBN is above the fucking above the Rolling Stone. Definitely not biased. Definitely not weird. The Sun is in the center and also has the same level of reliability as Salon. Pew Research Center, USA Facts, the TB top, unbiased, and the most reliable. Check the latest. Look who's above you. He's apparently more reliable. Who's above me? Joe Rogan is above me, which is really weird because a big part of what I do is to address the stupidity of Joe Rogan. Who's above me? What is this? Destiny. I wonder how this happened. I wonder how this happened. I wonder. Epoch Times is up here, dude. Epoch Times. Do you understand how fucking insane it is to put Epoch Times here? I know for many of you who are not super invested in media criticism, which for the record, I am. This is my job. This is literally my job. The fact that they put Epoch Times here above someone like myself is insane. Okay, they put Barstool Sports above me. It feels like they might have a fucking agenda. Or maybe they're an unbiased, unvarnished look into the truth. Like Epoch Times is QAnon, chatters. Do you understand? They do QAnon commentary. Newsmax does QAnon commentary. Breitbart used to have a black crime tab. The Daily Wire is over here. Fox News is more reliable than Democracy Now! And Jacobin. Okay? What the fuck is this? Reason Magazine, a libertarian outlet, and The Sun, which is a dish rag. Okay? The Sun is basically like The Mirror, or basically like New York Post. The fact that it's up here on the list, above the likes of even the Daily Beast, and at the same level of reliable information as 60 Minutes, is some of the most psychotic things I've ever seen. This is the most right-wing slanted list of all fucking time. But of course, if you don't know anything and you just look at this, you're like, oh, well, fucking owned, I guess.
Rated Hasan as the most extreme left-wing, untrustworthy media source on the internet. And to give you an idea, he is opposite of Infowars. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you.
Oh, Ad Fonte said so. So I guess the New York Times was like, or the CNN, New York Times, NBC, all these outlets, they simply didn't watch the context nuke, and they simply were oblivious to the Ad Fontes media designation. That's what happened. Oh God, how do these journalists not take a look at the fucking tier list that some random dipshit made? Oh shit, we got dono matching for QD Kaya. Donation match activated for an hour, $500 dono. We're at $159,000.
Tell you that Hasan loves all terrorists. But what I will say is that there isn't many he don't like. Let's start with our good friend Luffy here and his organization.
I do not love Israel, and I do not love the terrorism of America. So no, This is untrue.
The Houthis.
And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler.
The Houthis are an Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel measures, forcibly recruiting child soldiers, shelling civilian areas, and blocking food from entering already famine-ruined parts of Yemen. They've also set up landmines in agricultural spots, making the fields virtually worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course, is punishable by...
Bro, did he say the Houthis are doing the Roman salute like they're doing the Hitler salute? Is that what he said? Yeah, dude, you're right. They all have... You see that, guys? Once again, they have the copy of Mein Kampf. The Houthis, they have the copy of Mein Kampf. They are sick heiling for Adolf Hitler. They are sick heiling for Adolf Hitler. Everybody knows. Look at the Houthis.
And yes, this is what it looks like. They are hiling Hitler.
The Houthis are an Islamic...
Oh my God. Yeah, they're fucking, that's what they're doing. Yeah, they learned anti-Semitism from reading Culture of Critique, I heard. And then they got really invested in Reddit. Like, and they went on a deep dive into the dark side of the internet. And then lo and behold, they were all radicalized like some dumb fuck teenager in America. Yeah, they definitely are a big Adolf fans. Oh my God. I'm with you, but what's the counterpoint to the curse of Jews bit on the flag? I'm going to explain it, but I'm not going to actually explain it myself. I'm going to use the words of Norm Finkelstein, which Ethan loves talking about. Okay, so there's a couple things that you need to understand that many of you are completely oblivious to, because why the fuck should you know? You usually come here to learn about the news and about political conflicts around the world, and I'm here to explain it to you. I have already described this in a little bit of detail earlier, but the Houthis were in an extended conflict. The Houthis were in an extended conflict. They're Zaidi Shias, okay? And they were in an extended conflict with American Western-backed coalition forces led by Saudi Arabia and UAE, okay?
Islamic military group. They're known for their cruel...
They're Islamic military group, okay?
Measures. Forcibly...
They're known for their cruel measures, okay? Cruel measures such as what? Fucking striking Tel Aviv. Yemen army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas.
Spots, making the field.
I don't know where that article is from, but I suspect that a lot of the actual fucking articles are coming from Saudi-backed news outlets with very little veracity or interest for real information. Now, one might ask the question, why? Why would the Saudis actually write propaganda about the Houthis? Well, that's because they were killing the Houthis. That's because they were starving the entirety of Yemen. This is from ArabNews.com. Yemen army removes 300,000 Houthi landmines in liberated areas. This is a Saudi Arabian outlet, okay? So an outlet that is literally... an outlet that is personally invested in the continuation of the man-made famine in Yemen, okay? Just so you understand. What actually is this salute to the uneducated? I think it could be a bit weird. I'm trying to be earnest in my question. I don't know. I don't know what the fucking reason is, but I suspect it's not because of, I suspect it has nothing to do with fucking Adolf Hitler or the Nazis. I've described this before. A lot of people don't understand this, but on that part of the world, they don't fucking give a shit about Adolf Hitler, okay? That's not in their lexicon. That's not in their worldview. That's not in their ideology. Is there anti-Semitism around in that part of the world? Absolutely. But it's not the same anti-Semitism that you see in the Western world. There's no Nazi anti-Semitism in these places, okay? Every now and then you will actually find... like a fascinated Indian man who has like an insane name or some shit. But it is most likely just a military salute that you see all around the world that isn't directly related to Nazi Germany at all. In any case, yeah, I had to make a gesture exactly like this, the oath of allegiance, when I turned 18. It was required to enlist in the Brazilian army. Yeah, there's the Mexican salute as well. Anyway. Can you explain the difference between this and the Elon thing? Yes, Elon is in the United States of America.
where anyone that does that salute in the United States of America is very clearly doing that to fucking say that they love Adolf Hitler. What the fuck? Yes, if you see this in the Western world, if you see this in Ukraine, if you see this in places where like that are a part of the Western sphere of influence, then they abso-fucking-lutely are doing this as a Nazi salute. This dum-dum with a cited Der Stürmer during the Holocaust? Yeah. So, Arab News, the English language daily newspaper published in Saudi Arabia. It is published from Riyadh. The target audiences of the paper, which is published in broadcast sheet format, are business people, executives, and diplomats. It's owned by Prince Turki bin Salman Al Saud, the brother of the ruling crown prince of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. So obviously, not exactly the least biased newspaper to get fucking information from when trying to figure out what the fuck is going on in Yemen, especially because that article is from 2018, where they were quite literally implementing the blockade that I showed you. Here's a timestamp of Saudi war crimes in Yemen.
In March of 2015, Saudi Arabia began bombing Houthi-held territory across Yemen, causing mass civilian casualties. They've destroyed targets ranging from marketplaces to hospitals, from schools, and even to a funeral recently, where 140 people were killed in a single strike. In August,
he cut off sourcing because he knows exactly what it is. You think Ethan knows that Saudi Arabia was fucking bombing Yemen and therefore doing propaganda, and he actually meticulously cut out the context so that people couldn't figure out where the source was coming from? Are you insane? He's a fucking moron. He doesn't know anything. Someone who supplied him with this information might have known, but even then, I don't think so.
Worthless. Women have virtually no rights, and homosexuality, of course.
Yeah, as far as like women not having any rights in Yemen, or homosexuality being criminalized with a sentence punishable by death, yes, they're not woke. This is not supposed to be shocking to anyone who has any brain cells whatsoever. This is not a defense of any of this shit, but you have to understand, you don't have time for fucking civil liberties when you're getting pummeled to the ground, okay? You don't have time to have your own civil rights movement when you're too busy trying to fucking claw your family out of the fucking ashes of a Boeing bomb that exploded on top of your fucking family. The pathetic nature of Westerners who go, oh, they're just uncivilized, barbaric, anti-gay, anti-woke monsters is so fucking frustrating, okay? I can't believe the poorest country in the world is not woke, dude. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I guess they deserve it then. I guess they deserve to be fucking bombed into oblivion. Great. It's no Western culture. No, it has nothing to do with fucking Western culture. And it has everything to do with material conditions. It's incredibly fucking stupid to have this expectation that these guys are going to be fucking woke. Okay? And also, the country that's fucking destroying them is Saudi Arabia. Are they woke? Is Ethan going to bring up the fact that Saudi Arabia alive? Is that actually woke? And Saudi Arabia actually has a direct... Saudi Arabia is a kingdom, not a fucking democracy, for the record, just so we're clear. And also on top of that, has direct access to the Western world, and even to whitewash their reputation. They don't even care enough to launder their reputation a little bit by trying to be as woke as they possibly can. So get the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, Lockheed Martin is very woke. Does that mean it's good? Are we going to do that? Lockheed Martin has a gay pride parade. They have trans pride at Lockheed Martin. The Human Rights Council has considered Lockheed Martin to be one of the fucking wokest companies to work for. Does that mean that their output is good? It's fucking stupid. None of this shit matters. Get the fuck out of here. The only reason why you're bringing this up is because you want your audience that is watching this to go, oh, they're barbaric, they're savages. It's like, no, dude, they're fucking poor and they're constantly under a blockade and constantly under bombing. Okay? Fuck. I can't believe he tried to hit me with a bigotry of low expectations when we were talking about this, by the way. That was so crazy.
Of course, is punishable by death. That lines up with leftist values. Now, just how little rights do women...
Yeah, no, man, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. And I think it's an incredibly stupid point to bring up.
Yeah, I don't think they should be bombed. I don't think they should be blockaded. I don't think the other countries that are also incredibly fucking homophobic shouldn't be blowing them up with Western weapons. But you have no issue with that, do you? Or perhaps you are fucking oblivious to that reality. Yeah, I don't give a shit. What the fuck? Liberate Yemen from the throes of Western Empire, and then maybe they can have their own fucking civil liberties movement. The same shit goes. The same shit goes for Palestine. Chris Kunzler and I had a wonderful conversation about this as well. If you guys want to fucking bring up that video again, I can pull it up one more time and talk about it. It's so silly that these guys go, oh, they're just like an inferior culture that deserves to be bombed. Is this?
They're all dead.
Or this part where he condemns Hassan Piker for his endorsement of Syed Hassan Nasrallah.
We didn't even get here. I have a question, not a gotcha, but comparison within my own life I've been grappling with is your brother works for Boeing, my aunt works for Northrop. Should I hold her in any contempt? Does it should department this works for? Yeah, it does. When you logging off, Hassan, you seem more frustrated than usual. I'm not. I'm cooking, and I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep plowing through this to the best of my ability. Anyway, this should not come as a surprise to any of you, for the record. This is not like the soft bigotry of low expectations or whatever. This is a direct analysis of the material conditions. People don't have time to actually do gay liberation or an advocacy for women's rights when they are trying to fucking survive. Okay? And the reason why people like Ethan Klein do this gross shit is because they want to sell American imperialism to a liberal audience that is infinitely more has a lot more appetite for death and destruction, or looks at these guys as like fucking monsters when you say these guys are homophobic. Okay?
And the Houthis Yemen have. Well, according to this, there's been 1,181 violations committed by Houthi rebels against women, including torture, rape, and murder. So, not great. The Houthis have a very wholesome flag, as you can see here. It says, translated, Allah Akbar, death to America, death to Israel, and a curse upon the...
Why didn't he translate Allahu Akbar? It just means God is great. Huh. Wait, why did he keep Allahu Akbar in there? He translated the other ones from Arabic. I wonder why he didn't translate God is great. That's weird. I wonder why. Oh, that's right, because he's a racist fucking piece of shit. Anyway, death to America, death to Israel, curse the Jews, victory to Islam, right? That's the fucking banner. I've talked about this banner before. You've heard me talk about this banner a million times over, I assume. I don't think the banner is optically correct. But since Ethan Klein used Norm Finkelstein's statements on "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free," even though he has no issue with the usage of it, he just thinks that it scares people, but it's all right. He's not going to fucking stand at odds with people that use it. Here's what he had to say about the Houthis in general.
Problem from hell. Yeah. I have to ask you this, Norm, because I'm sure people raise this with you. The fact that Ansar Allah says, curse the Jews.
It's their slogan, I
Their
think.
slogan.
Death to America, death to Israel.
Curse the Jews.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't
I
get
know
it.
what I
Wait, oh, this is just on the banner. Hold on.
I totally support the Houthis as a Jew.
Huh.
You said that, Norm.
Yeah.
The Houthi flag says, God is the greatest, death to
Why do you say optically correct? Wait, what? Optically incorrect instead of calling it disgusting? What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you think I think a curse upon the Jews is appropriate? Like, are you that desperate to try to find something? Of course I don't think it's appropriate. It's inappropriate. It's fucking disgusting. Are you happy? It's disgusting. Yes. You got it. Americans are so fucking stupid and have their heads stuck so far up their own fucking assholes, dude. Just shut the fuck up and listen to the goddamn video and you will understand.
America.
Here is Norm Finkelstein, academic, and also the son of Holocaust survivors, explaining what his take is on the banner of the Houthis.
Death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam.
Yeah. By the way, this is why I said the fucking Rashid al-Haddad making a distinction between Jews and Zionists is very clearly not for the optics. He doesn't give a shit about optics. He's in fucking Yemen, okay? These guys obviously are not thinking about what
dumb fuck Americans think, because their only experience with the United States of America is when an F-18 flies overhead, drops a fucking bomb on the cement factory in Hodeidah, only to fly back and then accidentally get dumped into the fucking ocean like a bunch of payload because the goddamn aircraft carrier was doing a fucking evasive maneuver. So that's their only experience with America. They don't give a fuck about you. It says literally "Death to America" on the banner, which I have no issue with. Okay? Suck my dick.
How do you reconcile this?
I have no problem reconciling it for this very simple reason, and you'll allow me, you can disagree, I have no problem with that. From my first conscious moments in my own...
No, they lost another one? It's 3. 3. It's the third one. No, this is from... Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. America has lost 3 FA-18 Super Hornets. 3. Those are $70 million a pop. $70 million a pop. The Houthis in the process have also dropped 22 MQ-9 Reaper drones. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. Oh my Lord. The amount of fucking college education we could pay for that shit. Nope. No, it's not only 2. It's 3. Under the Brandon leadership, America shot one of its own F-18 fighter jets accidentally. And then 2 under Trump. One under Brandon, 2 under Trump.
Life. Okay? My parents loathed the Germans. They didn't loathe the Nazis. They hated the Germans. In fact, I vividly recall my father once recommended me a book on the Nazi Holocaust. And I asked him, what makes this book special? And he said to me, I liked it that the author didn't talk about Nazis. He talked about Germans. Now, my parents were very decent human beings. The apple did not fall far from the tree. But I could understand that sentiment. The only Jews the Houthis have known are the Israelis. It's a regrettable fact that they don't know, have never experienced any other kinds of Jews. I remember I once asked my mother, just out of curiosity, did you ever come into contact with a German who was decent? And she said to me, she thought hard, and she said, I remember one German soldier, he had a kind of guilty look on his face. That was all she could remember. One. So it doesn't surprise me that she loathed all Germans. Do I wish the Houthis were more discriminating in their slogans? Of course I wish it. But do I understand where it comes from? Yes.
And here's a guy, Rashid al-Haddad, who is discriminating in his sloganeering, who does make that distinction between Zionists and Jews. And here is Ethan freaking the fuck out about it, which is, by the way, I mean this with all sincerity. If Rashid al-Haddad was also still chirping about like all Jews, this and that, he's still a fucking 19-year-old in Yemen. Like, what is wrong with you? He's not going to college to get a fucking marketing degree, dude. He doesn't have the same living standards as you. This is not the soft bigotry of low expectations, okay? This is just being a normal human being. Yes, of course, his perspective, as Norm Finkelstein also pointed out, is going to be a little bit clouded by his experience with Western imperialism and what Israel has done, which is quite similar to what, he doesn't have a fucking Porsche and an Aston Martin and $250,000 watches that he buys every goddamn week and fucking lives in a Bel Air mansion, okay? He has inconsistent access to the internet. Like, what are we talking about? God, these people are so fucking annoying. And Jews. So stupid. Oh, look at me. I'm so mighty.
All of them, not just the ones in Israel. And of course, victory to Islam. I get amused when these terrorists are like, we hate Jews. We want to kill Jews. And then people like Hasan are like, you're fucking racist for saying that they just want to kill Jews and that they're terrorists, man.
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim.
You're not thinking deep enough about this topic.
My criticism of the Houthis, I mean, it's true. Yeah. I mean, I don't know why but he demonstrated that he's not thinking deep enough about this topic. This is unironically what he is demonstrating right here.
So he like gets the pass for being young in the IDF, but the Yemeni kid doesn't. The Yemeni kid's not even a part of the fucking Ansar Allah militancy. Houthis' slogan, do not factor into what they are doing. Of course, it is anti-Semitic, but contextualizing it matters. Yeah, it's really interesting because like that is such Western-focused propaganda. Like for a Palestinian to arrive at anti-Semitic opinions, okay, they don't need to read Mein Kampf. Wait, show the rest of that clip, Ethan. Show the rest of that fucking clip, you douchebag. Show the rest of that clip, you fucking racist douchebag. This is something that I commonly explain, by the way, which is that for a Palestinian to develop anti-Semitic opinions, they do not need to learn anti-Semitism by reading Mein Kampf. They do not need to learn about anti-Semitism by going to school, okay? Here's the clip. There's a whole study being made here, but always the debate always ends with a slogan bad. The Houthis likely argue that is West. But I also try to explain to Americans that like that the way that you try to understand like how this kind of perspective, how people arrive at these kinds of conclusions is also important. Okay, anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable. Can you imagine if you edited a clip of Ethan and Hila in IOF uniforms? First of all, you don't need to edit Hila into an IOF uniform. The equivalency would be if I edited a clip of Ethan and Hila in Nazi uniforms, because the Israeli force, the Israeli occupying force, is akin to the Nazi force in the way that they're doing a genocide, which Ethan has also agreed to. Ethan has said it's a genocide. He has even said the Israeli occupying force is akin to a force of terror. And yet, if I were to do that, he would lose his fucking mind. He'd be like, this is the most anti-Semitic thing I've ever seen in my entire damn life. Okay, 100%. And I have criticized the Houthi slogan in general. But my criticisms of the Houthi slogan do not factor in to, oh, by the way, you want to hear what's really funny about this? Did you notice the clip I was watching? Did you notice something about the clip I was watching when I was talking about the Houthi slogan? So if Ethan had actually sourced this by watching the actual source material, he would have already seen Norm Finkelstein's perspective on this. And maybe he could have made a decent argument against my perspective, backing off of Norm Finkelstein's perspective on this. This is my point, chat. He is disingenuous, and he's clipping everything out of context. If you watch the full video, okay, that I just showed you, or if you watch my coverage over it, you understand that I'm talking about how unacceptable the Houthi slogan is. Having said that, here are the reasons as to why they have developed this opinion, because all the Jews that they've ever known is Israel, okay? All the Jews that they've ever known is Israel, as Norm said, and that all they know about Jews is just death and destruction to the Palestinians. So yeah, that's where the anti-Semitic tendencies develop. But it's not the same as like, oh, they control the media or whatever the fuck dumbass Americans say about Jews. It's more so just talking about Israel's death and destruction, which is valid. Why is it referred to as the context nuke? Because he just nuked all context by clipping shit out of context. As I always say, and I repeat in this fucking clip as well, which Ethan could have actually sourced from if he truly cared about my actual opinion on the Houthi slogan or where it comes from, but that would require him to, one, actually do research, and two, try to make a convincing argument, a convincing counter argument, instead of fucking slapping a photo collage behind me where he posts like this fucking random dumb fuck and banners of I guess like Hamas and the fucking Houthi banner behind me. I can't tell if he's dishonest or just stupid enough to think that he understands what you're saying without ever looking for context of any kind. No, he's dishonest. He's incredibly fucking dishonest.
Oh, I almost forgot the most fun one. They brought back slavery.
Do you think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do?
That lines up with leftist values. All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys. So my question is, how does Hasan cover such a genocidal, violent, misogynistic, homophobic, terroristic organization?
Oh, you want to see a Houthi musical? Sure. These were the people that the Saudis were killing.
Yeah, for the record, and he actually left this in there. These are the people that the Saudis were killing. And the song that they're fucking singing here is directly about Saudi Arabia, by the way, just so you know. These fucking musically gifted individuals.
Yeah.
Yemen's We Do Not Care chant from today is a refrain from the folkloric war song mocking all of Yemen's enemies. Some have requested it. Here's the entire thing with English subtitles.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm so confused. What is this?
I mean, they're shitting on MBS. Does Ethan like MBS? Is that what's going on? Is that what's happening? Explain the slavery. Don't forget. Oh, yeah. Wait, I forgot. There's a bunch of things that he actually sourced in here that were really stupid, but I fucking jumped over it because I don't give a shit. But Ethan at a certain point is talking about how like the Houthis are bringing back slavery, and he's too stupid to recognize that it was actually the government that Houthis overthrew that was bringing back slavery. That is literally what he did. Yeah, the only source for bringing back slavery is, again, Ashharq al-Awsat, another Saudi propaganda rag, in the process of them doing a fucking mass blockade and mass starvation in Yemen. But I guess he's completely consistent in that regard. He just always happens to find himself loosely associated with groups that are engaging in mass starvation of Arabs, you know, whether it be Saudi Arabia or whether it be Israel. Interestingly enough, you know, this was the other article. Houthis restore slavery in Yemen. And then there's also a point where I think he uses like an Al Jazeera documentary to be like, oh, the Houthis actually did slavery in Yemen. And the actual Al Jazeera documentary that he uses in his fucking video is unironically from a documentary called Slavery in Yemen. Okay. And this documentary is actually before the Houthis overtook the government of Yemen. Yeah. This is his proof that the Houthis did slavery in Yemen. It was made in 2014 when the Saudis were in power and they were implementing slavery. 4 years. Yeah. Also cites his BS article, which furnishes no credible evidence whatsoever to support his claim and does not happen to be printed in, like Noah stated, a Saudi propaganda outfit owned by the same royal family that beheaded Jamal Khashoggi. But again, who cares, right? Can you imagine if I did a video talking about fucking, I don't know, I did a video talking about Russia and Ukraine, and I just only sourced my shit from Russia Today. What would Ethan do if I were to do that? Yeah, I'm gonna do a video talking about Russia's military campaign, a special military operation in Ukraine, and how justifiable it is, and then only source Russia Today articles to really drive home a point, okay? Only sourcing state propaganda from fucking Russia. Yeah, it'd be ridiculous. Everyone would understand that that is ridiculous. But Ethan is here taking advantage of the fact that many of you don't know any of this shit. Okay? That's it. Where are we? Where is the rest of this fucking... Ethan only cares about Israel? It's true. He really does. Lol, didn't you already do that? Can you show me where I did that? Show proof where I've done that, or you get banned. People always say that I've done this, but I've looked back at so many of those videos from other slop tubers that have claimed that I'm like being pro-Russia and realized that half the time it's actually me criticizing Russia, but they were too stupid to understand that I was criticizing Russia and they thought I was defending Russia. It's literally that.
That's right, my friend. Hasan just played straight-up terrorist propaganda without even being there to analyze it. Surely this must be against terms of service. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violence.
Yeah, he's trying to get me banned, okay? And it didn't happen, which is why he fucking lost his mind a little bit. But, you know, better luck next time, I guess.
Extremist actors. For example, displaying or linking terrorist or extremist propaganda, even for the purpose of denouncing such content. Denouncing? Okay, but what's the rule for endorsing it? Is that okay? The answer is yes, as Hasan was never punished for this blatant violation of Twitch community guidelines. Got it. So denouncing terrorism is bad. Don't do that. Endorsing terrorism is good. Okay, got it, Twitch.
By the way, his takes on this and fucking Asmongold's takes on this are identical. Asmongold and Ethan Klein both want me to be banned. This video is literally on YouTube, dumbass. What the fuck are you talking about? YouTube is Hamas. Okay, I'm going to give a quick analog to this, okay? I watch Come Out Ye Black and Tans and videos on the IRA, and I glorify the IRA. The IRA was a terrorist organization, okay? Same with the ANC. Same with all of these other fucking, same with the FLN, all of these other groups that have actively fought against imperialism has always been branded terrorism, okay? And the same goes for the fucking Houthis.
The Houthis were not even considered a terrorist organization up until Donald Trump left office. He as a last ditch effort, as a goodbye present to Saudi Arabia, when Saudi Arabia was continuing its endless blockade against Yemen, Donald Trump called them a state sponsor of terror. Okay, I've not only talked about other terror groups that are designated as terror groups by the United States of America, like PKK and shit. I've literally had a fucking terrorist on my stream. What are we talking about? Okay. Brace Belden literally fought alongside a PKK cutout in YPG. And I've had him on the broadcast a million times. Shut the fuck up. Okay. And of course, I'm not talking about Gila when I say I've done a broadcast with a person who is affiliated with a designated terror organization. Okay. All this stuff is just simply to point to my commentary and say, dude, don't do that. You can't do that. You can't actually show context. You can't actually have fun, which I am doing in this situation. It's a serious subject matter, but I'm making light of it. Okay. It's a serious subject matter when you talk about all of the fucking untold amount of crimes that Saudi Arabia did to the people of Yemen. I think it's perfectly fine to be able to fucking crack jokes here and there where I say, ooh, they're musical people. That's very clearly a fucking joke. But it's also true. They are musical. I mean, they do musicals all the fucking time. Do you mean Brandon designated them as terrorists? No, Trump did it on his way out of the office the first time around. Brandon actually reversed that decision. When I actually interviewed Rashid al-Haddad, who is not even a Houthi, but even if he was, it still would not have been an illegal interview regardless. And to this day, I have no problem interviewing members of the Ansar Allah movement. I would just simply would not do it on fucking Twitch if I were to have that opportunity. Actually, that's not even true. I probably would still do it on Twitch as well. Like, I'll give you another example. I interviewed a Cuban doctor in Cuba at a time when Marco Rubio was designating Cuban medical missions as illegal. Okay? I did that deliberately. I had a long and extended interview with a doctor from Cuba that had done medical missions, including worked in the United States of America. Okay? Cuba is still considered a state sponsor of terror. Cuba is still considered, I'm going to repeat that again, a state sponsor of terror. I'm planning on going to fucking Cuba and actually live streaming from Cuba. So clearly, there is a little bit more nuance in this subject matter. The only problem here is that Twitch actually capitulates a lot to this kind of pressure coming from outside groups because they don't want to fucking, they don't want to rock the boat too hard. Yeah, here it is. Look at that. Cuba. Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I play Iacha all the fucking time. Remember when Dan Stalkman tried to get me banned because I played a fucking DPRK song? Think about how stupid that would be. Iran, Syria. At a certain point, you have to recognize that America's state sponsor of terror designation is ridiculous. Okay?
Can you explain this? This is a 3-minute video of. What do you mean a music video? When you said music video, I'm expecting like bad example, Chris Brown dancing. No.
They do like
they
do musicals. They're very. Notice how Ethan never points to like. Ethan will just be like, "Oh, they're homophobic," but with respect to the reasons as to why I say I think the Houthis' actions are defensible in terms of resisting against Israel's genocide of Gaza, something that Ethan also is in agreement with. Notice how Ethan actually doesn't talk about that at all. He's just like, yeah, these guys suck. These guys suck. It's the same exact way to refuse to tackle an argument and rely on the audience also not having a good grasp on the situation whatsoever. Can't believe we've only done fucking 34 minutes, by the way. Musical people.
Are you being serious?
Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Isn't I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hasan.
No, it is. They do musicals about like their fucking like their actions all the time.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I've got this. Instead of terrorist propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
Are you being serious?
Guys, let's just use our brains. Fiddler on the Roof, Wicked, Alexander Hamilton, man. There's no reason we can't put these Houthis on Broadway.
Well, they go, listen, you want to fucking bring a ship through here? We're going to take it. So that's exactly what the Houthis start doing.
They start fucking sending in helicopters onto fucking ships. Bro, they fucking, look at this. They got the Palestinian flag that they painted under the helicopter with the Yemen flag. They fucking overtake. They start overtaking the ships. And they're like, guess what, dog? No more trade to Israel. If you are sending ships into Israel, if you are owned by an Israeli subsidiary, if you're owned by an Israeli corporation, we're going to take over your ship. You cannot fucking use this trade route anymore. Guess what, bitch? It's our fucking territorial boundary, and we're going to enforce this until you stop doing genocide in Gaza.
So let's review his claims. His first
Okay, great. Please.
First claim is that the boat is headed for Israel. It's not. It's going from Turkey to India. Next claim is that it's owned by an Israeli company. It's not.
Galaxy Maritime Limited is owned by the Isle of Man ship. Beneficial owners are Abraham Rami Ungar and Yael Ungar. Huh. So you just copy-pasted? You just copy-pasted the Wikipedia page without even, like, thinking about what it was showing?
It's being chartered by a Japanese company, and the boat's owners are registered in the Isle of Man. I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped...
Oh, the boat was... Oh, dude. Oh, it was... They were just a bunch of Isle of Man people. That's what it was. The boat was owned by the Isle of Man. Okay? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, there's probably no, like, flags of convenience situation happening here. It's just the Isle of Man is the Isle of Industry. Everybody knows they're industrious people. The industrial nation of Isle of Man. They are really important for commercial shipping. Yeah, they are. They're fucking... It's a flag that you place on your goddamn ship, dumbass. It's owned by fucking Israelis, and you show that in your fucking fact check.
Kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now.
And they weren't missing, and even Willie Sloptube called him out for this. They actually had numerous occasions where United Nations and like other humanitarian missions actually went in and checked on their well-being. They did welfare checks throughout the process. And by the time this video came out, they had been released, as a matter of fact. Ethan literally lied again, okay? He lied over and over and over again. I have a VPN out of Switzerland. I am Swiss. Yeah. Yeah. ICRC visits the crew of the hijacked ship for the second time since being detained in Yemen. A delegation from ICRC has visited for the second time 25 members detained on Galaxy Leader, the Israeli vessel that was hijacked by the Houthis late last year in response to Israel's war in Hamas and Gaza. So the fact that he just simply did not even look up how commercial shipping works, flags of convenience, and the fact that he didn't even realize that it was owned by Israelis. The ship was owned by fucking Israelis, for the record. And also, the Israeli that we're talking about is a close friend of Yoav Gallant of the Likud party, for whom Ungar purchased tickets to the World Cup finals in July 2018. International shipping mogul Abraham and Yael Ungar. The amount of time he spent on this when he was like looking for out of context clips that he could slap together, perhaps he could have done a better job of, I don't know, making a convincing case. Nothing to do with Israel, though, according to Ethan. Nothing to see here.
Zero updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values. Hassan's third claim is that this attack happened in their territorial waters, which is also a lie. It happened in international waters. Hassan is lying for the Houthis.
Oh my God, I can't believe this was happening on international waters. Yeah, how the fuck are you supposed to implement a blockade on the Red Sea? Yes, it is still off of their coastline. It's infinitely closer to the Yemeni coastline than it is to the United States of America. What the fuck are American naval vessels doing on international waters then? Get the fuck out of here. Find the rest of the clip. He left out a very important part, Lamau. What do you mean?
He's like he's being paid. And honestly, at this point, is he?
I'm being paid by the Houthis, dude. The poorest country on the fucking planet is actually paying me. Yes, flag. This is, I know, I said, is a flag of convenience. First, a business practice whereby a ship's owner registers a merchant ship in a ship's register of a country other than the ship's owners, obviously. And as you guys already know, we're debunking here. It's not okay that they took people hostage, all right? Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? You are literally, it's like the double standard here is so fucking insane to me, okay? You are complaining that in the process of taking over a ship, they took hostages, okay, as a mechanism of deterrence, while simultaneously what they're trying to stop is the ethnic cleansing of 2 million people, okay? Think, please, Nazi Germany, if you had other militancy groups that were cutting off supply lines and maybe taking hostages in the process, where people were Nazi-owned industry was passing through in an effort to harm the Nazi movement, would you be like, I can't believe they're actually taking hostages? Or would you understand why the partisans, for example, engaged in actions like that? That's it. If you consider what Israel is doing to be a genocide, then you can't fucking sit around and complain about the Houthis. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. Yes, I am losing my voice. I am. Like, what are you supposed to do? Play fucking patty cake? Like, what do you mean? This is why Ethan's position is completely fucking inconsistent, where he says it's a genocide, but you're not supposed to do anything. Like, what are we talking about? Yeah, they did this, by the way, during the blockade of Germany. The economic war involved operations carried during World War II by the British Empire by France in order to restrict the supplies of minerals, fuel, metals, food, and textiles needed by Nazi Germany and later by fascist Italy in order to sustain their war efforts. There was a naval blockade implemented, but I guess it's fine. I guess it's fine when they did it because they're the good guys and not the bad guys, as Ethan says. Ethan just simply says they're the bad guys, and that's it. How are you supposed to take a fucking ship without actually taking over the people that were navigating the ship? Whose fault is that, by the way? Is it the fault of the sailors? No, of course not. It's not the fault of the Filipino crew. It's the fault of the fucking Israeli company knowingly, after the Houthis said, as a mechanism of deterrence, we're going to start taking ships if they try to cross our boundary, still said, fuck it, YOLO, go through. Who gives a shit? Yeah, John Brown took hostage at the Harper's Ferry Armory. That too.
Propagandist.
Well, no,
For the record.
no, I'm not calling you that.
This is like a hostile. They're streaming this?
Yeah. They're flexing.
What? And they're coming in hot with guns.
Yeah, but you have to understand, this is a deterrence. Israeli society is going to start getting upset. They're going to be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime deliveries. What the fuck is going on? I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
I find it disturbing that Hasan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80%.
Oh, dude, what the fuck is a blockade, Ethan? That's the whole point of a blockade. The entire point, the entire purpose of a blockade is to cause instability, is to literally, in the least deadly way possible. Jews, by the way, like I said, Jews. Yeah, I can't wait for the Jews to leave Israel. That's what I was saying, right? He has to always slam it. Like, dude, nobody fucking cares. Okay? Nobody cares. Like, you can't just, Jews are not magical people, dude. What the fuck is this, like, exceptionalist argument? Oh my God. What is this exceptionalist argument? Like, oh, Jews have nowhere to go. You want the Jews to leave Israel? Oh my God. Oh my God, so scary. So scary. I'm talking about Israel, man. I'm talking about Israel and Israelis, okay? Fuck. It's like, it's literally, like, I think he just keeps saying it because he thinks like American normies are conditioned to be like, oh, but not the Jews. Like, this is going to be just like the Holocaust. What the fuck? Yes, that is the whole purpose of BDS as well, which is a peaceful mode of resistance, civil disobedience, a demand to boycott Israel. A part of that is because Israel is cast aside as a social pariah in the global stage. This is the most effective, most meaningful mode of peaceful resistance against the Israeli apartheid, against the Israeli genocide. What are we supposed to do? Nothing? We just have to sit around and be like constantly condemning Hamas and condemning the Houthis. That's the only way to fucking stop Israel from doing a genocide, I guess, in Ethan's mind. Yes, the point I'm making there is that before it gets to a point where people are fleeing Israel because their living conditions, their living standards have worsened, Israel makes the decision not to continue his genocide. It's that simple.
Percent of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hasan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
What? Where do you live, dumbass? You live in fucking Bel Air. Shut up. Yeah, back to Poland. Yeah, that's what I was implying, that they should go to Auschwitz and fucking die in a death camp. Like, what kind of insane, if I felt that way, I would say it, okay? It's not like anti-Semitism has exploded on the planet. It's not like people are shy about that kind of perspective that they hold. Jesus Christ.
Hasan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is
The Israeli heritage in the Middle East is now tarnished by, well, first of all, Israeli heritage in the Middle East. What the fuck is Israeli heritage in the Middle East? That doesn't exist. Shut the fuck up. You're talking about a 76-year process, okay? You can't really call that heritage in the Middle East, okay? But as far as Jewish heritage in the Middle East, that's valid. You can talk about individually Arab Jews and whatnot, but that's not what you're talking about. You're playing fast and loose, making this dangerous fucking conflation between Judaism and Zionism once again, over and over and over and over again, okay? Hassan is denying Israeli heritage in the Middle East. The Israeli heritage in the Middle East, you know what that is? Death and destruction, genocide and apartheid. That's the only thing that Israeli heritage is in the Middle East. If you're talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East, that's a little different, of course. Jews have lived in the Middle East for a very long time, as a matter of fact, under the rulership of the Ottoman Empire and even far before then, okay? But as far as like Israeli heritage in the Middle East, that's like saying, you know, what about the Boer heritage in South Africa? What about Rhodesia's heritage? Why does nobody care about the Rhodesian heritage in Africa? Shut the fuck up. Israeli heritage in the Middle East is death, destruction, genocide, and apartheid. It is the Nakba, okay? That's all the Israeli heritage is in general, and specifically in the fucking Middle East.
Despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all. Are they native to Israel? Are they native to Israel, Ethan? Are 60% of the Jews living in Israel native to Israel? Are they native to Israel, Ethan? They're not native to Israel. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, what is this? And then he tries to, like, the audacity of this fucking asshole to claim that he is not, to claim that he's not doing fucking Zionist propaganda this entire time. Holy fucking shit. Are you native to the Middle East, Ethan? Is that where you're native to? You're an Israeli citizen. Like, what is this? What is this fucking argument? Like, you think anyone, like, the argument is additionally fucked up because Palestinians are native to the Middle East, specifically to the land that is occupied by Israel, dominated by an exterminationist, Jewish supremacist, exterminationist principle, okay? Exterminationist ideology is fascist, okay? Palestinians can't even go to their own native land. And this motherfucker has the audacity to be like, well, you know, that's where Jews are native to. It's just it just belongs to them. Why are you even questioning this? It belongs to them. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Like, you're a Libyan Jew. It belongs, Palestine belongs to you. Sorry. You're a Jewish person from Morocco. Palestine belongs to you. Sorry. They're native. They're native there. Don't ever question this. Don't ever actually mention the history of this. It's not that long ago, by the way. Like, this isn't that long ago. There are people that are still very much alive while all of this was unfolding. Your React is a real content nuke because holy shit, you destroyed him. I'd be surprised if he won't leave the internet forever after this. His lies are now out in the open. If you think a single fucking fan of his actually gives a shit, you're out of your mind.
Wait, the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from. Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East.
Oh, he didn't say Israeli heritage in the Middle East. He said Jewish heritage in the Middle East. My bad. Well, let me tell you, Jewish heritage in the Middle East is not Israeli heritage, okay? So you can't fucking talk about Israel while talking about Jewish heritage in the Middle East. So my point still stands, but I misheard him. He didn't say Israeli heritage in the Middle East. It's still fucking Zionist bullshit. It's still Hasbara. It's still Zionist propaganda.
Characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers.
Because they're not indigenous to Palestine, brother. They're not. Okay, no amount of you don't understand, they actually are, does not change that reality. Okay, and it's exceptionally stupid to make this point, like I said, because the actual indigenous population can't even go to their fucking ancestral homeland. Okay, he said both. Pretty sure. Yeah, he just uses it interchangeably. Jew and Israel is interchangeably used throughout this entire process, and that is because he loves that conflation and he loves wielding it as a shield.
This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews in Israel are actually native to the Middle East.
This is wild.
So these guys did all of this, right? They did all of this.
Is that their helicopter?
Yeah.
That looks like a legit helicopter.
It is a legit helicopter.
This is wild.
So they take it over. They take it over. They take it over. And they tell the people in the ship, it's usually like mostly Filipino people, Filipino crews. Oh. And they're like, all right, well, you know, we got no problems with you, you know. Wait, did he initially say, okay, fuck, I'm sorry, I'm going back. Did he initially say Israeli heritage in the Middle East and then said
Also
Jewish?
Turkey to India. Next corners for over. Hassan's third claim is waters.
But no.
What? You're gonna be like, I can't get my treats. I can't get my Amazon Prime delivery.
That Hassan thinks that.
I hate this. Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal. I'm sorry.
I find it disturbing that Hassan thinks that a slowdown of imports is going to cause Jews to flee Israel. 80% of Israelis were born there and do not have citizenship anywhere else. So where do you want them to go, Hassan? Back to Poland or back to the Arab countries they were forced out of?
Israel sucks. I'm leaving Israel. That's the goal.
By telling the Jews of Israel to go back where they came from, Hassan attempts to deny Jewish heritage in the Middle East. It characterizes them not as indigenous, but as white colonizers. This is despite the fact that 60% of Jews...
Anyway, what? Don't you think that the Jews deserve some place? They were in a minority after being persecuted like in World War II. Not saying how they went about it was right, obviously. Dude, that is a fucking ridiculous thing to say when talking about killing Palestinians and genociding Palestinians. Like, what are we talking about? Build it in fucking Germany then. What the hell? No one deserves an ethno-state as a treat, by the way. What a ridiculous assessment. Come on, don't you think the Jews deserve a little ethno-state as a treat? They've gone through a lot. No. The argument is fuck no, okay? Yeah. Let's build a little ethno-state in the middle of an area where other people were living right on top of it. And then, they'll just fucking ethnically cleanse the population there. They're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
What an incredible way to characterize having a gun in your face. Hassan is asking us not to believe our own eyes as we watch terrorists hostilely kidnap the crew.
We got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. We're taking over the ship.
And once again, the crew is still MIA for over a year.
They're not. And they never were MIA. It's fucking bullshit, as I already mentioned.
Prisoners to a terrorist organization. But don't worry, guys. Hassan says they have no problem with them.
They're like, all right, we got no problems with you, but you're coming with us. No problems with you, but you're coming with us.
This is a 3-minute video of what do you mean music video? When you say music video, I'm expecting like, are you being serious?
I like that the implication here is that Nick is actually terrified of me and not a good friend of mine. Like, I terrified Nick.
I know they're singing, but I'm seeing guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
I bet Hassan's friend really appreciated being fed terrorist propaganda on camera. Let's see what he had to say.
Because hell, even a couple days ago, I was hanging out with my buddy Hassan, and this guy unironically put a terrorist propaganda music video on it.
Is he making the argument like this is some parasocial bullshit, dude? Yeah, Nick hates me, dude. He's fucking terrified.
Left the room.
Yeah, and I was just like, and the thing is, like, in hindsight, it's hilarious, But at the same time, I'm like, what is going on here? This is wild to me. Yeah. But like, I just and like, he was like, yo, they're such great dancers.
Oh my god.
I was like, okay. Wait, is that how it works? If you watch like a politics TikTok, you get recommended Hassan right after? Is that how it works? Bro, he's all over this page. What? That's crazy.
What is this?
Dude, Hassan be saying some wild stuff, man. So I don't know if we can.
Here's another incident of Hassan enjoying some Houthi propaganda.
Twitch, don't ban me. This is within the context of this clip, of this video. How can they not agree with the Houthis when this is the kind of music video that they're coming out with? They got a beautiful voice too. Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape.
Oh,
that's a joke, Ethan. Bro, I'm never allowed to make jokes. Jokes are only when you call someone a pedophile and slander them. Jokes are only when you fucking say the person you're debating is sleeping in a race car bed, or I guess jokes are when you sig heil a bunch. That's the comedian, by the way. He fucking hates it when other people make jokes.
Hassan, my sweet, naive friend, you say that Jews don't sing and dance like that? Then what the fuck do you call this? That's right, bitch. What the fuck you stepping on our shit?
Yeah, Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. The fucking mixtape. I'm not gonna lie, this is the first attempt that he's made at like actually making a joke. Got a beautiful voice too. It's not that bad. Israel been real quiet since this dropped, dude. I mean, it's very 2016 humor. All right, come on.
Our sweet, beautiful, cute little TikTok twink. This hairless young man is the fantasy of every tween and twit.
Oh my God, he's so weird, dude. He's such a fucking weird guy.
And all the boys and girls on TikTok. He's cute. He's got a mustache.
I'm just glad he didn't play fucking Psytrance, okay? I would have died.
He's a freedom fighter. Beautiful eyes. They call him Tim Houthi Chalamet because he's a Houthi.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Excuse me? Of course, I'm about to have a. I'm a journalist. Okay, this is journalism. I'm being sarcastic here, but there is journalistic value to this fucking interview, for the record. And two, I did think he was a Houthi. I thought he was a Houthi when I first interviewed him. I don't have an issue with interviewing Houthis. I do not fucking care. I don't know why people genuinely think that this is a major point of contention. I keep repeating it over and over again. I want you guys to understand the truth. I want you to understand that this person is not a Houthi, not because I'm scared, not because I'm like, oh no, I interviewed a Houthi, like that's terrifying. No, I'm telling you he's not a Houthi because he's not a fucking Houthi. I don't have an issue with interviewing someone from the Al-Houthi family or a member of the Ansar Allah movement. Please. So weird. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism, and when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? Bro, you are going to get banned? I think it would be ridiculous to do that.
Hasan now has the opportunity to express his journalistic chops.
Yeah, here's what it is. What's so crazy is that we tried to nab an interview with Rashad, the Yemeni teen who went viral for WAPO before Hassan Khan got the scoop. Ethan continues to chastise Hassan for legitimate journalism in an interview with half the MSN mainstream media was chasing. And he remember when he lost his mind when Taylor Lorenz said that? He was like, Taylor Lorenz sucks.
To get his boots on the ground and show us just how good of a reporter he can be.
I'm doing journalism, chat. Does he know what One Piece is?
He's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. Love you too, man. Big time. Yeah.
I love you. I love you so much.
We're big fans of the Yemeni music videos. You can tell them that. I want to ask him about the knife. The knives are sick. What's up with the knives? You know, the curved knives.
If one of those knives comes out in front of you, it's not going back until it has blood on it.
Oh, okay. My bad. Well, I mean, I think it's cool though. That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the cat. Wait, why didn't he post any of the parts where I literally do ask him direct questions? Are you a Houthi? He says, no, I'm a Yemeni. Or do you hate the Jews? Like he's just like all of the parts of the interview, especially in the beginning, where I'm addressing some of his background and trying to get a better understanding of what's going on. And he just literally fucking, he just cut all of that out to be like, oh, you guys are having like a love fest. Yeah, I am. Yeah, it is a fun interview. I'm humanizing a 19-year-old Yemeni teenager. I'm sorry, Ethan. I know that's fucking terrifying for you. I know. God forbid people in my goddamn community actually get the opportunity to talk to someone and develop a better understanding of someone's culture when they're literally stuck in the poorest country on the fucking planet. Okay? The knife thing is a Dune joke. Captains, like, I don't understand.
The crews on these ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. It's so weird. Motherfuckers want journalism. They keep saying terrorist simp. Don't worry, brother. I'll fucking bring on an IDF brigadier general and suck him off for you so you can see what a terrorism simp looks like. And when I'm trying to do journalism, they go, why are you doing that? What do you mean? I'm just chilling. We're just vibing. Yeah, we're just vibing. We're vibing big time.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media.
I don't get the outrage. You're literally married to a terrorist. No, you don't understand. She's good and he's bad. Yeah. The fact that Ethan recognizes he's a kid and then continues to say horrendous shit is so gross. I know. What has happened to, does he know what has happened to any of the crews? Like, I heard they...
Hasan almost asked a good question, but it's actually leading to the most obscene part of this interview.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did cloth with them, and he danced to music with them, and he was vibing, so he likes him, yeah.
So, I mean, what... That's so crazy. So they're just chilling with the captains? Like, I don't understand.
Ask yourself, why is he able to hang out with the captain and the crew of this pirated ship? Why would he even have access to that? Hasan knows why. Of course, he is a Houthi terrorist. Instead of challenging him and demanding more details about these kidnapped and missing people, he just runs defense for this guy, acting like he doesn't know why that would even happen.
He's saying that...
Yes, he's inferring that he was personally involved in overtaking his ship. This was... he was not with the captains of the ship. He's never been around the captains of the ship. Even if he was, I don't give a shit, obviously. But he did not say, this was mistranslated. He didn't say, we as in me and the Houthis. He never was around the captains. The Galaxy ship that we're talking about became a tourism destination in Yemen. So if you pay $1, you could go and visit it. And that's precisely what he did.
and he presented it as though he was overtaking the ship to us in the outside world. Okay? The most brazen display of terrorism propaganda is basically every other fucking broadcast where Hila Klein comes on and starts talking about how, Palestinians are there. We want peace, but not really. Okay? Like, that's the real brazen display of fucking terrorism propaganda is Hila Klein and Ethan Klein talking about Gaza. Okay? Fucking bullshit. Yoav Galant, really good guy.
They win.
Aren't you glad you watched this video so we can all reflect on this completely unique and legitimate criticism you've never heard before? I know this was such an exercise in futility because holy fuck, he did not bring a single new thing with the exception of like idiotic article titles that he slapped onto it.
Over the
Yeah, this was a fake video he saw from years ago that went viral in 2024 because he pretended it was the captain. Yeah, this is what he was referencing.
He cruise on these ships and they like win them over with their charm and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny.
It is super funny, the idea of kidnapped crew members who are being forced probably.
By the way, this photo that he got is from this article, which literally directly undermines the point that he was making. The photo's existence in and of itself directly undermines the point that he was making, that no one has seen the fucking crew members of the ship, for the record. So I guess they're not MIA, Ethan, you fucking moron.
Probably at gunpoint to do some death to Americas and maybe some curse upon the Jews. And frankly, the callous disregard for the well-being of the literal hostages is shocking, even for somebody that loves terrorists.
That's so funny. Is there a KFC there? They're everywhere. I don't think there's a KFC in Yemen, dog.
He says they have two.
Oh, they do have KFC in Yemen? That's crazy. Okay, that's sick.
Is there a KFC in Yemen? No way, dude! Holy fuck! There's a KFC in Yemen! He's just like us!
Does he know what One Piece is?
What if he's been watching it since he was a kid?
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so... He so clearly watched this before. He has a response to everything. Yeah, as if he would ever go into that without canned response. Wait, are you guys fucking stupid? Go watch my earlier video. Oh my God. I tried to stress the importance of why I actually know exactly what his criticisms are in the fucking context puke. Because these are the same exact criticisms that Destiny launched against me. This is precisely the reason why I made a video before the context nuke came out that addressed all of these claims that Ethan was making. What's really frustrating about this is that none of their fans will actually go and watch this video of mine that came out 3 months before this video. They think Ethan came up with these incredibly unique fucking arguments.
Aren't given as a right, they're taken by force, they are maintained through force. Exactly. Okay, there are hours and hours and hours of commentary dedicated to this, tens of thousands of hours of commentary dedicated to all of these issues over the course of many years. Chatter put some effort and corrected this. Oh wow, this is like a massive effort post. Holy shit.
Dangerous prospect to make this conflation, which serves the interests of anti-Semites. It all is some
such as Islam. Why don't you respond? Okay, that are akin to acts of terror. Because on October 7, it wasn't just the Palestinian Brigades, a coalition of resistance forces that includes Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PFLP, DFLP, and many others. It was also once the barrier into Israel. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it more. He watched it the day it dropped. He's too narcissistic not to. It's so clear, lol. He did have that whole Cove stream while actively on vacation in Japan. At that point, he wasn't even pretending that he didn't know what was in it. I mean, he'd be fucking moron not to watch it. Hasan is a bad person, not a stupid person. He's watched it dozens of times and preferred a doc with rebuttals. Haas never made a monologue he doesn't love. Oh, man, that's cute. Well, I'm glad you guys liked it. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the fucking... Is now 34 minutes, 6.5 hours. We're 1/3 of the video through. If you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. I don't understand my own position on issues well enough. Are these people that fucking stupid? I am the subject matter of the video. What the fuck? Okay, the answer is yes, they are that stupid.
Oh, fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
You guys all remember Luffy's flag, right? Now, I'm only halfway through that show, so maybe I just haven't come to it yet. But I do not remember...
Oh, dude, he's so gross.
Luffy's flag looking like this. Predictably, there was some blowback.
Yeah, they're just like ISIS, bro. Yeah, just like ISIS. That's what the Houthis are like. ISIS. Huh. It's weird because, where is it? Syrian government and Iranian officials have accused Israel and the United States government of supporting ISIS by attacking Hezbollah and the Syrian Arab Army, as well as arming and giving medical attention to the Islamic State. In 2017, this is a Wikipedia summary of the articles that I've shown a million times over. The Syrian army claimed it found Israeli-made artillery pieces at ISIL hideouts. Israel strongly denied the accusations and providing arms and medical support to ISIS, except they also admitted that they actually supported ISIS. Not only is Israel not a part of the fucking coalition forces fighting against ISIS, but they have quite literally offered medical aid to ISIS soldiers. Why are people saying one? Why are people posting one? What happened? Hype train level 2. Oh, one's in the chat if you condom hummus. Oh, donor request. Reality is very different. Israel and ISIS have both, perhaps surprisingly, demonstrated high levels of restraint towards one another. Israel is not part of the international coalition fighting ISIS, and the jihadist group has yet to mount any serious attack on Israel proper. ISIS rhetoric towards Israel is also limited in volume, even less brutal in tone compared to ISIS' other enemies, mainly Shiite Muslims and Arab regimes. Gross. Ethan is so fucking gross.
Back after this interview, and Hasan went immediately into damage control to rewrite history.
He said that he... No, I did not. You are, again, misrepresenting my position. I do not care. He is not a Houthi because he's not a Houthi. Okay? I do not care about interviewing a Houthi. I am not doing damage control. Why won't anybody listen to me on this? Oh my God. He was just simply a Yemeni person and not a Houthi. Yeah, I mean, we don't even know if he's a Houthi or not. He's a teenager in Yemen. The dude is neither a Houthi, nor a terrorist, nor a pirate, is not a Houthi rebel. They didn't fucking call him a Houthi either. You want to know why? Because he's not one. He's not a Houthi himself. He's not a pirate, but, you know, I don't think... Dude, every single one of these clips, I quite literally end up saying in every single one of these clips, I don't care even if he was a Houthi. I do not care even if he was a fucking Houthi. Okay? Ethan, the fucking Arabs Klein used out of context video clips directly from Destiny's Wikipedia page titled Hasan's use of inbred in reference to Jews. Visual artifacts can be seen all throughout the clips, as seen in the images below. Oh my God. Of course he did. Oh, of course he did. Shocking. Wow. I'm so shocked that he went to the Destiny Wikipedia. Wow. Well, so did the Free Press, to be fair. In the debate, he said he didn't. Oh, you mean to tell me he fucking lied? He's on Insta again using a rape victim as a cudgel? I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Yeah, it must have been a coincidence, I guess. Hey, we're at $171,000. Loser. And come up with his own goddamn fucking clips. God damn it. Literally. I think he's no, he's not a pirate. He has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not. Wait, that's the pirate, but, you know, I don't think he's no, he's not a pirate. He has reiterated. That's this video. Wait, he literally did. Wait a minute. He watched my video. I mean, I don't think he sourced any of this himself, but this video is literally Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker explained. How's this a fundraiser? I mean, we fucking blew it out of the water. The initial fundraiser was supposed to be a $75,000, but we're at $175,000 right now. All right, I'm gonna have Ian come on. I've already fucking ass fucked this video up and down. So thank you to everyone who has donated. Y'all won over a new member of the community tonight. Thank you, Hasan and Isa and Ian, for caring about cancer research. This clip is directly from the Hasan versus Ethan Klein explained. Okay. I've maintained. Let's see if I can find exactly where it was. Girly Pops, condom hummus. Participate in a secular. It is completely. It's not like. Remember people at the time being mad at you in bad faith, obviously, for being nice to people you know personally. You know, all the way back in 2021. I know everybody knows that. I'm trying to find the actual time, exact time that he ripped that from to see if I can't find it. Fuck. Gaza. That's in. Does IDUP support Palestine? What are you, crazy? He's using his donor to the fundraiser to try and justify his bullshit again? What dono to what fundraiser? What? Wait, he actually fucking This is his donation. I'm glad you're finally watching my video, and I appreciate you using it as a chance to do some good by raising money for charity. I hope you'll engage with it honestly and with integrity, and perhaps even walk back some of your rhetoric. Suck my fucking dick, Ethan. Okay? $1,000 also, broke boy. Not even a fucking fraction of your goddamn watch. Go complain about it. Clip that shit and be like, oh my God, I can't believe he's casting aside $1,000. What the fuck am I supposed to walk back? What am I supposed to do? Be at the mercy of your hallucinations? Why did he donate $1,001? Is it because he wanted to like one up someone? Is that what it is? By Ethan's logic, he can now go give someone cancer, which I think he gave all of us a little bit of brain cancer today. But, you know, since he donated $1,001 to cancer research, now he can spend the rest of time giving people cancer and then fucking talking about how much of a stalwart defender of cancer research he is. He's going to go and collaborate with the Trump administration to pull NIH funding from cancer research while being like, I'm a stalwart supporter of cancer by his own fucking logic. Since last time he gave me $6,500 for a fundraiser, this is the shit he pulled off. I think he is trying to kill me with this video. I'm not going to lie.
Narrated the position that he is not a Houthi. Trust me, bro, I'm not Houthi. Be for real. You suck.
Wait, I want to find the actual
I don't
point.
think he's not
A Houthi rebel. He's just some ordinary Yemen teenager. Let's go ahead and take a look at his social media and see if that lines up.
All right, let's see here. Tel Aviv will burn in the coming hours. Ready for sacrifice and eager for martyrdom. Maybe he's talking about football? Here he is singing a song with the words, do you threaten us with what we are waiting for, son of a Jew? Meaning of Houthi is a title, and it's not something to fear, but for the Jews. They are very afraid of this title. The execution we will carry out on all Zionists, with the lovely depiction of a man impaled through his asshole and out of his mouth with a pike. Or how Hasan likes to say,
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. And if you take issue with whatever the fuck a 19-year-old's posting in Yemen, that's on you, okay? Wow, he's problematic. I can't believe how problematic this 19-year-old in Yemen is.
Say it, a pike for a cup. Okay, why would he retweet this article called Houthis use social media to boost global prominence and support? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. The ships we bombed and sank. I know the red arrow is supposed to be...
Wait, what? What is this? What is this? What is this argument? Israel falls. Wait for the new operation in Tel Aviv. The Jaffa drone, which no Israeli defense can stop. What is he? What is the implication here? Is he saying that like he knows insider information about what the Houthis are doing before they actually do it? Is that what he's saying? Like, is that what it is? Like he's the
I know the red arrow is supposed to be a cool military Hamas thing. This is a butt plug. Just saying. To every Zionist, I will put this into your stomach. And let me stay.
Okay. Let me look up something. Old compilation of deleted H3 issue podcast footage of podcast co-hosts and co-owner Teddy Fresh and Ethan Klein repeating the N-word and F-word is actively running a campaign aimed to deplatform pro-Palestine content creators. This is just 30 seconds of it. But there is a 8-minute compilation. Let's see what Ethan was doing when he was, he's obviously pulling tweets. He's pulling tweets. How old is Ethan here?
He's a hypocrite because he said nigger before. Nigger. Well, Ethan said nigger before. Here's.
Damn, dude. He was just a kid. He was 30. He was 30 when he did that. He was 30 years old when he did that? That's crazy. That's crazy. You know, people grow, I guess. People grow up.
At least one of the two of them is being honest about it.
No way! Yeah. That's sick. Yes. That's fire. That's so fire. Oh my God. We think the Houthis is doing what Luffy would do.
Play the entire thing. I'm not trying to get banned, okay? Calm down.
They're tweeting an image of a Jewish person on a pike. I don't understand why this problem can't be approached with nuance. Because he is a teenager in Yemen, dude.
Talk about the bigotry of low expectations. He's a kid in Yemen, dude. What do you expect? Of course he's going to want to...
Wait, did you hear Ethan claim you would say pike for a K word? Oh, I missed that part. I passed that part. I didn't see it. That was very, very funny. I would definitely not say that, by the way.
Put a pike through a Jew's asshole and through his mouth. That's just what kids in Yemen are like, man.
And also...
He didn't say Jew, for the record. You said it.
What do you mean? It's just a person on a pike. There's no Jewish person on a pike on that photo, unless I saw something different.
Hasan claims this isn't even a Jewish...
It's not. It's a fucking photo from, I think it was from the Haitian Revolution. Yes, I don't care. You should have played this at the debate. I don't know how to describe this over and over again, okay? He tried to get the Don't Worry podcast crew fired for criticizing Israel while living in Lebanon. He's like the Pope of Karens. What is this? Ethan Klein slips and makes his opinion on Anne Frank saying death to the Nazis. Oh, I mean Germans. Wait, okay.
Said in this conversation, this is what Hasan told him about
The cute Houthi pirate.
From Yemen, okay, who everyone called, myself included, called Timothy Charlemagne or Chalamet.
Is that the One Piece one?
Yeah, exactly. Now this kid is like, he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life he has withstood, right? Sure. He is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay, being able to talk to Anne Frank in real time.
Once again, I find this comparison insidious for a few reasons. First of all, I don't remember this page from Anne Frank's journal, but again, it's been a long time since I read it. I don't recall this this picture of saying, we will spike all Nazis through the fucking, all Germans through the asshole and mouth and wish them a gruesome death. Wasn't in there, actually.
So what if she did? Yeah. No, that's my point. Would that change the equation? Would you be like, oh, well, a little crazy there, Anne. Calm down, Anne. Like, yeah, it's totally valid. It would be totally valid for Anne Frank to say that. Okay?
Wasn't in there, actually. Also, I find that conjuring of a Jewish victim of Nazi Holocaust is a intentional play to...
Yes, because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck. Americans are stupid. They don't care about brown people. So the reason why I'm using a fucking incredibly famous victim that Americans care about is for that reason. Because Americans don't understand when you talk about a brown 19-year-old like you, okay, when you look at this dude, you're like, well, he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist, he's a terrorist.
To further blur the lines of anti-Semitism and to try to take away from, try to exploit the suffering that happened on the Holocaust. Once again.
Ugh. It's like, how dare you? How dare you compare anyone to Anne Frank?
Not related to Israel at all.
What is this? Definitely a soldier?
Somehow this Houthi kid.
Okay.
He's cheapening what happened to Anne Frank, frankly. This kid, I'm sure, grew up in terrible conditions. There's no doubt Yemen is in a terrible state. However, we don't, as...
I'm gonna have iDubbbz come on in a minute, by the way.
Society as a species, while we can appreciate where people came from and why they turned out the way, it will never excuse violent, hateful...
Yeah, by the way, notice how he said Nazis and then said, Germans.
Germans through the asshole and mouth and wish them...
Look.
All Nazis through the fucking... All Germans through the asshole and mouth.
Why? First of all, if he said all Nazis... If Anne Frank said, let's shove a pike through the ass and mouth of all Nazis, okay, everyone would cherish that. Everyone would celebrate that. I certainly would not have an issue with that. I don't know why he claims he would have an issue with that, okay? And even if she said all Germans, I would not have an issue with that. She's a child during the fucking Holocaust. What are you talking about? If she was able to actually reach the age of 19 and take up arms and directly be a part of the resistance against the Nazi occupation, I would celebrate that. I would cherish that. As a matter of fact, there are literally 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds who did take a part of the resistance and took up arms against Nazi Germany. Shut the fuck up, Ethan. No one believes you when you say this. You are trying to develop a consistent argument here, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. That's why one of the most viral tweets from the aftermath of our conversation was literally people making fun of you for saying that you wouldn't show support to Anne Frank, or that somehow you would view Anne Frank differently if she were able to join the resistance movement against Nazi Germany. You would never call her a fucking terrorist. If you did, you would be a psychopath. Okay? Ethan Klotch want to cancel Anne Frank. God damn. It's so stupid. Who the fuck believes this? Oh my God. All right, let's keep going.
Jewish person on the pike. How exactly is a naked piked person supposed to look like a Jew for you, Hasan? You know what? You're right. Let me make it a little clearer for you. First, he needs a bigger nose, right, Hasan? Of course, he needs a yarmulke, the curly things. Oh, look, Hasan, he dropped his dreidel. He must be Jewish for sure. Or, you could just read what he wrote, you dumbass, liar, terrorist-loving propagandist piece of shit.
This is why this entire conversation is fucking idiotic.
He's this close to condemning things like the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Yeah, dude, he's just... I think in his mind, like, the victory against the Nazis happened because people just like peacefully resisted or something. It's not a Jewish person. I feel like it'd be pretty understandable if Anne Frank failed to rhetorically distinguish between Nazis and Germans. I'm removing the situation so I can have that nuance. But if I was in the Holocaust, I'd probably be a little harsh on my view to the Germans. There's no analogy here or anything. Yeah, no, that's why Norm talks about his fucking parents and how much they despise Germans, dude. What are you going to do? Tell Holocaust survivors not to fucking hate Germans? That would be an insane expectation. What the fuck? He said, this is, I think if we're, why am I held accountable for some random fucking 19-year-old in Yemen's tweet? What is happening? How many steps removed are we from this situation?
0. I mean, you platformed him. Do you not remember? Did the check not?
Oh my God. This is a perfectly valid moment of anger. Like, what are we doing? We're parsing through. Okay, chatters, please steelman this for me. What the fuck are we doing? What is the point here? Like, what is the point? The entire point is Hassan fucking bad. He platformed a terrorist is scary. He scared me when he talked to a 19-year-old in Yemen, and we parsed through his social media to find moments where we can make it seem like he hates all Jews and he actually wants to secretly kill all Jews or something. Like, is that what it is? Like, what the fuck is going on? Bro, you literally unironically platformed a Sneeko fan on your Instagram yesterday. That dude straight up denies the Holocaust, and so does Sneeko. You fucking posted him on your Instagram story, and you put his on your Instagram story. What are you talking about? That is infinitely more damaging to anything. That dude has actively been more anti-Semitic than this fucking 19-year-old in Yemen. I'm losing my mind. This actually makes me lose my faith in humanity, and it makes me lose my faith in fucking liberals so hard, because like anyone that has made anyone that has ever made any sort of fucking stink about this, anyone that's ever made any sort of stink about this I'm sorry, you are nothing to me, okay? You are nothing to me. Ethan Klein has posted about Hen Mazik, who is a fucking genocidal Zionist. His entire goal is to do Hasbara. Oh my God.
Not clear something? When faced with fair criticism for his coverage of the Houthi Luffy, he has a total meltdown.
I fucking despise all of you, dude. I do. I really do. I hate all of you. You successfully got me to talk about this, and my patience is running thin on this matter. The endless selfishness, the untapped well of American selfishness and American individualism is in full display. How is this the conversation that you want to have right now?
Invite me on, Hassan. You know how to get in contact. Don't be afraid. Bad Empanada CPS. Oh my God. Isn't Bad Empanada permanently banned from this platform? Am I crazy? Let's do it. It's time. Aren't you banned from this platform, Bad Empanada? Created over a year ago. They don't ban you for inviting banned people to Hassan. Stop pretending that happens. What? Yes. That absolutely happens, you dumbass. Why are you telling me what terms of service looks like on this platform that I'm on and you are mysteriously not on? They're probably, all the hate watchers are probably already mass reporting your account for ban evasion at this very moment. It's most likely not Bad Empanada. Oh, it's Factions SZ. Watch the Sex Pest one. Those photos from a 2013 diplomatic trip to Iran where Iran put them in a fancy hotel for a week. I wonder if this actually is Bad Empanada. Apparently, these people think that anything a majority of Jews... Okay, this might be literally Bad Empanada. Apparently, these people think that anything that a majority of Jews think is fine is fine. Yakub shall call your name, Hassan. You will learn the tricknology expert brain rot. This definitely sounds like him, which is a really coherent and solid point, by the way. Ethan, whenever he talks about this, he's like 90% of Jews are Zionists. And it's such a funny take because it's like, okay, so what? Like, what do you mean? If 100% of Jews were Zionists, I would still be an anti-Zionist. This would not somehow change the equation for me. I wouldn't be like, oh, well, if 100% of Jews are Zionists, I guess it's okay that Israel is ethnically cleansing Palestine. I guess that's fine. You know what I mean? I don't know why he thinks that's a solid own. Wait, it is actually him? Invite me on the stream. I'm in your chat under the username Bad Empanada CPS. Brother, you are a banned streamer on this platform, and you most likely are going to get your account shut down, probably because all the hate watchers are watching are most likely reporting you. Okay? Take your fucking meds, Bad Empanada.
One of the most cynical methods Hassan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
Claiming that I am, you know, too pro-Houthi. When someone is like,
yeah, no, this is valid. This is actually valid. What do you mean? There's a genocide happening, but also you can't resist against the genocidal state. There's a genocide happening, but I'm going to be invested in a whole bit of time crying over like the ways in which the Houthis are resisting against the Israeli genocide, the ways in which the Hezbollah is resisting against the Israeli genocide of Palestinians. Like, yeah, at a certain point, I'm going to think you're not focusing on the serious matter here. And the irony, of course, is that Ethan has only brought up his position on Israel-Palestine in an effort to simply claim he's a stalwart ally of fucking Palestinian emancipation. And he spent 51 minutes outside of that fucking crying about people who are speaking out against Israel. What am I supposed to do, Ethan? You spend most of your time criticizing and crying about irrelevant shit and begging for someone to fucking ban me. Please, why won't you get banned? So yeah, it does feel like, you know, you're not really with the cause, okay?
Focusing on that while there's an active fucking ethnic cleansing campaign happening. He also apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life. In the middle of fucking talking about fucking genocide in Gaza, and this dumb fuck. Blow your nose, brother. Love you. Not trying to be mean. Just keep some tissue nearby and clear it out occasionally when needed. Much love.
Fuck. Wait, what? This is not... I don't understand. I don't understand. Yeah, when I'm covering some fucking gruesome shit and a chatter comes in with like some irrelevant parasocial nonsense, how is this a point against me? Worst part of the video is coming. Cognitive hazard alert. What?
Fuck you, dude. My argument sucks? You think it justifies genocide? What are you, stupid?
What the fuck? When criticized for being anti-Semitic? Dude, for being anti-Semitic? Because I didn't fucking call Night of the Long Knives happening, a pogrom happening in Amsterdam, because the ADL claimed that it was a pogrom happening in Amsterdam, because all the fucking pro-Israel accounts were crying about a genocide happening against Jews in Amsterdam. Get the fuck out of here.
Everything that
wasn't a real anti-Semitic moment, you dumb fuck. Oh my God. Yeah, this is fucking insane, dude. This is actually insane. Also, I do want to show you something. Okay, here's one of the clips that Ethan was fucking...
I went into that interview.
Here's the direct clip that Ethan clipped out of context. And here's the full context of me talking about the Houthi terrorist, okay?
Assuming that...
As in, this clip was in the fucking context, Nuke. As in, he ostensibly saw this video. He ostensibly saw me talk about the full scope of whether or not I think he's a Houthi, why I don't think he's a Houthi, and why it doesn't even fucking matter. I'm just going to let this play while I go pee.
There is a likelihood that he might be Houthi, okay? A Houthi rebel, a Houthi pirate, right? Aside from the memes and whatnot, that was my overarching assumption. There is a likelihood that this person, because at the time, we had seen him like going towards the ship and whatnot on a fucking dinghy. I did not know that it was a tourist destination in Yemen, basically, that you can go to and fucking take photos of or whatever. Having said that, however, in the interview, I wanted to first and foremost humanize him, okay, and make him feel comfortable despite the fucking communications barrier that we had, the language barrier that we had. And beyond that, I wanted to dive a little bit deeper into the background of a person who has experienced only genocide, who has grown up under genocide. Okay, that is real. You might not know about this. You might not know about the famine in Yemen. You might not know about like American-backed actions of Saudi Arabia in Yemen, UAE in Yemen, but it still doesn't matter. Like, that is a real thing that occurred. Okay, having said that, in that conversation and in many conversations since then, where this person has given interviews to Sky News, for example, he has reiterated the position that he is not a Houthi, that he is simply Yemeni. Like, he is simply a person from Yemen, a kid from Yemen, a social media influencer.
I didn't even see the Amsterdam thing in his video. This chat is fucking unusable. How do you people even use? There's 50 messages per second. I'm a subscriber now, so you have to come on my stream when you're not live here so you don't get banned. I literally sent you money. You're my friend now. Fucking idiot.
Okay?
if he was a Houthi rebel, for the record, if he was a Houthi rebel, I still see value in interviewing that person. Okay. But I'm not gonna sit here and be like, nah, there's this 19-year-old who has a gun in Yemen, the second highest gun ownership per capita country on the planet after the United States of America, is automatically a Houthi terrorist who is deeply invested in the actions of the Ansar Allah movement because people are fucking screaming about it. That's it. That's the point. I don't give a fuck. If he was a Houthi, I still would have fucking interviewed him. I don't give a shit. Okay. Also, this is ridiculous. When criticized for being anti-Semitic, I must find this. I must find what he was fucking saying. Okay. We have to find this video, chat. Please, please, please. Someone try to fucking find this video or any of these videos where he's like, focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide. Wait, I need to find exactly the fucking moment where this dumb fuck clipped this from. Tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. If you're HasanAbi has a reasonable take, anti-Semitic baby is fucking insane how they can take the most easy to understand. Is this
Amsterdam has banned?
Let me see if I can find exactly where it was.
Footage of being reported.
Gaza genocide up at my fucking doorstep, brother. What a fortuitous turn of events.
The way we know.
It's so gross, dude. It's like, it's so gross. It's so deliberate. It's so obvious. 2733. They're doing bad anti-Semitic things. They're doing pogroms. You already know. Let's just go.
Isn't being unsafe. The Socialist Party went with this narrative.
Yeah, it's not just the Dutch politicians. Most Western politicians immediately went with it because everything that can be tangentially turned into like Jewish people are under attack is a decent way to just like drive discourse away from open genocide in Gaza. Wait, so I wasn't even being criticized. You fucking animal. You stupid fuck. I wasn't even being fucking criticized there. I was literally talking about the exact purpose as to why this story became a story of international importance. Because yes, abso-fucking-lutely, pro-Israeli accounts immediately flood the markets with as much misinformation as possible. No one was even fucking criticizing me for being anti-Semitic there. Okay? I'm God damn, dude. You are so bad at Hasbara. Fucking Christ. So focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza. Like he just literally key searched someone. He paid someone to key search the word genocide and find a couple fucking clips. This wasn't even being criticized for being anti-Semitic. God damn it. You're so fucking stupid. Holy fuck. It is actually broke. My brain is broken. My brain is officially broken. No, it's not fucking AB. Okay. There's 0% chance. I feel like AB would have done a better fucking job than this. Holy shit. Yeah. He most likely literally scoured this from Reddit. Genocide in Gaza. If your sole focus when Israel is doing a complete genocide in Gaza, if your sole focus revolves around that people are saying you're a Zionist, yeah, go fucking yell at streamers. Nothing that I said here is wrong. For not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me. It's quite a challenge to just... Like, what was it? I wonder, when criticized for not covering other stories. Yes, I'm sorry that I spent a sufficient amount of time covering the actual fucking genocide that's going on that you claim is a genocide too. What am I supposed to walk back and concede here? I can't believe it. I need to find what this one was. I can't. Didn't Ethan concede that he didn't cover enough too? Yeah, Ethan himself literally said, yeah, I guess like, you know, I didn't cover the ongoing atrocities enough, even though I say I care about the genocide. And for the record, I will say something here. For an entire fucking year, every single day, I'm not saying woe is me. I'm not saying I'm a victim in this. It doesn't fucking matter. I stand by my principles on this. But for an entire year, I covered every single day extensively what Israel was doing, okay? What Israel was doing in Gaza. And when I did that, post-October 7, a lot of people did not like that. Some people thought it was too gruesome. Some people thought my positions were too radical. a third of this community fucking left. Okay? A third of this community left. And I still kept doing it because I think it was worthwhile to do. Because as long as I had a platform, this is what I wanted to speak out against. I wanted to speak out against Israel, doing this with my fucking tax dollars. And I wanted to bring people, as many Americans as I can, to my fucking position to recognize the reality, to recognize the situation that Palestinians were going through. And the reason why I don't think it's nothing. It's completely fucking irrelevant to me. Like the financial repercussions or the penalties that I withstood in the process, or the fact that people left and spent the rest of the year, some of those people that left spent the rest of the year fucking calling me a terrorist and still do to this day. Okay? Nonstop, like they're doing in this fucking chat over and over again. None of that is important because it's nothing in comparison to being able to change one singular person's mind on this issue, because the horrifying reality for Palestinians is far more severe than any number of different things that I could go through. Okay? Lol. So the Hasan crash out is 100% real. This is gold. Keep it up, man. You're definitely coming off smart and not unhinged. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what this is supposed to do here. Like, you're a fucking loser. You have a very sad life, brother. I fundraised with this community $176,000 for cancer research in the process of watching this fucking video that was completely brain breaking. About to lose my goddamn voice in this situation. And what's so crazy is Ethan thought this video was too terrifying for me to watch. Ethan, unironically, is so stupid that he thought this video would end my fucking career. I am losing my mind at how stupid Ethan Klein actually is. Holy fuck, how stupid and racist he is. How much of a ethno-religious supremacist he is in the way that he presents himself. Sure, he's like, oh no, I would never feel that way. I can't believe he said this video was actually incredibly well-researched. Well-researched to do what? You didn't even do a good enough job of fucking disparaging me. Time stamp for the VOD on the current clip. Tomorrow, there's going to be another person. Tomorrow, there's going to be another situation. They're going to be like, why aren't you covering this? You must be hiding the truth or some shit. Like, too much political commentating, not enough YouTube drama coverage. Wait, what was it about? Streamers for not covering sufficiently. What was the context? What an insane thing. Yeah, Charlie didn't even talk about Gaza. Yeah, go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me, okay? Yeah, it wasn't even, he didn't even get this right. When criticized for not covering other stories, what the fuck? What the fuck? Streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
It's quite a charge to just say...
They wanted me to cover YouTube drama that I had already covered. I think it was Ava Chris Tyson, I suspect. While I'm in the process of talking about Netanyahu meeting with Biden and Harris. And yeah, I fucking yelled at the chatter for, not locking in.
I'm a stenographer for the Israeli government or I'm a propagandist. I don't think there's any evidence I'm either of those things. I'm curious who you think I'm doing.
While we're having this conversation, 3,000 peers, while we're having this back and forth, 3,840 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered in the last incursion into Gaza. I feel like this is an incredibly selfish, self-centered conversation to have.
This technique is so...
It's true. It is incredibly selfish and self-centered. Ethan, maybe this offends you because you are incredibly selfish and self-centered. You are 100 millionaire, okay? You made Pootie Tang clothes for preteens as 100 millionaire who has the bounties of the YouTube gold rush. You are one of the top YouTubers on the fucking planet. You live in like a $30 million mansion in Bel Air with your family, okay? And it wasn't enough that you literally won the lottery. And I did too, by the way. Maybe a tinier lottery in comparison to yours, but you have all of this power. You have all of this influence. You have the financial security to last you for the rest of your life. If you fucking shut off YouTube tomorrow, you'd be fine, okay? You have generational wealth, and none of that was enough. That the fact that people disagreed with you, you had to fucking figure out a way to make it make sense in your mind, that people could not actually look at your output, look at your commentary on this issue and go, hey, this is not for me. Kind of feels like you're defending Israel, big dog. Who gives a shit about your own personal feelings in this matter? And that wasn't enough for you. You couldn't just go, let me self-reflect. Maybe I'm actually fucking up here. Nope. Instead, you had to spend an entire year on an extended fucking crash out, losing your goddamn mind at every single person that dared criticize you, and using your audience or the remainder of your audience to engage in an endless fucking harassment campaign of people who were covering this shit while simultaneously claiming that you were actually with the cause, simultaneously claiming that you were a stalwart ally of Palestinians. Even in this video, you got a lot of eyeballs. You got a lot of attention on this video. Maybe not so much as like your other videos or whatever, but in the process, you could have actually spent some time talking about the conditions instead of making fun of me for doing so on television. What the fuck is wrong with you? What's up? Are you here? All right, hold on. I'm unlocking the door. Wait, no, I don't see you. Oh, you're outside the door. Hold on. 1 second.
Powerful because everyone's afraid of being labeled as a genocide denier. Pierce Morgan, with decades of experience, immediately surrenders when the genocide card is pulled.
When you're just a fucking stenographer, you're not a truth teller.
He has every right to defend himself. And grow a pair, Pierce. Stand up for yourself, man. It's time to stop being intimidated by these online overnight activists who couldn't even point to Gaza on a map before October 7th. Like Hasan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. Nope.
Dude, I'm memeing. I'm fucking memeing.
Nope.
I'm fucking memeing.
Got it.
How can you claim to actually...
Dude. What's up, Ian? Hold on.
That's orange justice.
iDubbbz is doing an anti-Semitic dance, and through the interwebs, he's actually communicating in a very scary anti-Semitic manner. No, not only am I joking there, I'm gonna show you something. Okay, here, that's another Destiny clip, by the way, classic. Okay, yeah, God forbid you pick up a fucking sword in here. Okay,
I was thinking about doing some sort of ritual in
no
here.
No more swords. Okay.
Oh, yeah. By the way, chat. Anyone not aware, I've seen a lot of people smearing the people in the photo, and Hasan as well. I'm the one who thoughtlessly picked up the sword. We were grabbing a lot of props in Hasan's room, and there are a lot of props.
There's a lot of anti-Semitic props, and he just chose that anti-Semitic one as opposed to the other anti-Semitic ones.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me fix
like
this.
Like the Luffy hat.
Yeah. There's a lot of. Is the mic buzzing? No. Yeah. I'm going to kick you out if you apologize for that, by the way, because that's ridiculous. Yeah, don't even think about that. Okay. Yes, no, yes. Here. So while Ethan posts about me not knowing a single thing about fucking Yemen, okay, this is from, I don't know, like 2019, I guess, where I'm memeing about Yemen. This is me in fucking 2016 talking about Yemen. What's going on in Yemen? And why aren't we talking about U.S. involvement? On Huffington Post by Hasan Piker, contributor, political commentator, / a member of the Young Turks. Let's talk about the U.S. involvement in war crimes in the Middle East because no one else is. Donald Trump's sexual assault allegations. Hillary Clinton's transcripts reveal the true positions of, most importantly, Kim Kardashian's recovery for the gruesome break-in that occurred in Paris. These three headlines dominated the news this past week, crowding out the comparatively unimportant news that a Navy destroyer in the Red Sea fired a barrage of cruise missiles at 3 radar sites controlled by the rebel Houthis in Yemen. The Navy has described these strikes as a response to missile launched by the Houthis towards the USS Mason, an American cruiser patrolling the Red Sea. But this retaliation is looking more like a tipping point in the escalation of the U.S. involvement in the ongoing civil war in Yemen. To further complicate matters, the Houthis have denied they fired the missile targeting the U.S. warships to begin. What the fuck? Sorry.
I know
what are you saying?
Ethan was saying.
The fuck are you saying? What were you doing in 2016, Ethan? What were you doing in 2016? Is this clip from 2016? No. No?
That's earlier.
Oh, it's earlier from 2016? Maybe there's an N-word compilation from fucking 2016. Maybe you might even be in it, actually. There is one I saw where
so.
there's one where he says the N-word and even you go, oh, that's too much. Like, which was funny because that was your...
Yeah, I was in the height.
That was in the height of your N-word stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. That's what Ethan was doing in 2016. Fucking dumbass.
You're 53 minutes into this?
I'm 53 minutes into this, and I'm actually almost 10 hours into the fucking broadcast. Fucking dumbass. I'm so mad. I got mad.
Yeah. You've been getting mad.
I've been.
By the way, thank you everyone. What is it up to now? 170?
177. We can do better. We can go to 200K chatters.
Oh, yeah. Thank you guys. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm closing it. I think nope.
They care about before we move on. Decide when you're willing.
Nope.
Disneyland during a
Exploit it
genocide.
to sidestep.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I think I sufficiently covered the fucking ongoing genocide as opposed to you, a person who only bitches and moans about people being mean to you and then constantly packages it under anti-Semitic attacks, anti-Semitic incidents. The ADL was saying anti-Semitic incidents rose by fucking, 4,000% or something? And I guess half of them were people being mean to Ethan Klein. Half of them was my feelings were hurt. I, Ethan Klein, a Jewish man, had his feelings hurt. That's anti-Semitism.
Any criticism. What a bigot. Before we move on, Hasan has one final taste of idiocy for us all to enjoy.
Yeah.
This kid is like, I think he was like 19 at the time when I talked to him, which means that for most of his life, he has withstood genocide, right? Like he is a person whose only experience is like, it's literally like talking to fucking Anne Frank, basically. Okay. Being able to talk to Anne Frank.
Well, yeah, he made this point already. What's the point?
He's talking about
Oh, I already addressed the Anne Frank point. Oh my fucking God. This dumb fuck.
At heart. Anne Frank continues to inspire generations of people because in the face of a genocide that eventually took her and her entire family's life, except for her dad, she refused to give in to hate, malice, and violence. And then there's this guy who would have killed Anne Frank.
Oh my God, he would have killed Anne Frank, you fucking animal. God damn it. You are such a disgusting, repulsive little fucking racist animal, dude. This guy would have killed Anne Frank. Is that, wait, hold on. Is it actually picking up my audio as well? Oh shit, hold on. Let me turn on the noise gate for that. Fuck.
Man, I wore the right pants.
Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, she's shedding. Okay.
Test.
Frank, if you ever met her. You might think this is a sweet,
Is it
innocent
better
girl.
now?
Well, I'm happy to tell you guys we are working on a new edition just for you, Hasan. You should hear about the time she went roaming the streets of Berlin at night with a knife, slitting the throats of families, including children and babies.
Would you have an issue if Anne Frank actually fucking escaped the attic and joined the resistance and started clapping Nazis? I would not, and neither would you. You're a fucking moron. Oh my God.
Babies and the elderly.
No, he wouldn't. He would not. He would not have an issue with that. That's a fucking lie, chat. Shut the fuck up. You know that's not true. Wait, is there echo now? What? Why is there echo? Is there actually an echo? Wait, what? Why is the noise gate not working well?
I can step back.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna lower the. Maybe this will be a little bit better. Okay, it's only when I yell. Okay, shut the fuck up then, chat.
She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people.
Bad Empanada's in the Discord. Should we let him lose? I mean, he can pop off in the Discord all he fucking wants, but I can't have him on the stream because he's banned. If he wasn't, I wouldn't have an issue with it. I would have him on.
She's just like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable.
His point is that she would be different. Also, Rashid has not slit anyone's throats. You're just fucking fantasizing about that. Wait, did he say Rashid would be a rapist? Did I?
He's slitting the throats of families, including children, babies, and the elderly. She's killed children, you guys. She even rapes people. She's just like...
Dude, go join the fucking AFD, you little freak. You little monstrous cretin. Oh my God. You fucking racist piece of shit. What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck is this suggestion that Rashid is running around raping people in Berlin? If he were to get to Berlin, that's what he would do as a fucking Muslim migrant in Berlin? How the fuck did anybody watch this? I'm sorry, dude, but if you are a girly pop nation Ethan Klein fan, a 35-year-old HR representative that fucking watched this goddamn video and you saw this part and it didn't actually ring any alarm bells in your mind, you are lost, okay? You are lost in the fucking sauce, dude. Yeah, Rausländer raus is what Ethan is doing here. Maybe he was fucking Sig Heiling not to meme on Elon Musk, but to actually align with Elon Musk on his AFD support. What the fuck? Oh my God. It's just weird that you defend him. It's just weird that you defend him. Like, you can acknowledge what he went through and also acknowledge that he's a terrorist. He is not a fucking Houthi, okay? And even if he was, I would have no issue with him. If you were to bring up a Houthi right now and you were like, this is a terrorist, why don't you acknowledge it? I'd be like, suck my fucking dick. That's precisely the reason why I said to Ethan Klein directly to his fucking face, 10 toes down, that what the Houthis are doing, what the Ansar Allah movement is doing in terms of resisting against Israel's genocide is perfectly valid, perfectly permissible. You said to yourself he was a Houthi. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I thought he was a Houthi before I interviewed him. I asked him directly, and he said he's not a Houthi. But even if he was, I still wouldn't care. You guys think you caught me in this fucking point. Why do you not listen to my words? Listen to my words. I don't give a fuck, okay? I don't give a fuck that he is not a Houthi or he is a Houthi. It doesn't matter to me. Even if he was a Houthi, I would have still interviewed him. I will still interview Houthis in the future, okay? Oh my God. Have you watched the content, Puke?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I watched the whole thing.
You watched the whole thing?
Uh-huh. You know, technically you only have to watch, I think, the final couple minutes or something, because he does summarize the whole thing. So that could save some time.
You should listen to your own words. Can you stop getting angry? It's a little bit hard for me not to get fucking angry because people are just like, you are literally admitting you are wrong, but they won't accept it. Wait, what? I'm not even admitting that I'm... Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I'm admitting that I'm wrong in the sense of like, I thought he was a Houthi, and then he told me in the interview that he's not. What am I supposed to do? I will always autistically defend the truth. That is something that you will always be able to get out of me. If that's your goal here, is to piss me off, because I am going to be incredibly stubborn and tell you what's what, okay? That's it. That's what pisses me off more than anything else. I can't stop myself. Low-key, how do you handle your former friend obsessing and slandering you daily, bro? Is insane. I mean, he is a fucking giant piece of shit. So and also everybody...
It didn't happen overnight. It was a build-up.
Yeah. Love you, Ozzy, but you need to put that take more in context because a lot of people won't get it. You need to juxtapose it like this. Like, no one bats an eye when CNN does an interview with terrorists. I know, they don't. The point is, they'll say, oh, well, guess what, dude? CNN would not have asked him if he likes One Piece or not. Okay, that's the argument there. But even if he was a Houthi, I probably still would have actively worked to understand what his worldview is. I would ask him some silly questions in the process. Okay? Anyway, you have to watch it whole or he'll call you a pussy. I think my brain will explode. Him saying you might have defamed him on Monday, he's looking for a reason. He was saying you might have defamed him on Monday, he's looking for a reason to sue you. Sue me? For fucking what? For clipping me out of context for this entire goddamn thing, and also simultaneously making zero fucking arguments. The entirety of Ethan's argument relies on his audience not knowing anything. The entire argument is basically, well, these guys are bad. They're the bad guys. They're terrorists. They're the bad guys. They're terrorists. That's it. This is his foray into political commentary, and it's dog shit. He hasn't even watched the whole content cop or deputy. He skipped the crew portion of the cop and the tattoo section of the deputy. He's a coward. It's just him being a fucking racist, dude. That's it. Yeah, go ahead. Sue me for defamation for calling you a fucking racist piece of shit if you want, because that is the goddamn truth, okay? That's my perspective, that's my opinion, and that is what I'm reflecting on after seeing the arguments that you have presented.
Like Luffy. There is no other way to describe this than terrorist propaganda. Not only is he platforming terrorist propaganda, right, uncritically, he's participating in it. He's enhancing it. He is not just a conduit. He is an active participant who's disseminating it to more and more people in a way more consumable form.
I'm gonna do
This
it
is
extra
extremely
hard.
fucked up. But why should he care? Their flag doesn't say death to fucking Turks. It says curse upon the Jews. Hassan likes to offuscate on this and says nobody cares when Sean Penn interviewed El Chapo.
Sean Penn literally... Bad empanada in my Discord says, tell Idubs to get off the cuck chair and pick up the sword. Do it. I put it back up on the mantle, prominently placed in my living room.
It's so that everybody, the only thing in your living room. That's suspicious.
So that everybody knows. Well, it's on top of the Japanese artwork, but so that everybody fucking knows. You know, when they come in, they're like, "Wait a minute." Interviewed El Chapo. Exactly, dude.
Nobody is saying you can't have difficult conversations with controversial people. You just have to ask them hard questions, guys. We know this. Now let's move on to
I should have debated the 19-year-old Yemeni teenager even after he fucking admitted that he is not a Houthi. I should have been like, wait, I should have been like, hey, do you hate Jewish people? And he's like, no. I was like, did you know, what do you think about the anti-Zionist Jews that are leading many of the anti-Israel protests here in America? And he was like, oh, I love them. I should have been like, you don't actually love them. I'm going to own you in the marketplace of ideas. Okay. And also I'm going to try to figure out where your coordinates are so that the fucking CENTCOM can laser your house in the aftermath. This stream has surpassed the cringe eat stream for stream of the year. Thank you, saying shit. Respect. You know you can push her off.
Yeah, I was enjoying it.
Someone said he's about to lose another fight, this time to Kaya. Yeah, their flag doesn't say death to Turks. Little does Ethan know, you know, I'm tight with the Armenians. I'm tight with the Greeks. Those motherfuckers are not too fond of Turks. I'm tight with the Kurds, you know. I don't give a shit.
Favorite terrorist organization? Our friends in the north. It's Hezbollah. Where do I even begin? Thousands of civilians have been killed globally from their terrorist acts, car bombs, and suicide attacks. They even assassinated the Lebanese prime minister. They've hijacked civilian airplanes. They've shot 15,000 rockets into civilian centers. And if you can imagine...
No, I can't believe it. Dude, how many rockets has fucking Israel shot into civilian centers? Because he hasn't brought that up one time, and it's been 56 fucking minutes, dude. 56 minutes. Mr. I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians hasn't brought that up at all.
That's not even the worst things they've done. They participated in the slaughter of over 500,000 Syrian civilians to help a dictator, Bashar Assad, stay in power. They indiscriminately bombed over civilians.
Look at this. Look at the footage. They participated in the slaughter of 500,000 civilians. That is the total number. That is the total death toll of the Syrian civil war. Okay? And he then posts these fucking photos of hollowed out cities to make it seem as though Hezbollah has a fucking air force that was barrel bombing different Syrian cities. He is so stupid.
Centers, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians in what can only be described as a genocide.
They killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. He says Hezbollah killed hundreds of thousands of civilians. Okay? Overall deaths. 580,000, 600,000 from Syrian Observatory of Human Rights. The escalating conflict with Hezbollah in Syria. Like, Hezbollah did this in fucking Syria. That's the argument that he's presenting here. Okay?
500,000 centers, and they killed EU.
By the way, the only time we see fucking hollowed out cities is when Ethan falsely attributes it. Ethan falsely attributes it to Hezbollah. Those numbers literally include Hezbollah militants that have also died.
What can only be described as a genocide. They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and...
Wait, what?
What can only be described as a genocide. They are a...
Wait, he's saying that the Hezbollah genocided Syrians in Syria? What? Bro, this motherfucker thinks everything is a genocide. and no one should resist against it. Like, he's going to be like, hey, the Hezbollah forces in unison with the Syrian army. They were, the Russian Air Force was barrel bombing cities and shit. And you know what? No one should resist against that, because then that would also be a genocide. Everything is a genocide. Genocide is actually when you post snark on Reddit. Wow, what a well-researched video. I can't wait to hear more.
A designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU, and, oh yeah, the entire Arab League, which gave them that status after their participation in the Syrian genocide. In short, nobody likes them. Well, there is one person.
Hezbollah is... Yeah, I mean, that is true. A lot of people don't like Hezbollah. This is facts. He did get that correctly.
Is a paramilitary organization.
Do you like them or no?
They are a terrorist organization. Like, they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, like,
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them, let's just say.
This is Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Hassan Piker, this man is a brilliant freedom fighter. But before we get into that, let's see how he feels about Jewish people. Here are some choice quotes from Hezbollah's leader, Hassan Nasrallah. According to Shaul Shai, Hassan Nasrallah said in a speech delivered in Beirut, what do the Jews want? They want security and money.
So here, this is where I'm going to tap in our buddy, Chris. Okay.
Former leader of Hezbollah, who was killed in an Israeli strike last year.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization.
Do we like?
Is Hezbollah a fighter? Hezbollah said in a history.
Just going to state that
more miserly or greedy than they are.
Now, at first, I was just going to let this section of the content nuke play because it seemingly shows anti-Semitic statements by the leader of Hezbollah. But a quick look into this shows that, much like the rest of Ethan's video, the sourcing is just absolutely terrible. He has gone on Wikipedia and repeated unequivocally what is put on there without bothering to check the veracity of anything. So let's quickly go through them. The first quote comes from the book of an Israeli official. Shul Shai, the former head of the IOF's military history department, a lifelong Israeli soldier, so it may be that this man made up his claims, especially since the articles he cites in his book are almost impossible to find now, and we all know that Israel, its government and senior officials don't necessarily love telling the truth. The second quote is not actually from Nasrallah. The source that Wikipedia cites is noted to be incorrect in this 2012 article. It is not a quote from Nasrallah. The third quote is perhaps the most outrageous of all of them cited by Ethan, because it is noted on the Wikipedia page that this is likely a lie. It literally notes that Charles Glass says that this was fake, and the managing editor of the newspaper that it was first published in said he had no faith in the article. The fourth quote is not from Nasrallah. The fifth, there is apparently no specific source provided in the book A Privilege to Die, but it does appear in the text of Hezbollah's Al-Ad, as well as in the same English language collection of Nasrallah's speeches. However, straight after is an emphasis that Hezbollah's fight is with Israel and not with Jews. The final quote is just a citation from the Ministry of Israeli Foreign Affairs. I am sorry.
Yeah, that's insane. Quoting the Ministry of Israeli Foreign Affairs to be like, this is what Hassan Nasrallah said is psychotic. Now, you know what's ironic about Hassan Nasrallah is that we know Ethan has actually clipped me talking about Hassan Nasrallah when I said, oh, he's actually brilliant, contrary to what people think. And I showed the context of that video before, but I actually didn't show you what Hassan Nasrallah was saying in that video. Ironically enough, what Hassan Nasrallah is talking about in that video is actually is more combating anti-Semitism than Ethan has ever done in his entire life. You might think that that is actually an insane statement to make, and I'm sure certainly a lot of people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but that is the fucking reality, because Ethan has spent a whole deal of time consistently conflating Judaism with Zionism. But the clip that I was reacting to, that I know he is going to present right here, is unironically Hassan Nasrallah doing the exact opposite of that. Let's take a look.
Throughout history, the Jews have been Allah's most cowardly and avaricious.
We already saw this. Yeah, they're avarice, cowardly. A lot of these quotes are just bullshit.
Feeble in psyche, mind, ideology, and religion, we would not find anyone like the Jew. Notice, I do not say Israeli.
I don't have an issue with them.
If Jews all gathered in Israel, it will save us the trouble of going after them worldwide. The history of Jews has proven that, regardless of the Zionist proposal, they are a people who are evil in their ideas. The state of the grandsons of apes and pigs, the Zionist Jew, the murderers of the prophet. The Jews invented the legend of the Nazi atrocities.
I don't have an issue with them.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen. So, Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British. All right, roll the clip. Does anybody have it? Does anybody have it readily available? Does anybody have it? No, not the OG clip. No, me reacting to it. I want to show the exact clip. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
It's basically Turkey.
Are we gonna learn a lot today?
Maybe.
Oh, this is the
Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated. It's basically Turkey.
Are we gonna learn a lot today?
Maybe. Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated.
Wait, what'd you say?
Hassan Nasrallah.
Who's that?
He's the leader of Hezbollah, the general secretary of Hezbollah.
What's Hezbollah?
Hezbollah
is that small guy?
Hezbollah is this is the same name.
Okay.
Hezbollah is a paramilitary organization that is also a part of the Lebanese parliament.
Do we like them or no?
I think as a resistance group, they're pretty successful against Israel. But everybody hates them. Like everybody in the region, a lot of people don't like them. Like
I like what you like.
I don't have an issue with them. Let's just say they're Shia. I am Sunni technically. Not that this sectarian distinction.
Yo, Hassan, this is your personal invite to Jason Lewin's 21st birthday. Would you be down to come May 9th? Oh my God, nephew, you fucking changed. Back in the day, you used to FaceTime me. You used to FaceTime me for official things such as this one. Okay, I'll consider it. Wow, I used to get FaceTimes from nephew. Now, just a fucking message in the chat. What's happening? What has happened? You're gonna need to send me like a gift basket or something. He keeps using this 10-second clip of a casual combo that wasn't even on your stream. You literally go on your own stream later to explain your full stance to Nick. I know.
Distinction matters in this situation, but
you know what's really funny about this is that they fucking clipped this out of context too. They went into Nick's stream and clipped it out of fucking context, because even here I'm describing, as always, whenever I'm on camera, I know that there is a bunch of clippers out there
that are going to be clipping shit. Okay? So even there, I'm describing the full breadth.
I'll be honest with Sam.
But they are a terrorist organization. Like they're designated. They are designated by the American state as a terrorist organization.
I do not like them then.
Well, I mean, we also called Nelson Mandela a terrorist until 2008. Do you know who that is?
He was in prison for a while.
Yeah, for terrorism. America put him on the terror watch list until 2008. He had already been the president, like the elected leader of the South African
Is Putin on that list?
government. Who?
Is Putin on that list?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Interesting.
That one makes more sense, though, in my opinion.
Oh, we're gonna learn a little bit of politics today, guys. It is exciting.
I don't.
Interesting. What was the clip point? I wonder why Ethan left this out. Yeah, because they would understand. It's much simpler to just go, yeah, Hassan Nasrallah. I don't have an issue with Hezbollah. Just clip that. That's it. Anyway, here's the actual fucking video that I was watching from Hassan Nasrallah. Here, I'll just show you the full video instead of my reaction to the video. Ironically enough, Hassan Nasrallah less anti-Semitic than Ethan Klein. I cannot stress this enough. Hassan Nasrallah is less anti-Semitic than Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein constantly makes a conflation between Zionism and Judaism. Hassan Nasrallah, on the other hand, does not. The clip that I was watching about Hassan Nasrallah, who is homophobic and definitely has some questionable perspectives, okay? Here he is talking about, he's dead now. But let's hear what the General Secretary of Hezbollah had to say. There's a misconception prevalent in the Arab world regarding Israel-U.S. relations. We keep repeating this lie about the Zionist lobby, that the Jews rule America and are real decision makers, and so on. No, America itself is the decision maker. In America, you have the major corporations. You have the trinity of oil companies, the weapons industry, and the so-called Christian Zionism. The decision making is in the hands of this alliance. Israel used to be a tool at the hands of the British, and now is a tool in the hands of America. Wow. Attitudes about like gay people. Interesting. Once again, Hassan Nasrallah 1, Ethan 0 on the failing the anti-Semitism, don't do anti-Semitism challenge. Ethan Klein failing the don't do anti-Semitism challenge. Hassan Nasrallah winning the don't do anti-Semitism challenge.
But I don't buy their nonsense so quick.
Oh, sorry. Where's the fucking actual goddamn stupid fucking context puke? Did I accidentally close the fucking tab? Oh, here.
Listen, you have to remember something, okay? A lot of these dudes, you see them in their fucking fits, and you hear about like some of their attitudes about like gay people, for example, and you immediately fucking resort to Orientalist perspectives, not realizing that these motherfuckers are better read than you by a million. Okay?
Wait, what? Yeah. I'm not saying that they're not pro-gay. I'm saying you hear their backwards perspectives on gay people and you see the outfits that they're wearing and you immediately hit the oh, these guys are backwards barbarians attitude. When they're actually unironically very well-read people. Some of these people are. Hassan Nasrallah is. Hassan Nasrallah was an infinitely better read person than Ethan Klein. I will stand on that once again, 10 toes down. This is not defending everything that Hezbollah did. This is just, once again, speaking fucking facts. That is also not necessarily too hard of an accomplishment because that motherfucker, I think someone was saying, has an English major, an English degree, and has not done a good job with the language of English even. Okay? These arguments are lab made. What do you mean?
Like, it's not a broken clock situation. No, dude. Half of these dudes literally get educated in America and in the UK. What the fuck are you guys talking about?
The more you learn,
this is why it's Orientalist. To literally look at these dudes and go, oh no, they're fucking barbaric baboons.
Don't laugh at his fucking stupid ass.
No, it's a Seinfeld thing, you know? It's Ty Lopez in the modern era. That's it.
I don't even understand half these fucking references. I feel like I needed to be online when it was 2013 or something.
Yeah.
And like sometimes they get this shit right. No, dude, he knows. It's crazy. He's read more books than you could ever imagine. And also, ultimately, he is...
Hitler was really well read? I mean... Are you making a comparison between Hassan Nasrallah and Hitler? Really? That's what we're doing here? Who's closer to Hitler in this regard? I would say Israel is closer to Hitler in this regard. Like, here, I'll give you a great example of this. Okay?
this is, once again, the same exact fucking Orientalist perspective playing this role over and over again. Also, Hitler, I don't think it was well read. But you just assume that because you're a fucking idiot. All right. So let me tell you something. Israel in this process is the militant superpower in the region that is doing an ethnic cleansing campaign, doing a genocide, right? We already established that. We already agree with that. Even Ethan Klein sometimes agrees with that when his wife is not around. Okay? When she's around, he's like, oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's a war. It's a war zone. Okay. So the resistance against Nazi Germany, fascist Italy, okay, came from the United States of America and England. England was also simultaneous in the process of doing its own fucking man-made famine, okay? They were genocidal and imperialist. America, at the time, during World War II, was a segregationist, homophobic, misogynistic place to live in, okay? Does that mean that I think the Americans were on the wrong side of this conflict? No, because I'm not a fucking Nazi. I don't give a shit that America was segregationist and white supremacist and incredibly fucking misogynistic and incredibly fucking homophobic. I still, every time I watch Band of Brothers, stand up and fucking salute the goddamn flag. I root for the Easy Company. Why do I root for the Easy Company? Because they killed a fuckload of Nazis. Okay? That's it. That's it. The idea that like Hassan Nasrallah is fucking homophobic, like, yeah, I don't give a shit, man. What the fuck is wrong with you? They didn't kill him because he's homophobic. They killed him because they were applying a penalty to Israel. They were disrupting Israeli society. That's it. Okay? That's why they fucking killed him. Why does him being well-read matter to your point right now? No, because being well-read matters to my point in this process because I'm talking specifically about Orientalist thought in that moment. And he clipped it to make it seem like I'm glazing Hassan Nasrallah. Do you not understand? Maybe you'll never understand. What is this? Okay, stop. Guys, fucking Christ. Bad empanada. Stop making this about yourself. Oh my God. Some of you guys literally can't let this go. Oof.
Regard is a pretty brilliant a person in terms of like everything that he's done. You might not agree with his methods. You might not agree with his attitude overall in terms of like, in terms of his opinions on civil liberties and shit like that. But yeah, like that's what I don't know why he's putting up these quotes. Like, I don't give a shit. Yeah, I know. Does he think that I'm not aware of this? I don't get it. Like, what is this edit supposed to imply? I'm quite literally describing that, yes, he is homophobic. I am aware of this. Ultimately, this motherfucker has read a shit ton of books.
Knowledge. I feel I've shown you guys enough evidence that Hezbollah is an evil terrorist organization, but...
No, you haven't. You showed zero evidence. You just said that they participated in the Syrian civil war and then attributed all the deaths of the Syrian civil war. You said hundreds of thousands. You fucking dumbass literally claimed over and over again and got fact-checked by AB and had to button yourself with the erroneous claim that Hezbollah had killed more Muslims than Israel. What a fucking insane statement to make. Oh my God. Every single part of this is literally, hey, here's my proof. They're Arab barbarians. They're Arab barbarians. They're homophobic. They're Arab barbarians who are homophobic and hate women. Have you noticed how much they hate women? Is that why Israel killed them? Is that why Israel killed thousands of women in the process of killing Hassan Nasrallah? Is that why they were liberating those women in Lebanon from their mortal toil? Is that what happened? Thank God Israel liberated them with these gay bombs. You know? Fuck.
Have you considered this?
What you meant to say is Hezbollah is Muslim. Okay? That's what you meant to say. What you meant to say is they're Muslim.
Oh, he also knows that, you know, that is the point.
So, of course, as they're Muslim, it's different.
If you're wondering why Hassan's audience is so radicalized, it's because of stuff like this.
Israel, America's greatest ally, the most important country in the world, most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah.
Even as someone who's critical of Israel, this retelling is fucking insane.
They just kind of were there.
Hezbollah started launching rockets into Israel hours after the October 7th raid began.
Hezbollah, in the aftermath of Israel's conquest, by the way, literally right here, it says it. They didn't start launching rockets hours after October 7 began. Your own Wikipedia source undermines that. You fucking moron.
they started launching as soon as Israel started attacking Gaza. Okay? And where did they launch their rockets at, you might add? Oh, that's right. They launched their rockets at IDF installations near Sheba Farms. Where is Sheba Farms? I wonder where Sheba Farms is. The IDF responded with counter battery fire and an airstrike that destroyed a tent Hezbollah erected in Israeli-occupied territory several months prior. Yeah, 24 hours, I guess, is hours technically, if you can stretch the truth long enough. No, they literally fucking... Ethan is trying to clip chimp his own fucking Wikipedia article, and it still doesn't work. Okay? Yes, their first response, their first retaliation was illegally occupied Lebanese territory in Sheba Farms. Okay? And then they escalated after Israel's retaliation, then they increased their fucking targets. Here's Sheba Farms for those of you who don't know. Israel should withdraw. This is Jimmy Carter in 2006. Israel should withdraw from all Lebanese territory, including Sheba Farms, and the release of Lebanese prisoners. Yet yesterday, Prime Minister Ehud Olmert rejected a ceasefire. There will be no substantive and permanent peace for any peoples in this troubled region as long as Israel is violating key UN resolutions by occupying Arab lands and oppressing Palestinians. Oh, wow. It turns out history did not start on October 7. That's so crazy. But of course, if you don't know anything about anything, it doesn't fucking matter.
They launched 12,000 rockets, killed nearly 100 people, including 12 children, and displaced 250,000 Israelis.
Yeah. Once again, no mention thus far of how many rockets Israel has launched into Gaza. No many mention of how many children Israel has killed. Because if you were to turn around and say, oh my God, how many children has Israel killed? It would kind of undermine the entire fucking project of this video. You'd be like, what? What are you fucking, what? What are you talking about? Israel's killed more than 12,000 children. What the fuck is wrong with you? Israel has dropped the equivalent of multiple nukes on the Gaza Strip, which it is a belligerent occupier of.
Is from northern Israel. That's what caused them to respond.
What did Lebanon do?
That's what caused them to respond? No, that's not what caused them to respond. They responded because they have an axis of resistance against the state of Israel. They responded because Israel started nuking Gaza instantly. That's the reason why they fucking responded. It's a video about you and you don't support Israel. Why would he need to say that? What? Because he's anti-genocide, as he said. Do you not understand? I'm trying to lead you to the conclusion that he is actually not in support of Palestinians. Are you that fucking dense? Are you that stupid? Do you not understand? The reason why I keep reiterating this point over and over again is because someone who is actually fucking in support of Palestinian emancipation would have probably spent at least a little bit of time talking about what Israel has done so far. Of course, he did not do that. And he's never going to do that because he's not fucking pro-Gaza. He's not pro-Palestinian. He's pro-Israel. Okay? Hezbollah was punished by Israel, and the Lebanese population was punished by Israel because of Hezbollah's resistance against Israel's genocide in Gaza.
Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real...
What is this, AI voice? What the fuck's he doing?
Shit. Why did he ask that? What do I say? Do I tell him the real reason? No, my audience will kill me for being a Zionist. Okay, let's try this.
They just kind of were there.
Hell yeah, another slick political saved by boots on the ground Hassan Piker. Damn, I'm good.
Even as a pro-Palestine activist, how does lying about this serve your agenda? All it does is further...
What are you, fucking stupid? You think that's the end-all, be-all of the entire commentary surrounding why Hezbollah and Israel engaged in tit-for-tat military strikes? What the fuck? Are you that stupid? You had to use an AI voice? Why didn't you just, instead of using a fucking AI voice, actually explain what my actual position is on the matter? I thought this was a well-researched video. Ugh.
They're radicalized people. It removes any nuance, and it avoids any criticism for his team. And this is what continues to drive this conflict on forever. Hassan is dedicated to pleasing his radical audience, even at the price of knowingly lying to them for TikTok and Twitter likes.
I'm a propagandist.
Or he's being
America's
paid,
greatest
which, you know, we can't rule out. What a pathetic propagandist piece of shit liar he is. And now, let's move to Hamas, the catalyst.
Oh, this is from... This right here is a 7-hour broadcast where I basically explained to Nick all of the fucking gruesome details. If he thinks that the reason why Israel hates Lebanon, or the reason why, oh God, it's so pro-Palestine. Hold on, let's just watch. The most important country in the world, the most moral nation, the most moral democracy on the planet, is ruthlessly and mercilessly bombing southern Lebanon, including southern Beirut.
What did Lebanon do?
They just kind of were there. They happen to be Israel's neighbor.
You're kidding.
Yeah. Israel's justifications for it is that Hezbollah, which is one of the parties inside of the Lebanese parliament, which was created as a resistance group against Israel the first time Israel invaded Lebanon, and occupied it for years, and then successfully fought back against Israel and removed the Israeli invasion from its territorial boundaries, and then did it again in 2006, is lobbing rockets into Israel in a tit-for-tat
Wait, are you saying
border.
Israel's trying to expand?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Does everyone know this?
Yeah, everything. You are so misinformed. Yeah, I know. I'm so misinformed. Wow. So I did describe it. So if he just let the clip play out a little bit longer, it almost feels like my entire position wasn't that they're just there. Like, you have to be a real moron, like an actual fucking moron, to think that my only argument against, my only argument there was, well, Lebanon is just there. Well, since then, Ethan has learned a bit about Hezbollah and has called their inception noble. So I'm glad that happened. Brother, we've raised 10 cases. Ian showed up, and you have said less than 2 words to him. Sorry for backseating. Okay, listen, he wanted to show up.
I'm chilling.
Yeah, he's chilling. And also, what?
Also, yeah.
What kind of feedback do you have?
Well, I was gonna say there was a reason that I didn't get in all of this in my video. I think I kept it mainly to like my personal relationship and like these very non-political things.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
I'm
Hey.
trying to stay in my lane.
Hey, imagine if Ethan did that. I wouldn't be doing this, and we wouldn't have been able to fundraise $185,000 in the process.
yeah.
So at least there's some good that fucking came out of it. They were kind of just, their comment was referring to Lebanon, not Hezbollah specifically. That's what Nick asked you. What did Lebanon do? Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's obviously context to the back and forth between Israel and Hezbollah as well. My point is, he is so nefariously clipping shit out of context in a way to make it seem as though I'm going to do this for other fucking slop tubers as well, I think. I might do like a Willie Mack show one also to fundraise for another initiative. It is actually unimaginably stupid. Like the ways that these guys have fucking operated is so dumb. And they literally have created this echo chamber where they fucking think I'm afraid of their perspective. I'm afraid of my chat seeing their perspective when chat was here, when I was actually talking about all this shit in context. I honestly think he doesn't even think they're out of context because he just gets sent shit and doesn't do how to do research. I can't even talk anymore. If I do that, I will turn into John Fetterman. Hasan finally accepting he's a slop tuber.
Oh, do you think Ethan's going to respond to this whole thing?
What, the 7-hour fucking response? No,
Yeah.
he's going to clip shit out of context again to be like, see? Got him. Oh, fuck. Yes, absolutely. He's doing this on purpose because he knows his fans will not search through your archives to cross-reference and make sure what he's saying in the context puke actually matches your content. Yeah. I can't believe my nuanced perspective on Hezbollah and its resistance, its militancy against Israel was not neatly described in a 10-second clip that he fucking nefariously cut and chopped up. Well, Ethan didn't do any of that, to be fair. He didn't do any of that. Someone else did it for him. I literally used to be a Willie Mack show fan, but then I realized that man was a moron. Even then, I didn't realize how much they took you out of context. Yes, this is all these fucking assholes do. Holy fuck. It took 10 hours and 42 minutes. I mean, I covered the news for like the first 2 hours. But it's like, there are so many instances where he just lied. This only works if his audience actually watches me and then sees all of this shit and then actually takes it to Ethan and says, hey, Ethan, why did you do this? That's the only way this actually penetrates the collective consciousness of people. And we haven't even gotten to the Hamas part yet. Holy fuck. There's so much.
Oh, you know what would be a good idea?
What?
Create a website where people can post their like H3 former fan like testimonies.
Yeah.
Saying how they got out, like what steps they took, you know, relatable sort of recovery stories. I think I could sway a lot of people.
Maybe. I don't think so. I don't think anything is gonna get him out of this. Yeah, their only interest is fucking slop and drama, dude. Their only interest is slop and drama. They're fucking morons. Hasan takes 3.5 hours to watch 18 minutes of the nuke. I never want to hear Hasan fans talk about Ethan pausing ever again. He's somehow worse, lol. Yeah, because the video is literally nefariously clipped. So of course I have to fucking add to one individual clip. I have to add a shit ton more context to it. Hasan crash out getting progressively worse. He tells Ethan to open up your wallet a little bit fucking harder. Won a debate so well his opponent finally watched a video. Hasan makes a denims.
Run your country.
What?
Photo with me. Wow. Wow.
What is the big whoopsie denims moment?
Don't run your own country. A foreign country.
Can we just add here, as far as I know, I understand AIPAC is American. They lobby for Israel because they're American Jews. Oh my God! Okay, I can't look at this. I'm done. I can't do this any longer. Okay. Oh my God, they're so fucking stupid. Yeah, I wonder why AIPAC doesn't actually have a FARA restriction. Yeah, clearly they're just American Jews who are only interested in what American Jews are interested in. That's right. It's not a fucking foreign lobbying organization that somehow has been able to avoid FARA restrictions. I wonder how that worked. As a former H3 fan for 5+ years, it's crazy to see where it's all progressed. This stream has really made me think back on all he could have lied about that I didn't even realize before. To be on the other side of this is really eye-opening. It makes me sad in a way that to see what he's become. Glad to be on the other side of it all, though. You didn't even watch the clip? I don't care. Oh, my head hurts. All right. You know what? We're going to do, I can't
One
keep
more
going.
hour.
It's already 10 hours and 46 minutes. I'm going to continue. If I keep this up, I'm going to die. Ethan is actually going to win by killing me, by breaking my brain entirely. I'm going to need the fucking cancer research, the brain cancer that I got from watching this. Holy fuck. I'm very proud of this community once again, though. We'll get to the Hamas part of the story tomorrow. And then the rest of it is just him shitting on Frogan. I guess I could skip some of that part. And then I'll watch the summary. Hasan, have Ian talk about the event? Yeah, so what happened? Here, let's talk about that stuff.
Yeah.
What took place? So you guys are no longer affiliated or something, right? Like,
yeah. So we decided. I mean, obviously, I think year 2 was very eye-opening for Anissa and I. We got into a lot of drama, and we tried to, be very corporate about the whole thing and just like let things play out and not really speak on much. And this year, I said enough's enough. I need to fucking. I was not happy with what Ethan was saying, and it was very upsetting. So I'm like, I gotta bring back Content Cop. And it feels good to put it out. I'm not interested in much of a back and forth. I think Ethan really thrives on that, and
he
I'm
does
not really about that. I think it.
Let's see. So Ethan's video on me got 3.4 million views. It's been up since January 31st. Let's take a look at what the iDubbbz Content Cop is at. Oh, wow. Almost 7 million views.
That's pretty good. I'm not one to gloat over view count, though. So you're not going to see me cheering too hard.
Yeah. No, I'll cheer for you.
Thank you.
Kind of seems like, bigger number, better person type situation, I think.
Well, I'll tell you what. In, I don't know, some response of his or in his one of his videos, he was mocking Anissa and I's podcast, saying how low the view counts were. And that's really a moment where I was like, oh, this is like a different human being. Like, this is like,
oh yeah,
it's very strange because I'm like, I'm not like looking necessarily to have like an ownage moment, especially with something as silly as like, here's a fucking podcast that we're doing for a year straight. The purpose isn't to get fucking views. That's the whole reason that we're doing it on a separate channel and I'm not promoting it. And it's just sad to see him do all the fucking low blows. I didn't expect it.
Yeah. I feel like, look, I I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. I didn't realize he was like this, but maybe because like he chose his targets better in the past, and I didn't really know anything about what he was up to with other people. And yeah, I guess this is just how he makes his content, which is just like trying to belittle and bully people. And when he meets a fucking force that he can't actually bully, or basically what the best thing to do, I think, is just like avoid talking about him in its entirety. But the reason why I did was because he was coming after smaller content creators and like virtually every single person that is a pro-Palestinian advocate in the space that we're in. Like I feel like he attacked pretty much every single person that has ever been like, yeah, I don't know about Ethan. Like, I feel like he's definitely pro-Israel from his output. And he like lost his fucking mind. He just genuinely hammered it on over and over again and tried to deplatform me and tried to deplatform every single person. He successfully deplatformed a couple people, you know? It was really ruthless. And I don't, like, I think back, I'm like, has he had, outside of myself, has he had someone on his show as a guest that is pro-Palestine? Like, the only guy is the Sneeko guy that he brought forward as a pro-Palestinian advocate to fucking show how anti-Semitic pro-Palestinian advocates are. And I guess Lonerbox, who was not even pro-Palestine, he went to Israel to do a Hasbro, a pro-Israel trip alongside Sex Pestany. So he said he was supposed to be, Ethan said he was supposed to be the pro-Palestinian voice. He's just crazy. And he had Sam Cedar on as well. And he fucking now says he owned Sam Cedar and he destroyed him. And he looked like a fool then too. He looked like a fool with me as well. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he says Sam is pro-Hamas.
He's the legend.
Man, oh God, that was so cringe. Oh my God. It's got to be real weird to leave the hug box and like see the rest of the internet and how they're reflecting on this. Like, I had normie friends calling me up to be like, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? Like, why is he behaving like this? And on the other hand, you look at his community and they're so laser focused on like whatever they can massage to look good after a 5 hour and 30-minute session where he just looked like a fucking fool.
What does it mean, a hug box?
Like an echo chamber, like a hug box where you're just constantly relying on people who agree with you to make you feel, to shower you with praise, you know?
Yeah. I was, I mean, one of my critiques is I feel like it would be, it's important as content creators to have a good filter for what's like entering your brain. It seems like you have like clearly a lot of fucking raw exposure, like your chat.
Yeah.
But I think with someone as sensitive as Ethan, not like, you know, from a, not as a, an offensive thing to say, but I think he doesn't do well with that direct feedback. And I think it is good to protect yourself from it to an extent. But I agree. I think there is a limit to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I just I don't know where this goes from here. I assume he's still gonna do a bunch of dumb shit over and over again, and you know, be a loyal servant of the weirdest pro-Israel stalkers online. You know. What did you think of the context, Nuke?
I don't like the attempt at political commentary combined with Ethan jokes, because it's very confusing when he's trying to make a point. Like the beginning when he says there's a big problem, communism. I don't really understand if that was meant to be serious or not.
I didn't understand that either. He was trying to... It felt like he was trying to make a joke, but it also kind of also corresponds to the rest of the commentary. So
Yeah.
I guess it's not a joke. Like, he legitimately thinks the real problem is me radicalizing the youth.
Yeah, but there was a lot of that vibe throughout the video, and it's hard to take it very seriously.
People ask me all the time how I deal with this, like you just asked as well, like you just talked about. And like, there is a relentless sea of attacks that come from every direction, right? Liberals, other leftists criticize me. Liberals criticize me. Obviously, the entirety of the right far right, Nazis, and they all have their own version of this criticism. Sometimes it's the same. Most of it is just like delusional shit that they believe that they saw on a meme that they are trying to repeat. And the reason why I don't give a shit about any of that is because I have my moral convictions, and I know what I'm doing is getting people to reconsider a lot of the social conditioning that they've taken for granted their whole lives from their upbringing, right? I'm sure throughout this process, there was, 50,000 people watching throughout the entire day over the course of 11 hours. I'm sure there were some people that heard me say something and went, I've never thought about it like that. And I think that's what matters at the end of the day. That's the reason why I don't mind all of the relentless attacks or anything like that, because I can sleep soundly at night knowing that I've had a decent impact on someone's life, caused someone to go on their journey of learning, journey of development. And as a consequence of that, I have this amazing community of people that can just fundraise on a dime like that. You thought we would, I told you we probably do 100,000, and you were like, let's do 75, right?
Yeah.
And we blew past that instantly.
It's
like
amazing.
we raised $185,000, and I'm just so profoundly fortunate. And I feel like for every issue that I speak out on, if I didn't use the platform that I have, if I didn't actually fundraise like this, if I didn't use all the privileges that I have for what I think matters, for advocating for things that I think are important, then I think that would be pathetic, And to loop this back around to Ethan, I think he's a pathetic man. And I don't think he's ever going to actually understand why so many people despise him. I do. I understand why a lot of people find me to be horrible. Many of it is because they're misguided from clips. Some of it is genuine ideological disagreements. Some of it is the way I carry myself and how I pop off on a random chatter every now and then that people don't like. Okay, certainly. But I think he will never understand why people find him to be repulsive. He's just never going to get it. He's just going to consistently, as his crew leaves one by one, he's going to replace them with active sycophants. And it's going to ruin the content that he was able to make initially. And he's going to be surrounded by the likes of Keemstar and all these right-wing fucking losers wondering how things changed. And because he's already been there before when he was doing edgy shit, I think, and then he saw what it was like when he wasn't doing that, when he was on a journey of becoming a more progressive person, he already knows what both sides look like. And I think the more he ventures into these treacherous waters, if he tries to continue doing political commentary and like right-wing political commentary, the more he's going to lose his sense of self-worth. That's the way I see it. So that's part of the reason why I often don't fight back against a lot of these people that are fueling these hate raids and brigades, is because I know I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And eventually all of that is going to be background noise. And those people, they have a shelf life. They have a shelf life because they don't have the same fucking stubborn nature that I do. They don't have the same interests as I do. They inevitably become their own worst enemies. They inevitably cook themselves. You might think you're riding high on the slop for a little bit. You might think you're getting showered with praise. An army of anonymous Redditors telling you you're brilliant. But at the end of the night, when you go home and you sit down and you look yourself in the mirror, you're not going to recognize who you've become. That's it. It's turning into a lolcow of a different variety. That's what I think.
That's so mean.
Was it?
No.
I mean, I think I guess
It's
the
pretty
truth.
accurate.
I think the truth is what's mean. Sometimes it needs to be said. All right. Yeah. I'm going to end it here on that note. Everybody, thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, what was the final amount?
The final amount. I mean, I'll keep it going.
Cool.
I'll react to the rest of the video tomorrow as well.
Sick.
I'm not the whole video. I don't think I'll be able to finish the whole thing because there's still 42 minutes remaining on it. But shouts out to Stand Up to Cancer. Shouts out to Tilt the Fire for putting it together.
Yeah. Thank you, chat. Y'all are awesome.
All right. Fucking half day again, everybody. Okay.
Stunning lo-fi introduction.
Bye.
All day. All the chatters trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he